Okay, we're live on YouTube. Let me know if you can hear me. YouTube crew, you can see the video because we're going to go video for the first bit and then we're going to take it to the second bit after that in terms of the space. Live chat. Okay, YouTube guys, let me know if you can hear me. All things good. Lots to speak about, lots of interviews. I'm just about to pin the video that has gone live, so that's awesome. Pin. Okay, and I'm just going to put it in the nest on the X. Okay, 1 second. Yes, I'm glad I reset. It's live here. Brilliant. I can see people are good on that. Awesome. Okay, and I just need... if you can do me a second favor, please, guys, and I am going to retweet those as well. If you can quote tweet the video in the nest, that's the YouTube X stream. Obviously, I want everyone to sorry, that's the X stream. I want everyone to go to YouTube, but I'll just tell you this truth, isn't it? Like, people see the big numbers on that, and they're like, all want to, like, the amount of people who hit me back up yesterday when we did the X live stream was unbelievable. So, lots to speak about, lots to get through, lots of news. Let me get right into it. So much news, so much information, craziness. Overview, quick overview while I'm setting this up. Negotiations are basically dead. I did read a Pakistani minister who said that the ceasefire breaks down or ends at, it was 5 a.m. Pakistan time, which I believe is 1 a.m. UK, which I believe is 8 p.m. Eastern. So that would be today. So that's when allegedly he's claiming the ceasefire negotiations end. But obviously we'll check that and continue to give you the news. But I just want to get the news up to give you it. Just give a recap of the news. Maybe next time what I'll do is have it visually ready for you guys as well, so you're not just seeing me. But this time we'll do it like this and then we'll take it from there. Let me just see. I just saw some more breaking news on something important. Okay, cool. Let me just get this up. Lots of news. Trump was out making a lot of statements came out today, and that's because it's the last day before the negotiations. So we heard that about 9 hours ago, the Iranian delegation had not went to Islamabad. They were and are still in Iran. Their position is very simple. You need to remove the blockade in order for the Iran to attend the negotiations. Very simple. If you know, immediately after the space, I put a tweet out. Because I was thinking, like, if Iran goes to these negotiations, as per what the report, if you remember, I was interviewing Ryan Dawson and we had the breaking news. It was that Iran was going to the negotiations. I know my position on this, that if they go to the negotiations without the blockade being lifted, you heard us live, I thought that was a very, very bad decision. And so I put out a tweet. I said, Iran should not go to Islamabad unless the blockade is lifted. And the reason is because there's a deal, there's an agreement. Trump said he would remove that basically the Strait of Hormuz will be completely open, the blockade will be completely removed. And what would be the issue, or what would change, is the fact that, Iran removes its blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. The United States of America removes its blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. Lebanon is included in the agreement. These were all the things that were agreed upon. And immediately about Lebanon, they pulled the plug. They basically said, look, Lebanon's not included. And they continued to bomb Lebanon. So Iran said, look, you need to include Lebanon before we have this ceasefire agreement. This is within the 14 days. So the 14 days ceasefire. Within the first 7 days, the strait isn't open because Iran's saying, listen, we will open the strait, but you promised that Lebanon would be part of the deal. And yet Israel is still bombing Lebanon. So finally, after 7 days, even though that was part of the agreement, it's very clear JD Vance, Trump were lying. They left the meeting and it seems like they got a call from Netanyahu. And Netanyahu said, you cannot include Lebanon in the deal. And also the traitorous Lebanese president and prime minister also said the same thing. Because what it did was it delegitimizes them. If they cannot make a deal and it requires Iran to resist to get you a deal. Now you got a scenario where it demonstrates resistance works. It demonstrates that the Lebanese government is defunct. It's a waste of space. It's a waste of time. And it has zero credibility. And we know that because over the last 2 years, after 2024, after Hezbollah destroyed Israel on the ground, after Israel then responded and killed Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, and they also killed, they did the pager attack. It did weaken Hezbollah. And so an agreement was made, a ceasefire was made. But what happened? The Israelis, as they do, for them a ceasefire, a deal with them is always one way. This is the problem. You cannot negotiate with extremists. And so for them, over the last 2 years, every single day, bombing after bombing after bombing of Lebanon. There wasn't a day where they did not bomb Lebanon. Day after day after day of human casualties in Lebanon. There wasn't a day where they didn't hit Lebanon or it result in human casualties. This was the ceasefire that the Lebanese government agreed to. They did not even respond to the Israeli extremism. They did not even defend their nation, their people, their sovereignty. And so Hezbollah rejoined the war. And once again on the ground, Israel was losing. So what did they do? They went to the center of Lebanon, the center of Beirut, and started bombing from the air. Because going after men, women, and children is their way. And Lebanon obviously struck back, targeted northern Israel, key areas, key military bases in northern Israel. And then Iran agrees to a deal, a 14-day ceasefire deal. Lebanon is included. The resistance is included. They said, us and the resistance but breathe one breath. We are but one people. We but resist the occupiers, the oppressors, the apartheid state. And so Lebanon was included. J.D. Vance agreed. Trump agreed. As soon as they left that meeting, what happened? He got on his phone, Netanyahu, and said, you cannot include Lebanon. And because they control the United States of America, they control the world, the Western world, they reneged on their deal, and it took 7 days to get them back to agree to that deal. And finally, when they agreed, they did this fake meeting between Marco Rubio and the Lebanese delegation and the Israeli delegation, a charade, because the deal was already done with Iran. The ceasefire was implemented for 10 days with Lebanon. And then Iran opens the strait with the understanding that, and the agreement, that America will remove its blockade. But what does the United States of America do? It keeps its blockade on. It keeps its blockade on and breaks the agreement again. Why can you not do a deal with the United States of America and Israel with them abiding by the deal? Abiding by the agreement. Why is it so hard where a man makes an agreement? It is an oath. You look at any of the holy scriptures, and for when you give another human being your oath, your agreement, you stand by it. That is a real human being. But the United States of America and Israel do not have this conception. They do not understand this premise of loyalty, but not loyalty in this situation, honor and integrity, that you agree to something and you abide by it. And so they kept the blockade on. They kept the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz on, and so Iran never opened the Strait of Hormuz. Negotiations were planned over the weekend. They got delayed and delayed and delayed. And Iran has been very clear. Abide by your agreement, remove the blockade, and we'll open the strait and we'll come to negotiate. And what did the United States of America? They didn't remove the blockade. They've now been pirating ships. A ship came from China to Iran. They commandeered it. They hit the engine and they basically boarded the ship. I believe the name was Tuska. And they've done that to another ship today. Major escalation. And yet Iran didn't respond. Iran said, we're going to wait till after the ceasefire to respond kinetically. I again think that's a mistake. But they're saying, we've got an agreement. We don't want to break the agreement. We said we will not hit you for 14 days and we won't. But the problem with that is, from my point of view, that agreement is already null and void. It's broken. They're already breaking the agreement. Already Israel's bombing Lebanon again. Today, once again, they continuously bombed Lebanon. The blockade on the shores is there. So when I left the space yesterday, I put out the tweet. I said, Iran should not go to these negotiations without the lifting of the blockade. And I'm glad that Iran has followed that. I'm not saying they followed my instructions. Might have just been completely coincidental. But Iran is very clear. They will not negotiate with these extremists without them demonstrating that they will agree to the deal that has been put forth, which is you remove the blockade and then we can have discussions. And so yesterday we heard, as I just mentioned, I was in the interview with Ryan Dawson. We heard what? We heard that Iran had decided to go to Islamabad. Obviously, that was reported by Axios. You can never believe anything Axios says. Axios is but what? The arm of the Israeli government. They relay the arguments of the Israeli government. You can't trust them. They're not an unbiased outlet. So they made it look like that they are going to Islamabad. But today, and this is what we're coming to, we now hear that they're not going to Islamabad. Iran is very clear that you broke the ceasefire. You broke the deal. You've kept the blockade on. And until the blockade is removed, we will not go. So we heard reports earlier that J.D. Vance is not going. And just a couple of hours ago, we heard confirmation that not only J.D. Vance, but Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff had now moved. Rather than go to Islamabad, they've gone to Washington, D.C. So let me continue giving you the news, but I just want to give you an overview of what's happening. So that's happened. In addition to that, a large movement of military equipment and artillery and fighter jets and KC tankers and cargo ships are moving towards the Middle East. So that's kind of an overview of what's happening in terms of the negotiations, whether the negotiations are going to happen. I read a tweet by the Pakistan minister, I'll read it in a second, where he says that the ceasefire ends in about 6 hours from now, which would still be the 22nd in Pakistan, but the 21st in the United States of America. Okay. Spain, Slovenia, and Ireland push for EU discussions on suspending treaty with Israel. And Belgium was another country that now added to that and confirmed that they want to also break relations with Israel. The number of EU countries wanting to do that is increasing significantly. I believe the number they need is 11, and they're already up to 5 or 6. Okay. Trump said the following on Iran. Sorry, this one here. We also had another incident in Palestine. Ben Gvir's unit, as they call it. What did they do? They ran over and basically killed another 16-year-old Palestinian boy. So that's what they did there. Let me just go there. Wall Street Journal claimed that over 25 Iranian-linked oil and gas tankers successfully evaded the US blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. So that was being reported by the Wall Street Journal. Fox News claimed the opposite. Fox News claimed that none or zero tankers had traversed the Strait of Hormuz. So again, bit of a disagreement, but I mean, we'll see what's the truth on that. Senior Iranian military commander Ali Abdullahi has said that Iran is armed and their forces are ready to deliver an immediate and decisive response to any renewed hostile actions by its adversaries. I'm also, just remember now, I need to send a link to the first guest. So just doing that now. What's his name again? There we go. So we'll have David Miller on in about 30 minutes. Okay. Continuing the news. We're just giving you updates on the news that you missed, so you're basically aware of any of the news that's been missed over the last few hours, and then obviously throughout the day we'll continue to give you the news. UN Maritime Agency urges help for around 20,000 seafarers, 2,000 ships stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. Also, guys, if you can do me a favor, there's a tweet in the nest. It's the video of the stream. If you can quote tweet that and let everybody know to join, I am going to retweet that quote tweet in about 10-15 minutes. So make sure you do that for me. So that's the video in the nest. If you can quote tweet it and tell people to join, that would be awesome. Didn't realize the importance and impact of something like that yesterday. Had a lot of people who reached out to us to want to get interviews. Trump says Iran has violated the ceasefire numerous times. This guy, bro, he's on it. And as I said, Belgium became the 4th European country, joining Spain, Ireland and Slovenia to request the suspension of association between the EU and Israel. And that's ratcheting up. As they need to get to 11. They need to completely remove any kind of relations with Israel. They need to isolate the Israel and even the United States of America whilst it continues to consort and be controlled by Israel. Netanyahu said the following. He said the Ayatollah regime planned another Holocaust. Without action, Natanz, Fordo, Isfahan could have joined Auschwitz and Treblinka. Sure. I mean, the Jewish people who live in Iran live in peace and security and serenity, but for some reason, he wants you to believe that they were in danger. Netanyahu also said this. He said, in every generation, this is to you Americans, this is to you the Anglo-Saxons, Europeans. He says, quote, in every generation they rise against us to destroy us. And in this generation, they attempt to do so as well. The regime in Iran planned another Holocaust. It plotted to destroy us with nuclear bombs and thousands of ballistic missiles. Yeah, nobody believes that. The Qatari foreign minister says that all the countries in the Gulf are in direct contact with different parties on a daily basis to resolve the US-Israel-Iran war. He says the crisis is ours and the crisis of our region. Well, someone needs to tell this Qatari foreign minister that maybe not using the Al Udeid air base is not a good idea. Someone needs to tell this Qatari foreign minister that allowing the United States of America to use their bases, their airspace, in order to attack Iran is not a good idea for peace and security in the region. And this is why your sister country is capitulating. This is why Dubai, the UAE, East Israel, is asking for a credit line. And the reason is simple. They are failing. The country is capitulating. And the reason they did it is because they consorted with evil. They live in a delusional world where they can consort with the United States of America and help support the destruction of Iran, and then they can cry and complain and act the victim. The Gulf states just remind me very much of the Israelis. Trump said the following on the negotiations. He said, I think we're in a very strong negotiation position to do what other presidents should have done during the 47-year period. 47 years with these bloodthirsty people. I mean, how many countries has Iran invaded? How many human beings has Iran killed? How many countries have they wiped out and colonized and destroyed and decimated? Now, how many has the United States of America done? For it is actually the United States of America and Israel who are the bloodthirsty people. And by that I mean the government. For they can't breathe a day, a week, a year without being in war. Let's ignore the Iraqis that they murdered millions. Let's ignore the destruction they've caused in the Middle East. But yeah, The bloodthirsty ones are the other ones. The ones who just stay in their own country and don't want to go to war, according to Donald Trump. Trump says he does not want to extend the ceasefire. This is what he told CNBC. He's also said, a report asked him, you're saying you need at least a prospect for a signed deal today or tomorrow, or else you will resume bombing Iran. Trump said, well, I expect to be bombing. He said, we caught a ship yesterday that had some things on it that weren't very nice. A gift from China. Perhaps, I don't know, I'm surprised. I thought I had an understanding with President Xi. Guess not. We are totally loaded up. We are much more powerful than we were before the ceasefire. We use the ceasefire to restock, and they have probably done a little restocking too. Yeah, so he's admitting that the ceasefire was used to restock supplies for the United States of America to engage in kinetic warfare. Trump says they completely control the Strait of Hormuz. He said, I want to make a good deal. I don't want to be rushed by people who are really treasonous. Yeah, the ones who want peace are the treasonous ones, according to Trump. He says, we totally won the war. I wish you could hear the conversations we have with the Iranians. Trump says he would have won the Vietnam War very quickly if he was president. He said he took over Venezuela in 45 minutes. On the fallen soldiers, he says, we lost 13 men and that's terrible. I wish we didn't lose one. But if somebody said we obliterate that country and lose 13 men, people would have said that's not possible. I don't want to be rushed by people who are really treasonous. Trump says he has all the time in the world to make a deal with Iran. He said the Middle Eastern allies are better than NATO. We know that they are, but consorting with the Americans. On the UAE currency swap request, he said Trump said it's under consideration. It has been a good country. So Trump is going to use American money to give the United Arab Emirates a lifeline after these UAE Gulf states financed and funded his crypto schemes. So as an example of that, if you guys are aware, and you are, is it Wilfy, WLFI, his crypto organization was heavily funded by the by the Emiratis. That's personal wealth. So he personally gets financed by them, and then he uses American money to finance the Emiratis. That's called essentially money laundering and using American money. He's essentially taking American money and putting it in his personal wealth and using the Emiratis as a means to do so. About Saudi Arabia, he said, I think they're doing great. I spoke to him yesterday. They're fighting. They're helping us. The ones that aren't helping are NATO. We don't need them. We will never need them, actually. Pakistan obviously urging them to extend the ceasefire, and that's because Pakistan are between a rock and a hard place. They have deal with the United States of America. They have deals with China. They have deals with the Saudis. They have deals with the Qataris. They have deals with the Emiratis. And if the war does continue, they're going to be stuck. They recently got a loan that they had to pay off to the UAE. It was paid by the Saudis and Qatar. So they're very much stuck. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place. They need a deal, because if this goes to war, they're going to have the Chinese interest. They're going to have the American interest. They're going to have the Iranian interest to deal with. They're going to have the Saudi interest, Qatar's interests. Qatar also gave them money yesterday, if you remember, to basically some kind of defense pact. We don't know the details of it, but allegedly Qatar and Pakistan are speaking about a defense pact. So Pakistan signing all these defense pacts with these countries where they're basically using their military warships and their military personnel as essentially mercenaries to hire by states. And they've done this deal with Saudi. They've done this deal with, allegedly they're speaking about this deal with Qatar. And what does it mean? It means if Saudi goes to war, if Qatar goes to war, then Pakistan needs to send its warships and its personnel to fight the war for these countries. But then what does that do with your deal with China? What does that do with your deals with Iran? And this is the problem you've got, that when you're a country that is poor, when you've had such bad decision making, out of desperation, you end up making deals that are harmful to your country, harmful to your nation. And this is an example of it. And so now they've essentially become state-paid mercenaries. And they're now going to be mercenaries for Saudi Arabia. They're going to be mercenaries for Qatar. Major problem with the Pakistanis. This Pakistani government is making a lot of terrible decisions. They don't understand the implications. They're thinking, oh, guess what? This is quick money. They're going to give us a few $1 billion. Yes. But now you've basically become mercenaries for a foreign state. State mercenaries. Maersk said, which is the world's largest shipping company, has said that they plan to avoid the Strait of Hormuz completely. The Tiffany ship, which is another vessel that was boarded by the United States of America today, as pirates that they are, the Tiffany ship was intercepted and it was heading to China with 2 million barrels of crude oil on board. So this was the Tiffany ship that was going from Iran to China. It had 2 million barrels on board of oil. It was going to China. I believe it had a Malaysian flag, but it was going to China. And once again, the Chinese are demonstrating that they can't do anything against the navy or the naval power of the United States of America. This country is very averse to confrontation. And I understand that. We want peace in the world. We don't want fighting. But the problem is, if somebody's punching you and you don't punch back, it demonstrates your weakness. It shows you can't protect yourself and other nations. And it demonstrates that they don't have military power and they don't have hard power. And as you know, I'm a big believer, I've told you guys many a times, that in order to be a dominant world power, exerting soft power is important. But having some form of hard power, even if you don't use it, is very important. It's how the United States of America was able to function its empire. Yes, they did warmong. They did partake in war in many countries. But in the countries that they didn't partake in war, it was based on soft power. Based on this idea of fear of the hard power that they're able to administer. And so the fact that they're not able to, China, defend any of its allies, administer hard power, just tells me that these are not going to be the superpower of the world after the United States of America. And you know my position on this. I do believe that it is going to be Pax Judaica. I do believe it's going to be their empire that becomes the total and dominant empire. And the only people standing in front of it is Iran. This is why we stand with Iran. As long as Iran fights the Zionists, they have our support. For they're fighting against evil. They're trying to make sure that there's peace in the world. They're trying to make sure that they don't oppress humanity. But if a scenario is made, which I don't think it's going to happen in terms of a deal where you make a deal with the devil. There could obviously is going to be a deal at the end, which makes sense for Iran. But you cannot make a deal with the devil. And if they were to do so, then our support would be removed. And we would fight the Zionists ourselves, because then it's demonstrated that there is no nation states that are doing it. There is no resistance groups that are doing it. But at the moment, quite clearly, Iran is fighting this evil and they continue to fight it. And we will always stand by them. A lot of oil and energy refineries have been hit. On the 3rd of April, Russia's major oil export was hit. On the 4th, Russia's crude distillation unit was hit. 7th of April, India's power plant. Mexico's refinery. 14th of April, India's power plant. 15th of April, Australia's energy refinery. 20th of April, there was one on Texas before this as well. Missed that one. But anyway, Russia's oil refinery. 21st, India's oil refinery. 21st, Romania's power plant. Just yesterday, there was another refinery in the United States of America that was hit. And actually more than that, that's not even a comprehensive list. So clearly, those in power are taking out a number of key energy infrastructure, and we know the reason for it. They want to remove the global supply. They don't want to take us into this kind of Palantir technocratic state. So the Pakistani information minister, this is the one I was referring to, was his name Ataullah Tarar, said the following. He said, formal response from Iranian side about confirmation of delegation to attend peace talks is still being waited. The ceasefire ends at 4:50 PST on the 22nd of April. And PST, okay, so I thought it was Pakistan time, but actually it might be Pacific time that he's referring to now, thinking about it. So he's not clear if he means Pakistan time or Pacific time. So if it's Pacific time, that means the ceasefire ends, what is it, 8:50 a.m.? Let's just say 9 a.m. Eastern. And that would be 2 p.m. UK. So actually, that's when the ceasefire ends. So we've got a bit more hours than we thought before the ceasefire ends. Actually, it has to be because he said 7:30 PST when he posted it, which would be Pakistan time. Okay, so we kind of, I think he means Pakistan time, but he's wrote PST. And now, as I said, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner have not left US for Pakistan for peace talks. They went to Washington, DC instead. And there was a post made on Telegram by the Supreme Leader, Mujtaba Khamenei. And he said the following. He said, Iran's military is ready to strike the US and Zionist targets like lightning. The Navy is prepared to deliver new defeats. Iran is ready for war. And you can see fighter jets, you can see ballistic missiles, you can see the Navy operating. So Iran is ready. And that was what was stated or posted by the Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei. Iran confirms they will not attend ceasefire talks in Pakistan due to the US blockade. Then we have major movement of US planes moving to the Middle East, ready for kinetic war. We saw C-17s, tankers, all moving as the ceasefire deadline expires. We also saw B-2 bombers or B-52 bombers as well being activated. Also, let's take a moment to remember this. An American journalist, Ahmed Shihab Eldin, he's a journalist, he's an academic. I believe he teaches at an American university. He's born in America. Kuwaiti origins, but born in America. He's been held hostage by the Kuwaitis for 7 weeks. And the reason he's been held hostage is, do you remember when them Kuwaitis took out that plane? Apparently they took out their own planes. And I always said there's two possibilities. Either it was Iran and they were hiding it because America continues to hide the fact that Iran took out so many of their ships. But the possibility also is that these people from Kuwait, these Gulf state Arabs, are so incompetent that they did in fact take out their own F fighter jets. Highly possible. Very probable. But he put this online. And what have they done? They've kept him as a hostage. Has America tried to take out the American citizen? No, they haven't. What's the reason? Is it because it's an ally? Is it because it's the Gulf state? Is it because they're enriching Trump? Or is it because he's not an Israeli and he's actually brown? What's the reason for it? But quite clearly, no one cares. No one cares when these people are being arrested. And actually, it's not because he's brown, because the Emiratis have arrested even Caucasian, British citizens. So quite clearly, these people don't care about their citizens if it's done by people they like. But if it's people they don't like, then it's a big drama. Then they want to try and release their dual citizens who are being kept as hostages in Gaza or various other places. It shows the hypocrisy of these people, the dual standards, the lack of consistency. Still going with the news, just check your fees. Let me just see as people retweeted. Let me see how many retweets we got on the video in the nest. Okay, we got a few. Thanks to Albert. Retweeting him. Thanks to for Zionist, retweeting him. Thanks to Tana Welsh, retweeting her. I hate my government. Thanks to her, I'll retweet her. We're flopping here, 1 second. Siddha, retweeting him. Hussein, retweeting him. Mosh, retweeting him. As a Mosh, as a Moshe. Okay, and Bilal, retweeting him. Chifo. Keep pressing the wrong button. Chifo, retweeting him. Who else we got? Mishmash is getting retweeted. A Sussman is getting retweeted. Mac Leo is. And not what it seems. Yeah, guys, make sure you're retweeting the video in the nest. I've just retweeted everyone who tweeted it. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. We've got David Miller coming on in a couple of minutes. We're going to start that interview in a few seconds. Let me just change the title on the space. David Miller. Okay. It says Brent crude oil has surged above $100 a barrel due to the peace talks not breaking down. Basically, due to the peace talks breaking down. So obviously, once we have this interview, for the financial guys to come in because there's a lot of questions I've got for them about that, and the UAE and their credit line. Iran confirms they won't attend Pakistan talks until the blockade is lifted. The UAE airline becomes among the first to resume flights to Israel since the Iran war. How surprising, the UAE resumes flights for East Israel, resumes flights to Israel proper. Not surprising at all. And Iran's President Pezeshkian said the following: the realm of Pars harbors no grief from the world's harm, as long as upon it there was, like you, the shadow of God. O Lord, from the wind of turmoil, safeguard the soils of Pars. And he means Iran. As long as the soil endures and the wind persists. The first of Odi Beshet, the day commemorating Sadi, the renowned poet of the land of Iran, be cherished. Okay, so you're just quoting some poetry. Iran's just quoting some poetry in the middle of a war. Let me just see if there's any more news. Okay. 1 second. As I said, guys, retweet the space, reshare the space. We've got Professor Miller coming on. And then we have, and then we'll get into the conversation on the space. And also the video in the nest. Retweet that as well. Oh, and I forgot to put the link of the YouTube out, didn't I? Let me just do that quickly now, sorry. But yeah, let's see what Professor Miller has got to say. I think he's got a controversial opinion. Remember, we've got Professor David Miller coming on. We've got Cenk Uygur coming on from the Young Turks. We've got Ethan Levins coming on, social media star with millions of followers across various platforms. And we've got Rathbone Collab as well, our good friend Rathbone. See that? This is what people need to realize. We're not about the left wing or right wing. We've got far left people coming on. We've got far right people coming on. We've got everyone coming on. Because we understand this war isn't left or right. They want us to fall into these traps. It is good v evil. It's right v wrong. It's Zionism against anti-Zionism. So I'm putting live on YouTube and join the convo. Okay. And then, oh, I flopped it. Forgot to put the link in. Let me try again. Live on YouTube and join the conversation.
Join.
Oh. Cool. Cool. What's better than listening to myself once? It's listening to myself twice. Okay. Okay, yeah, we've got that out. It is day 53. We are live. We have got Professor Miller coming on in a couple of minutes. Let me put the link for this on the Nest as well. But it's the video that I want you guys to tweet out. So do tweet out the video. The X live stream. And we'll take it from there. Okay, and what else? Okay, I've done that. And then I should do okay. Okay, we are live with, and then now I'm gonna just give you some more of the news, and then hopefully we'll have Professor Miller coming on 8 p.m. sharp. For him, 3 p.m. Eastern. Lots of collabs today. Lots of great collabs today. Okay. Let me just get some more news for you. And then we'll take it from there. Lots of things to speak about. Okay. Okay, and Iran says that if the infrastructure is hit, they are ready to hit the infrastructure of the Gulf states back. So they're ready, and they're ready to hit back. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard forces conduct a surprise missile display in the middle of Tehran as well. So that's happening right now. And we also have the statement from Abbas Araghchi. Very important, because remember, he's one of the main negotiators as part of the negotiation team. He said the following. He said, blockading Iranian ports is an act of war and thus a violation of the ceasefire. Striking a commercial vessel and taking its crew hostage is an even greater violation. Iran knows how to neutralize restrictions, how to defend its interests, and how to resist against bullies. So that was the statement of Abbas Araghchi. Okay, I've got Dr. Miller on, so we're gonna start the interview now. Give me 2 seconds. Let's get into this. I did see him, but do you have to pass this to everybody else? Professor Miller, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello. I'm fine, thank you. Nice to speak to you.
Great, great. Thanks for coming. I appreciate you. Okay, let's start. Okay, I just want to welcome Professor David Miller onto the show. Professor David Miller is an academic who was, the legal system was weaponized against him by the Zionist lobby in order to take him out. He won a landmark case in the United Kingdom, which demonstrated that anti-Zionism is not the same as anti-Semitism, and you can hold anti-Zionist beliefs in the United Kingdom without losing your job. And we're very appreciative of him winning that case. But in addition to that, obviously joining the show, he's also been analyzing the Iran war from a geopolitical perspective. Dr. David Miller, thank you for joining us. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Lovely to speak to you again. There's a lot going on.
There is a lot going on. I want to speak to you about the negotiations, and one of the reasons I brought you on is because you kind of have a unique position, a distinct position, and we always like to hear different ideas and thoughts on this show. But before we get to that distinct position, what's your kind of overview of what's been happening in the war, and then we'll get to the negotiations.
Well, in the war, what happened was that the Iranians established dominance pretty sharply during the war. It looked in the first few days like they had taken out most of the eyes of the US across the region, including, of course, the Zionist entity itself. But after a few days, if you remember, the Israelis and the Americans were saying, all their air defenses have gone, they're slowing down their missiles, they're obviously running out of missiles. And then all of a sudden what happened, there was this complete turnaround where the Iranians unveiled completely new air defenses, started shooting down F-35s and F-15s, destroying C-130s on the ground. And of course, as we all knew who've been paying attention, they weren't slowing down the number of missiles because they were running out. They were slowing them down because they were bringing out more and more effective missiles, which didn't even need to bypass air defenses because it was mostly gone. So they established a dominance there. And at one point they said that Iran controlled the skies over occupied Palestine, which was like an amazing thing to say. And of course, what happened was that they forced the Americans to the negotiation table. The Americans wanted to negotiate from more or less day one, and they came to the negotiating table, and then, of course, things went slightly awry, which you might want to ask me about.
Exactly. So now let's get into the ceasefire. You didn't seem to be very pleased with the ceasefire. You were concerned about certain dynamics that were occurring in Iran. If you want to explain to the audience, what's your thoughts on that?
So look, I'm in Bristol in the UK. I'm not in Iran. I'm not Iranian. I'm a lad from Scotland, from Glasgow. But I do this show, Palestine Declassified, which, apart from other things, is broadcast on Press TV. I've been to Iran several times, and I speak to people in Iran. I have sources there. So what I'm saying here comes in part by being informed from speaking to people inside Iran, close to the negotiation process, actually. And so when it came to the negotiations, it looked, I mean, we were going into these negotiations with Iran having the upper hand and having established military dominance throughout the conflict, destroying the entirety of US air defenses and radar, and also effectively closed down most of the bases across the region. And so the first sign that there was a problem here was this thing about the 10-point agreement. So it was said that there was a 10-point agreement which the Americans had accepted as the basis for a negotiation. Now, what that 10-point agreement was somewhat unclear, and the version which was given by the National Security Council of Iran a couple of days later did not, according to my sources, match the version which was given informally, not in writing, not signed off, informally to Witkoff by the Foreign Minister of Iran, Araghchi. And of course, there was a distinction there. So it began to look like the reformists in the negotiating team. Some of the negotiating team were reformists, not all of them. But Araghchi, Zarif, of course, his advisor, and others, it looked like they were beginning to think about giving away stuff which they had already guaranteed they wouldn't give away. They'd already left missiles off the 10 points, even the version which was given to Witkoff. But it then started to look like they were willing to negotiate on the Strait of Hormuz, on uranium enrichment, on the nuclear program, on evacuating the existing highly enriched uranium out of the country, and all of these things. Now, these are, of course, red lines and cannot be negotiated upon. And it looked like there was some treachery in the camp. And I believe that's what happened. And we saw that. Sorry, you carry on.
Yeah, let me just ask you a question just before that, because I want to... So you're saying that the United States of America... that Iran basically had a list of 10 demands. They give it to Witkoff. Witkoff sees those 10 demands. And then at what point are you saying things change, though? It's not the reformers, according to your opinion. It's the Americans not basically changing the 10 points, correct?
No. What I'm saying is that the 10 points which were given directly to the Americans were not the same as the 10 points which were announced publicly by the National Security Council.
Understood. Okay, so
right?
you believe that that was changed by the negotiation team?
By the foreign minister, having
Okay.
direct one-to-one contacts with Witkoff, both through X on posts on X, but also through text messages outside any formal process. Effectively a back channel. I believe that's what happened, and that's of course what led to the idea that there could be significant compromises on the 10 points. Now, the 10 points were the basis for a forward negotiation, as the National Security Council put it, but it looked like some elements of the negotiating team were willing to accept many more deep compromises, which would not be acceptable to, first of all, the Iranian people, and second of all, to the leader, to the IRGC, etc.
So just on that, because I want to speak about this in a second, but I just want to break it down for the audience because they're listening to this for the first time. So is that why possibly the Americans, JD Vance, is claiming there's 2 or 3 different versions? Because there's a version that we were posting online, there's a version from the National Security Council of Iran, and then there's essentially this version that you're saying, which is different, which was given by Abbas Araghchi to the American delegation.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, and so of course this has been weaponized by the Americans to say, well, you can't trust the Iranians; they don't know what they think, etc., etc. Now that's obviously rubbish, right? But nevertheless, there was a division within the Iranian camp. Now, and that was symbolized by the tweet, which are actually put out just the other day about the Strait of Hormuz, giving away Iranian sovereignty, apparently giving away Iranian sovereignty. Now, as I understand it, in the days since that, how long ago was that tweet? 3 or 4 days ago? In the days since then, there has been quite a significant pushback internally, which has resulted in there being a new position, which is that these things are not negotiable, that the Iranian nuclear plan program is not negotiable, uranium enrichment is not negotiable, and indeed the sovereignty, I believe, of Hormuz is not negotiable. And that's why we've seen in the last couple of days the IRGC announcing, actually, Hormuz is shut. The Americans have violated the ceasefire. They've boarded a boat, an Iranian boat. I think 2 boats now have been boarded or fired upon, and Hormuz is now shut. And so that's the Iranians moving back from the position that they were in before, or that they've been put in before, and we're now in, I think, a much more sustainable position where they're saying, look, the Americans have lost militarily, and they must make concessions. There's no point in having negotiations unless the Americans make concessions. Now, of course, the concessions would have to be around the nuclear program, the sovereignty of Hormuz, and indeed, let's remember one of the other demands, at least in one version of the 10 points, which is the removal of all US combat troops from the whole region. That's fundamental.
So I just want to go back to the first bit before, because we will talk about these specific points. But in terms of your position that there is some kind of dissension amongst the camp. So, and by the way, I'm not sure about this, and this is why I'm going to ask these questions, because it's something that's been floating in my mind. But at the same time, I've seen a lot of Zionists pushing this. And so for that reason, I'm unsure if this is in reality, or they're creating a division, or there is division and they're trying to expand on it. And so in terms of, you mentioned Abbas Araghchi, just to add credibility to your point, if you look at Abbas Araghchi's history, he was removed by President Raisi, and then he was reappointed by the current President Pezeshkian. So it seems like he is more aligned possibly with the reformists. That being said, another person who's part of the negotiation, probably one of the main negotiators, is Ghalibaf. Ghalibaf, without a doubt, is IRGC commander. He was supported by Mujtaba Khamenei. He's someone who's very hardline. Are you saying that he was also hoodwinked by these people, or you think he was also consorting with them according to your position?
Well, the question of Ghalibaf is a complex question. He has, in the last couple of days, come out with some very moderate statements in the good sense, in the sense that he's explained himself. There was a moment, there were 3 or 4 days where the Americans were running the narrative, and nobody from the National Security Council, from the Foreign Ministry, was actually filling in what was going on, what was the truth of the matter. And so people got very, very restive about that. People were out in the streets demonstrating about it. Some of the official newspapers and media outlets in Iran, once said to be close to the IRGC, etc., came out and criticised the foreign ministry and Arachi himself. Now, the question about where Collab is in relation to that, I'm not sure I can give a definitive answer on that just now. But clearly, he has a history, which is that he comes from the principalist side, the IRGC and all that, and he has also put some clear water between him and the kind of positions that Rachi has been coming out with in the last few days. So that's as far as I would go on that at present.
Okay. But the why that's important is because quite clearly that he's kind of the main figurehead of these negotiations, possibly with Abbas Araghchi, maybe equally, or maybe he has a more higher position. And so if he's not involved in this kind of changing of the document, how could they have been like, do you get what I'm trying to say?
Because there was a one-to-one channel between Araghchi and Witkoff.
Right.
One-to-one through text. This is my understanding. Text messages, through posts on X, and indeed also, of course, Zarif's piece in Foreign Policy recently as well. So that was the way. And then when the Americans come, in bad faith, and they come in order to see what they can get. And the Americans, I'm told, couldn't quite believe the things which they were being offered, but they weren't even going to take them because they wanted to come out of it in the way that they did, because of course Trump is. Well, I mean, this is the guy who it said tried to get the nuclear codes flipped on Saturday night. So Trump didn't want that kind of thing. He wanted, as has been said, has been reported, he wants a settlement where it appears that he is the winner.
But based on what you're saying, they were conceding so much, so wouldn't he have been the winner anyway? According to Scott Ritter,
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go on.
According to Scott Ritter, he claims, and this is why we're going to ask you, that during those negotiations, they were very close to a deal. Apparently, they were so close until, JD Vance got a call to say, look, just cancel all the negotiations. And so, apparently, they were really close to a deal. If they were really close to a deal, are you saying this deal that they were really close to was so pro-America? And if it was, what did it consist of?
Well, so they were offering, as I said, they were offering concessions on Hormuz, on sovereignty. They were offering concessions on the nuclear program. I mean, this is
what
not
are those concessions? I mean, sorry, you explained that, but I mean, okay, let's take one at a time. The Strait of Hormuz. Iran publicly has been saying they want complete control of the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah.
You have the Americans who said that's never going to happen. We want it to be controlled by us, possibly by some of the Gulf states. Iran's willing to control with Oman as well, but the Americans are saying they want some kind of control over it. So, Iran says that they want to charge a toll, and they want to use that toll in order to pay for the reparations of the destruction in Iran. So, what was the concession that was made from your understanding?
So in my understanding, allowing the tolls to be used for reparations is already a concession. Okay, but that might be a concession which people recognise as being possible.
Yeah,
because it would work out in the end. But no, the concession was over sovereignty, so that's one thing, right? The second concession was over the nuclear program.
But just on that, just before I go to the nuclear, I really want to get into this. So when you say sovereignty, so you're saying Iran agreed to allow the United States of America to have some control over the Strait of Hormuz?
I'm not saying Iran agreed. I'm saying that the people who were negotiating.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean the negotiators.
We're making those concessions. Yes.
Wow,
that's right.
That's huge. So you're saying the negotiators are saying, the negotiators possibly had already conceded.
Some of the negotiators.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we understand that. So okay, they got that concession. What was the one with the nuclear program?
So there's two things about nuclear. One is about enrichment, about whether they can continue to enrich, whether they would be allowed to enrich to 3.97 or not. And the other thing is the question of removing either removing the highly enriched uranium which they have, which the Americans have not been able to get, nor the Zionists, or in reprocessing it such that it is diluted down to 3.97. So that's some of the discussion, right? Now, it's my understanding that those kinds of things were being talked about by some of the negotiators. And those, of course, are red lines, and they couldn't possibly. And of course, now it's apparent that the position on that is firming up very markedly. And we've just seen, for example, this evening, a report on Press TV saying that this is completely off the table. It's not going to happen. It's a red line. And so we're seeing a sort of pushback internally so that they are taking a much more principled position, which I'm very pleased about.
But let's just break that down as well. So currently Iran has enriched uranium at 60%. They have about 400 kilograms of 60%. They have a large quantity at 20%. The Americans want them to go below 5% at a minimum, but Trump wants 0% enrichment.
Yeah.
So on the percentage, I did hear, to be honest, I've always heard that is very flexible about when it comes to enrichment. And I always thought that they would be willing to go down to like 3.67% or 3.89%. So what are you saying the concession is? They were willing to go down to 3.89%, or are you saying they were willing to go down to 0%?
I haven't heard less than 3.87 or 97, so that's what the concessions. But let's remember that they made those kinds of concessions before the war started.
Oh yeah, I mean, no doubt, yeah.
Truly extraordinary that they've done that.
Yeah.
And now we're in a position, I think, where people are saying, well, no, we can't negotiate with these people because we can't trust them. And these things are red lines and we will not negotiate with them on those questions. But let me just answer the question which was in there about Trump, about the win that he would get. Look, I think that even if there was something which was negotiated with the Iranians gave away far too much, and it was objectively a win for the Americans, it wouldn't be even the JCPOA. So it would be regarded by the Democrats as a failure by Trump, as that he had made concessions to Iran, but by that kind of logic, it would be a concession because he's moved a little bit while not moving very far. So that is the other issue, and of course the question consequent upon that is that there is no deal which will get past Congress. It simply isn't going to happen.
But just before we get to that, because I think that's an important component to speak about in a second. But the JCPOA, this deal, from my understanding, was better than the JCPOA because you're getting them down to 3.67%. Also, another component of the nuclear enrichment, and I want you to expand on this, is apparently the JCPOA allowed Iran to have unlimited enrichment as long as it's within that percentage. Apparently, this deal that was being negotiated was the Americans wanted a 20-year freeze on all enrichment from now. The Iranians already conceded, according to the negotiation team, to 5 years. Which I think is just shocking, but is that your understanding that this was another concession?
Well, that's what I've heard. I don't know any more detail than that, but that's what I've heard, yes.
That's been reported by mainstream media, that as well.
Yeah.
And so that was another concession. The percentage being rolled down was another one. And the other one was the dilution of the current stock, but that to be either diluted or sent to a third country. Was that another concession?
Yeah.
So, for Trump, this was a huge win. Why would... I don't see how that would be worse than the JCPOA. That's better than the JCPOA.
Well, I mean, it'll never get past Congress, will it? That's the point.
That's fine. It won't, and we'll speak about that in a second. But in terms of from Trump's perspective, it's a major victory. So we've got the sovereignty, we've got the nuclear. Sorry, we've got the straight, we've got the nuclear. The ballistics you mentioned wasn't even in there at all. What else was a major concession from your understanding in these negotiations?
Well, that's all I'm aware of. That's the key areas. But when you say the missiles wasn't in there, I mean, the Americans were talking about the missiles at the negotiations. And,
right.
And that apparently, according to the document, they shouldn't have been. That was not allowed. That was to the extent that the Americans had agreed the 10-point plan as the basis for negotiations. That is, they hadn't agreed to the contents of the plan, but they had agreed it was basis for negotiation. Well, that simply ignored that, and they just ignored that.
But then the obvious question, right? If Iran capitulated during the negotiations, if they agreed to all of American demands, shared control of the Strait, a deal with the nuclear better than the JCPOA, even conversations about the ballistic, which is unfathomable, and I need to ask about the resistance as well, but why would America walk away from the table?
Well, I mean, because they were not interested. As far as I understand it, they were just not interested. I mean, they went and talked and they listened, and they were making, as the team said, unrealistic demands, and they weren't going to make any agreement. I mean, Trump, as you said, the call came through, That's where we are. I mean, these people are not trustworthy. They can't be negotiated with, and that's has to be the position that the Iranians take, because it's obvious.
So you're basically saying, okay, so another important element, the supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, who's very close to Ghalibaf. How would this even be ratified? Like, Abbas Araghchi can agree to a deal. Why would he agree, or how can he, in a processes perspective, how can he agree to a deal that would never been agreed upon by the IRGC, would never been agreed upon by possibly Ghalibaf or Mujtaba Khamenei? Like, what is going on in terms of structurally how a deal can be agreed without, which is totally different to what was being relayed by the leadership?
Well, it's part of a process of trying to dilute and in fact, in the end, dissolve the Islamic Republic. That's what the reformists want, and they may not say that publicly, but that's what they want. That is a real problem of internal treachery. And of course, that problem of internal treachery is exacerbated by the strategy adopted by the Zionists of assassinating as many of the principalists and revolutionaries as they can. Just 2 or 3 days before this happened, of course, the head of IRGC intelligence was assassinated by the Zionists, and that's the process. They killed Khamenei's dad and his family as part of that process. They think that if they kill the principalists and the revolutionaries, that the reformists will have the upper hand, and that's part of this calculus.
I guess the real question on this is that if what you're saying is right, why is Abbas Araghchi still in the position that he's in?
Good question. I don't know.
Okay. And you mentioned that Congress would never ratify it. So if Congress would never ratify a deal that was kind of so for America, so for Israel, then you're basically saying there'll never ever be a deal, right?
Until they're forced into a deal. Yeah. So there's a triple lock here. One is that Trump is completely crazy, and who knows what the reason for that is, but we can speculate and argue about that. Second is Congress. That's the second lock. And the third lock is the Zionists. They won't adhere to any deal. And we saw that, didn't we, when the ceasefire came into place. And they're still, at this moment, bombing and occupying Lebanon. And so we will have no kind of deal because the components on the other side, the White House, Congress, the Zionists, can't be trusted, won't even be trusted by each other, and therefore what has to happen is that they have to be defeated. So
I guess the situation here is I kind of gave you three kind of options, in the sense of there is a dissent between the reformists and the IRGC. The other option is that America is just creating this in order to get these people to fight. The other one is there is some disagreement, but they're trying to exacerbate it in order to cause division.
Sure.
What out of those three, which one do you see to be the case?
There is real division.
Okay.
And the CIA and the Mossad are working on that division. That's why they sent their people in. They flooded their people in on the 8th and 9th of January to burn down mosques and schools and libraries and assassinate people at random, including people on their own side. And that's how they see this. They think if they take out the entire leadership cadre of the Islamic Republic, then the reformists will have a possibility of toppling the government, and there will be a regime change. And that's, of course, what Trump appears to have thought was going to happen in the early days, where he said, "Oh, it's all over now. There'll be a change in government. The fantastic Iranian people and all that kind of stuff." That seems to have been a narrative which would be explained by that kind of idea of how things would work. And of course, that wasn't going to work. In fact, just the opposite happened. People came out in the streets in their hundreds of thousands for 42, 43 days and nights in order that there couldn't be any more Mossad interference and interlopers. And they've shown that the people of Iran have shown how they are the power in the land. It's them who ultimately, not just the supreme leader, but them who guarantees the arguments that there should be no ceasefire, which is what they were arguing in the streets, that there should be no concessions, etc. So that's perfectly clear as in the process we've seen is that the people have pushed back, the IRGC has pushed back, and there's been a very hard internal fight in the last 5 days, which seems to be bearing fruit now.
So I've got, like, a friend of mine kind of has this theory that the reformists are basically working with the Americans, working with the Israelis, possibly even the Chinese, various others. And basically this is why the IRGC has been separated from these negotiations. This is why maybe some IRGC members have been taken out. It seems that you're suggesting something similar, but from a different angle.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't surprise me if there were some kind of contacts like that, but certainly that's the strategy of the Zionists is to degrade the leadership of the revolutionaries, the principalists, and to try and promote those reformists who will do effectively their bidding. Now, of course, that's looking back on it now that we know about the pager operation in Lebanon. Who is it that now believes that Raisi and the then foreign minister were not effectively assassinated by Israel? And in place came a new reformist president who was much more amenable to the Zionist interests and the American interests than was the previous one.
Yeah, no, I thought from day one he was assassinated. It was very clear. People didn't want to hear it on the day one, but I think they're more amiable to hear it from a year or 2 years later. But I'm in agreement about that one. I guess based on your theory, just to kind of wrap it up before we talk about other aspects, is the bit that I think is for me the disconnect is Ghalibaf, is the fact that you had a large number of personnel there, some who are extreme hardliners, who went to the delegation in Islamabad. I just can't see a scenario where some of these deals or some of these basically concessions were slipped through without anyone realizing. That's the bit that I think I can't square that circle.
Sure. Well, I mean, my view on that is that that there were several people in that negotiating team who were reformists, and of course there are different stripes of reformists, as well as there being people who were dedicated principalists. But as I said, it's my understanding that there were direct one-to-one communications between Arakchi and Witkoff, who, remember, wasn't in Islamabad as far as I understand it. And it was them, through text messages and through tweets on X, that some of these concessions were fleshed out. And there was, as I understand it, this was not done in writing. There was no in-writing agreement with Witkoff's signature on it and Arakchi's signature on it to say that they had made these agreements. And that, of course, meant that they had nothing to negotiate on.
Okay. And just coming back to the point now, your position is that over the last day or two, things have changed. What's your thoughts on the delegation to Pakistan? They were meant to go today. I believe, according to the latest reports we're hearing, that meeting has now allegedly possibly cancelled. Iran isn't sending the delegation. Kushner, Witkoff and Vance are likely not going. Is this based on, once again, this change of perspective, or is it that they continue to hold the position that you did not remove the blockade, we are not going? Because yesterday we heard very late that there was a possibility they were going to go even without the blockade being removed.
Yeah, no, I don't know about that. But it does appear that the response of the Islamic Republic to these ceasefire violations has been much more principled. And of course, the horror that many people in Iran saw happening in Lebanon, and what people feared was the abandonment of the resistance, the Islamic resistance in Lebanon, I think has chastened a lot of opinion in relevant places in Iran. And so I think we are seeing the rediscovery of the principled line, which of course was that they couldn't and wouldn't and should not, and I believe will not, abandon Hezbollah.
Okay. And actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because that was one of the questions I had, but I forgot. In terms of the negotiation, resistance, what was the conversations about the resistance? Would they abandon the resistance? Would the resistance be dismantled? What would occur in terms of the resistance in Lebanon, the resistance in Yemen, the resistance in these different regions, Iraq?
I'm not aware that there were concessions made, significant concessions made in relation to that. Obviously, the Americans wanted that, but Iran can't make those concessions.
Okay. And now what we've got is, do you think the war's going to restart? What do you think happens from now? Because it seems like it seems like there's not going to be any negotiations, although I'm not fully sure what's going on. We've just seen so much. Like, my position on this is this, right? I obviously have a different opinion to you, but I was very impressed with Iran up until the ceasefire. I felt like every decision was on point. The only way you defeat the US is by executing a perfect game plan. And it was almost perfect. And the Americans made so many mistakes. You were basically in a perfect situation. I was against the ceasefire. I thought it was a terrible decision. But that being said, there's been a lot of mistakes in this ceasefire. A lot of letting America take control over the situation. If you look at the narrative, America was able, and Israel was able to control the narrative. They were able to manipulate the stock market. The Iranians were always too late to respond in this. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I agree with you on that. I mean, I didn't understand why they would want a ceasefire. I don't know. I mean, look, the difficulty here in a lot of this period is what to believe, because you mentioned Scott Ritter the other day, but there's an AI version of Scott Ritter out there doing broadcasts, and you have all sorts of stuff being said online which is manifestly nonsense, and so you hear people saying, oh, they've already arrived in Islamabad. No, they're not going to Islamabad. Oh, these missiles never hit their targets. Oh, these missiles hit all the targets. So there's a huge amount of verbiage you've got to get through to have any basis for understanding what's going on. It's very difficult to work out. As you say, are they in Islamabad? Are they going to go? What's actually happening? So that's very difficult. So I think people need to kind of hold their breath a little bit and try and find reliable information, and that's not always easy.
So let me ask you about the new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei. Where would you categorize him? Would you categorize him as more of a reformist, more of a IAGC hardliner? I mean, I would. I mean, it doesn't matter what I think. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I don't like the term hardliner. I think that's that's kind of lines that come from the West. But look, he's not a reformist. He is very much principlist. He comes from a religious background in the same way his father did, and that's his whole life has been leading up to this process. Now he, as I understand it, is less likely to be give concessions than his father on questions like the nuclear question. Right. But let's see if that happens. I mean, look, what's happened in the last 47 years of sanctions and attempts to destroy the Islamic Republic since the revolution is that Iran has become the world's leading, perhaps bar China, leading designer and manufacturer of missiles. The missiles which they have, the hypersonic missiles in particular, the Americans and the Zionists and the British don't have any hypersonic missiles. They simply don't have any, and that's why the power projection of the US through its navy, through the what is it, 3 aircraft carriers that are now in the region, has just sort of dissolved into the sea. These have become simply metal targets for the advanced missiles that Iran has produced, and that is these have been produced amongst the world's most advanced missile technology in a context where the whole world practically has been trying to sanction them. So that's an immense achievement, and people should understand that. And that's why you hear some people on the kind of liberal end of the American spectrum saying, well, you've got to understand this is not Iraq, it's not Lebanon, that this is a country that's very, very large, it's been there for a very long time, and you can't just destroy it. And you've got to understand what's happening here, rather than simply thinking that you can change the regime like you've done in Libya or Afghanistan or wherever else.
So I guess my question to you is this: from your understanding, what would be, like, you could never have a deal which is completely what you want. You'll never get it. Well, it looks like they did almost get that, but logically speaking, the Americans don't get a deal which is maximalist from their perspective, and Iran wouldn't get a deal which is maximalist from their perspective. So what deal do you think would be an appropriate deal where you didn't have so many concessions, but it would be a major victory for Iran?
Well, I mean, my view all the way through this and before is that there can be no peace, no meaningful peace in West Asia while there remains a Zionist colony. The Zionist colony must be removed, it must be collapsed, because otherwise, in 5 years, or in 2 weeks, or in 3 weeks, or in 5 years, the Zionists will be attempting to take more territory in Lebanon, or Syria, or Egypt, or Jordan, or wherever it is that they decide to colonize next. And that's because the Zionists can't do anything else than do that. That is what Zionism is for. Zionism is for land theft and ethnic cleansing and genocide. And so the only way to stop that is to collapse the colony and to make Israel Palestine again. And that, I think, is the key question. So all the other questions are subsidiary to that. The question of the role of the US in the region, of course, is important and abuts that because, of course, the Zionists and the Americans have their allies in the region, most obviously the UAE, but also Bahrain and the Saudis and Jordan and now actually, of course, also Syria and Lebanon. And all of that has to change. So we have to see, the UAE becomes Oman again and all sorts of changes have to happen in the region. So I believe that the maximalist position is that we see the Americans out of the whole region. We see the collapse of the Zionist colony. We see the redrawing of borders so that they are meaningful in the region, and that's the basis for peace. Now, if you ask me, what would I accept? It's not, of course, not to do with me. I don't live there. It's not my region. The people of the region will decide what happens, but it requires quite a significant amount of change, and it requires, in the end, a military defeat inflicted upon the Americans and the Zionists, which will be historic. Historic of the kind, in fact, even more historic than the kind where you saw the helicopters on the roof of the American embassy in South Vietnam taking off as the Vietnamese Communist Party, the guerrillas of the NLF, closed in around their territory. That's what we're seeing. I mean, that's called a defeat. And that's what we need. We need that kind of defeat. And I believe that there are many now and have all the way through this actually in the IRGC who have always known that that's what has to happen. And the question is only at what point do we go for the final mile?
Okay. And from your perspective, what do you think happens from now?
Well, we don't know, do we? I mean, if there are negotiations, we don't know if that's going to be the case. Who knows what can come out of it? But as we've been saying, I don't believe that the Americans are acting in good faith, and that even if they were acting in good faith, that no deal will be ratified by Congress. It won't get to the United Nations Security Council. The Zionists will continue to kill as many civilians as possible and build new military bases in Lebanon and indeed Syria. So all of these things, that's what all of that will happen. There cannot be a meaningful peace. It will be an armed peace which will break down sooner rather than later.
Yeah, let's see. And Professor Miller, last question to you. From this perspective, you believe that there's a lot more unity amongst these different factions. How long do you think something like that could persist?
Well, I think the question is, what will happen if there is found to have been treachery? If that's the case, then we already saw, didn't we, stories way back about Zarif and others being put under house arrest. Now, that's not an impossible scenario. And if there has been treachery, then of course that's what should happen. You put traitors in jail, and you sentence them using the powers available to you under the law. And that's what we should be doing everywhere. In fact, I think we should be doing quite a lot more finding traitors who are undermining the national sovereignty of Iran or the UK or the US for that matter. So I think that is perfectly clear what should happen if that's found to have been the case.
But just on that though, what's the kind of I understand your perspective on like what the ideal situation is, and that makes sense to me. But the issue is, okay, that's the ideal situation, but what's the kind of more realistic situation? And what I mean by that is, of course, you want the dismantling of Israel. You want the Americans to be removed from the region. You want these Gulf states to kind of, the borders to change in the Gulf states and various other things. I mean, that's ideal, but I mean, what would be a deal that would be from, because let's be clear on this. Humans are humans. We can sit here and say, look, we want this, we want that. This would be the ideal situation. But there's going to come a point where people from Iran won't be able to continue with the situation. They'll start getting a bit agitated. Things will not be as great. You know how it is. Humans are very fickle when it comes to these things. And so at some point, there's going to be pressures. Now, it might take a lot more longer with the Iranian people compared to others, but this is going to happen. This is human society. And so you don't want to be in a situation where you could have had a really good deal and you said no to that, and afterwards, you never get the deal. So I guess I'm asking, from a realistic perspective, like what would be a deal from Iran's perspective that would be good for the Iranian people without something maximalist as per what you just said?
Well, I mean, when you say human society and people are fickle, and you did make the nod to the Iranian people, Iran is not like the UK or the US. Simply isn't like that. And the kind of pressure which would come on the government is not like you would think. And in fact, the pressure, as we saw in the last 45 days or so, is the pressure is for there to be no ceasefire, no concessions.
True.
And that's the word on the streets and squares of Tabriz and Qom and Isfahan and Tehran. Now, that's completely different to what would happen in this country, where there might be a little bit of a march and we might all go on it. But the pressure from the streets is quite significant. Let's also remember that the people in the IRGC and indeed the army, the Iranian army, and the Basij, the volunteers who keep order along with the police in Iran, they are people who are inculcated with a very deep religious and ideological understanding of the world, and so that's one way of me saying to you, look, the question is not what I think would be maximalist or what would be the best. The question is what they think would be appropriate, and when they decide. So it's not a question of kind of war weariness or something. It's a question of when people decide, by whatever process, that this is the most we can get, and this far no further. That's not for me to say.
For sure. Dr. Miller, thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. We really appreciate you. Where can people find you? You've got a regular show you do, right?
Yes, Palestine Declassified, which is a podcast which the British government is trying to shut down. So make sure you watch it before they do it any further. And I'm on X as Tracking Power, and I have a Substack under the same title. So please, if people like what I do, please come and support me. Send me a couple of quid, that kind of thing.
Brilliant. And you've also on X as well, which is tracking_power.
Yeah.
So people can follow you on that as well, because you are giving analysis on what's happening with the war. We'll put that tweet in the nest so people can actually follow you there. But appreciate you taking your time out to join us. We always do appreciate having you on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was Professor Miller. Thank you so much for him. Thanks for the fact that he joined us. We really do appreciate it. Guys, if you can do me a favor, do make sure you give Professor Miller a follow. And also, make sure you comment on this video. Make sure you like it. Make sure you share it with your friends and family, and subscribe to the channel. Subscribe. You're seeing many pro-Iranian accounts, many accounts giving information from Iran being banned on X. This is why we're trying to expand onto other platforms. We're going to put a Discord out later as well, because we know what's happening. Unfortunately, we don't know. We hope our time isn't numbered, but all of these things may happen. So therefore, if you can do me a favor, like this, subscribe to this channel, have your notifications on, and let me know your thoughts in the comments. He has a very distinct opinion and view, quite controversial. He thinks there may have been some kind of dissension in the camp between the reformists and the IRGC. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Do you agree with him? Do you disagree with him? Do you think there were some gaps in his information? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Like, comment, and subscribe. Like. We are going to go back to the X space. I believe the X space crashed. There was like a Zio attack on the X space. So let me get the X space on here and then we'll take it from there. But it seems like there was a Zio attack on the X space just when the ceasefire is open. Ceasefire died. We've seen a lot of accounts being banned. And for some reason, the space has been targeted a lot more. Like, it didn't even make sense why it crashed. So let me just quickly join. The ceasefire is open. Ceasefire died. We've seen a lot of accounts being banned. And for some reason, the space has been targeted a lot more. Like, it didn't even make sense why it crashed. So let me just quickly join. The ceasefire. Okay. If you're on the X space, do retweet it, reshare it, let everybody know we're live. That would be awesome. Let me just mute it on here. Here we go. Okay, lots to speak about. Looks like the ceasefire is over. The question is, when does the war restart? Is it tonight? Is it tomorrow? This is going to be the $1 million question. If you're on the YouTube, let me know if it's working. That would be awesome. And let's take it from there. Retweet the space. I am sharing it out to people. Reshare the space. Let everybody know live. YouTube guys, just let me know if it's working, please. That would be awesome. And reshare the space. Let me just quickly give you some of the news we missed, and then we'll take it from there. The first one is Iran said, I've already mentioned that one. Iran ready to hit if they strike. We also have at least 2 US refueling tankers are airborne out of Tel Aviv, with one allegedly heading to Iran. So it could be kinetic war any minute now. So obviously okay, and now we have official confirmation. Iran has pulled out of the negotiations in Islamabad and notified the US through the mediators. So the negotiations are dead. The negotiations have ended. The ceasefire is over. It seems like war is going to begin. We're seeing a large amount of movement of US warships, a large amount of movement of US KC tankers and cargo ships, possibly one KC tanker at least is heading from Israel to Iran. Okay, let's get into the conversation. Okay, brilliant. Let's go to Darkside. Darkside, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. How are you?
Doing well, Sully. How are you? That's just terrible news, obviously. Don't want to see anybody lose life. And it's kind of depressing, but not entirely a surprise. Here we go. Right? Straits closed. Things are getting tight. I saw one of the major German airlines just cut 20,000 flights today. I think you're going to start seeing just relentless announcements that have to do with shortages of jet fuel, diesel throughout the globe. So, we are going to head into some type of economic collapse that we've been talking about. Look, at this point, it's inevitable. It's just a matter of how bad it's going to be. So we'll just kick back and watch as markets freak out.
So Darkside, what's the update on the market? I was reading oil prices are above 100, but then some people are denying it. What's your understanding of what the situation is?
Yeah. So front month WTI currently about $94. And again, remember WTI as completely disconnected from dated Brent, so real oil, which is completely disconnected from the price of oil over in the Far East. So now we're going to regional oil pricing, which is it's difficult. Like this creates a lot of problems for Wall Street, for trading desks that have arbitrage these different spreads. I'm sure a lot of money is being lost across the universe, and we're just headed into some type of economic collapse. What that looks like, we don't know. Now, I always say there's two ways to get to an economic depression. One is through a crash down or a deflationary spiral, and the other is through hyperinflation. They both land you in the exact same spot. My guess is that we're going to go into more of a hyperinflationary environment, but we'll have to see.
And just another question on the financial aspect. The what you call it again? The UAE asking for a credit line from America, like that seems quite bad for the UAE. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, so it's not exactly a credit line, it's a swap, right? So they're trying to defend their currency, they need dollars. So in a swap, they give us their currency, and we give them ours, we give them dollars, and it's considered a loan. But in reality, it's not a loan. We have to print that money has to come from somewhere. So whether it comes from the treasury via their exchange stabilization fund or whether it comes directly from the Fed, that remains to be seen. But I expect you'll see more and more of this because all of these nations that ran large trade surpluses now find them short dollars as they don't have trade. So this is just part of the system kind of breaking. It's going to look like a slow motion car crash, and then eventually it will accelerate.
So, what would be the reason you want dollars though? Is it because your currency is weakened? Like, what's the reason you would want to do the swap?
Yeah, because their currency is pegged to the dollar, right? So if they lose the peg, then everything becomes worth less, and then they have real economic problems. But I mean, the irony shouldn't be lost on anybody in the room that one of the wealthiest countries in the world is coming to us for economic aid of one form or another, while so many Americans are struggling to make ends meet. I mean, it's absolutely sickening to think that the UAE is coming to us for billions and billions of dollars, while that very money could provide food and housing for so many Americans that are struggling. It's the whole situation's just absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, and I got a few more questions. Guys, do retweet the space, reshare the space. Anyone who quote tweets the space, I am retweeting your quote tweet. We did have an attack on the space. The space did crash. And because I was in the middle of the interview, I couldn't restart it straight away. So I was like kind of doing the interview and restarting at the same time. So if you can retweet the space, reshare the space. Anyone, as I said, who quote tweets the space, we will retweet their quote tweet. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. I mean, we think there's going to be significant escalation. I mean, is it going to be tonight? This is the question. We're already seeing some movement, so it could be tonight. The Pakistani guy said that the ceasefire ends at 6 a.m. PST, but I think he was talking about Pakistani time because he was said, I'm writing this as of 7 p.m. PST, but at that time it wasn't Pacific time, 7 p.m. It's not even 7 p.m. right now in Pacific time. It's like, what is it, midday? So it seems like he was talking about Pakistan time, but if he is, that means the ceasefire ends um, at when is it? In 4 hours. If it's Pacific time, then it means the ceasefire ends in about 17 hours. So this was the Pakistani minister. So it's going to be one of those.
Yeah, all eyes on the Bab Nab Strait and the Red Sea. If that gets hit throughout the next couple of days, we go into a totally different situation. Um, I expect, yeah, that's going to be the target.
So yeah. And so I mean, one of the things that you quite eloquently stated, the dark side, and I try and explain what you say to people. I do a terrible job, to be honest, but you're basically like, look, you don't really care about the value of oil. You don't really care about the value of goods and processes. What matters is how much real oil is getting out, how much real gas is getting out, how much real petrol is getting out, how much real fertilizers are getting out, and various other important products. And so, what's the answer to that? Like, where are we at in terms of breaking points? At what stage from now X is gonna break? I know Joe came on and he was saying after 1 week, 2 week, 3 week it's gonna happen. But since Joe has given us that sermon, it's been already about a couple of weeks, and I know. So, what's your thoughts on that anyway?
Yeah, well, look, prices are fake, right? The price of WTI, the futures, derivatives, that's all fake. The only thing that matters is the real atoms, real things. We have a situation going on right now in the US markets in a company many are familiar with, Budget Rent-A-Car, Avis. That stock has gone from, I think, $90 up to $730 right now in a matter of a few days. And it turns out that 108% of the company is owned by two hedge funds, and another 100% of the company is shorted, which is impossible. That can't happen in a real market. It can only happen in a fake market. So you have a massive short squeeze, and you have the price of Budget Rent-A-Car now going from basically $90 to $730 because people are stuck short, right? This is what Terry Duffy, the head of the CME, was warning about back, I think, when this kicked off, and he gave that strong warning to the U.S. government: do not get involved with manipulating oil prices. Well, you don't say that if you're the head of the CME unless you know that they're doing it, right? So, look, these things can have dire consequences. I think the term he used was biblical consequences. You can lose control of these markets, right? All of these derivatives, all of this paper nonsense that surrounds our financial complex, it's all fake. And if it does break down, you can see literally biblical consequences of everything breaking because they're all tied together. Oil is tied to food, is tied to stocks, is tied to bonds. It's all tied together through counterparty risk, meaning one institution's good word that they can make good on a contract to another institution. So if UBS fails over in Europe, then Goldman Sachs fails because those contracts that they have with each other won't be made good. And if Goldman Sachs fails, Citigroup fails. And if Citigroup fails, Sumitomo Bank fails in Japan. And it's all tied together, right? So to the thought that this can be contained to Europe or to Japan or South Korea is ludicrous. This is a global problem. Anybody who thinks America is contained because we produce oil doesn't understand how markets work, and they don't understand the concept of counterparty exposure. So I really think the next big problem we're going to see is going to be counterparty exposure, derivative exposure, and look, you'll see something like Budget Rent-A-Car happen to oil, and or to silver, or to gold, or to something else, and that breaks bond markets, and that breaks the basis trade, and all of these things are tied together through the counterparty exposure that one bank has to another bank.
Yeah, and that's the
Yeah, I would also add that this is not lost on China. This is not lost on Iran. When the Speaker of the Parliament is tweeting out Bloomberg ticker symbols, pointing to the U.S. bond market, that should concern everybody because they understand that the weapon that they can fire, albeit they have missiles and they have drones, but the real weapon that they can fire is the demolition of the Western banking system. I've been saying that since I first came up here, Sully, right? Like this Iran's victory is damaging the Western financial system. And I think derivatively, I think that's China's victory and Russia's victory. Now, many would say, hey, look, why would China do that when we buy so many of their products? And the answer is because they can, right? Because they're willing to take the pain to reshape their economy into a consumer economy, which they have to do at some point anyway. So, we're really in a very dangerous time. We're playing a very high stakes game of poker against people that have a lot of resources and money. And anybody who's ever played a high stakes game of poker, there's nothing worse than having a good hand and being bluffed by somebody with a lot of money who doesn't care if they lose. That's crazy.
We've got some more news. Iranian officials say that as of this moment, Iran won't attend a new round of talks. Officials say Pakistan told Iran that Trump will lift the naval blockade in the final hours of the ceasefire. If that happens and the ceasefire extends, new talks could happen on Thursday. Iranian officials have consistently said that they are prepared for Trump to resume the war. A senior official said that if that happens, Iran will suspend all diplomatic channels indefinitely and focus on imposing significantly greater costs on US interests within the region. So that seems to suggest that Trump has capitulated and agreed to remove the naval blockade, but we'll have to wait and see if that's the truth or Trump just being Trump online. So yeah, let's bring Andrew into the conversation, and I've got a few more questions for you, Darkside. Andrew, hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Thank you, Suleiman. Beatrice, great seeing you. Beatrice, get well soon. Coming at Darkside, you perfect for me to segue into what you just said, brother. And Suleiman, we've been saying it. Thank you, Suleiman, for your phenomenal interviews you've been getting and for this analysis, geopolitical, economic, and military analysis. Yeah, okay. Our blockade weakened our forces, the United States Navy. I'm talking Navy primarily. Our ultimate trump card, no pun intended, our ultimate ace is our submarine force. Yeah, we can drop ships, sink ships, stop shipping. We can do it. We can put the hurt on Iran. But ultimately, as Darkside eloquently stated with the receipts, so what? Now America and the West will be in a major cataclysmic, and I'll go with that, biblical proportions meltdown, yeah. So they're holding the power card. Iran won that war already, past tense. We've been saying this from day one, Suleiman. Now, and thank God for the moral resistance, because if Iran wasn't winning, the Pax Judaica would be taking over, and Israel and this evil empire would be, as the scourge of Zionist West, would continue eating like a cancer. Thank God. It's that Iran has, I believe, been used by God Almighty to put a check on that. But now the blockade will eventually Trump will have to capitulate. He won't have a choice. And so I think we'll see that play out. Some more rhetoric will be happening, but I still firmly believe there will be a deal. It'll have to be worked out. Now the only question remains, and this is why I thank God we have Dark side, we've got Robert Simon's analysis and our experts coming in. Suleiman, is now we have to look at, and I've heard Robert say this, and I know Darkside said it. So what? The damage is already done. The question is, how horrific will this be? And that's what I think we're going to be sorting out, Suleiman. But I think there will be a deal worked out. But I believe we will see some military involvement. There will be this escalation. They'll have some action, but it will not be a massive ground incursion, no. But we'll see some strike forces bombing, blowing stuff up, maybe even a troop incursion of some special forces moving in, but I doubt it. But there could be some sort of that. And we'll see. I agree. These next hours are going to be very critical. And thank you for staying on top of it, Suleiman.
So Andrew, what do you think? Do you think they're going to negotiate, or do you think they're going to go back to war?
The negotiation is all part of it, Suleiman. They're going back to war. We're already back in that, as you've so well stated. We've seen the massive military movements and all of this surge of aircraft, but that's nothing compared to what a real, true invasion or a massive force would be. Like I say, when I see United Airlines, American Airlines, Lufthansa Airlines being commercially chartered by the U.S. military to do massive airlift, when I see hundreds and hundreds of ships being flagged for military purposes and a massive lift like the world has probably not seen since even double what World War II effort was in today's movement and lift, when I see hundreds of thousands of troops being called up and massive numbers of reservists being moved and massive movements, then I'll say, wow, we're going to invade. But we're not seeing that. We won't see that. And that's not going to happen. But we're going to see a massive force. Massive. Let me reframe that. We're going to see a very large, it doesn't even matter if it's 20, 30,000. When we look at the zeros, 20, 30,000 does not come close to what 2 to 4 million men and women movement would be, dear Suleiman. So it's negotiation. Again, I hate to keep repeating, it's the Paris Peace Accords in 1972 that we saw. Nixon was saying, we're bombing, we're blowing up, killing innocent civilians. God forbid, in Vietnam, we were blowing stuff up left and right. And he kept saying, we will blow them, and we'll pound Vietnam into submission through strength, peace through strength. It was just blowing up stuff. But the deal was being worked out with Henry Kissinger and the Paris Peace Accords, and that's what came through. And we'll see that deal being worked out, hammered out, even though we don't see it right now. I believe it's still being worked out, brother.
Yeah, obviously, I disagree, but always like your insight.
Yes, sir.
Dark side. When you look at the kind of financial situation right now, at what point do you think it's going to be critical for the different regions?
I think we're past the point. Like the patient's already in the ICU, right? So, where we go from here, every day becomes critical. Look, I think things are going to break. And you're starting to see that when you mentioned the UAE, right? That's going to spread to Saudi. That's going to spread throughout the East, wherever, look, and Europe. And we just can't bail out the world. So things are going to break. It's going to be a slow motion car crash, as I said. And, we're already past that breaking point. Things are breaking. And just imagine you're running around a dike and you're sticking gum in little holes, right? Eventually, the dam breaks. I think we're at the sticking gum in the dike point, and it's almost like a cartoon.
I guess what I mean is, obviously things are bad now, but like, at what point do you think they're going to be escalatory in terms of things getting worse and worse and worse for each different commodity, if you know what I mean?
It's impossible to predict when things really break. But it can come out of Europe, it can come out of Japan. We could find out, somebody's lost, $500 billion and it spreads. You just don't know. But at some point, this is going to spread through the system. Again, I think we're just now starting to see the real cracks. We're working our way through our reserves. And, another point that I want to make is, at some point here, the US is going to have a tough decision of whether to stop exporting oil and go to a full export ban to save itself, or to allow shortages to come home to roost. One of those two things is going to happen. And I just don't know how it plays out.
Do you see Trump's executive order to basically start focusing on the gas and oil industry in the US?
Well, that's 5 years out. So that doesn't help with the problem today. That's a tomorrow solution. The only solution today is to get the strait open and to get oil flowing and start repairing the damage. And even then, you're still going to have real problems. But if this continues and it gets worse and it spreads to the Red Sea, it spreads to the Strait of Malacca, spreads to the Gibraltar, Like this can really spread, right? Like without going fully kinetic between superpowers, the U.S., Russia, and China, things can get very bad, right? If we decide to close the Strait of Malacca, now you're really bringing China into it. I just don't, it's impossible to predict what these people will do. I think they're psychopaths. At the same time, they're just human beings like you and I, and they make mistakes. They're going to make policy errors. They're going to make judgmental errors. So, to think that these world leaders have some type of incredible vision into the future is ridiculous. They don't. They're shooting from the hip. The same way if I put you in that position, Sully, I mean, what would you do, right? Like you shoot from the hip. You just do the best you can with the information you have. And in the world we live in today, even the information coming from US intelligence is so much different than the information coming from Israeli intelligence. Who know, you don't know what's true. So, we're fast approaching an environment where trust completely disintegrates. And that's a dangerous position to be in. I guess that, that's that counterparty risk I was talking about. But you can think of it as a crisis in trust.
I don't know what's wrong with this space. Like every time I bring someone up, they keep getting crushed out. It's crazy. Um, so I see inevitable China in the listeners. He's too scared to come up now. He's seen the real might of the American empire. Chinese are scared now. They're so scared. But anyway, jokes aside, one of the question I got for you is one of the points, and I wanted to ask Simon this, but he hasn't come, is Simon's argument is that like when someone gives someone else money, they now have some kind of controlling interest. And so the question is that if America is giving UAE money, then isn't UAE the distressed asset?
Not if it's a swap line. They're just giving them liquidity. They're not giving them money. In theory, when the problem's over, they would return the dollars and get back their currency. Um, Look, the dollar's soon to become the distressed asset. That's the real risk here, right? Is that the dollar falls into trouble, right? Already today the U.S. 10 years starting to go back up again. Like the bond market is the risk here. Hank Paulson came out a few days ago after not being heard from for 15 years and said, "Hey, you better have a plan." And I think he's right. I think they better have a plan. And of course, there is no plan. There really is no plan when you're doing this much damage. But I guess you will fire whatever bazooka you have to try to protect things. But all of your bazookas, every time you fire a weapon, there's a consequence, right? So again, treating these leaders, financial elites, as if there's something special, they're not. The only way, they're just Epstein class. They got there because they're corrupted and they're compromised. So you have a bunch of compromised individuals in positions to make world changing decisions. Um, Sounds scary to me.
Yeah, makes sense. Do you want to welcome Tom into the stage? Tom, hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
He just got nuked.
Okay, Andy, jump in. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear that Iran is holding their ground and they're not going to negotiate with terrorists. I mean, they're not going to negotiate when the U.S. is not serious about negotiations. I think it would be funny if they posted. I think they should. I think they should come out and say we'll negotiate if JD Vance agrees to not have his phone at negotiations, meaning that BB can't call him 20 times during negotiations like last time, because that was completely ridiculous what came out of there where BB kept calling him and holding his hand during negotiations, because that's not a serious negotiation when you have your master telling you what to do. And yeah, this is going to restart and the markets are in for a bumpy ride, and you have been spot on your entire time with your analysis. So for anyone who's not in the space acting shocked, yeah, maybe they should have actually been in the space getting real news instead of listening to Fox News and CNN saying everything's great, the Navy's destroyed, the Air Force is destroyed, when all that's Trump is repeating that over and over because he has no real victories to hang his hat on, and the Navy's not destroyed. They still have all of their submarines, which they haven't even had to use yet. But if this escalates, you best believe they will use their submarines. And for the Cenk Uygur interview later, which I'm very excited for, he's been talking about how both parties need to work together to defeat Zionists. So I would like you to ask him, if possible, if he could try to convince some of the Democrats that follow him down in Florida to cross over and register as Republicans so they could vote in the Republican primary for Dan Bilzerian and James Fishback because Zionists like Byron Donalds and Randy Fine obviously need to be defeated, but you need to register as a Republican to vote in those primaries. That would be a good question I think you could ask him, because both parties need to work together to get rid of these evil Zionists in our political system and try to save our country.
Cool. Guys, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. Lots to speak about, lots to get through. Let me just see if there's. Yeah.
Hey, Sully, I just got an interesting question about should I buy corn futures because of the obvious. I mean, it's an obvious trade, right? We're running out of fertilizer, everything's going higher, diesel's going up. Should I buy corn futures? And my answer to that is, and this is the point I was trying to make. This is all fake, right? So there's nothing stopping the government from instituting price controls. Right? As crazy as that sounds, that's a real policy option. And when you get into a wartime economy and wartime situations, anything's possible. So the best thing you can do financially is not play in a casino when the game's fixed, right? If you know the game's fixed, don't play. And right now it's very obvious. That's why I mentioned that budget rent-a-car story earlier, right? The game is completely fixed right now. It's a fiasco.
Okay, so we got some breaking news. Trump extends the ceasefire. He says, based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, not unexpectedly so, and upon the request of Field Marshal Asim Munir and Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan, we've been asked to hold off on our attack of the country of Iran until such time as their leaders and representatives can come up with a unified proposal. I have therefore directed our military to continue the blockade and in all other respects remain ready and able, and therefore extend the ceasefire until such time as their proposal is submitted and discussions are concluded one way or another. So Trump's basically unilaterally extended the ceasefire. So yeah, there's not going to be any bombing today or tomorrow. It seems like he's just extended the ceasefire, and that's kind of where we are. So that's the kind of breaking news. But yeah, sorry, Darkside, did you finish what you were saying?
Yeah, look, I think to that point, oil just dropped $2 a barrel on that news. And, again, they're trapped. They're in a box. If they blow things up, it gets exponentially worse, but they can't walk away either. So keeping the strait closed, which is where we stand. Look, if I'm Iran, I just sit back with my arms crossed because every day that strait closed, we're one day towards, demolition of the Western financial system. So, like, I guess what is Trump going to do? Right? He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to have give Iran the ability to blow up all of the pipelines and all of the facilities in the Middle East. And at the same time, if he walks away, it's the end of his political career and his legacy. So he's absolutely trapped.
Yeah, he is. Tom, are you able to speak?
Yeah, sorry about that. It's working this time. I think that we're going to see a little bit of a delay, but it could be a deception tactic. Who knows with these guys? Then again, I trust so much in Andrew's opinion that I would tend to lean toward having to consider that his theory might be correct. Just like with Simon's, you have to entertain certain aspects of any person's theories out there, But what I think is going to happen, unfortunately, is that, it might take a little bit longer than we anticipate, but I think hostilities are definitely going to ramp up again because the U.S. isn't demonstrating any willingness to negotiate in any, meaningful manner or in earnest. So, also, I was in a space earlier with a guy who, if I understood correctly, a gentleman, I mean, who, if I understood correctly, is an Iranian missile scientist. It was incredible. Maybe I'm not sure. Let me see. His name was Ehshan, if I'm not mistaken. And he was explaining that the reason, there's been a lot of misunderstanding about this issue pertaining to why hasn't Iran taken out, for example, targets like Ben Gurion and things like this, the airport in Tel Aviv. And he explained something really interesting. He was saying that the reason for that is because Israel and the US have the most advanced systems through which to detect where Iran's strikes come from. So they can't use everything they have at their disposal in a way that would necessarily allow them to take out all of the targets they would like to. Because the question that was posed was, all right, they've hit certain critical infrastructure in some UAE states. He also said the proximity was a factor there. The fact that the UAE states are closer to Iran was apparently a big factor in allowing them to hit more targets there in some cases than they've been able to in Israel. But he explained as well that their priority target is Israel, and that if this thing starts up again, we're going to see a lot of different things taking place. And I don't doubt it. I'm not sure what the guy's name was, but it was a really good space with Vic. I don't know if you know him or not, but I can put you guys in touch if you would like.
Cool.
Really
Okay.
good
Thanks,
interview.
Tom. I just
Really
yeah,
good.
good for
Yeah,
cool.
for sure.
Okay. Cool.
Absolutely.
If you're just
Yeah,
gonna
no worries.
talk about what other people say, there's no point on the space. The resistance. Let's go to resistance. Appreciate you coming on. What's your thoughts? The extension has been extended. The ceasefire has been extended. What's your thoughts?
Hi, Sully. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's a bit low. Your mic's a bit low.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm also in the gym, but I think I said this to you last night. That's what they might be doing, is using the blockade to probably force an extension. And I think that's what I expected, to be honest. I didn't expect a war to resume. I expected more of an extension, and then we'll see from there. More delay tactics, but I do think that they want to do a deal. I think the Iranians definitely want to do a deal. So I just think let's see what happens. But the Iranian regime, they just seem to be wanting to avoid restarting this war. The rhetoric is all bluster, in my opinion. Oh, we're ready. We're gonna attack. We're our fingers on the trigger. But I think it's just all bravado. It just looks like. I mean, why would you want to entertain this, knowing, Tweedledee and Tweedledum are on the negotiating table and they're so dishonest? It just makes no sense. That means that they are just sort of resigned to it, or there must be someone or something or some nation that is pushing them to make a deal. But I also think that it's not just a nation, it's not just China pushing them to a deal. It's more the fact that they are wanting to make a deal themselves, because I just don't believe that they look at Iraq, they look at Afghanistan. They don't want to be in a war of attrition that destroys their country for another 10 years and sets them back. And that's what they fear, because they know that the United States don't want them to prosper. But they think that there is some sort of angle that they can thread the needle of peace and get to the other side somehow, which I think it's laughable. I think it's ludicrous. So I think they just need to stop negotiating and resume the war, in my opinion. But all signs point to a deal being made, and then negotiating and jostling. And yeah, it's a bit disappointing in all honesty. I feel it's a bit disappointing, and just if I was Iranian, I'd be disappointed that they're still continuing to pander to these dishonest demons. I just do. And I heard it from other Iranians as well. They said, "Why the hell are we negotiating with them? We shouldn't be. We should just resume it and win and dictate our terms that way." So I just think that there's gonna be a deal at the end of this. At the end of this next however long, they'll extend it probably again another time, and then another time, until we get a deal sometime in the next 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks.
Well, this one there's not even a time limit on.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, okay, Well, I mean, I didn't know that. I thought it was a week, but yeah, okay, fine. Well, that explains everything. It just shows, it validates exactly what I was saying. Is they're being too soft. They're not putting a time limit on it, so they're not really putting any sort of enforcement on it, and they're accepting the blockade. Iran is also accepting the fact that Lebanon, the Israeli army,
Just to
is
be
still
clear,
occupied in
resistance.
Lebanon.
Iran. He didn't say this agreements with Iran. He just said he unilaterally made this decision himself.
Who?
Trump has unilaterally made this decision. This isn't Iran agreeing.
Not agreeing to a ceasefire.
Yeah,
So they haven't said anything. They haven't extended
that's
it.
right.
But you know, Iran, they're not going to do anything if
Yeah.
America's not going to do anything. They're not going to reciprocate. They only reciprocate, rather. They don't attack. So, like I think that's what I said yesterday. I think I could see them just not doing anything, and waiting, and the United States not doing anything, and then wait, and Iran will just naturally wait for the United States and Israel to attack them. And that could be like a week, could be 2 weeks, or it could be not, never. And both sides will have to endure the financial hardships, which I think I don't think it helps either side. I certainly don't think it helps. It doesn't help America, but I don't know. I don't even think it helps Iran, in all honesty, in this situation, because they're not going to get revenue if there's a whole full blockade and everyone's obeying that blockade. So I think Iran's put themselves in a bit of a quagmire with this by agreeing to this. Like you said, Sully, you're right. I mean, they lost momentum, and now they could potentially lose the upper hand here with this. And so I don't know. All their rhetoric and their bravado doesn't really. It appears to be benign. And so where does that leave Iran? What can Iran do now? Iran is not going to be the aggressor. They're never going to be. They're going to wait until the United States, and waiting for the aggressor to attack you is a dangerous thing, because they have the element of surprise. Even though they say they got the finger on the trigger, they still have, they'll make the opening moves. So it just doesn't look good, I think, for Iran.
Yeah, I think it's a terrible decision. I think I think the entire ceasefire. This is why I didn't agree with it, because it gave America the off ramp they needed, without ever agreeing to anything. I agree with that, but just to steelman the other side, because we're kind of in agreement and we really haven't got anybody who's kind of pushed on the other side. If this blockade continues, yes, Iran gets weakened, but the question is, who can outlast like this blockade? So 1 week, 2 week, 3 week, like who gets into? So if it's true that things are getting critical from the financial perspective, from the goods perspective, like nothing's going to be coming out of there, isn't American allies going to be completely capitulate? Like Japan will have to now start thinking about selling US bonds and these type of things.
Well, I mean, Japan could sell U.S. bonds, but it's the fact that they just don't have the oil. It's not about money. It's the physical molecules that they don't have, which is the energy of their economy, and so it won't help them to sell their bonds, because it just weakens their currency, and it brings about sort of an economic death spiral, potentially an economic death spiral. Which isn't going to be helpful. At least with the United States, they've got the US dollar, and they've got it's a global reserve currency. So there's lots of things that US can do versus a country like Japan or South Korea. So they're in much worse state, and Europe as well. They're in pretty bad straits as well if this continues on. So I think US can hold out a bit longer. I'm not in the camp of Joe, where I think US is on the brink. I just don't think so. I think they've got more levers to pull yet. And Iran, I think they're okay. I think they've got enough food security. They've got food security for at least 6 months. They've got energy for 2, 3, 4 months. Currency wise, I think they could be backstopped by China and Russia. So I don't think they're not in a terrible state. It's all the other players in the region, like the GCC. Then you've got the ASEAN countries like and Japan and South Korea, and then you've got the European countries that are in pretty bad straits. So I don't know how long they could last. And with oil, and if 20% of the energy market is really doesn't exist, because of this blockade, then the physical price of oil and the fact that no one can buy oil, um, that's where you get shortages. Not just oil, but LNG gas and helium. You've got like nitrogen for urea, and you've got lots of things. And those are the things that will cause supply chain breakage. And that's not going to, I think we've got more elasticity than everyone thinks. That's my opinion, because I've spoken to some supply chain managers, I've spoken to some companies as well. I've spoken to friends who are in supply chains. They said that it's, stockpiles are low, but we can handle it for another month or two. Yeah, I think there is more elasticity, but I don't think the world can handle a prolonged blockage of the Strait of Hormuz and 20% less energy and 20% and 40% of less other critical things that I've mentioned. So I think, but United States and Iran, I think they can hold out. So for different reasons, like I said, United States have got U.S. global reserve currency, the U.S. dollar, so they could do lots of things still, and they've got their own energy sort of infrastructure as well. The death that diesel exhaust fluid that Dark Side said, I don't know. In Europe, I don't believe that's a problem. AdBlue, it doesn't look like. Sully, you check yourself. Go to a lot of these petrol stations and buy some AdBlue. There's lots and lots and lots of AdBlue. So, and that's just on the shelves. So just imagine what's in the warehouses in these BP storage centers and Shell storage facilities. So I don't think so. So there is more there. Yeah, I think we're not yet there at a critical juncture. So that's why I say that United States and Iran can afford to negotiate or can afford to have this stalemate for a while longer. And then the first dominoes to fall will be East Asia and Europe.
Right, but the first dominoes to fall are the allies of the United States, right?
Yes,
So
yes.
yeah, so that's my point, right? If I'm Iran, I want nothing more than to just keep the status quo and let days tick off the calendar. Every day that ticks off the calendar, you're one day closer to what's inevitably coming, which are just collapse, right? So from their perspective, they just sit back and keep their arms crossed and just wait, because dividing the United States from all of its allies is a victory.
Yeah, but if they're going to rely upon China for a credit line and Russia for a credit line, they will be subservient to them. So if China decides to say, "Look, enough of this, let's make a deal, otherwise we won't backstop you. We won't backstop your currency," they won't have long to on their own, in my opinion. So
Well,
it's whether their other allies will see fit that actually it's comfortable for them still.
yeah, my assumption is that China and Russia have their back 100%. Remember what we've done to Russia in the Ukraine. So they see this as sort of a similar proxy war situation. Why in the world would they pull support from Iran? And from China's perspective, their enemies, the in the region, are all allies of the United States, and they'd like nothing more than to see them fracture. So from I'm just doing, on the chessboard. It seems to me like every day that goes by without kinetic destruction of Iran is a victory, as long as that strait remains closed.
I think it's the opposite. I think the kinetic destruction of Israel and the GCC is much more detrimental to their allies than this stalemate, and Iran being able to absorb their own destruction. So I personally think that the more chaos they spread across the GCC and Israel, the more pressure is applied to the United States, and especially when they're destroying the United States bases at the same time, and the more of ridicule that they're inflicting on the United States. So it makes it all look terrible. Right now, the United States can afford to look, I mean, they can spin it in any way they like and say, look, we are the ones that are enforcing this whole blockade now. And Iran's lost the momentum, no doubt.
No, I understand, but it's a fair point. But they are destroying the GCC without firing a shot, right? Like we have the UAE now coming and begging for swap lines, right? So that they are getting hurt. They're hurting Europe without firing a shot. They're hurting East Asia without firing a shot. So I understand the point, but I think if you just step back, if they do, if I'm right, and I have no idea, I'm just guessing, but if they do have the support of Russia and of China, then there's no reason to go kinetic. Just sit
Yeah,
back
yeah.
and let things break.
Oh no, I'm not. I don't think myself. I'm disagreeing with you or Sully. I think from the outset they shouldn't have had this ceasefire, right? Because I think continuing the kinetic destruction of the GCC, Israel, and US bases is far more beneficial, far more impactful for Iran than this stalemate. Now that they're in this stalemate, I don't see how they can. They should be going into war. But we regret it because myself and Sully, I think are in agreement in the sense that, well, now that they're in it, it's hard to restart the war. They've made their bed, and it's hard for them now to restart the war. But yeah, it's a case of now they just have to sit tight. But I don't think that is the best solution. If you could do it all again, they wouldn't do this ceasefire negotiations.
So if this dark side, if this blockade continues, who gets harmed the most and first?
Yeah, it's the allies of the United States. It's Australia, Japan, South Korea, Europe, Philippines. It's the enemies of. I mean, again, I'm looking at this. I understand the point. I understand this desire to see things blown up and destroyed. But if you can destroy things without firing a shot, why in the world wouldn't you? Right? Like that's where I'm stuck in my head. I get that we could. Look, Iran showed tremendous restraint in not blowing up all of the oil assets. Right? They were targeting U.S. bases. They were targeting they did target obviously some of the infrastructure, but they didn't blow up all the infrastructure, and they didn't do that for a reason. So what's that reason? Right? They want to win. They want to win the longer war. They want the U.S. out of the region, and they want these these countries to be under an Iranian kind of super control, I guess. So their gamble here is can they split up the U.S. from its allies with time by just breaking things.
Yeah, I think that's what they're doing, Dark Side. That's exactly what they seem to be doing. And maybe China and Russia are saying that to them. I'm just saying that they no longer have the control they had during the kinetic war. Whereas before they did, because they could choose when to start a ceasefire or not at their own discretion. They could stop hostilities, or they could come to the table when they want. But now they can't resume. So it's almost like they don't have an exit strategy, except for the only exit is a bad one, is to make a deal with an agreement incapable, dishonest group of a dishonest nation, dishonest government.
Which is going to happen anyway, right? At some point, there's going to be a deal, right?
Well, think about it. If you're in a kinetic, if you're destroying, pounding someone to oblivion, right, like Israel and the GCC and the bases, the United States bases, they will be much more receptive than this, than playing the wait. The United States will be much more receptive to make a deal and kneel than playing the waiting game, imposing a blockade that they can say to the world, look, we're in charge of the whole seas here. We're in charge. We rule the whole world seas. So it's a different angle. They don't have that power anymore. They've ceded
I don't know.
dominance.
The U.S. seems weaker than it's honestly ever looked. Since the ceasefire started, the U.S. and Israel have lost more leverage just in the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks than they lost in the previous days of kinetic action. The narrative has completely changed. And look, I think Darkseid was
How?
pretty much spot on. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I disagree. I disagree.
Yeah, no, explain how.
Oh yeah, well they've lost they've lost how many? Well, not lost. I want to say completely, but the pain that's been inflicted on the United States' allies, directly attributable to the United States' actions, have been untold. See, there's
No,
what Trump is
no,
saying,
no,
and there's
no.
what
Listen,
yeah,
you
yeah.
specifically said that that basically the US has suffered more damage in these last 14 days in comparison to the previous 40 days. So what unique situation has occurred in these 14 days that didn't happen in the 40 days that isn't as a result of the 40 days?
Well, they hit the
It's what
AC3
it's what I just
AWACS.
said.
They hit the AWACS and also all the
Sorry,
Well,
air
well,
assets
he
that we
was at.
lost.
did I?
Well, it was. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, he's
What's
just
that,
answering a
Suleiman?
totally different thing to what I said. Go ahead, Inevitable.
Inevitable. Go.
Sorry about that. I thought I was unmuted. Sorry about that. Look, pushing your allies against you is a loss of leverage. If you lose allies, is that not a loss of leverage? I think we need to.
No, but
Do we
what?
agree?
No, that's not what I asked. Your claim is that in these 14 days, that this has been uniquely better than the previous 40 days. And I'm asking you, what's occurred in these 14 days that didn't occur in the previous 40 days that has result and isn't as a result of the first 40 days that has resulted in this loss that you're claiming?
So the loss of output in key industries, I would say, is the one of the top things I would point to. For example, the loss of urea and the loss of
Where's the evidence
rather
that? Because,
helium.
but again,
Okay.
about the urea, apparently, like when you look at some supply chains, they're saying that they've got access to urea. And actually, right now, the blockade is being put on Iran as well. So Iran's not getting it. There's a blockade on you guys as well in China. You guys are getting easily smashed up. Like everyone's suffering from this blockade. It's not just America
But the everyone that includes is that the vast majority of everyone is America's allies. And to be
and
specific,
America's enemies as
um,
well.
well, to different extents, and China has hedged pretty much better than anybody else in that entire field. But as
Well, that's
far
I
as
mean that's why you're not bothered.
specific,
That's why you're not bothered as much. But the thing is, the other than China, the other country, I'd say the vast majority of the world is suffering from this.
and the vast majority of
That's
the
why
ones
you
suffering are
support,
America's
but
allies.
that's why
And
you
I'll be
support this
specific.
blockade.
Good.
Well, many of them are China's allies as well. So the reason you support this blockade maybe is because China isn't getting affected, but the rest of the world is being affected, both American
And,
allies and American enemies.
well, in terms of the ceasefire in itself, right? We'll be like I'll be specific with South Korea. Their output cuts have been at, like around 50% for naphtha, right? And that is key to these whole AI tech bubble data center boom that's holding up the entire U.S. economy. South Korea is the world's number two exporter of petrochemicals and the top supplier of a lot of the specialty chemicals and plastics to the U.S. And a lot of what's produced from the naphtha and the output of like ethylene and like a bunch of other stuff like polyethylene is way down. And the U.S. manufacturers are already facing like 30% to like 50%
Again, no one disagrees with
higher
this.
prices for plastic
You're
resins.
just
Oh, good.
using what you're doing is going to one country and using one example of one industry that is being impacted. No one's denying that the closure of the Strait of Hormuz now for is it 50 62 days, no, what was it 40 52 days. I'm on day 53 now, 53 days. No one's denying that the closure of the Strait of Hormuz for 52 53 days isn't having impact on industries. Of course it is. It's having an impact on a huge amount of industries, and the longer the strait is closed, the more of an impact it'll have. Actually, the bigger impact is probably the American closure, because the Iranian closure was closed to an extent, but it was still open to Iran and its allies. Now there's a complete closure to everyone. And so America's now made a move where everyone is closed off from it. I know you're saying China's not bothered because you're doing well, and I know China always is looking for China, so they're not bothered. But I'm saying for everybody else, excluding China, possibly excluding Russia, is going to be impacted by this so badly, including Iran. Everyone's going to be impacted by this. And so the question mark becomes, who's going to be impacted faster, who's going to fall. Obviously these are important questions, but the difference before was, before this blockade, before America had the ability to put this blockade in, the strength was in Iran. Iran was dominating. Iran had complete control of the strait. They allowed in what's in and out. And if America had tried to bring a destroyer there, they would have been smashed up by the missiles. This is why the Abraham Lincoln fled. This is why the USS Gerald Ford fled, because they all thought, flip, we can't get too close to Iran because we're going to get help. Now, because of the stalemate, they can literally cause that blockade, and it is harming Iran. Like they are not getting stuck in. When you guys tried to bring stuff, you saw it. It got taken, and China's not going to do anything about it. Iran can't do anything about it because of the ceasefire. So what I'm saying is not that the closing the strait has impact. Of course it does. I'm saying this current move, because your claim is that these 14 days have been uniquely better than the previous 39 for Iran, and I'm saying no, it's not. Actually, I would say if you look at these as two different blocks, block one being the first 39 days, block two being the first 14 days, there's no doubt that the first 39 days was a unequivocal victory for Iran. But the last 14 days, the power has shifted quite a lot, and actually now I'd say it's probably more towards America, especially with this new blockade now just blocks out America's enemies and Iran's allies.
Well, the blockade is reactive and look, I'm not disregarding everything that you said, but the blockade in itself is a reactive measure taken by the Trump people, the Trump admin, in response to their lack of leverage in and of itself. Now, what Iran could do, because the ceasefire technically is supposed to end pretty soon, Iran
The
at any
ceasefire
point
is
could
been
have.
the cease. Okay, you probably didn't read
Well,
the latest news. The ceasefire is extended.
well, it's by Trump.
Yeah, yeah.
By Trump himself. He's the only one, right? And so Iran has already said pretty much days ago, look, this blockade in and of itself is a violation of the ceasefire. I'm not sure why Iran hasn't attacked the any of the ships that the U.S. has yet. And frankly, the U.S. could have done this at any time. They could have even went out to the Indian Ocean and to anywhere else and tried to mess around with ships. They could have attacked. They could have targeted the dark tanker fleet, which I believe there's 140 million barrels of oil just in that, right? But they're doing this to play mostly like a narrative strongman game to try to gain some leverage, and it's fell in their face completely. And U.S. industry, and I only mentioned South Korea because it's like one example of the micro to represent what's going on in the greater overall macro scale. Because now the U.S. is having to like revise a lot of their projections even for Q2, and they're like experiencing huge spikes and industry squeezing. I mean, I heard there are airlines in the U.S. that are experiencing
So
financial
okay, so
strain.
with
A lot
Iran,
of
okay, let's deal with one
yeah.
thing at a time because you're honestly like you keep repeating all the problems that America's having. I don't disagree with these things, and these things were
Well, I'm making my point, right? Like that's what you asked for me to make my point, and
but
said,
I want you to
yeah.
actually deal with the specific point that I'm asking you. So I think there's nobody in this stage, and if someone does do jump in, that disagrees that the close of the Strait of Hormuz impacted and negatively America and its allies. There's no doubt about that. We all agreement with that. And as the strait remains closed, they will continue to be impacted. Right? We all agree with that. If there's somebody who disagrees with that, then obviously you jump in. But that was already in place before the first 14 days. Meaning, if there was no ceasefire, that would have continued to happen. And all of the things you mentioned would have continued to happen. That would not have changed. This situation that you're referring to, when it comes from America and its allies' perspective, would still exist now because from Iran's perspective, from day one up until now, day 53, the strait has always been closed. Thus, the first 39 days and the next 15 days, block one, block two, from Iran's perspective, no change has occurred, right? You agree with that? There's always been the closure of the strait.
Yeah.
But what has changed separate to that is now the United States of America has put in a blockade on Iran and its allies, right? And that new blockade, which is separate to the one that would have happened if they did the ceasefire or not, is because there is a ceasefire. That blockade impacts Iran and its allies. I know you're saying China's not affected, so all good, but it in fact impacts Iran and its allies. Iran is, I know Trump says 500 million, I know he's exaggerating, but there is an issue where Iran isn't able to get goods in. You guys tried to send some, they bought something of you guys the other day and Iran took it, right? And similarly, I believe there was a tanker going to China today and the United States of America took it. So what they've done is in this ceasefire in the last 5 days, they've uniquely created a situation where now they're taking control over any vessels that are Iran or its allies. That's what I'm saying is the unique difference compared to the closure of the strait. So I'm saying if you can tackle that point, that what is the benefit of Iran when that's what is the kind of counter to that being harmful to Iran?
Yeah, so countries were going to the table with Iran before the ceasefire in itself, and were saying we'll make a deal, and even like South Korea, I believe, did. No, Japan did as
Yeah,
well.
but nothing gets in. Well,
Well,
still, I'm
well,
not
yeah, but
saying
you're not
nothing.
here. You're not. You're not. Well, here's the point, right? Now, the US specifically has made it to a point where countries cannot negotiate with Iran because the US is creating that clamp. And that has adversely affected the US as allies way more just by itself. And it's a huge blow to the US's economy. And it's compounding, just like Darkseid said, it's a compounding problem too, because every single day that passes, that the US is now seen as the closing force of the strait. Mind you, remember when they had this
can I just repeat
pretense
back
that
to you
they
what you
were,
just said? So what
yeah,
you
sure.
basically said is, and if I was US, you're just proving more so why US it made the right decision to do this, and why more so it's a benefit to the US, because what you're basically saying is,
Yeah, but
US has an ally.
there was a key point. I'm sorry, but there was a key point that I was going to make to the
Hey,
key, the thing.
inevitable
Go ahead, go ahead.
breaking news here. Douglas McGregor is reporting U.S. nuclear chief Andrew Hugg escorted out of the Pentagon. I think that's pretty big.
That is huge. Yeah.
Oh yes. So everything he said was true. Sorry, Julie. I didn't mean to jump in. I
No,
just
no,
meant
go
to
ahead,
say
finish
that
your
the
point. I
key.
probably, but just remind me this is the point, because you know what it is. I'm like half asleep, so I
Sure,
might forget. But I'm
that's okay.
gonna
So
respond to the South Korea point. But do finish your point. Go ahead.
the key thing and the thing I want to like stress in terms of closing or tying the bow here is the U.S. Oh my gosh, did I just lose my point? Oh no. Okay,
Yeah,
so
you
look,
said.
the reason why I'm mentioning they came to the table, countries came to the table to work with Iran. Now they can't do that. The loss of confidence, that was it. The loss of confidence that is occurring is what's going to result in the system breaking. Because it was one thing where countries felt like they could negotiate with Iran, and they could, and go to the table, and but now countries are considering themselves out of options. Industries are considering themselves out of options, and I think that's why we're seeing UAE and certain American companies go to the U.S. and say, "Hey, we need money. Hey, like we're hearing bailout conversations now." You're starting to hear that more and more, and every day that passes with this exact situation is going to continue to increase because the confidence that existed and the lack of it is going to result in an extension of pain. I hope maybe I'm not being clear in this last point, but just in one sentence is that confidence in industry and supply is tanking, and it's doing so at an exponential basis every day that passes. Every day that passes, you're going to hear more countries and more companies come out and say, "Hey, there's a huge problem. We need money. We need bailouts. We don't know how we're going to survive." And that's why the Q2 projections tanked by like 6 to 10% for the U.S. auto industry for their output. That is directly tied to the problems in the Strait of Hormuz. And I think that's why Galibaf is also like market watching now and saying, "Hey, yeah, look, yeah, futures.
So
I don't know. Those aren't looking good." But that's my overall point. I don't mean to
cool.
ramble.
No, no problem. So just coming back to the point, which is the point you said, which is you're given more evidence of why it's in Americans' interest to keep the blockade. So the what you're basically saying, just to translate back to you, is South Korea, who is an American ally, it's like a date. She was with America, and then she started flirting with Iran. She started being, "Oh, look, let me do some trade deals with you, Iran." So what America's done is shut that off. And now it's like, "No, South Korea, you're not going to get stuff from our enemy." So basically, all they've done is cut off the South Korea from consorting with the enemy, from their enemy. So again, from Americans' perspective, this is smart. Like, if any of your allies starts to show weakness, starts to consort with the enemy, then you get cut off as well. So that makes sense. Now you could say, well, that might make them escalate towards moving away from it. It could do, maybe slightly, but the closure of the Strait of Hormuz would have already done that. And the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, as per what you said, would have resulted in South Korea possibly making a deal with Iran. But obviously, America doesn't want that, and they've kind of stopped that from happening, because now South Korea knows, wait, what can I do? It's not like I'm going to get oil. It's like what Resistance said earlier. Like Japan, they could sell the bonds. This was the kind of conversation, right? This is what like Ryan Dawson was going to go and speak to the head of Japan and say, like, sell your bonds. But now it's like, wow, do you, like, what benefit in selling the bonds? There's nothing. You're not going to get oil anyway. Before you could maybe make a deal with Iran and get oil, but now US has cut that off. You are not going to get oil. It's like a mafia boss literally getting its basically his underlings in line. Rubina just asked a question, which is, Sully, I thought you were. I'm confused because Sully was saying that Iran should not go to talks. Now he's saying that the US has completely have pegged in Iran. If this is true, then Iran should have participated. No, that's not what I'm saying, Rubina. I'm saying Iran should never have agreed to the ceasefire. The ceasefire was in America's interests. Now America has taken out the block, put the blockade in, and have commandeered and controlled the situation. It was always in America's interest never to go to this war, always to create a blockade. What Iran has done is given them a roadmap to put into place what they should have done in the start. And so, how does Iran get out of it? They need to get out of this situation. So, how do it's not Rubina? I'm not grilling him, but having a conversation. Like, I don't get it. Like, I know I don't worship China. Like, I'm asking him a question because he quite rightly respect. He's all about China. Fair enough. He loves his China. He's gonna put them first. I'm not about China. I'm about Zionism losing. That's all I'm about. Now,
Well, here's why this is a loss. Oh,
but
sorry. Good.
just to finish answer Rabina's question. But Rabina, so I guess what you're asking is what the right thing to do. So in the past would have been never to agree to this ceasefire. Now it's going to be, and now it sounds like you guys are going to be like, oh, they're going to look bad. You know what? You made a mistake. You need to reassess the situation. You need to be like, listen, any American vessels that are within this region will be attacked. This is Iranian territory, and you go kinetic yourself. That's the only right move to make right now. I know they're in a horrible situation. They've been snookered by America, by this blockade, but they're stuck, and it's not a smart decision. So if they just sit there and do nothing, you're going to see Iran weaken and weaken and weaken, and they're going to go to the table with much worse negotiating terms. So this is what I mean. I hope that makes sense. If you got any comeback, go ahead, but don't get emotional. I'm not grilling people. So I don't know what you're talking about there. It's just me having a conversation with Inevitable, who loves the China. He loves the China. He loves it more than anyone.
Sure, dude.
I
Well,
know you do. I know you do. These guys are getting emotional. They're like, oh, it's bro. Like, you're not about your life. You might. I mean, if you love China, then you're on the same position as this guy. But
well, as Iran digs themselves out there, right? As they dig their ballistic missile warehouses out, or rather underground factories out, and as they continue to rebuild and fix their railways, which
yeah, and America
they've done at
continues
remarkable
to.
speed.
They're doing brilliant. They're doing brilliant. Yeah, and America continues to rearm as well and resupply and get more KC tankers in. Now they've got a third USS aircraft carrier in the region as well. So both sides are rearming.
Oh yeah, a third sitting duck. Yeah, a third slow dragging. Yeah, I get it. And they're getting more Goy into the region. You know, excuse me, soldiers. Excuse me. As they're getting more human shields, meat shields in to die for Israel. What they're going to do is they're going to go back to the same well. But we have to remember too, a lot of what is taking place in this so-called blockade. I honestly think that if it wasn't for the blockade, you would at some point see the same level of like shutdown in traffic, because there would have, I think this was always going to extend to a battle on the waters, and I think that's probably actually the next domino to fall.
Well,
I
that's not.
can't
That's in
imagine
America's
Iran.
interest. Battle in the waters, America's interest.
It was always going to happen because they were always going to
Because
bring out their fleet. They
no,
needed the
no,
time for the Tripoli.
but you know, but no, but what I mean is inevitable. If it's a battle on, if it's a battle, if it's a navy battle, that's what America wants. They will smash you guys up in a navy battle. Never mind Iran. You guys shit it when you see these guys in the navy.
I don't know about
I
that,
mean, I
but
know that.
Yeah,
They're
hey,
taking your ships and you ain't doing nothing for
Suleiman,
them.
absolutely correct, sir.
Tell him,
so
Andrew.
look, we
Tell him,
have to
Andrew.
remember, but
Tell him.
we have to remember. Okay, look, we have to remember. Look,
You know how
America,
you know how look.
Iran's military strength
Yeah.
is their drones and missiles. You take that out of the equation, you literally take out the strongest asset. It's like basically a boxer. It's like an MMA guy, right? And he's got like his left. A boxer, and his strongest asset is his left hook. And you're like, you can't use your left hook. Like that's what they want. They've taken out Iran's strongest asset, which is the missiles and the drones.
With U.S. destroyers in the Gulf of Oman and the Persian, and or rather in the Strait of Hormuz, this was always going to happen. Now, here's the difference.
No, it wouldn't
Now,
have. So
you
you're saying
remember
Iran
three.
couldn't, if there was no ceasefire, you're saying Iran couldn't hit those destroyers?
They could, and they still can. But
No,
now
they
here's the
can't though,
point.
because
Now
this is
the U.S.
No, but that's what.
Yeah,
You
but they could
understand
have
my
sent
point?
drone
Go
swarms.
ahead. Go ahead.
They could have sent drone swarms. They could have sent the UV, their
Exactly.
unmanned underwater vehicles. They could have done, and they still can. But my point is the difference. And by the way, if that happens, and when that happens, it results in the same thing, which is no traffic on the Strait of Hormuz. This was always going to happen because the U.S. was always going to send destroyers to that direction. The difference now is CENTCOM is
No,
celebrating,
but this is where I disagree
putting
with you.
boots
Can I
on.
just take that point because you're going to add more fluff to the point?
Yeah.
So this is where I disagree with you. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. So if you're right that the US was always going to send the destroyers to cause a blockade, but if this was in the middle of a kinetic war, do you agree that US was making sure that they did not bring any Navy ships close enough because they would get tapped by Iran. This is why the Abraham Lincoln fled. This is why the Gerald Ford fled. Do you agree with that, or do you not? Do you agree?
Yes, I agree. And
Okay.
they're not that close already. They're in Oman. They're
Yeah.
in the Gulf of
So no,
Oman.
no, you know that's not what the point I'm trying to make. What I'm asking is, so you agree with that, and I'm saying if there was, and if you disagree with this specific point, then say if they were in the middle of the kinetic aspect of the war, and the US tried to bring these ships in so close, they would have got tapped up, as you said, by drones, by missiles. They would have been hit, and so they would have had to fled. So they never would have been able to do the blockade. This is the point I'm trying to say. They're only able to do the blockade because there is no kinetic war. That's what I'm saying.
Well, they would have probably just dragged it out as far as until they can get enough of a force there. Like I still don't think the Boxer, for example, is
I don't get it.
in place, right? So what I'm saying is, yes, the U.S. has had an advantage in being able to get more assets to support what they've already sent out, right? And so
I'm
they're
not
gonna
even
have.
saying that. I agree with you on that as well, but that's not
Mhm.
the point. I agree with you that Iran's recalibrating as well. I'm saying specifically on this point, and I think you agree, that if we were having kinetic warfare, as in there wasn't the ceasefire, America never would have been able to do the blockade in because their ships would have been smashed up by Iranian drones and Iranian missiles. By causing a ceasefire, you allowed the blockade to occur. That's basically what I'm saying.
Well, the thing is, the blockade, as far as the interdiction of ships, of tankers, it still could have certainly happened because they would just instead wait until they're outside of a range for Iran to effectively continually attack. So if instead of just doing it in the Gulf
That's
of
true.
Oman, they would do that in the Arabian
I
Sea. Okay.
agree. I agree. But you know that's harder because if you go more out of the situation, you're trying to basically create a perimeter on a larger area. It becomes a lot more difficult. You're gonna have to bring a lot more assets in to do so. It becomes extremely difficult to do that.
Hey,
In a way,
can
but
you
the
can you guys
difficulty
keep
comes
hands
down.
or not?
Good.
There's been hands up for like 20 minutes. I just don't know if you guys can see them or not. It happens all the time.
I can I can wrap up. I know there's hands, so I'll wrap up with this, right?
Yeah, I
And
know it happens, but one second. We're having a conversation. You don't need to interrupt just to tell us that. You're lucky that you've come up. There's so many people who request on such a huge space. Sorry, go ahead, inevitable.
Certainly, yes. And so in this case, in this situation, now the difference maker is the U.S. is having to celebrate the fact that they put boots onto tankers, unarmed tankers, and that's their win. We're not even talking about Karg Island anymore. You remember that narrative? Remember that whole
Yeah, but
idea
they
of
would have
them
lost. No,
having.
but again, inevitable. Like you keep moving to other points. I agree with you. Cog Island would have been a disaster for the United States of America. All of these things would have been a disaster for the United States of America. The only thing that wouldn't have been a disaster for them and would have benefited them was a ceasefire, which is what's happened, and a blockade that's been allowed to happen because of the ceasefire, which has benefited them. And I'm saying those two things only happened because of those reasons, and that's why there's a problem. And I think I've not heard any counter for why that has actually benefited Iran and has harmed America. This is the bit I'm saying. This has benefited. What do you call it again? The United States of America, and now Iran is snookered. This is my point.
So,
Because what do
so
they do? They either have to allow this whole thing to just slow burn for a very long time, and hope the country doesn't get agitated, the people don't get agitated. Hope, just like the world is struggling now, Iran's going to start struggling with the rest of the world as well. And we're gonna have to. It's gonna be like a slow death, which was actually the move. If you remember, when I said that America's making a bad decision, I always said that doing this slow death move would have been the smartest move to make against Iran. It's because the Israelis convinced him of the other move that he ended up doing that. Now he's gone back to the right move. Like they've literally just made. Now, what can Iran do? The only thing
Suleiman,
Iran can do is
I
go
have some
kinetic.
commentary on that.
Go ahead, Cyrus.
I have some commentary. I would like Andrew's thoughts on it as well. So it's all about the engagement envelope, right? So the blockade, as Inevitable hinted, is in the Sea of Oman, right? So, and I'll go through I'll try to hit the bullet points on the capabilities that reach out that far, right? And then you mentioned earlier, Suleiman, the aircraft carrier groups that had to push out. What pushed them out? Iran fired some of their longer range kind of Fatah style missiles that have ranges called 1,500 kilometers to 2,000 kilometers. The issue with that is during the time of flight. And our radars, the American radars, pick up the launch immediately, and so will our satellites from the heat signature of the rocket booster, and they can quickly get a fire solution, and they can kind of estimate where it's going, right? So the ships can actually maneuver, right? So unlike the Chinese DF-21, the aircraft carrier killer, which has ultra sophisticated guidance, terminal guidance, right? The Iranians only enjoy that capability within 300 kilometers range, which is it's called the Fateh Nobin, right? It's a version of the Fateh 110. It's 300 kilometer range, but it's very dynamic in its terminal phase, right? So it actually could do the job, right? And then you'd still need a swarm because the U.S. Aegis, and again, I hope Andrew, you can come in and tell me if I'm right or wrong about this stuff or if I'm uh, off base at all. The Aegis system has improved a lot. It's called the Aegis Spy 1 radar. It's just called constant surveillance. And our SM3 and SM6s are super, super successful now, right? So Iran would still be able to defeat it. Let's say one would get through. Iran would launch, let's say, 10 of those Fateh Nobins, right? In addition to a drone swarm, in addition to cluster wars, they could get through, right? So I'm not saying Iran can't defeat it. They've shown that they can defeat very sophisticated air defense systems from multi-layer THAAD to PAC-3.
But
You know,
Cyrus, Sully's asking, how does Iran extricate themselves out of this
So
quagmire
that's
that's
what. So I
included?
get. So that's the big question, right? So I get it. My thing is, they can only do the blockade is. So I'm kind of agreeing with inevitable, right? Since it's pushed at a certain range, Iran can only do so much, right?
Okay,
Unless
let
they
me
make it
answer.
really
I've got an answer. I'll
right.
answer Sully's question.
Thanks for
Sully,
that
I
resistance.
think,
I switched off, to be
yeah,
honest.
Iran. I think Iran, in my opinion, should announce to the world. This is, but we know Iran will not do that. But they should announce to the world, look, we're going to give United States 1.5 week, 1.5 weeks, whatever it is, for us to make a deal, or we go back into war, and that's it. And we're going to start, right? Because we cannot live like this. We don't want to impact our neighbors. We don't want to impact ourselves. We don't want to negatively do that. This is how they would do it to take initiative back, right? And because we want to restart the world, we want peace. We want to start again. And we want reparations in the form of this toll, and we want to dictate our own future. Okay, and this is what we want to do, and we're not asking for that. These are the 10 points we want. They're not unreasonable, and there you go. If the United States does not agree to this in a week and a half, we're going to go back to war, and we're going to start. All right, that's it. That's how they take back initiative. The problem
They
with
could do it right
Iran,
now. The
wait,
ceasefire is over, right?
yeah, I know, but let me finish. The problem with Iran, and it's the same with it's their nature, the same like China, and same like Russia in the sense that they reciprocate, right? More so Russia and China, more so Iran and China. They wait. They don't take the initiative in anything. They like to wait, and they reciprocate the move. And that puts them in a weakened position. They took the wrong choice. They were naive. And I don't know about you, Sully, but what I'm saying is they should take the initiative. But it sounds like from Professor Izadi, I don't know whether it's just me or did he not sound quite submissive in his
He did.
interview with you, Sully? And
To
it was
me, it
so
felt like he
frustrating.
was like, he felt like he was like, oh, like he was coming across as like Iran's just gonna agree to everything, like they're gonna capitulate. That was kind of, I had the same feeling from his interview. But again, he's a professor, so it could be his just relaying things from an academic manner. But he was quite dejected. For me, just to answer your question, resistance. Actually, let's not answer. I want to hear what everybody else says, then I'll say what my thoughts are.
Can I jump in,
Yeah, of
Sully?
course you can, Hans. Go ahead, jump in.
Guys, I've been listening to the space. I've been working, but I've been listening for the last 15, 20 minutes between the exchanges. So I'm not seeing everything from before. I've heard about what's happened. Can I just ask you why you guys are under the impression that Iran is under any kind of timeline that it needs to hurry up and do stuff? What makes you think that is the policy of hurrying up? Because I've got to be honest with you, as a person who's sitting back and watching this, Iran is 1% of the world's population, or let's say at 90 million, over 8 billion. The people who are going to suffer is the whole planet. Who's going to be seen causing the problem? At the moment, the United States and Israel are the ones who are causing the problem because they started the war.
That's the
Iran
point
has
I've been
got,
making. That's been my point.
okay, let me finish. The point I'm trying to make is don't think for one moment that Iran is interested in speeding up a kinetic situation here. We're quite happy to sit another 2 weeks, have another 15 ceasefires. We'll just sit back and watch your world just crumble because the price of oil is only going to go in one direction, upwards. What's that going to do to your economies? It's going to destroy all of your economies. You're going to be in a position where no one's going to want to buy $150 oil, $200 oil. And what's that going to do? It means we're going to go back to COVID times when you've got no demand for oil. Therefore, the prices stay up, but life changes for people. People have to go behind doors. So don't think this is there's a strategy here of, and then, the other thing is like a strategy of why doesn't Iran destroy everything? Because we don't need to. We can sit back and watch what's happening to the world. And quite frankly, we're not causing this problem as the Iranians. The people that are causing it are the ones who are listening to some child molesting solicitor for Jeffrey Epstein as an idea to blockade the blockade. Where are you getting your, analysis and political, where's your leadership, your Donald Trump and his ideas coming from? They're not thinking clearly. And Iran does not have to in any way say, like, we're going to do anything. We'll just sit back, mate. And literally, that's what they're doing. They're literally saying, we'll sit back because they're not going to the conversation. Why should they? You're making a blockade. It's an act of war. There is no ceasefire. We'll just sit back. That's it. It's as simple as that. So all I'm saying to you as an Iranian, I don't want to see people die, but also at the same time, I couldn't care less because Iran has suffered far more than it's suffered in the last 52 days, 53 days, and they can endure a lot more. The people of Iran are quite happy to light their houses with wood fire and candles and live without electricity if need be, because that's the mentality of people. What do we care? So that's I'm just saying that's all I wanted to come up and say, Sully, because
Very well said. I don't know
you
who
know,
that was. That was really well said. Yeah, I'll add one more thing that I want to challenge this to you.
Okay, Hoz. So look, at the end of the day,
yes, bro.
I agree with you that Iran or the Iranian people will take on a lot more suffering than the normal person, right? But at the same time, Iran still does rely on imports and exports, hence why they were still doing it. During this war, they were importing, exporting. The ship that was commandeered yesterday was a ship that was importing goods. The ship that was commandeered today was exporting goods. All of those imports and exports, whether it's for Iran or even Iran's allies, now are non-available. What that means is, from Iran's perspective, before the ceasefire, it was that the entire control of the world economy and situation was completely in the hands of Iran. Now, with this blockade that the United States of America has done, it's essentially saying, well, you've done it where not us and our friends can't get things. Well, we're going to make sure you and your friends can't get things. And so what they've done is they put Iran in the exact same situation. The American allies definitely will be impacted. I'm not sure how much America's impacted as much. This is where I kind of disagree. And so I guess when you're saying Iran's going to be impacted, like whatever it may be, America's already trying to put itself in a place where it's going to be impacted the least. And it does seem like the countries is going to be impacted the least is America, China, and Russia. And the rest of their allies are going to be harmed. And that's where I'm saying that the situation has changed, where America's managed to do it where now Iran and its allies are being impacted where they weren't before.
Okay, let me give you a thing here. Iran does not need any imports or exports for food. That's really important. Iran does not need imports or exports for water. Iran is a country that has 4 seasons of the year, and those 4 seasons produce enough food stuff to be able to feed itself. In fact, we export food as well. So that is the thing that people need more than anything else. And Iran is more than capable to do all of that for itself. If a country's got water and it's got the resources to feed its people, it's the same as America, same as Russia, same as countries that don't have populations that are outsizing the actual capabilities and the capacities of the country to do stuff. Iran's resilience when it comes to this stuff is off the charts because it's got a population that are looking at this situation as an existential threat to their lives. They're willing to take nuclear weapons attacks. That's the mentality you're dealing with. So I don't believe that America actually is in any way, shape, or form a country that's going to be able to walk away with this and think it's not going to have problems. It's going to have huge problems because the American population are not willing to go into a situation where their lives are going to be told, well, listen, you can't do this and this anymore because we can't get you oil at less than $10 a barrel. Life for Americans is going to change because the price of oil will keep going up. And it's not just that. The whole global infrastructure of money, of services, all of them will get destroyed. America needs this to work. China needs this to work. China needs everyone in the world to be buying their shit. And if you can't buy it, it destroys those countries as well. This is a global problem. And the people who are
Yeah,
sitting
Chinaman.
saying,
Don't think
yeah,
you're gonna get off lightly, blood. Go
no, they
continue,
won't
Hoss.
get off lightly at all because the thing is, China's whole business model is about they are the factory of the planet Earth. And if the planet of the Earth does not need these factories to be working, they're going to go into huge recessions as well because their own population is one thing, but the amount of exports that they have, the amount of money they have going abroad, they get from abroad into China is absolutely huge amounts of money, and they're not going to get used to not having that either. So all I'm saying to you is it's about the resilience and the will of the people and the resilience of the Iranian people to endure pain, to endure whatever it takes to win is a lot higher than the American or the Israelis. And the Israelis are, as you know, every time a bomb goes, 50,000 people get onto boats and go to Cyprus. Whereas Iranians are the opposite. You bomb the country, people are coming from Hampstead, from Finchley, from Toronto. They're going back to Iran. I go, what are you doing? I'm a doctor. What are you? I'm coming back here because they're going to need surgeons in Iran. It's the mentality.
It's
And
not. Gosh,
do you see what I'm saying to you or not,
no, I just
Sully?
don't. I agree to an extent, but then I don't agree fully. And I think this is. I get it. You love Iran a lot, and you kind of have this kind of. And I
Well,
want
I'm
Iran to
Iranian.
win.
What do you want me
I
to
want
do?
Iran to win so badly. Hence why
I'm
I'm
going
like,
to get you a passport, Sully. I swear to God, mate. I'll
bro,
get
I'm
you a
definitely. I
passport if you
wanna.
want it.
Bro, you don't understand how much. You don't know how much hate I get for supporting Iran, but I still do it because they
I
fight against
know.
it.
And that's why I love you.
Yeah, because they're fighting against Zionists, and any kind of criticism I have is just because I'm worried that they made the wrong decision, and they're our last hope, in my view, to defeat the Zionists. So,
Let
uh,
me ask you a question,
yeah,
Sully. Do you think that they've made any mistakes in this conflict and
yeah.
battle in the last 50 days?
Yeah, yeah. So I think they made no mistakes for the first 39 days. I think it was executed. Oh my God, it was so perfect. And the Americans and Israelis made so many mistakes. I think the first mistake they made was agree to the ceasefire. I think that wasn't a good decision. And now I think and I think that's what's caused the problems that we're causing. America wouldn't have been able to do this blockade if the ceasefire wasn't there. But in terms of what you were saying, in terms of the situation, I think it's like this because you're kind of a bit more old than us. You have this kind of idea of the way society was, but society's like changed a lot. And what I mean by that is there's a lot of like writings on how society is built in a certain way, but over time, as you build infrastructure, as you build a society advances, you become reliant on that critical infrastructure, and then trying to go back into the olden times where they used to milk cows or grain their own grass becomes almost impossible and actually ends up becoming an existential crisis. Hence why, if you remember, when I always said the Gulf states, like I want Iran to attack the Gulf states, not I want them to attack, but to threaten them, and they did the right thing to do so, is because when you attack the Gulf states, it's not just those little Khalij countries that are going to be impacted. I said that if US hit Iran's infrastructure, their power plants, their nuclear facilities, and Iran responds, billions will die. And billions, my thesis of billions, and I wrote a paper on this like nearly 10, 15 years ago, was that, and the paper was about nuclear warfare. And I was saying, well, nuclear warfare would never really kill people. It's actually the impact of supply chains and trade that would
Correct.
cause
Yeah.
that. So coming back to the specific point about Iran probably may be reliant on being able to do things internally to an extent, but they still do rely on import and export. For example, the oil. So, yes, they produce their own oil, but they need to get rid of that oil because if you basically, the way the refineries work is, now I know the Americans were making it up when they were like, oh, 2 weeks and Iran's going to be in critical. Obviously, that's fake news, but there is a point of critical situation where that becomes a problem. Iran does import like soybeans, grains, various other things. Now you could be like, look, we can live without that. That's fine. There's certain important medical equipment, raw materials that you rely on that they live off. There's significant import and export that Iran relies on that now they're not going to have access to. And look, money does matter. So what I mean by that is, if you look at Syria became over time poorer and poorer and poorer when they couldn't pay their kind of army men. Over time, this became a problem. Now, I don't think this will happen immediately, but you already have quite some dissenters in Iran. You do have some reformists. You have some people who disagree on various other things. And up to now, they all consolidated around Iran because it was a wartime situation. Psychologically, for a human, once they're in a kind of non-war situation, then they go back to their revert to type, and they're like, actually, wait a sec, we haven't got food to eat, we're struggling with this, with that. And so psychologically, that does have an impact on people. And then my concern is that you could start having these conversations that were happening before. And so I just know humans are humans, right? And I know you're saying Iranians are like better than others, and I agree. But over
They're not
time,
better. I'm not saying they're better, but I'm saying they're willing to endure
they're
more.
not willing to
Carry on.
endure, right? Okay, that's your position. That's fine. Let's go with that. But at the end of the day, even if they're willing to endure more, they're still human. And humans at the end of the day are going to be thinking, wait, it's like, why is this ceasefire happening? We're not being bombed. Why not go to an agreement? Maybe the American demands are not too bad. These type of conversations will start happening, and the pressure will be starting put on the government, and you start losing on those things. And so that's one impact. I'm saying also Iran had the power. Listen, controlling the Strait literally made Iran like the dons of the world. They literally were like, listen, you ain't coming through here unless we give you permission. And this is why, as so Inevitable mentioned, Korea were like, Japan were like, oh, guess what? Can we make a private deal with you? And America was like, damn, we're losing our allies. Our allies are screwing us over and going to Iran. Now, what America's been able to do is to kind of put that screw back in and just say, look, you effing with us, the whole world's F. Like, nobody's going to get anything. So that's what's happened. And the only benefactor from this, in my view, is America and to a lesser extent, China. And China's going to be struggling as well if this goes on for too long. And Russia's doing decent.
Can
No,
I
China's losing
respond
money
to if
too.
you're
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, let Hussein respond.
so my response to you is this: do you think a country like Iran that suffered 47 years worth of sanctions is in the same kind of epoch that the rest of the world is in? Because Iranians are not living the same standard of living that other people are. I would say happily that Iran is 20 years behind, 15 or 20 years behind when it comes to the things that we find normal in our civil society, like fiber optic internet, the latest 5G, everything. Not everyone's got these things. So it's not the leap that you think of or the harking for it. And just to make a point to you, so you get an understanding of what's happening in Iran. Every single night, the people are out in the town centers, is in Valley As. Every place you can, they're there to say that we don't want a ceasefire. We want to carry on having a fight. That's what they're saying. Don't make a ceasefire deal with these people. We don't
I
trust them.
agree.
There are well, that's what and there's speakers that are talking to the crowd, and they're saying, don't make deals with these people. We don't trust them. So that means there's people, and the crowd are cheering these people. That means these people are more than happy to continue, no matter what the circumstances are. While they were getting bombed, they were in the squares. While they're in a ceasefire, they're in the squares. Guess what? Whatever way you look at it, the Iranian people's resilience towards the enemy, because everything that we see from these people is diabolical, because they're not hitting anything other than, they had a list of things that they had to hit. They finished destroying their assets that they wanted to hit. Now they're going for hospitals. Now they're attacking things that you don't need to attack. And all that you've done is you've hardened the mentality of a people who are already saying like, we are the victims. We are the ones who suffer the consequences of these people. And it's like when they bombed Germany during World War II, it hardened the Germans to the bombing what you were done. Production in Germany, factory
But I agree
production
with
went
that. But I'm
up
saying that they're not
because
being
of,
bombed now. So this is the point I'm trying to make. Like, that was the first
but the,
time.
but the point you were making, Suleiman, about the people are going to be talking about, why can't we make a deal? They don't want to make a
No,
deal.
but
They don't want
that
to. They don't want to
wasn't.
do
But the
any deals
example
with
you
these
gave
people.
was during war. But there's no war right now. This is the point I'm trying to
No,
make.
no, I'm talking about right now, tonight,
Yeah,
every
yeah.
night.
Right now,
There's
tonight,
if
there is no war. There's a ceasefire. There's just a blockade. And so the issue is that now I agree with you that this has been the point I've been making, that over the first 39 days, it united the entirety of Iran. Whatever.
It's still united now.
I know it
That's
is,
the
but
point I was trying to make to
yeah,
you.
yeah, I know it is because the war's just happened. It's only been 13 days since the ceasefire.
Mm.
The point is, and people still thought that the war was going to restart, and people do still think that to an extent. But over time, if the ceasefire persists, if there's not really a ceasefire, but if the blockade persists, and there isn't bombing, then those conversations do happen, those questions do arise. For example, you saw my interview with Fawad Izadi. He seemed very dejected already in terms of some of the fact that the negotiations are happening, the fact that maybe Iran was already conceding too much in these negotiations. So already people are having these concerns. And so I'm trying to say that in the midst of war, I don't think these concerns would have happened, but in the midst of like just a blockade, which is just harming you, the psychology is different.
It's the harm you're talking about is a lot worse to the world than it is to us. And by the way, that guy is a doctor. He's a PhD, that guy, and you kept calling him Fawad. Fawad, guys, Dr. Fawad, Dr. Morandi. Anyway, that's just aside. I watched the whole interview and I listened to him talk to you, and he is a good academic. Yeah. Anyway, Sully, all I'll say to you is this: they can put this blockade on for the next 3 years if they like. The world will crumble before Iran does. And that is the only point I've come up here to say to you. And for us as strategic thinkers, as Iranian strategic and strategy, the way I'm looking at it is the way that I see it roll out, which is we don't care. You do what you got to do. And we'll happily sit here and endure whatever pain you've got to give us. And if it involves our people eating less or having less of this, that, and the other, the people are out on the streets in support of what the government is doing. And that is a level of resilience in the population at the moment. And by the way, I don't think it makes Iranians any more than anybody else. If any other country was in a war for 8 years, standing on their own, if they were sanctioned for 47 years, and you had a population that large with that many smart people who turned around and said, you know what? We can't get this technology. Okay, we'll build it ourselves. We'll steal a little bit from somewhere, then we'll learn from that and we'll build on that. They dropped a Reaper, we copied it and made it. That's the kind of mentality, because when you and it doesn't mean the Iranians are more special. Anyone who is put into a cauldron like that of 8 years of sanction, the whole world is against us. And then after that, we're being denied technology. Guess what? The leadership of the country, Imam Khomeini, turned around and said, just build it yourselves. Don't sit there and wait for America to come and give you F-14 parts. Go and build it. And that is the difference, that people just did that. But that's because when you leave people, and people turn around and say sanctions are the worst thing you can do. They are the worst thing you can do, because what you're doing is you're making your enemy into a resilient nation. Instead of trying to destroy him, all you're doing is making him what's it called? A person that can look after himself better. It's like when Qatar put sanctions on it. What it did was it made Qatar's food security 10 times better, because they turned around and said, well, that's never going to be allowed to happen again. And it doesn't mean it's Iranians are more special. It's not. It's because they've gone through that fire and they've lived through that fire. And now they've come out on the other side and said, this is what we are and what we've become. So I'm not a genetic superior person, by the way. Yeah.
Okay, so just coming back to the point, I think this is the point I was asking inevitable, that if there was a so basically if the ceasefire didn't happen, right? Do you agree that Iran had complete control of the Strait of Hormuz? No enemy vessels were going in and out, and only vessels that paid Iran a toll or were allies were going in and out.
Absolute fact.
Yeah,
And
and
nothing nothing would have changed.
yeah,
And
exactly.
in fact,
And if
if that was allowed to continue,
yeah,
all you're doing is ceding more and more power to Iran. You're ceding more and more
exactly.
friends of America that will turn around and say, you know what? Fuck this. I want my oil. Like Spain got a gratis. Move your ships through. Whatever you want, mate. Why? Because you're doing the right thing by Palestine. You're doing the right thing by humanity. And what
Yeah,
you're doing is
just
Iran's strategy is to destroy and split the enemy up. And that's what it's done.
no, but just on that. So,
Sorry if I made you lose your point,
yeah,
Hamidi.
no point. So the coming back to the question, or what I was gonna say was So you agree that Iran had control over the Strait of Hormuz. They decided who was going to go in and out, and people had to pay a toll if they went in and out, and that would have continued with or without a ceasefire, right? So
1 billion%.
yeah. So in reality, what the ceasefire, and this is the point I'm trying to make, what the ceasefire has caused, which is a separate issue to that, is the ceasefire has caused the Americans to now put a blockade on Iran and its allies and stop Iran from getting goods in and out and stop Iran and its allies from getting a toll. So I'm saying that Iran, all the things you're saying, Iran would have had anyway. It's boot on the neck of on the entire Western supply. All of that would have been there. The only difference that the ceasefire has done is given America the opportunity to add to that. And I'm saying that's why that element of it is the problem.
I don't agree, because America is cutting its own throat. That's what it's doing with this blockade. Because where it could have had oil coming out to try and help people, it's cut its own throat. And also, you got to bear in mind, they turned around and said, we're going to attack Karg Island. And the Iranians have turned around and said, take Karg Island. We will destroy the oil field. We'll destroy our own 90% of our oil depot terminal coming out of Iran, because that's the mentality of the bloody minded. You're not gonna get our oil. You're not gonna be able to export our oil. And they've said it. And I'll tell you what, you can turn around and assume by now that if Iran says it's going to do X, I promise you it will do X. So I agree with you. Iran, that America's done this, but I don't see it the way you do. I see it as Iran has got less stuff coming in, less stuff going, or nothing going out. But they're quite happy to just have nothing going out, because while nothing is going out, guess what? Iran is 3% of the world. The rest of the world is going to suffer. And who's doing this blockade? Who's going to be held responsible? The United States of America, the big bully. Congratulations. Now you're bullying the world's economy. And no one forced them to do this other than
Yeah, I feel like Hod, you
whatever
didn't
that.
answer my question because I'm trying to say
I
everything
didn't
you're
answer
saying.
it. I thought I did.
No, because I'm saying everything you're saying um, already would have happened without the ceasefire. All those things would have happened. Iran.
Yes, I agree.
So I'm asking you, since the ceasefire, what has been the benefit from the control of the Strait of Hormuz perspective for Iran that has been caused by the ceasefire that wouldn't have happened before, specifically?
I think the only thing I can say is that American ships have been able to get closer to the borders of Iran without fear of getting shot. That's it. That's the only thing, because it's given them a level of security that they think they can come, because they know that Iran is not going to foolishly sink one of their ships, which they know quite well that America could lose a ship quite easily, because it doesn't. I'm not, poo-pooing the power of America, whatever else. But realistically speaking, a sea ship missile, will sink a ship.
True.
But the Iranians will not do that, because they don't want to have 3,000 Americans dead, because that changes the whole, optics of everything. And if Iran is not the person, as I said to you, remember the defensive escalation, the reciprocity. They've not sunk, a ship with 2,000 people in it. They did sink one of our ships, so it wasn't in a war situation. Yeah. But Iran is not willing to up the ante with a going out there and destroying one of their warships, because their warships put a hole in the middle of an engine of a vehicle to stop it from going, because the captain decided he's bloody minded and he's not going to listen. That was his decision, and maybe he was under the instruction to do that to test the limits. Now we know what the limits are. I hope you get what I'm saying. It's, for me, I don't think Iran is losing that right now because of the blockade of America. I think the world is losing. And as I said,
Again, I agree with that. I'm trying to say
okay.
that would happen anyway, though. That would have happened without the ceasefire. The only thing the ceasefire has caused is for that to happen to Iran and its allies. That's all I'm saying. And
Yeah, it's happened. Yeah, but the thing is, what does Iran care? It's going to be another 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Iran is planning for this war to be a test of endurance over a year, 3 years. And if it takes that long, so be it. The consequences are global asset destruction, global civilizational change. because the world won't live without this much oil being in it, and it changes the way countries are able to do stuff. We are in a position in Britain at the moment, or in Europe, of being 5 weeks away from not having any jet fuel. That means there'll be no more airplanes going up into the sky. Vietnam, not Vietnam, I think it's Vietnam. It's paying $260 per barrel of oil now. In Sri Lanka, it's $210 a barrel of oil, actual oil. I'm not talking about this paper crap which they exchange between each other. So, and it will only get worse as every day goes by without more oil coming out. So strategically, for Iran, the consequences are a lot less than it is for the rest of the world. And it's the whole world is suffering. And the whole world is going to blame someone. Who is causing the second blockade? The United States of America. And it is literally a game of bricksmanship between the Iranians and the Americans, and the consequences are being felt by the rest of the planet. And I'll tell you what, the Iranians are not going to step away from this. Why should they? Because, as I said, they're quite happy to go into poverty and keep their freedom and say, we've still got our freedom. And that's it. Let America do what it's got to do. And that's it. And that's it. That's all I got to say, mate. I hope I've answered your question. If I haven't, I give up.
Yeah, I think
love
we're
you,
just
though.
going around in circles. I think people got
Yeah, we
both
are.
of
I
our
think
points,
so.
and let's
Yeah,
go. Let's get
absolutely.
resist. But appreciate you as always. Let's go to resistance. Resistance, jump in. What's your thoughts on mine and Hoz's conversation?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I personally think that I agree. I understand where Hoz is coming from. I understand that. And that obviously I'm sort of in your camp, Sully, where I think Iran has ceded its sort of dominance, its momentum, its dominance over the United States and Israel. And I just think that I don't know what they could do now to extricate themselves. And I think that they're waiting for the United States to crumble. And I think, but it is not really a wise move, because I think the United States have got more levers to pull, and they can sustain themselves. It's the allies, and I don't think the allies, all United States allies are so weak. They're not going to be able to do anything. They're not going to convince the United States or Israel. They're not going to convince Iran. They're not going to convince anybody in this. So they're going to be screwed. And in the end, I think, yeah, I get the Iranian mentality. I do. But I think that what will happen is the big danger is that they're going to continue down this path of negotiation, ceasefire, until they come to and cede more points until they get a deal that's not favorable for them. And that's not going to help Iran in the long term, because this is what
Resistance, what
Iran
point
is,
have they ceded?
unfortunately.
What
Well,
what
right.
point?
Well, they're already talking about agreeing to 3.5%. They're already talking about they're going to hand over custody of enriched uranium to China or Russia. These are points that they're being ceded right now.
Has
I
it
thought
What
actually
most
can
Chaba
they?
said
happened?
there would be none. Most Chaba said zero. It's sacred ground, right? Am I wrong?
No, this is what's already been discussed in the political circles. Political analysts, they're debating whether this could be acceptable or not, and that's unfortunately and Hos will know. This is a dangerous sort of path that you're playing, when you could have been in a kinetic war imposing your terms by now, and America and Israel are on their knees. Now they're not. America is actually taking the ascendancy, taking the dominance posture, because they've instilled this blockade. They don't really care about their allies. They've never really cared about their allies. It shows that they never cared about their proxies, the GCC. So I don't know how that. And China, on the other hand, are very circumspect. They're risk averse. Russia are just waiting and watching. They don't mind either. So it doesn't look like Iran's allies are going to sort of step in and help in any way. They're just going to advise Iran to just hold firm. But that's not going to help Iran in the long term, in
I
my
think
opinion.
Trump's truth
And that's
social is
where I
getting to you, man. I think that's it. It's just the bluster and the fact that one side talks more, but that doesn't make them more powerful. Iran, like, did you hear about that London firm that said 26 ships, shadow tankers, have actually crossed through? There was this big London firm today that said there were 26 ships that actually passed through, and that the Pentagon's lying about this impenetrable blockade. Now, granted, even if it's zero ships, my whole point there is that like they've been exposed as a paper tiger. The U.S. and Israel are literally exposed. Like Iran, the goalposts are in Pluto now. Okay, now we have like Karg Island feels like 3 years ago. It doesn't even feel like the conversation was like ever happened. That's how far the goalposts
Oh
have
my
moved.
God.
Iran.
The only paper tiger from this is China. Listen, the American military came, they literally took two of your ships, and you literally had your chilies taken down, and you did nothing. You guys are the paper tigers.
That
America
was an
showed us the red,
Iranian
white, and
ship.
blue.
It
Sorry,
was
go on.
Iranian. It was an Iranian ship. It was
Oh
theirs.
my,
Now,
see that? Hussein, that's why I said don't trust China. They'll drop you in it as soon as the time comes. They'll be looking out for number one. You better watch that. But anyway,
Havey, I just want to say to resistance, the day that any of the things you say actually happens is the day I'll sit and worry about it. Because what you're saying is showing a weakness of 3.5% of this and the other. Mustafa has turned around and said, you're not having any of our stuff,
right. That's
all
what.
of our
Yeah.
nuclear material. So that's
no, he's talking to
something that,
resistance. I think how's he talking about resistance, right?
and the resistance
Yeah.
turned around and said that Iran is going to reduce it down to 3.5%. We're going to reduce it down to whatever we need to reduce it to be able to use it. And as I understand it from the Supreme Leader, it ain't going nowhere because we can actually do all the reduction ourselves. If, as I said, you remember in another space a few days ago, I said, if we need to reduce it and we don't have the tech to be able to do it, then I don't mind it leaving because I trust China and Russia to not steal our shit and give it to America. That was the point. But if we can do it ourselves, there's no way that we're going to give anything to anyone. And quite frankly, I don't think America's got the winning hand here. There is no way that them sitting there blockading us is doing them any favors. They're actually cutting the throat themselves and the world economy. Let them carry on because I'll tell you what, we'll carry on for a lot longer without having to worry about all the oil that we're not selling at the moment. And I think we've got about 300 million barrels of oil outside on the sea at the moment. I think we've sold maybe 100 million, but we've got enough out there to make enough money for us to get credit from China to buy our shit. Not that we can get it delivered, but it's not going to stop our business.
Okay, so
God resistance, and
Hoz,
then God.
I was going to say, so the key points there, if ships are passing through, Iran is able to, like they did before the blockade happened, allow its ships to pass through back and forth through the Strait of Hormuz, selling their oil and selling their oil and getting supplies, etc. Blah blah blah, from vice versa, and maintaining that control. Then yes, Iran is still has the dominant position. But if it's not the case and that no ships are passing through, the blockade is effective and it's working, right? Then all of a sudden that side of the argument changes, and to the point that Iran is not actually the one in the ascendancy. I'm not saying that Iran still doesn't hold all the cards or most of the cards. They still do. I agree with you, Hoz. But the fact is, you've got to understand, if the blockade is in fact intact and it's very effective in the sense that no ships are passing through, then Iran has ceded their dominant power that they once had before the ceasefire happened. That's what I'm saying.
What can Iran do about that circumstance, mate? What can it do about saying remove that thing? Nothing. So what can we do? We just sit there and go, well, you do what you got to. You be you, we'll be us,
So
and we're not going to stop. And
so that validates Sully's point in the sense that you shouldn't have entered a ceasefire. Agreed.
listen,
How's I tell you
the
what you can do.
ceasefire, the
I tell you what
ceasefire,
you
the
can do.
ceasefire was not
Hussein,
heavy.
can
Just let me
I just
finish,
make this
Philly.
point and then I'm quickly going to pass it back to you.
Yeah.
What they can do is, and I'm not thought this out. What they could do is say, look, we do not agree to the American ceasefire. For us, the Strait of Hormuz is open for anyone who pays the toll. We do not see this as a wartime situation. That being said, if anybody enters our shores, based on X mile, let's say 500 kilometers or 300 kilometers or whatever, you will be shot on as an enemy vessel. If you try and commandeer one of our vessels, you will be shot at. These are the demands. We don't want war. This is a defensive measure. I would put that statement out and I'd follow it through, and then you take the control back. That's what I would do. But sorry, back close.
I mean, that's a matter for the Iranians. I'm not in government, and I don't speak for the government. All I'm giving you is my opinion as an Iranian. This ceasefire was involved a huge and important ally of ours, Lebanon. Lebanon getting pounded, and that's why we agreed to it, and we made sure that Lebanon was no longer being pounded. You remember 10
They're
days
being
ago?
bombed every day, Hussein.
Yeah, but not as bad as when they were getting the whole of Lebanon, Beirut, and everything else being leveled.
Yeah, but
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 Hoz,
the current
Hoz,
situation in
Hoz.
Lebanon, let's be clear on this. I agree with you, but the current situation in Lebanon right now is the situation before the Iran war, which is they would bomb Lebanon like every day. They'd have some casualties on most of the days or some days, but they would bomb almost every single day. Then Lebanon jumped in to support Iran in this war. That's when they got hit very hard. Now the Lebanon situation is back to what it was before the Iran war, which is they get bombed every day.
Not only that, is that the Israelis are still camped in the southern
Which
part of
benefits
Lebanon, albeit in the
Israel.
border. Israelis, sorry, the Israelis
Yeah,
are
they've
camped
created
there.
like
Yeah.
a line
So
which is about 2 kilometers in throughout the whole border. Yeah.
exactly. Whereas, and they're not receiving the rocket fire that they had during the Kinetic War, so from Iran and as well as Hezbollah. So it's now they've ceded. So Lebanon has ceded their position, or Hezbollah and Lebanon has ceded their position to Israelis at the southern border, albeit it's temporary. We know that, but it's not. Don't look at this as Iran. In my opinion, I can't see this, and I'm very very pro-Iranian. I just can't see this
Basically,
as
everything me and
helping
Resistance
Lebanon.
are saying is from the pro-Iran perspective. Like, we just want Zionism to win. If this ends up being the right move, we're going to be so happy to be wrong. It's unbelievable. We just want Iran to not make mistakes. And in the past, Iran's errors have always been in softness, and I fear that this is what's happening here. And because you're dealing with demonic, evil, vile people, and softness isn't beautiful in the normal world. But and this is why I always say I would never be a good leader, because I don't think I'd be as a cutthroat, but sometimes you need to be, and Iran's always given this softness in a lot of situations. And this is an example of it, where softness can end up being that people take advantage of you. The Lebanon situation is a very good situation where I believe is Iran acted so honorably. They thought, let me think about Lebanon. Let's bring Lebanon into the fold. Let's make sure there's a peace in there. We're not gonna even open the strait until you bring Lebanon in there. But they were dealing with deceptive, evil, maniacal Zionists who essentially use that to make it once again into a one-way ceasefire, which is they occupy. It's much worse for Lebanon than it was before Lebanon jumped in and helped Iran, because it's still a one-way hit, which it was before, but now they've basically taken some of Iranian of Lebanese land, and before the resistance was smashing them up on the ground, but the resistance is now frozen and not smashing them up.
I think Iran is in an ideal situation right now, to be honest with you. I don't see it the same as you guys.
Do you think Lebanon's in a good situation?
Can I just jump in very quickly to reply to
Yeah,
you,
go for
Sully?
it.
So what I'll say is this, mate. As far as I'm concerned, I have absolute faith in the decision-making process of the supreme leader. And people who turn around and say the IRGC is running things, the government is running things, it's not. The decisions that finally are going to get done by the supreme leader, which is, Sayyid Mustafa Khamenei. Now he's going to get advice from the president. He's going to get advice from the foreign minister. He's going to get advice from the IRGC commanders that are running the military operations. And in the end, I have absolute faith, because to this moment, I can't see America in any kinetic situation being able to overcome the Iranian power. They cannot defeat us in battle. The only thing they can do is start a nuclear war exchange with us, which we can't fight back against America. But we will make their allies pay the price of that. So that is why everything that you've seen happen in the Persian Gulf is not being done to Israel only. It's happened to all of their allies, because these allies are actually the ones who are making all this money for America. Out of that 22 million barrels, about 18, 19 million barrels of that was going to America every single day. That is going to get cut off because there'll be nothing left. So we will see what happens in the future. Iranian politics is a lot longer sighted than it is short sighted. And we're not looking at, I personally, as an Iranian, I'm not looking at this as a short sighted thing. I'm looking at this as a long distance thing for us. And I promise you, they can't win. No matter how many times they restock their shit, no matter how many pack threes they can magic up out of the sky, there's only about 6,000 they've ever made it since the beginning of time. They're going to run out of those things. And when those things run out again, the second time round, they're going to have nothing. I mean, we could have already annihilated all of their shit in Israel. We haven't. Okay, because what we're doing is strategic. It's just waiting for time to go by, and when the time goes by, they're going to pay the prices. The prices are is the asset destruction of the world. It's up to the world. Bring your friend America to the table to start behaving like a normal person instead of being the bully boys of the universe and saying and doing whatever they want, starting wars with Twitter tweets and whatever. You know that as I said, strategically, long term, we're in a lot better position because there is nothing they can do to us kinetically that they didn't do in the first 39 days, and we have endured all of it. They literally dropped 13 to 14,000 different targets and locations, and the Iranians stood there and said, "Well, is that all you got, mate? Do what you got to do."
Oh
And
my
if you
God,
start
Hoz, the
touching
chat
our
is
shit,
attacking you. The chat,
I don't give a
they
shit.
said, Hoz says he's
Let,
going to answer quickly, laugh out loud. Nah, they like you a lot.
I'll shut
No,
up.
no,
There
no,
you
they
go
like you.
then.
And to me, they're like, deep
hey,
down, Hoz agrees with Sully, but doesn't want to interfere and prefers to give Iran the benefit of the doubt. Sully is a bully. Actually, my
Sully,
mum
I
is
love you,
messaging me.
mate.
My mum is literally
Sully, I
messaging me
love
hey,
that.
you. You know
She's
that.
literally like, "Oi,
hey,
don't speak harshly to that boy Hoz. He seems really nice." And I'm like, "Mom, I'm not being how are you talking about?" Like, "Oh, that boy seems nice." Anyway,
hey, hey, Sully,
Your
Sully, let
mum
me give
said
you,
that?
yeah.
let
God,
me,
Jackson.
Oh man, loads of salam to mum, mate. Loads of salam, mashallah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
go,
so
go, Jackson.
let me give you let me give you a real world example of what he's talking about, right? So let's
And
just say
Darkside, do finish your
Europe
point. As soon as
does,
Darkside's on resistance, you respond, and after resistance, thermal. But go ahead, Darkside.
yes. So real quick, so let's just assume Europe does start to run out of jet fuel. Okay, what does that really mean? Well, that means that tourism is dead, but it also means that the airlines can't make their payments, their lease payments on their airplanes, right? They stop making payments on their airplanes. Hotels stop making payments on their properties. Restaurants stop making payments on their leases, and the entire system begins to crumble. It's almost as if imagine a situation where you had like a mortgage strike and nobody paid their mortgage in the United States or in Europe, right? Like that's what we're talking about here. If you just play the long game and think this through, it's not about kinetic consequences. It's about financial ruin because it crumbles very quickly. Once people stop making payments, as we saw during COVID, the response has to be massive. And it has to be massive at a time when people are already up against it. So we're what we're really looking at from this perspective is that if you stop the global financial system, the banking system from receiving its heroin, what does it do? Right? And what is the response from Europe? America can't afford to bail out Europe and Japan and South Korea. We can't. We don't have that kind of money. Right? Do the Europeans take this opportunity to issue in their central bank digital currency and just throw their banks to the wind? I think they do.
They got to
And what
sell
happens?
bonds.
What do you mean sell bonds to who?
I'm saying they're going to be forced to sell U.S. treasuries.
That's a few $100 billion. It's not even $1 trillion. You're talking about massive ruin if you shut down these places and shut them in. It's not enough money. And that's just government money. What are the banks going to do? These are fractional reserve banks. They don't have the money to begin with. If you pull out their lifeline, you're literally like taking a heroin addict and removing heroin. They don't just go into withdrawal, they die. Right? And that's what we're staring down the barrel of. That's why when we say, look, the allies matter. Japan matters. Europe matters because their markets are tied to our markets. We don't survive all of their banks crashing. It doesn't matter whether we have oil over here. It just doesn't matter. Right. And I think that's the point that Hussein is making is that look, play the long game out. I get that you think you move the kinetic pieces around and you think Iran might be behind the eight ball. No, actually, the United States is doing their job for them. They're the bad guy. They've shut the strait, right? And they're the ones that are putting these economies behind the eight ball. And look, it's not going to take long, right? Like you go from having something to not having something very quickly. You run out of food fast, right? It's the next marginal piece of food that matters. So until you run out, you're fine. But the second you run out, you have nothing and everything breaks. And I think that's the lens that you have to look at this crisis through. because we're headed right in that direction where things actually run out, and then the next marginal piece of bread, the next marginal barrel of oil, it doesn't matter because it doesn't exist. You'll pay anything for it. And at that point, money becomes worthless, right? And that's how hyperinflation works. So we're staring right down the barrel of hyperinflation. And I think they know that. China knows it, Russia knows it, and Iran knows it. So I get like everybody wants bombs flying now, but every day that goes by without a bomb flying is a win for those that are battling the Western financial system. And that's why if I'm Trump, I get the fuck out of there now. Excuse my language. I cut and run immediately. Because if you don't get this system back up on its knees, it's gonna crater.
Well,
Yeah,
we've
by the
got
way, Darkside, I was agreeing with you.
Resistance.
Yeah, so I look at it from a different financial lens. So basically, in the just after the COVID pandemic, the U.S. debt had a 4-year term. After the pandemic, they wanted to make a 5-year term, right? Because it was such a global event, and this is extend
Is he rubber banding
the
or is it me?
improvement.
You're
I
really
think
rubber banding really badly,
Yeah,
resistance,
you're rubber
mate.
banding,
I
bro.
can't hear you badly.
But resistance,
sorry,
that's my
10 minutes.
that is
Can't hear what
resistance.
you're
That's
saying.
my point, right? When you start to cut duration. So what he's saying is, when COVID came, we cut the duration of our debt down, which of course we did, because short-term interest rates went to zero, and in some cases below zero. But we're past the point. Like, where are we going to go to? 30-day debt? Are we going to be rolling over 40, 60, maybe it's 60 trillion? Are we going to be rolling that over every 6 months? Who's the buyer? Right? You see, that's what leads you
It
directly
will
in.
be the bank. It will be the American banks. The American
They're
banks
gonna
will be the buyers.
where are they gonna get
And then
$60 trillion? They're fractional reserve banks. They don't have the
and
money.
and think about it. Think about it. The allies will be in a desperate situation that they'll
If
accept it. They'll
no,
buy it.
but you got to remember, if American banks could buy the debt, then there would have been no need for the Federal Reserve to expand its balance sheet by $8 trillion. Right? It went from like 1 trillion to 9 trillion. Now we're back to 6 and it's starting to grow again. Like, at some point, it just becomes a joke. You're just buying your own stuff. You're eating your own cooking, and nobody takes you
Yeah, but
seriously.
in an environment where everyone is really hurting, this is what favors America more because they are the less dirtiest sheet in the laundry room. And so this is why
That's
they
not
want
true.
this sort of catastrophe.
It's
They want
just
this.
you want
Yeah,
that
this is why
to be
why they
true,
want this.
but it's not true. Our debt to GDP is already 125. Where are you going to go? 250, 500? Like, at what point does it just become a
Yeah,
joke?
that's what Japan had. Japan had
I know,
stagflation.
but
It's five.
Japan is not the world reserve currency.
25.
Japan is a very different story than the United States. Japan ran an account surplus. They could pull off that Ponzi scheme. Plus, they weren't dependent on the rest of the world to buy their shit. They just bought it themselves, and of course, now they're paying the price for it. But it's not the
But
same
now,
here.
if you look at the allies, but if you look at United States allies, they're the ones that are actually hurting, and they're the ones that will likely help the United States if United States can be the savior and print the money, print the tens of trillions, probably 10, 20, 15 trillion that they're going to need to print out. And they're all going to have to print. They're all going to have to print. And this is why it helps United States. Because the
But
whole
but
world
but
is suffering.
but
Then you get a
printing
Everyone's
money,
crack
suffering.
up boom.
yeah, you
Then you
go
get a
into a
crack
crack
up
up boom.
boom.
But
Yes,
also,
exactly.
just
Exactly.
remember,
That's why
you can
America will
print
not
you can
negotiate that lot
but
that soon.
Do
you
you know
can
what a
print
crack up
money.
boom is? It's not a good thing.
Yeah, no, it's Mises. He's going to Blue on Mises, and that's correct. We
No,
would
no,
go
no. I
into
agree with you. It's terrible.
hyperinflation.
No, I
But
agree with you. It's terrible. But in the short term,
remember
they're always
print
short term thinking.
but printing money will not open the Strait of Hormuz. So you're right back where you started again. As long as the
I
strait is
know, but
closed, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. There's only
I
one thing
get
that
it.
matters here is opening the strait. And so far, nobody has shown me how they're going to open the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, I have a simple way of doing that.
You know, I won't
Uh-oh,
argue
here
with
we
that.
go.
Yeah.
I'm not going to
Uh,
You
argue
want to
with
know how I would
Manco
open the
because
Strait of Hormuz?
will you sell me your credits before you open the Strait of Hormuz? I need the social credit score. I need it to go up. Just sell me some of your credits.
I'll give you some
No,
of mine. You can come to China. No, I'm kidding. That's a
I
joke.
don't.
That's a joke.
I don't want them.
You don't want to. You don't want to work in a sweatshop. Inevitable.
Yeah, they would arrest me right away.
Yeah. Resistance. Oh, you finished. Thermo. You want to add something?
I mean, honestly, Darkseid pretty much covered it all.
All right.
Like,
Cool.
it's just
Manko, what was
mathematically
your? No
impossible.
problem. No problem. Manko, go ahead. What's your? What did you want to add?
Yeah, so I mean, there's one way and only one way that the Strait of Hormuz is going to get open again, and that is for Trump to significantly escalate the bombing, to start bombing a wide target list that is intended to bomb targets that the Iranian regime will be very angry that are getting bombed, and to keep bombing them every single day, and to tell the regime, hey, you know what? You know, all these targets that I'm bombing right now, like power plants and bridges and stuff, I'm going to bomb the even more valuable stuff. And I'm going to make sure that you guys actually are going to go into the Stone Ages and stay there because you don't want to make a deal. Or we can make a deal and you can open the Strait of Hormuz. That is the way that he gets the strait open.
That won't work because then Iran will just retaliate and then the strait doesn't even matter anymore.
And how will they retaliate?
They'll just bomb
They will
all the
destroy
oil
all of the oil in the
infrastructure in the
Gulf.
Gulf.
Yeah, I mean, they've already been trying to do that, and it's not that successful because they don't have anywhere near the
Manko,
firepower that the
what do
US and Israel have.
No, they haven't tried. They haven't nearly tried.
They have.
Not
There's
even
tons
close.
of
Not
attacks
like
that
they
have
could.
taken place
No,
in
they
the past,
haven't,
like,
dude.
6 weeks.
They've barely retaliated just to say, "Hey, if you do that, we'll do this." They have not tried to take it
And the
all
few
out.
times, they targeted, they actually hit. So they hit the Qatari LNG supply. I believe they were completely 20-30% off. I think they had to do force majeure on quite a few of them. They hit the Saudi ones as well, and actually they hit more. And now we found out afterwards that it was that they'd actually hit a lot more, and the Gulf states were hiding it. So they hit a lot. Actually, that was without that actually gave me confidence because I was actually thinking that I knew they could, but you know how it is like you think, oh, but is it just like not practical but just theoretical? And then after seeing that I was like, nah, like these countries will just cease to exist if Iran wants them to be too. So with your idea though, the one thing is, Manko, you probably just argued for all those guys' position that actually keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed is probably the best thing and not
I was kind of thinking that.
you just literally argued your own about keeping the Strait of Hormuz is actually the smartest move.
What he doesn't know, Solomon, is in 3 weeks, America, comparison to where it is today, is going to feel like the Stone Age if it's still
Oh
closed,
damn! Oh
and
Joe,
it's
I
going to
was calling
take
you
and it's
out.
going to
Where were you,
take
Joe?
longer.
Why do you always
And
only turn up when I got a full panel? I'm like, where's Joe? You're not even here, blood. Okay, answer. Explain to
oh,
everybody your theory.
yeah,
Because you said to
yeah,
me, Joe, I believe it
yeah,
was like, was it a week or 10 days ago when you were telling that 3 week plan thing?
yeah. It was a week ago.
Okay, so this is now 2 weeks from now, according to your new thing, right?
Yeah, yeah. America has 3 weeks before things start to feel before the Stone Age starts. It's not going to feel right away, but you're going to feel like things aren't at the grocery store. Things are going to be limited. Your Amazon Prime is no longer Prime is now 2 weeks instead of a day.
Oh
Like,
no, not Prime.
yeah, your Uber Eats order, you're going to have a trouble finding a driver. Like that to America is going to feel like the Stone Age, right? And it's only going to get progressively worse from there. Thinking you
Joe,
could
what are you
bomb
talking
Iran,
about? That's nothing. You've been living in the
I,
desert. You've been living in the desert. Like, oh, your
I,
Prime
I,
takes 1 day extra.
exactly, but to Americans, trust me, that is going to upset them. Great, you'll have people in the street, and to bomb Iran into the Stone Age would take months. Months. You don't have months, so the strategy that was just put up there is ridiculous. It's not going to
Wait,
help.
how many
And if
power
you
plants do
nuke
you
it,
think they have? They don't have that many targets that are worth bombing.
it
They have
doesn't
a lot.
matter,
It's decentralized.
bro. Do you understand? These people lived in the desert like not that long ago. Like like it's
I
not
mean,
like they
so the
don't
thing
know
is,
how
if
to
they
get
don't have
by.
money, they can't buy weapons. And this is, by the way, this is the Israel strategy.
They're not
Israel doesn't want a deal. We know that
Manco.
Israel doesn't want a deal,
They
right?
have enough. Okay, can they last a year?
Can who last a year?
Iran. Iran has enough stored up to last a year. right?
I
And
don't
most
believe that.
estimations are 2 years. So I'm cutting it in half,
Yeah, if you're talking
right?
about like
I'm
offensive
saying
Explain,
weapons, no
explain,
way.
Joel. What have they got? What have they got that can last a year?
I looked. Remember when my theory was that America would go and then strangle them,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
Basically, do a blockade on them. And that's what I thought America should do. But of course, we don't have rational people. I didn't think they should do it. I'm saying that's what they
Yeah, I
would.
had the same opinion that actually doing the
Yeah,
chokehold
if
was.
they were smart,
Yeah,
that's what they would
yeah,
have done, not went in for
yeah, exactly.
decapitation strike. Because then the people would have turned
I
against them
agree.
because they would
I
have been
agree.
hungry,
I
everything
agree.
else.
I agree.
Because of what they did, that's no longer a
That's
strategy
what they're
that's going to
trying to move
work.
back towards. But God, continue.
Yeah, yeah. And when I went and looked, and I think I shared it on that space. I went and looked at how long Iran can last during a complete blockade, right? And the estimates came up to 2 years to 18 months. And I'm saying a year just to play it safe.
But complete
Lasting what
blockade
way
isn't
though?
nothing goes in, nothing goes out, right? And no income.
Nothing goes in,
And
nothing
no
goes out.
income.
The only thing they
No, and
need is
no
feeds
the extra bit. Do you hear the extra bit? And no income, as in you're not getting proceeds
and
from sales.
no
Okay, yeah.
income. The only problem they have is feed for livestock, but they have plenty. First off, dates are a superfood. They can live off of dates. Like there's so much that they can do, but they won't have meat in a few months. That's the only worry, is they're not going to have a ton of chicken
Wait,
and beef and things like that.
Joa, if the
That's an agreement. Joa. That's an agreement with me, Joa. Like last
if
night.
Yeah, I understand that, but only for so long. They can't last forever. That's all I'm
Joa,
saying.
if
I agree.
Trump
I said
bombs
this. I said this to you as
the
well.
power
They can
network,
last a lot. They can last for several months.
listen, if Trump
Yes, they
bombs the
can
power
bomb.
network, the pumping
Hmm.
stations that pump the water that agriculture needs in order to do any farming shut down. And within a
Yeah,
matter
but
of
they'll
less than a year,
retaliate. We already went through
I
that.
don't care about the supposed retaliation. Within Joa made a
Yeah,
What's
they
point
have
that
they
they
what's
have
could
they have
last
supposed,
tens of
without
Manco?
thousands.
that they could last however long. I'm saying Iran would enter into a famine within less than a year and would need lots of food aid to be
Yeah,
afforded.
So
in
would
And
the rest
Trump
America,
of the
can
in
say,
world.
I
America,
will give you
yes.
food if you give me what I want for peace.
Manco, do you realize that U.S. only has 3 weeks? You can go bomb tonight every single power station, which I don't think they'd be able to do, to be honest with you. You can go tonight and bomb every power station. Within 3 weeks, America will be start to feel the same pressure. Do you understand? Iran can last
What
much
pressure is that?
longer
Yeah, what is that? Explain.
because
Other than
look,
Amazon Prime, like
because
more real tangible stuff.
well, look, I only did the simulation up to 3 weeks, right? To see like who suffers
Do
the
the
most.
new simulation,
Is
blood. We need to know what the American simulation is so Americans go, no, our audience is American. No one cares about flipping Australia,
Israel will
blood.
turn out the best. Yeah, what look, I only did it for 3 weeks. In 2 weeks, Europe starts to feel what America,
Bro,
what you see
our
in Europe in
audience
two
is
weeks, you're
American. They
gonna
don't care
feel
about Europe.
America in 3 weeks.
They don't care about Europe, bro. I want America.
Yeah.
Get,
Look,
do the
by the
simulation
end
again, Joe. Can I
by
do it on the
four
thing you sent
weeks,
me, Joe?
no, you got it takes like 3 hours to set it up. That's why I haven't helped you set it up
Oh,
yet.
so gay, bro.
No, but in 4 weeks, look, there's no organic food, there's no vegetable for sale. People are eating out of canned goods. That's where America's going to be in 4 weeks, right? And
Wait,
then it only
why would
gets
that
progressively
happen?
worse. What?
We don't get trade through Hormuz, so why would that happen?
Because you get urea from Hormuz, and then you have no way to run your diesel trucks, which almost all of American trucking runs on.
Resistance was claiming
Yeah,
that
that's
his friends run the urea industry, and they're like saying there's
I
loads.
s- I spoke to someone. Look, my family is probably they so they're like one of the top sellers of tractor trailer trucks in Europe, right? I spoke to him. I said, no, I said about the urea part. He goes, no, almost no one has a stockpile of urea. What they have, or they have deliveries that are coming through, and they sell that ahead of time because this is a just in time thing because it's not something that you want to store for very long, right? Um, so and you don't get any from America. America gets it from this through the strait. So what are they going to do if their diesel trucks can't operate?
So what would that impact? Just let the audience know.
Everything that's delivered, food delivery, I mean everything,
Farming equipment.
goods delivery, bombing equipment,
Farming
delivery,
equipment.
No
farming.
steak.
Yeah, they would have to
unless it's
change the
local.
trucks, and a truck to change it would take 2 to 3 weeks, and you'd have to get the law passed to do it, which I'm sure probably you could do with an executive order, but it would take a while to switch it over because you could switch it back, but it just takes weeks.
Yeah, but that now you're making it sound like it's not that bad, like just a weeks to do a changeover.
But they didn't start it yet. By the time they start it, it's going to be too late.
Look, I'm going to take just a
Let me
slightly
just
different.
quickly let me read this. I'm going to give it straight to you, Thermo, to attack Joe. So Brian said, oh wait, so Latrina says, end sanctions, watch Iran's IQ decrease over the next plot twist. End sanctions, watch Iran's IQ decrease over the next 20 years. Lufthansa cancelled 20,000 flights, coming to an airline near you. Yeah, I've heard that the airline industry is going to be struggling. Well, I wonder how long this ceasefire is. Maybe we can go start traveling again. The cool. Oh no, it's Manco with his 1950s radio voice again. Go back to shed, Manco. You offered nothing but comic voice 1950. Manco, your U.S. empire is so down the scale of greatest empires because of how morally bankrupt it is. It is a dustbin of history with an orange clown. You go. So Manco, bring in the chats in again. People not happy with him. Go ahead, Themo.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just. I think I could be wrong. Joa could be right. I think maybe his view is a little bit exaggerated. But I do think it's going to be a serious problem. I don't know that it's going to happen in 3 weeks. I've heard that systemic problems really start to kick in around 90 days. But the point is that eventually you're going to get there, and it's not something that you can easily reverse. As far as bombing Iran's energy infrastructure, I will actually concede that if the US is able to do that with no retaliation on Gulf oil infrastructure, then yeah, the US will be in a much stronger position and have a lot more leverage. But I think Menko is probably the only person in the space who believes that that's the case. What he said earlier about Iran already trying to take out all the Gulf energy infrastructure is completely wrong. And it doesn't even make any sense because why would you just ruin your leverage? Once they do that, they don't have that leverage anymore. So what they've tried to hit,
Wasn't
they've been
try,
able to hit.
but it didn't work.
No, they didn't try. That doesn't make any sense. That's their nuclear
Even
option. You
Suleiman
don't.
said that they did, and they hit several times.
Yeah, they didn't try to take it all out. That's my point. They hit a couple targets because a couple of their targets were hit.
Yeah, they haven't taken it all out. I mean, look, even on Iran's side, whatever the United States and Israel claim, Iran are back to 85, 90% oil refining capacity, oil production capacity. And the same I could say with the GCC. I heard the Kuwaiti oil report to say that they're 90% capacity. So they haven't been affected. And I don't believe that either side has really sustained much damage when it comes to their oil refineries.
So just some more news. And I wrote this to you. I said Pakistan thanking themselves for helping Trump with a one-way ceasefire. So Shehbaz Sharif, the current Prime Minister of Pakistan, said this. He said, on my personal behalf, and in behalf of Field Marshal Syed Asim Munir, I sincerely thank President Trump for graciously accepting our request to extend the ceasefire to allow ongoing diplomatic efforts to take their course. With the trust and confidence reposed in, Pakistan shall continue its efforts for negotiated settlement of conflict. I sincerely hope that both sides will continue to observe the ceasefire and be able to conclude a comprehensive peace deal during the second rounds of scheduled negotiations at Islamabad for a permanent end to the conflict. And then he's tagged everybody in. But like, why is he congratulating himself? This ceasefire is literally a American ceasefire solely done with Trump. Iran's not involved, so why is he acting like a bad man? They're literally becoming like, I know they were just reporting whatever the Americans wanted. I mean, people were saying they were messengers, but now he's literally just the mouthpiece of Trump. Jokers. Godes with the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate you. Appreciate your support of the space. Bro, this is now you guys, you may be thinking, wait, why is Suleiman the #1 Pakistani origin creator in the world? This is why there's not a great field I'm playing with. This is literally the Prime Minister of Pakistan, and the guy's like, okay, sir, you agree to my ceasefire, sir, and it's like blood. This is Trump's ceasefire. You just agreed to do yourself. Annoying. Okay, cool. So with these super chats saying, imagine calling yourself the greatest empire in history when your final days are led by a silver spoon clown whose biggest OP is Rosie O'Donnell. Good on. Okay, who did I interrupt? Thermo, did you finish your point?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, resistance. What do you want to? Sorry, Joel.
Yeah,
Yeah, got resistance.
I just want to say that Joe and I agree in agreement now. So Iran can sustain themselves, and they won't suffer any food security for several months, if not a year. So we are in agreement now. So that back and forth last night was
Oh,
not.
damn, shots fired.
No,
I was doing an interview. I saw you both replying to each other because I'm following you both. And
Because
then
remember,
I was
Joe
like,
said Joe.
I didn't read it, but I was like, okay, it'd be good if they both come on the space now and hash it out. But oh my god, did resistance smash you, Joe?
No, because things don't stay the same. Like they
I told you
can.
this. I said this to you. What they do, look, they've got a livestock intervention strategy as part of the UN FOA document in times of war that they can extend and convert food into livestock feed, right, in times of war, and so that can extend for several months. They're the top 20 producers of so many food groups in the world. Top 20 countries. They're in the top 20.
Yeah, but not wheat and corn, which is what
And so
mostly
corn,
livestock
wheat,
uses. You're
they've got
going to
barley.
have
No,
look
because they use the
resistance.
barley
All I
stalks.
said is that things don't stay the same,
I
and they
get it, but
don't.
all Iran need to do. Look, they've got so many. They're number 3 in barley in the world in producing barley. They could use the stalks for those to create to produce a feed, and they convert that with the molasses, and it's instantly converted into feed into feed for the livestock. So they've the number 1. They're number 3 in honey production, number 4 in pistachios. They're number 4 in date production in the world. It's high calorific food groups that they're producing, and 5.5 million tons of potatoes a year. They produce 125 million tons of food per year. Right? This is no joke. They are one of the top 10 producers of food, agricultural food in the world. This is why I'm saying they can sustain themselves. They can even just reduce
Yes,
some of the calorific.
and yes, and resistance, and they still import almost all livestock feed because they don't have enough for that.
But
So
they can convert.
you would stop having livestock, which then
No,
creates other issues because you also don't grow beans, right?
no,
So then you have very low source of protein,
no.
and
They've
you
got
have
lots.
other problems.
They've got olives and pistachios. They've got dates. They've
Yeah,
got so
almost
much.
no protein.
Bro, they've got so many other different types of food groups.
Bro, you still need protein. Do you
Bro,
understand?
Yeah,
Yes,
but
you
you
can
don't only get
survive.
protein from meat, and then you're also
no,
forgetting the
Yes, you
fact.
get it from
nuts,
beans.
walnuts. Let me just tell you something. Walnuts, pistachios, and hazelnuts. They produce those in the millions of tons per year. This is their source of protein that they need. So let's not pretend that Iran are not self-sufficient when it comes to food. Of all the countries in the world, Iran is probably number 6, number 7 in terms of food security and ability to produce its own food for its nation. No doubt about it. And all they would need to do is just change it to eating basic foods like potatoes, nuts, dates, and wheat, and they have bread in the form of wheat and barley. And so they produce a lot of that. Look, their agricultural surface area, land-wise, is 470,000 square kilometers. That is the size of Spain. That's the amount of agricultural land that they have in Iran. The size of Spain. So let's not pretend that this country is going to suffer so badly they're going to run out of food in 2 months. They're not. They're not. Ask Oz as
I
well.
never resistance here. If I can speak without you speaking over me,
Joe, I'm so
there
sorry. Can I
would
just read this
be.
breaking news and I'll give it straight back to you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because I know you want to respond. Iran's parliament speaker has just made a statement. He said Trump's ceasefire extension means nothing. The losing side cannot dictate terms. The continuation of the siege is no different from bombardment and must be met with military response. Moreover, Trump's ceasefire extension is certainly a ploy to buy time for a surprise strike. The time for Iran to take the initiative has come. Joe.
Yeah, the only point from last night is look, if I'm American and this is going to last 2-3 months, I go make friends with some hillbillies because guess what? They're going to get through it, right? Um, a- and you know what? In Iran, there's going to be people who get through it. A lot of people get through it. That doesn't mean that doesn't change. That doesn't mean that doesn't create problems. It doesn't mean people aren't suffering. Do you understand? Like that still happens. It's not like things. It's not like Iran has everything they need for everything to remain the same. Blah blah blah. That's what my argument was yesterday.
Yeah,
Yesterday, you were
I
making
think
it seem like they'd have no problem whatsoever. Yes, they would.
yeah, they
No,
would
your
definitely
argument
have a
was
problem, but the question is like how much of a problem and can they outlast the rest of the world, right? And
you said look, it's recorded yesterday. You said Iran won't last more than a month. That's what you said, and we
No, I
can go back
didn't.
to the recording.
I never
Have a
would have
look at the
said that.
recording. This is why it triggered me, and I
What
had
do
to
you
respond
mean it would never last more than a month? That's a ridiculous statement. I
because
definitely never said that.
because you
You
said
did say
reason why
that,
they did.
Joa. You
You
did
said
say
it.
that, and that's what
I
got me
never
all
said a
worked up
month.
too.
Listen why this is why
Yeah,
you
you
I
did.
said
okay,
within
to
a
be
month they
fair,
would they would have
I
problems.
think you guys misheard him. I don't think he actually said that. He
no
said that the world wouldn't last a month
no no
and
no no. He said about Iran because he was comparing
no,
Iran
no.
to
What
Iran.
No,
he
he was
said,
talking about
hold
It's
Iran.
on, just
recorded.
give me a
It's
second. Give
recorded.
me a second. What he said, I remember, is that the world would not last a month. And because of that, the US would do something to like really screw over Iran. Joe, am I correct?
Yeah, I basically said they wouldn't last because they would get nuked because of the amount of
No, because the
pressure
way
that
that you said
that
it,
would happen. They would
no,
have to open the strait by all means necessary,
right.
and
That's
the
not what you
world would
said.
support them in doing so
This is not
because
what you
they're
said.
going to die of people would die of hunger.
Okay,
That's what I'm
I do
telling you.
right.
specifically remember him saying that.
Let me just say what he said. Right. This is what he said. He said that Iran won't last a month because they will run out of feed. They will run out of feedstock. Isn't that right, Sully? You heard this as well. And then
You're
you had
confusing
Arctic
two
brothers.
points that I made.
He
Resistance.
did say the feed part, but that didn't apply to the month thing. The month thing was specific to the world.
Okay, okay. It was specifically about Iran, and this is why Sully said, "Oh my God, Joe is smashing people about Iran. That's it." This is what he
I
said.
said Iran would hurt the worst.
Why would I?
Iran would
Why
hurt the
I
worst.
respond with a thread all about Iran's food capability, food
Because
production
then you got
capability.
into the food. I was saying Iran would hurt the worst. The reason why Iran would hurt the worst is because the world would turn against them
Okay,
to open the
well,
strait.
I'm
But
glad we're
you said they could last months, and I said they wouldn't last months. You would have problems
no.
because of the livestock feed. That's why we
Yes,
got into this whole
But
food
the
problem.
strait
Iran
is
won't last a
open. The
month because
strait isn't closed.
Iran
The
won't last.
strait's not closed.
It
The
is.
strait is open. You got to pay the
It's
fee. You got
closed
to
for
not
some.
not
It's
have
closed. It's
military
closed for
stuff
some.
to take to the bases that Iran destroyed. The strait is open. You just have to pay the fee and follow Iran's rules. The
No, if
blockade is what's blocking everything.
so, if England wants to pay the fee, they'll let the ship go through.
If England is not an enemy of Iran, yeah.
Right. Well, they are right because they have U.S. embassies and Israeli embassies. So no, it's not just the fee.
Yeah, but
No,
then what's
Spain
England going to
Spain
do? They're
has
already an
those
enemy.
two. Spain has those two. They let Spain go through. It's not
Yeah,
about that.
they kicked out the Israeli ambassador.
Did they? Good.
But the point
I
is,
think so.
England is already an enemy. So what else are they going to really do? Like their military force is a joke. If the U.S. can't do something, then England sure as shit's not going to be able to help.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just saying it does get to a point, and this old statement I made where everyone disagreed. It could get to a point where the world doesn't care who's at fault, and whatever needs to be done for it to open, people will support it.
Yes, I can agree with that, Shoa. I agree with that statement. Yeah, absolutely. That's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Me too.
I
Just
also
pay the
agree with
fee.
that.
Just pay the toll. Pay the Ayatollah, and you can pass.
But yeah, Joe, I also just disagree that Iran would be worse off than everyone else. I think that the
Exactly.
US would be
I
worse
mean
off than
because of the
anyone
I
else.
mean because of what would happen afterwards.
Yeah, if the US come or if the world comes together and says, "America, please nuke Iran," then sure.
Yeah, and
And
how
even
long do
if
you think
Yeah,
that
America
that's
takes?
nukes Iran, it's not going to open the strait.
And if they nuke Iran, then Iran's going to again take out Gulf energy infrastructure. So,
And then everybody's screwed.
yeah, and then the strait doesn't matter. We're back to square
Yep.
one.
Yep. There goes Manco's strategy.
Yeah, Manco's strategy is the most laughable thing I've heard.
Yeah.
Is that
Actually, I
different than
thought,
any? Is that different than any other night?
yeah, I thought that Mankos was
No.
going to come on. If I thought Mankos was going to come on and say the nuclear, and I'm not talking tactical small nukes. I'm talking the full ICBM launch, turn them into a glass parking lot. That would be the only option I could think of. But then we're at the end of the world. I mean, that's it. So there's no option to open
Yeah,
that strait. There's
that's
zero
nuclear winter.
military option. Yeah, exactly. There is zero nuclear. There is zero military option. Zero or any option. Nope. Let's move on from that.
You know what's funny is I was curious
Oh my god, I
what
missed the last 2 minutes of the debate. Did Joe lose? That's what everyone's telling me.
What? No, the Joa and Resistance are on the same sheet of music here, folks.
Oh yeah, seems like he did. George is left in anger there. Oh well, all good. I still like Joe. Sometimes
I love Joa.
he's not the
Let me
best.
tell you something.
He
I
might not be
really
the
like
best
Joa.
Joa's
debater,
a
but he's got his heart in the right place.
Hey, Joa and Resistance are two of our resident geniuses here. So, come on, man.
Definitely, definitely. Don't attack Joe, guys. He tries his best. So, moral of the story is this: resistance. That you're saying Iran is self-sufficient for a quite a while, right?
Yeah, that's what I said last night, and I agree with Joa today when he said the same thing. So yeah,
Nah, bro, why you went like that, Pablet? What about the? What about in terms of self-sufficiency? In terms of finances?
I think they're going to have to rely on China and Russia, in my
Bro, you
opinion.
heard inevitable. He don't care. He's like, listen, we're looking out for number one.
No. I mean, if you look at, you can speak to.
By
I've
the way, I'm
spoken
joking. I know.
to.
I know China's been supplying Iran with weapons, even though Iran's had to pay for them. But still, at least they've been selling it to them. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, they could put up their oil as collateral, and in exchange for yuan reserves. So it's fine. There's lots of things.
They can do
There's lots of ways.
what?
They could put up their oil as collateral, or future production of oil as collateral for yuan reserves. Whatever, and this they could do so many things. If as long as and China are sort of a willing partner, and they're prepared to back Iran in that situation. So I think that's how I would structure it, or maybe some future financial deals, assuming they win the war, or it's favorable for Iran. And so I think they will make some pretty interesting deals under the table.
One thing I want to say
I think I
is
had just
that
had inevitable say yeah, as long as America doesn't find out because they're big, bad, and scary. But go ahead, Ashkan.
one thing I wanted to say is that we're we're expecting people to behave logically here, and they're not. Especially U.S. and Israel, they're not behaving logically. Um, so it just makes me think that they're not thinking about logic. They're thinking about, I hate to say, but eschatology. They're thinking about bringing back the Messiah and Jesus. I think that's where all this is going, and it's really scary because I don't see anybody acting
So
logically.
why is Iran on a ceasefire, bro? We need to take them out if they're really trying to take us to the end of times.
Take who out? I
The
mean,
Israel,
that's.
bro, Israel.
I think that's what they want. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but we
mean,
gotta take them
I
out
think
then. If
that's
they're
what they
trying to
want.
take us down to the end of the times, who cares about a ceasefire?
How are we gonna do that?
Well, I guess
Ashkan,
there's no.
brother, what Suleiman is saying, and if really that's what they're looking at is eschatologically here, and that's end time here, why doesn't Iran take it to the end times and just completely annihilate them? Then bring in their end times.
But they want to have a future, right? They want to have a future. They care about their children, Iran, and yeah, I know there's real components to it that are yeah, eschatological, but at the end of the day, you still have an economy and a country and interests with your partners, and those matter. And I think Iran has played from that book very well to the point where if it gets to that point, for one, it won't be because Iran brought it there. And I think they've always been that way, even when they were attacked in 2024. I remember people were really upset when Israel just kept launching attacks into Iran, and Iran wasn't really going for it all the way as far as retaliation, especially the first one in like February, I think, after October 7th, they really tried to pin it all on Iran. Basically, they for a while it was as if it wasn't even Hamas at all. They kept talking about the IRGC, but either way, and even then, October 7th, we know it's not what they say it is. But anyway, my point there is that like now Iran is in a position where look, the ball is in their court, and the U.S. has, and really the only thing that Trump can do successfully without shooting himself in the foot is pull out. But that would be, as you mentioned, whoever that was, Ashkan, that would be an eschatological loss, right? But it would also give them time to rally. Look, the 12-day war was just as bad. The 12-day war was a loss to Israel as well, but it allowed Israel and the U.S. to kind of recoup and get more assets into the region because Israel was on its last legs at that point as well. And it never got better, even though they had months to prepare. Right. And so in this case, it's kind of very similar. The other thing, too, is the look at the conversation and how it's changed. Look, Iran still has its highly enriched uranium. It still has its its control of the Strait of Hormuz. If you go by, there was this, and I brought this up earlier, but I pulled it up. It's the apparently Lloyd's List, which is a huge deal. Apparently, I didn't know too much about them, but they're a 300-year-old maritime analysis company. And they're claiming, I guess, apparently that over 26 tankers have passed the blockade, and that they have like really high end data, satellite tracking data, and advanced analytics that are tracking and saying that like for the most part this blockade has been a bluff. And
Whose ships
if
are
that's
those
true,
though?
so I'm not exactly sure, although from my understanding, I don't have the exact detail there, but from my understanding, the majority of them are India, well, China, Russia, India, and a few others as well. So that's kind of been like the big story there, is that 26 ships have gone through. This just came out today apparently, and I heard about it earlier, but apparently Lloyd's List is confirming. So apparently, someone else can probably chime in if that's a huge deal, but or if they're a huge deal. But that'd be look, if that's the truth, then that's even more of an L. Like at that point, it's like where is Trump actually winning at
Inevitable.
all? Like
Inevitable.
if
Can you ask me what
good.
China's going to do? The fact that America's been slapping them so badly up in the shores.
Oh well, if you mean the unarmed tankers that belong to Iran, I'll tell you what, right?
Oh, they belong to Iran
Even if
now.
it were a
See Iran,
Chinese,
see how they throw you
no,
under the
well
bus
the
as soon as big bad America comes. You're like, hey me, it's this other kid.
but there's a reason why Iran's not reacting too
No,
strongly
but
either, and
no,
it's not
jokes
just. I don't
aside,
think it's
jokes
just
aside,
because of the
wasn't the
ceasefire.
vessel today going to China and had oil in it?
Apparently, there was an empty container ship going to China today that the U.S. stopped.
No, today
Apparently,
there
and
was
then the
one.
other one.
Is it the Phoenix or
Mhm.
I forgot the name of it now. There was 2 million barrels of oil that was going to China. It was
Oh no, you're
amazing.
right. It was 200 million barrels. That's what I heard as well. So
Yeah,
no,
it was
you're
two
right.
Two
That
million,
that
right?
million,
Not
one.
2 million,
200.
2
It was
million.
Oh,
two
excuse me,
million.
2 million. Sorry, got 200. No,
I know you
yeah,
got, bro. You
yeah.
made the whole of
So
China. You made the whole of China shit themselves there. There are 2 million
I
barrels
think
of.
it was $200 million. I think that's what it
Oh,
was. It
okay,
cost that
okay.
much.
So listen, this is it. America said, "Bitch, this is ours now." What did you guys do about it?
well,
This
it's well,
they
one.
said
It's
this
not.
ours now, boy.
Hey, Suleiman, can I
Well,
ask you,
look,
is your accent Scottish? What is it?
Yeah, it's not. It's kind of. I'm from basically the northeast of England, so it's not too far away from Scotland. But yeah, I'm not. But
it's
I'm
from
still
the
I'm still
end.
in England,
Dude,
bro.
your accent is so overpowered, man. Like any joke
Nah,
you
bro.
make is instantly more funny just because of your accent.
That's hilarious, bro. Yeah, that's yeah, it's the northeast. It's basically you won't have heard of it, but it's like Middlesbrough. It's working class town. Um,
But no,
Listen, I
look. By the
made it.
way, oh,
Thermal,
sure.
I made it. I made it from a very small working class town in Borough, socially deprived area. Now we're in the big leagues, bruv. An Asian, a Pakistani origin guy from a small little town in the northeast of England is in the big leagues with all now. This is it. We made it. But I just want to thank X-Commerce for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate you. I'm literally on a space with the CCP. Like, we had the KGB on before. Like, we got all these agents on. Like, I'm on with Gary Cardone, of the Cardone Empire. Like, listen, we made it to the big leagues. We're here with Joe and his mezuzah. Like, you know what I mean? So, Gary, hope you're doing well. Oh, sorry, did you finish that conversation? Did you? I forgot if you finished the conversation because I don't want to jump away from it. Okay, I think Inevitable
Oh,
took
no,
it. No, no, it's
sorry.
fine. I know, I
No,
get
no, I
it.
think the
Inevitable took
last.
his beat.
Okay, you got it.
All good, all good. We know we took it. Just do your research and find out what
To
China's going to do. Gary,
to
thanks for
give
joining us.
context, though, Suleiman,
Yeah?
China normally gets 80 ships a month from the Strait.
80.
Yeah, so 20 some doesn't really add up. I
Yeah.
mean, they could have went, but it doesn't.
Yeah, he just
It
caught
helps,
it.
but
I just
barely.
didn't want to push back on him on that one. I knew he was
Oh
probably.
yeah, no, it's definitely a reduction, right? But look, China has
No,
had
he's not
and
saying
Russia
that,
has they've
Joe.
had
Joe,
ships.
I mean, Inevitable. Joe's not saying that. Joe's saying that China gets 80 ships. So there's no way there could have been 20 in one day. That's what Joe's trying to say.
No, it wasn't in one day. It was 26
Yeah.
since the blockade started. Apparently, that's what
Ah, okay. Yeah,
Lloyd's
but not
something
since.
is
But
saying.
how many has there been since the big guns, the big dogs, put their blockade in? How many has there been since then?
Oh yeah, 26. Apparently, that's what
What,
Lloyd's
in this
list is
last
saying. That
5 days?
since the U.S. Yeah, apparently within the last since the
For
U.S. did
to
their
China.
blockade,
That's
apparently,
coke.
yeah.
I don't believe that.
Well, to
Show
China.
me the evidence.
Oh no, all those ships aren't going to China. They're just going out. Those are the number of ships that have left.
Ah,
Apparently,
okay. Have
breached
you
the
got the evidence for
blockade.
this? Have you
Yeah,
got the evidence?
apparently Lloyd's list. That's
Please
my
send me
source. If
it.
they released
Send me it,
today,
please.
sure, yeah, absolutely,
No,
absolutely.
I'm not saying you're not wrong. I think you may be right on that one, but I just want to see it.
Oh, by the way, the Pentagon's denying it. By the way, they
Yeah,
came
they
out
were saying
too. The
zero,
Pentagon
but
is
they lie as well. They lie, don't
yeah,
they? So you can't
So,
believe
that
them.
facts.
would
Yeah.
mean that actually Iran still holds some dominance as a
Yeah, if
ceasefire.
26 have gone through, it means there is. Yeah, I agree with you. Then there is a bit of a situation where America, because then if it is that literally there's like I don't know, like 30, like if 26 you said right, which means 5 a day. So there's like 6 going through, and like America's able to stop 1 and 5 are still getting through. That's gonna show weakness on the American side, right? So I do want to see that. That's why I meant like if you send me it because that'd be good evidence to have either way. But. Gary, thanks for joining us. Hope you do well. Rumors, everyone's saying Gary got it wrong. Gary got it wrong. What's your thoughts on that?
Did I? Do I have it wrong?
They're saying
I mean,
there's a ceasefire. They're saying there's a permanent ceasefire now.
well, that's awesome. I mean, how many are we going to announce? Do we get to announce one every 2 days?
Well, he said he didn't put a deadline on this one. He said it's permanent.
Yeah. I haven't seen the news, but I'm willing to continue with my path forward, believing that psychopaths don't eat anything and stick to it. Too many players on the table, man. I don't know how you guys can think that. I don't really get how. Like, I know you want to, and I wanted to, but it hasn't ended since. I don't know when any of the wars
You
we've
rubber
gone
banding a
into
bit,
have
Gary.
ended.
Gary, you're rubber banding a little bit. It's like every 6 seconds you cut off for like
Sorry,
half a
pal.
second.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't want this to end.
I'm in a car.
Oh, no
So I
worries.
just don't see how we back out of this. Apologies for that. I don't see how you back out of it because you got too many people with too many different agendas. So I hope I'm wrong. But my experience is usually when everyone believes something, it's not right. So it even gives me a little bit of comfort. Well, not really comfort, but I don't want to be right. Okay, I do not want to be right. So, how long is the ceasefire for? How long is the ceasefire this time? I mean, they said it's permanent. That means Israel is going to keep his bullets in its gun and not use them.
I don't think it's permanent. I think he said it's open ended, or I don't know what the word he used. He said no, doesn't have a deadline or something like that.
Yeah, he said until he said the government of Iran is fractured, so they're having a hard time putting up a proposal. And so until they do, I'm going to extend the ceasefire. But I think, Sully, didn't you read something from Golibov that said like they don't even they believe they're just buying time for a sneak attack or something.
I mean, this is Iranians keep saying that. They keep saying in all the statements that they believe America is going to try and do a sneak attack. I mean, I'm thinking America won't do the sneak attack, and this is what's going to be interesting. And I'm not like a financial expert to the level like where Joe and all these guys are. Um, and so like Joe, I mean, if Joe's saying Americans are going to run out of Amazon Prime in 4 weeks, I mean, I don't think that's much of a big deal. So we know they've got like 3 or 4 weeks at least. And he didn't even say run out. He's literally like, guess what? Rather than taking 1 day, it's going to take
Hey,
2 days.
we might not get the delivery of our T-shirts that we need so badly. Our
Yeah,
$10
Joe.
T-shirts we bought from Walmart.
Yeah, that's what Joe said. Joe said it might increase to $10.50.
Sully, they're gonna switch off family share add-on. So that's all.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand how many people grocery shop in America through Amazon, and they do it
Bro,
like one
I
item at a
live
time.
bro, I spend more time probably in America than you do, Joe.
Yeah, and they do that.
I don't use Amazon. I use the other one. What's it called? Uber Eats and
Instacart.
Uber Eats. I use the Uber
Yeah, that's
Eats.
different though. That's cooked food. I'm talking about Amazon Prime for like groceries.
No, I
Like
get the groceries, the Uber Eats, bro. When I'm gonna get from CVS, I'm like, Uber Eats, give me some water, give me some brunch bars, and then I add it on, and then they bring me it within an hour.
Yeah, you're gonna be stuck next time you go to
Yeah,
States.
all that.
If this continues.
Oh, guess what, Joe? Oh no, flip! I need some water. Oh, rather than get it in an hour, I'll just order it for tomorrow. Oh my god, that's not the end of the world, Joe.
No, it's not. But I'm telling you, I'm just showing you what happens in 3 weeks.
Yeah, but you
Right?
need to
And then it just gets
explain
worse.
how it's gonna be bad. Like how it's only when people feel the
You're going
real
to have
squeeze.
less. You're going to have less you're going to have less trucking happening in America. Right? You're going to have like when Dark was up here. If you have less planes flying, you have less planes paying their loans. You have financial pressure on banks. Banks begin to fail. Like it's just a huge cluster of everything that affects American and shipping or trucking in America affects everything, literally everything.
Yeah, but again, Joe, you're explaining that, and that makes
Bro,
sense.
it's less medicine, it's less food, it's less of anything any
Yeah, but if I'm
human
like, okay,
needs.
listen, Joe, I'm in America right now. Pretend I'm in America. Pretend I'm
Yeah.
in Florida.
Mhm.
Me as a person in America, how is it gonna change my life on a actual daily basis? So I wake up today, how is things gonna change? What is it?
Currency devaluation.
Bro,
Yeah.
what? Okay, that's not gonna happen immediately, is it?
It'll start happening
No, it'll
quickly.
start to happen quick.
Oh, okay, explain that. So what? I go to what you call it again? I go get a bottle of water rather than it being $1. It's like $1.10.
No, no,
Yeah.
no, no. Your eggs in 4 weeks will be at least $8. At least.
Well, how many eggs for $8, bro?
A carton.
Yeah, and how much was it before?
I don't know what they are now, but they're nowhere near that. But
I think it's like 5 or 6. I don't know.
apply that to almost everything.
Yeah, so that's again, that's impactful, but like the major
That's
impact.
very impactful.
It is, but I just think like, and how long will that take to happen? And I'm trying to say what I'm trying to deduce
I'm
from this.
telling you, in 4 weeks,
Yeah,
the median American will have 40 to 50% of their money going to food and shelter, and that's it.
in 4 weeks.
Right? Yeah, within 4 weeks.
And 40% is a trigger point for a massive protest.
And also, you gotta remember,
Would these
there's
guys
so what?
protest though? Thermo, you're American, right?
Yeah,
Where you from?
California.
Oh, okay, you guys just protest over dumb things anyway. It doesn't matter about you guys. What about the rest of America? Would they start protesting over
He's
this?
fucked.
At that level, yeah, I think they would.
I don't know,
It,
bro.
but okay, but
No,
here's the
dude, they're
thing.
full. No way. Californians aren't gonna protest. They're full of marijuana, bro. Okay,
You don't
they're
remember
gonna
Rodney
dummy
King?
down, do whatever.
That's what made the hippies protest.
That's true. I go to New York and it just smells of weed.
But Suleiman, here's the thing. So what me and Darkside earlier were talking about is called a crack up boom. And basically what happens is once you get inflation that's happening too quickly, like even if it's just 10% in a month, like yeah, you would think, okay, food goes up 10%, not that big of a deal, right? But once it starts picking up too quickly, people start panicking and they start dumping their currency because they're worried that it's not going to be able to hold its value. And so then it triggers a cycle which leads to an exponential drop in the currency's value.
I guess why I'm asking this question, and I don't think it's just going to be as bad as what you guys are claiming. Already the prices in the UK have gone up, and nothing's changed, bro. Like nothing. Like people just going about their day. Like they'll just make a comment like, "Oh, thank you,
I,
Iran."
but Solomon, I don't think you realize how fast things will change.
Bro, we're
That's the
ahead of
thing.
you on that. We're already
Yeah,
experiencing
but
it.
you're not that far ahead. Like you're a week in. I said 2 weeks. Yeah, another week, and you're gonna see. Like I really don't think you realize how fast things will shift.
I personally think it's more in the scale of months, but no one
Same.
can really say.
Yeah,
Ah,
same.
he's disavowed. They both disavowing you now, Joe. They threw you. They,
Yeah,
I think
I
they
understand
threw
that. I
you under the
mean,
bus
look,
immediately.
reserves matter. Reserves make a difference. It really depends on how much reserves they have. But from what I saw about urea, if my source is correct, then there's going to be a problem much faster than people think.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think we're a few months away. Spoke to Yara, by a purchasing manager, or a friend of mine who spoke to the purchasing manager at Yara. He said, yeah, they've got 2 months supply, and then another 8 months on back order. And Syngenta as well. Spoken to a friend of mine who's in charge of buying urea. And they said, yeah, it's we still got about a month and a half to 2 months as well stockpile, so it's fine. Maybe once it gets to like September, October time or something.
Look, I just put in just to Google, okay, just so you guys can see how much urea in storage in U.S. as of March 2026. U.S. urea supplies are facing significant tightening, with estimates suggesting U.S. farmers could face a shortage of roughly 2 million tons of urea during this spring. U.S.
so.
currently has record low inventories. 2026 planting season with abnormally low inventories. Supply distribution to shipment from Middle East, which accounts for 28% of U.S. imports, are exacerbating the shortage. This
So,
is as soon
Joe,
as I
can I
put it
just
in.
ask? Let me just ask you, because I actually don't know much about this topic. I but from what you were saying, it sounds like this is kind of a problem where it's going to be really bad for a few weeks, and then it'll go back to normal once they transition the engines.
Yeah.
Or
They could transition the engine, but by the time they transition engine, you have other problems. You have financial
But
breakdowns.
but look, Joe, before I know you've been dark sided and your heart rate's up about the end of the world, but um, look, it doesn't really work that way. What ends up, I mean, that's the way it works theoretically. But the cool thing about price going up is that, especially in the commodities that you're talking about, it is the best solution to cutting demand. And you will see demand destruction. Okay. I'm telling you, you're going to see demand. Eggs are not going to double in price. Okay. Eggs have nothing to do with this, in my opinion. In fact, I would encourage everyone to go get some chickens and put them on their land, and you'll never have to buy another egg again. And it'll be better. And they'll take care of your mosquitoes. I need to do that, actually. I've just been lazy about it. But I do believe that toilet paper and all types of goods and services. Look, the corn season. I used to own 230 acres in Idaho, all um, farmland, and we would be fertilizing and planting about right now. So I've got the fertilizer I need. If I can't get the fertilizer, I'm going to go and produce something else, right? Which I think there's been a huge movement already from the farmers. But look, there's no doubt we're going to have higher prices, okay? And higher prices lead to less demand. And I do think we will see that. And that should be very good. To Solomon's point, he's in London, dude. Prices are stupid in London. Okay, you guys don't know what prices
Oh
are
my God, I would never go London,
in
Gary. Why
America.
are you attacking me?
Well, the reason I'm attacking you
I
is
don't
that
want to
you
get
notice
stabbed.
that
I'm in the
people
north.
people take it people take it up the ass and they just keep going. they figure out how to do it, and so will America. Americans will figure out how to do this. Not, I don't think the end of the world is coming.
Gary, when it comes to London,
For sure.
food in London, in the suburbs I'm talking about, they're all right. They're reasonable. The problem with London is the rent and the mortgage payments.
Yeah,
That's
dude, it's impossible. Like, you have better food than we do. Okay, for sure. Our food is pricing. I lived there 14 years. Your food is better, so it doesn't matter what it's priced at. It's cheaper. It's fucking better by a mile, dude. See, that's the other thing Americans don't understand. They don't understand the difference between value and price. Everything is free. I need free, free, free. It's like, yeah, okay. I can only give you free shit, and then I water it down until, like, you're just getting urine at some point, because free is nothing. I mean, it's just like, you got to be willing to pay for some value.
Gary, have you ever watched George Carlin stand up
Yeah,
comedy?
yeah. George is
You
awesome,
know
man.
the little bit he has about like every
I ain't,
day
I ain't, I ain't,
he's like
I ain't
millions
in
of
the club.
Americans go into these shopping malls. They're giant piles of redundant protoplasm, and it's like, yeah, dude. Because if you just eat crap and Twinkies and all this crap all day, like everyone has a thyroid problem now.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, it's expensive to live in London. Okay, I mean, like, I like, it's stupidly expensive. But that too will change. That too will change. Did you guys see the $400 million property that was sold to the Ukrainian czar oligarch? 400 million in Monaco. It was King Philip, or King Bluey Mooey. He's buying. I mean, imagine that, dude. The czar of Ukraine is buying the most expensive home ever sold on planet Earth. 400 million large. That's where your tax dollars are going.
it could have been a legitimate business that he built.
So I'm
Oh,
just
I'm
looking
sure
at
it
what
was, man.
Inevitable sent me, and it does seem like a lot of ships are getting through the Strait of Hormuz despite the American blockade. And it says at least, yeah, it says at least 10 and possibly up to 26
During what time period?
since the American blockade.
Which is like 5 days?
Yeah. But remember, the Americans are claiming zero have gone through.
But those must be like their allies' ships or something, like
No, because
ships going.
Iran's not allowing ships through, isn't it, for the American allies?
Well, no, I mean like Japan or South Korea or India or Iran's letting
Yeah,
those.
they've made a deal. Yeah, those are the ones who made a deal with Iran, right, and pay the toll. That's the only way that they're allowed to cross the strait in the first place. And there's one ship called the Basel that was named in the Wall Street Journal post about it, and that is a Greek ship, for example, and they've been making deals with Iran. And that one apparently, right now, when you track the live location, it's in East Africa right now. So it's out of the Arabia, or it's almost out of the Arabian Sea.
And
So
all
that's
that
kind of
means,
big.
yeah, exactly. And all that means is that essentially some of my concerns are kind of alleviated, because if this is happening, it means Iran is still collecting a toll. It still means those countries are making deals with Iran. So what's the blockade? The blockade is basically, oh shit, China. The blockade is just Iran and China. I know China's like, yeah, whatever, blood. We no sir, we don't want no fight, sir. But like, yeah, so it seems like the blockade is only that. But at least with Iran, they're still making money elsewhere, so they're all right.
Well, here's my theory. I think that we know if 10 ships left the Strait of Hormuz, chances are at least a few of them are Chinese, right? But they did stop a ship, to your point earlier, and they stopped a ship that was actually going back as well. Rumor has it, or at least according to the US, that ship was
No,
carrying
no, jokes
ammonium
aside, like
perchlorate. Yeah,
sorry, can I ask a question and then do continue?
sure.
Of the 26, is there any which were China? Our interest.
So I don't have the exact figure there just yet. I honestly, I'm just guessing when I say that like there's a good chance. Now the Starry, there's the it was called the Starry, the Rich Starry. There was that one ship that got turned around, and I think their location is still in the Gulf of Oman. So yeah, I bring that up because they are turning. There are ships that are getting turned back too, but I think the spectacle. I think some of it is artificial, and the reason why I say that specifically is because if you look at the ship that was stopped yesterday, that one alleged to have ammonium perchlorate and sodium perchlorate, and that's obviously huge for Iran's ballistic missile system capacity. I think they're trying to do that to make a point. I honestly do. I'm also questioning if Trump is even going to go to Beijing in May. I'm honestly thinking that there could be another pushback because clearly things are not. If Trump is not going to, I doubt Trump goes to Beijing unless
He's
there's
got the
way more
power now. He can go
leverage
to
in his
Beijing and
favor.
say, listen, you've seen our navy, you've seen our strength, we took your ship, be good.
I would say
And
the
then G be,
opposite, honestly.
of course, Mr. Trump, we don't fight you now.
But I would say the opposite. I think honestly, Trump he's just been bleeding leverage. It's just been all over the place with him. And now he's going from a standpoint of like now his standpoint is, well, we stopped tankers. Okay, you were talking about Karg Island 4 weeks ago. What happened to that? Now everything is significantly worse. And also, we're seeing a lot of other nations go to China that are allied with the U.S. and that seems to be sort of a statement in and of itself, right? I think you can agree with that, silly. Like
What was
a
that? Sorry,
European
I was
country.
too busy trying to find out which vessels went through. Sorry, ask me again, sorry.
Oh yeah. Any European country that goes to China, or really any country
Mm.
that's allied with the U.S., they're doing that as a statement, right? It's a statement of like, okay, our trust is leaning in this direction.
What do you mean?
Well, like for example, when the head of Spain went to China last week, that was a statement, and even from Saudi Arabia, right? MBS went to China as well to meet with Xi. Any country that goes to meet with Xi, that in and of itself is a statement of, and not to say that they're in China's hands or whatever, but it's a statement that hey, we're being pushed in this direction because of what's happening in the world. What do you think?
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I do think that a lot of these countries are going to have to reassess and remake their decisions. And you can't, it's a good lesson for everybody. You can't rely. I always, I'm joking around with you, some of the stuff I say, but like, I don't think you could.
No, of course.
I think but I do think that but I still, the bit that I'm not joking about is I do think military power is very important and using hard power. And I do think China being afraid to use it, although it's smart because they don't want to fight America at the moment, it means they can never have that kind of basically be the empire without that. And it's going to be between you guys and the Pax Judaica, isn't it? So obviously, I prefer you guys over Pax Judaica. Rather work in a sweatshop than flip. I guess I'd be a slave, but working in a sweatshop, at least I'm still getting paid. The other one is I'm just a slave, isn't it? Perpetual servitude. So I'm looking at these.
Did you cut out, Sully?
No, I'm trying to look it because it's like it's saying 26 vessels um tried to pass the strait. 12 of them transited after the US widened the blockade on the 16th of April. But then it's not giving real details about the specifics of the vessels. When was it? On the 16th. Okay, I'll look into that. But so what do you think? What do you think Japan does? Because with Japan and South Korea, the situation was is they could have sold their bonds, but now like, what's the benefit of selling your bonds? Because it's not like you can actually get oil, though, is it?
Well,
Well,
that's the issue with. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. You got this.
oh, no, I was just gonna say. I mean, they're gonna have to get oil elsewhere, and it's gonna be way more expensive. So then that would necessitate selling bonds. The other thing too is like you got to remember all these countries. they're on the same like sort of debt-based system as America, right? So if your economy contracts and now you don't have the income to pay your debts, well, you got to find it elsewhere. So that's when you got to start selling assets like gold, bonds, etc. But I was also just going to say, Sully, saw something interesting from Trita Parsi. He thinks that this is basically just the U.S. pulling out, and there's not going to be a deal on sanctions, nuclear, no return to war, while Iran
Okay, let me
continues to
ask you
control.
that. Either you or Joa or Resistance or any of the guys. You know, I interviewed him. He said the same thing in the interview. Do you remember the interview I did with him yesterday or the day before?
Yeah, yeah.
So his claim, and I don't think he's right on this personally. So his claim is that the number one most important thing for Iran is sanctions relief. And the way America wins this war is just to leave. As in, leave the war and be like, we're done. And his claim is that way you don't give Iran sanction relief. But if you were to do that and you were to like, oh, we're leaving, that's it, it's over. Iran has complete control of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has complete control over the tolls. Iran has now all these countries like Korea, Japan, the ones we're talking about, will have to make really good deals with Iran, overarching deals with Iran in order to get their trade. So what is sanctions? What is the sanctions relief? Like, I'm not understanding. I don't, and I'm not a financial expert. That's why I'm asking you guys. But I don't see how how the sanction. I'm with it. Like, I want Iran to not have sanctions. In the ideal world, Iran doesn't have sanctions. It becomes one of the biggest powers in the world. But even if America wasn't to remove the sanctions, I don't see how it would be such a detrimental thing. Like, maybe I'm wrong. Can someone explain?
Not detrimental. It's not detrimental. I mean, already, well, compare it to February 26th, right? Or 27th. I mean, right now, if America leaves extricates themselves from this situation, i.e., the blockade disappears as well, and Iran, like you said, can negotiate with all the parties that are where their ships have need to pass through, their supplies need to pass through the Strait of Hormuz and charge a toll, then they will already be a lot better off than they were on February the 26th. And the GCC will be the weakest out of all of them because they'll be subservient, and then a new dominant power will be in the region. The sanctions relief, I agree with you. It's great if they are lifted, but we know that America will not honor any deal. So this is actually a better. This is actually a very
But just a
good
question on that,
situation.
Resistance. Can I ask you, like, when you say sanctions relief, right? So who's got the sanctions? It means America and its allies, right? And anyone who trades with Iran, they need to do it like with off the SWIFT system. They need to like make sure that they're doing it kind of in a different via a different currency, right?
Yeah.
But I guess the question is, if the sanctions remain, who will Iran not be able to trade with, other than not being able to trade with SWIFT? Who won't they be able to trade with, and what won't they be able to trade in a kind of more detailed manner?
Well, they can only they will be siloed in the sense that they can sell they can actually not necessarily sell the oil, but they can charge a toll and pass it through the CIPS system, which is the Chinese equivalent of SWIFT, and everything will be done through that. And so all countries will have to pay Iran through the CIPS and pay in yuan. So already there's like out of the 100 billion, maybe they keep 70 billion, Oman keeps 30 billion, whatever. It's fine. So already they're going to get revenue from that for indefinitely. And so the sanctions are only applied to all other goods and services that they can provide, right? So they're not going to sign so all countries not going to sign with Iran if Iran wants to export I don't know, some crops or food, because they're exporter of food, technologies. They can't supply that, and they can't buy from European or allies of America. So that's where the sanctions are imposed. But that doesn't mean to say
Wait, say
that
that again. I just missed the last bit. Sorry, say that last bit again. The
so they
sanctions
can't,
imposed in what way?
so they can't. So basically, a lot of the countries cannot sell or buy from Iran all other goods and services, right? But they'll have to pay the toll charge.
Like who?
Yeah, now. So
But like
that's
who? So you mean like someone like Japan?
Japan,
Yeah, South
Europe,
Korea for sure.
Europe,
But
all
then
of Europe will have to pay, right? All of Europe will have to pay for, and not just oil, but for anything that goes through the Strait of Hormuz.
no,
No,
sorry, I don't mean
I don't
that.
think you're getting his question.
Yeah,
So, look, the sanctions affect any trading partner of America. If you divert the sanctions,
yeah.
you're supposed to no longer be able to
Yeah,
trade with America, although we still trade in some respect even with Russia today, which there's sanctions on. But
Okay.
America buys uranium from them.
But what I'm saying
So
is, Joe, and maybe you can answer the question. So in a tangible sense, which countries would Iran not be able to trade with? And what I mean by that is, like, I guess I'm trying to ask the question that will these countries abide by that based on the current new dynamic of Iran controlling the strait?
they won't.
they won't, but
I say
America can
I say
impose
they would.
sanctions. America can impose sanctions on countries who help Iran divert sanctions,
Yeah,
basically.
Yeah,
Although
but that's what the shadow
they don't
fleets
do
are
it.
for. That's exactly what those are for. Shadow fleets.
Yeah, I understand that, but they don't do it to China, which they should. Uh,
because they
if
can't.
No, sir, don't do that,
right,
sir.
they
because they can't.
Sully, they won't be able to
Hmm.
they won't be able to do anything to their partners, to their allies, who has to pay a toll to go to get their ships through and their
No,
oil.
I get that. I get that. I'm talking more about separate to the toll. What else? What other goods is going to be? What other goods and services is gonna is Iran
If
going
they
to be
want to sell,
restricted
if
by?
they want to sell drone technology,
They
example,
can't.
to Europe, like
Yeah,
they
they
can't.
can't. That's what I said.
Right?
All other
Okay.
goods and services, they won't. They'll have to abide by it.
But then the
But
question is which, and so other countries, they're going to be afraid that America is going to sanction them. But the problem is, I'm saying, with those countries, I guess what I'm trying to say is this: like, let's take Japan as an example. Japan is so desperate for the strait; they're so reliant on Iran. If Iran said to them, "Listen, you can have your oil, you can have your toll, and let's do a more wider, overarching deal, and rather than paying $2 million in toll, you can buy, I don't know, certain billions of dollars of our product, and then we'll buy, and you end
yeah,
up creating a trade deal.
they
Now,
can.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
Japan,
that's exactly it, Sully.
and so my question is this, and now Japan's going to have the risk of America sanctioning them. And the question is, would Japan make a deal like that with the risk of America sanctioning them? But this is the betterment of Japan. And I'm saying, like, what would occur in that scenario, do you guys think?
Well, I think it depends, how Japan's obviously going to have to weigh that. But I think there's a broader point to what you're saying, Sully, which is if multiple US allies get together and say, you know what, we're all just going to tell the US to fuck off on this. Excuse my language, sorry. We're all just going to tell the US to, beat it on this issue, then that, as someone else brought the point up yesterday, I think on the space, where it's like if you sanction everybody else, you just sanctioned yourself. So
So
um
EU. This is exactly it. I agree with you, Thermo. So EU would be the test case because EU is a collection of countries, and they could do it as a block, right? So I think it will be the case where, uh, oil, or the easiest one would be oil from Iran. So that, because that's easily that's a main, especially because there's a main need for that across the world, because there's an energy starvation going on. So I think they would want to tap Iran for their oil. And in that scenario, they could do a deal with Iran, and they could test United States resolve on that. I think, and likewise, maybe South Korea, Japan, and some of the ASEAN countries, the Southeast Asia, so Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, they can all they can, as a block, they can actually also potentially negotiate with Iran and say, look, for
And then,
energy,
okay,
national
so
security
then on the other
purposes.
side, let me just bring the other side in because I think you're all in agreement, but I wanted some kind of other view. On the other side, would they be willing to alienate the United States of America? Look, these countries are very vassalized, and they are, like, some of them are very pegged to the United States dollar. There is, like, very intrinsic links. Like, would they be willing to cause cause that issue?
That's the open question. I personally think the fact that there's an energy crisis going on right now, that opens the door for national security concerns, means that we have to make deals with countries like Iran to safeguard our energy security. So they could weigh that up over sanctions, over United States.
Yeah, sanctions relief. That's why sanctions relief is even on the table, because America is like, it doesn't make sense for America to uphold sanctions anyway in lieu of like, or in the face of a crisis in energy whatsoever. I think that's why America looks the other way. Like a lot of the output that East Asia especially produces is critical for America. Right, it's critical. Like they need South Korea to be able to produce microchips. They do. The same for Taiwan. Taiwan's being adversely
And let me
affected.
just give
A
you
lot
this.
of
Let me give
other
you. Let
countries.
me give you
Good.
this inevitable. I'm gonna give it straight back to you because I don't want to interrupt you. But I was looking into that list that you sent me, inevitable, and thank you for that very accurate piece of information. You can always rely on the Chinaman to send you the right research, right? They may not be fighters, but they definitely are academics and researchers. And I was afraid that he sent me
We're
the some
fighters
deep.
too.
Okay, like kung fu ain't
Yeah,
gonna work on the
right.
battlefield. Yeah, kung fu ain't gonna work on the battlefield, right? If I need some
Hey, we
Jackie
won the
Chan,
Korean War and Vietnam against
listen,
America. So that's
listen. I thought, listen, what about the Japanese, bro? But anyway, if I need Bruce Lee, like Bruce Lee ain't gonna do any of this, right? But one thing is, other than if they give me a product and I'm worried it might like break down or something, but the research is up to standards. And anyway, he sent me it, so I started looking into it. And actually, blood. What is going on? There's so many, there's so many tankers going through. It's like, what world are we living in? Let me read this to you. This like a lot of them are Iranian tankers as well. So the Basel is Liberia flag. They went to Brazil. Uh, the CC was Marshall Islands flagged, and it went to Brazil. These are all after the American blockade. Dan was Iranian flagged, an Iranian flagged ship from Carl Island, and it went to Malaysia, then China, and that had Iranian crude oil. The Hawk was again Iran and Iranian crude oil from to Malaysia to China. The Felicity Iranian flagged, and it went to India. The Derya, the Iranian flagged, and it went to India again. The Aritanos Iranian flagged, and it went to India. The Arabas Iranian flagged, and it went to Mumbai. Ararizo Iranian flagged, and it went to Malaysia. The Bahaja Iranian flagged, and it went to Malaysia. And it's actually a sanctioned ship as well. The Arizo is a sanction. The Arabas is sanctioned. The Baskar is sanctioned, and it went to okay, they don't know where it went as well. It's a sanctioned ship, but they don't know where it went. The water is Iranian, Iranian, not sanctioned, but went to Thailand. The Mahman, where Iranian flag went to Sri Lanka. The Miami Pride went. Oh, bro, not the Pride you guys are into. Iranian flag, and it went to Malaysia. And I'm just gonna over the other one. Iranian flagged, don't know where it went. Iranian flagged went to China. Iranian flagged sanctioned went to China. Oh, listen, why you guys attacking China? China's been getting some vessels. I don't know why you all been attacking China this whole space. You've been attacking China. You guys have been attacking China, and China's been receiving oil. I don't know why you guys have been hating on China in this space. We got another
I can add
Iranian
too. Oh,
sanction.
good.
Another Iranian sanction ship that's gone to China. This is important because we have these conversations, and it's good to know that the Americans are just completely lying about this. Remember, they said zero, and I was, I was being harsh on China, but a lot going into China. Iranian, I still think that this is an attack on China. Like they shouldn't let the vessels get boarded, but this is actually a lot more ships are going out. Another Iranian flag that was going to Malaysia. Another Iranian flag Malaysia. Iranian flag Malaysia. And then we've got two more. They don't know it's on the list, but they don't know where it is. This is crazy. This is so many.
So I'm curious because I'm not saying this is necessarily what's happening, but if you think about it, if hypothetically the US was going to capitulate in certain ways to Iran, there's a very good chance that they would have to come to some sort of agreement so that it doesn't look like it. Now, I don't know that Ghalibaf or Adolfji or any of these, people would be willing to go along with that, but That also is a potential outcome. I don't know. Do you guys think I'm crazy? Like,
No,
What's
I
the
think I
outcome?
think you make perfect sense. I think you make perfect
What
sense.
did he
They
say
give
again?
up one
Repeat it for
ship.
me.
They give up one ship and let 20 through. That's a good deal.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah, that's why I thought that yesterday, because you know, Sully, you hammered me about the ship. I said it's a publicity stunt. You know, they're gonna say there's got
I have to
sodium
hammer
perchlorate.
you because China was missing. He was in hiding. He's finally come out.
Well,
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 you know what,
China,
too?
China, China got some facts together, and I think that's good. But here's the thing: U.S. can let
Oh,
20, they can let 100 through, but when they say we get again, when that commanding officer gets that ROE to stop it, we'll stop it to make a point. But again, if we wanted to stop 100, we could do it. Just start knocking them out left and right, or sink them or stop them. We could, and but we're letting a lot through. So I think this is real clear that we're not completely putting teeth into it 100%.
well, yeah. I mean, you could sink all the ships, but then everyone's going to die on the Earth because there's not going to be any oil. There's not going to be any diesel. There's not going to be any nothing. And I think just because you can doesn't mean you will or you should or you
Right? Yeah.
actually
Well,
can.
well, well, look, we need to understand some foundational basics too, like
oh,
the shadow
inevitable.
fleet.
He's basically saying that he could smash you guys up at any time.
Well, well, look, yes, but not in this moment. That's not what I mean. What I mean now is that like the shadow fleet that Iran has, like it's been it's been an international like network, right? And it's like hundreds of them that are out there, and the U.S. has honestly looked the other way for quite a while. You know, like they've had vessels that, like, for one, are owned through like tons of shell companies, for one, right? And that's why it's tough to even say, for example, one of the ships that were listed earlier, you know, they were a Greek ship, but yet they're listed under like a completely different country, right? And they spoof all the time with their identification systems, and they have like completely like wonky standards. But then they do a lot of ship to ship transfers as well, especially around like the Malacca Strait area and really around like the Indonesian area as well. There's tons of ship to ship transfers that take place. Usually these are enforced by the local countries too, and most of the time, local countries like Indonesia and Malaysia will look the other way as well. Sometimes they look, they you know, they don't. Sometimes they clamp down, but way more get through than that. And the reason why, I think, is just because of capacity. Like the U.S. doesn't have the capacity to stop every single shadow tanker, and so they're going to put on, kind of like Resistance said, this sort of like display of, oh yeah, look at us, like, you know, nothing's going through whatsoever. But it's kind of illusory, right? It's not actually real. In reality, some of the now, granted, I will say the overall traffic is absolutely way down from before the war. It's still relatively low even now over the last 2 weeks, compared to the start of the war, but it's still slipping through because these countries have been willing already to deal with Iran despite it being a sanctioned nation. And they've done, and the only way that Iran has been able to make good on its business with other countries like Japan and South Korea and you know, India, the only way how has been through and China, of course, has been through the Shadow Fleet. If not for the Shadow Fleet, then yeah, we would have had ships interdicted, and Iran would not be able to really get much out whatsoever.
Cool. Andrew, just a quick one, but he said, Inevitable said, yeah, you guys might have the Navy, but what are you going to do when we try and Kung Fu kick you? You ain't going to
Oh,
do nothing.
that's scary. He could do nothing.
You
He
ain't
could
going to
do
do
nothing.
nothing. No one got nothing on Bruce Lee. Anyway, let's get Hawes into the conversation. Hawes, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
Sorry about leaving like that. I just had to take a phone call immediately and I had to drop it. My apologies. And I just wanted to say about the, because you're talking about sanctions, the sanctions that are in place are basically put in place by Congress, and the president can't actually remove them. He can only give sanctions relief for a certain period of time, which means that I don't think that sanctions will ever be removed while you've got an Israeli government in charge of your Senate and your Congress. So that's the reality of the matter. And so Iran is never going to be in a position where it's happy with the sanctions being removed because do you remember what's his name, Mrs. Lindsey Graham, turned around and said, "Yeah, we're quite happy to talk about the sanctions. Let's talk about it in the Senate," because he knows 93% of these senators are Israeli lobbyists. of the 430 odd House of Representative people, I think there's a handful of people that are not, bending the knee to Tel Aviv. So they are assured that the sanctions are never going to get removed off. And that's it. That's the reality. A president can only say for a certain period of time. And the sanctions that are in place are actually against oil and the financials against what's it called, Iran. So Iran is not allowed to be involved in banking, is not allowed to sell its oil in the world market. But as I said in earlier conversations, it's fine because they're not being able to sell it. They're selling it to other people. They're forging alliances with China, which is buying it cheaper. But it means Iran has still got its what's it called, money coming in. It also means its relationship with China becomes not just a one-way abusive relationship, because China actually, like a person who gets heroin, is going to get it cheaper. Is going to turn around and say, you know what, I can't lose that cheaper heroin, and we'll want to get it like that. I'm not being facetious when I say that. I'm just saying the reality of it. If people get used to paying 20% cheaper on oil or 30% cheaper on oil, they're making 30% extra profit on the bottom line of the product that they'd have to pay everywhere else around the world. What they're getting off the GCC is a lot more expensive. So it's good for China, and it's good for us to have the Chinese, buying our oil off us, because again, they don't pay us in money. They pay us in credits that we use to restructure, rebuild, and whatever technology we need that China can provide for us and whatever else. So the sanctions don't work anymore as far as Iran is concerned. I mean, it would be nice to sell full price oil to the world, all good and well. The only thing I did want to say about the toll that's going to be put out there, I don't think that it should be a 50-50 division of the money for the toll. I think it needs to be looked at as the gross amount of money that comes out of the tolling of all the tankers that come through. And then you've got to look at the relative GDP of Iran. And once you look at the relative GDP of Oman, then you divide the money that's got to go for let's say it's 100 billion, and what you turn around and say, because for instance, if Iran was to give 50%, which would be 50 billion of the revenue from the toll to Oman, it would mean Oman with GDP would go from 112 billion up to an extra 50 billion added. So it'd have a $50 billion, 50% increase in their GDP. Whereas for Iran, at about 500, it'd be about 10 to 12%. So a fairer mechanism would be to add the 620 what's it called, GDP, then divide the barrels equally so that both countries get the percentage increase. That would be a model that I think would be a better model. That would be a fairer model, and also because Oman really has not suffered any consequences for this and are just getting a money for nothing effectively, because there is nothing that they've done that's added value to the toll coming into power. But I would like to see Oman to get money for it, because they do actually also own, half of the other side of the
they can
land.
get 10%.
Well, the GDP equal is what I'd say.
Okay,
Look
we'll
at what
give
they
them
GDP.
5%. They do nothing, bro. They're literally playing neutral. They're acting like the Switzerland, and they want to flip and benefit from, like, you know what I mean? It don't work like that.
But they did come out and say that Iran was at the table,
Yeah,
and
the
they
fucking
did
truth.
stand
You
up
gotta
to
give
the
them credit
teeth
for
of
that. Yeah,
America.
you gotta give them true for the credit. But I mean, they've not gone to war for it, have they? They haven't took the abuse for it. They haven't took the.
They've never gone to war with anyone, mate.
That's true. That's
Oman
true.
is one
That's
of
why
those
we'll give them.
countries.
They can get 10%, bro. They can get 10%. It's a good deal. So it's the what was it again? It's the art of the deal. It's the art of the deal. But the problem with
Fuck
that is
the art of
they're
the
not dealing
deal.
with America, because it'd be like, take 8% or
You're not
we'll.
dealing with America, are you? You're dealing with a lunatic with a Twitter handle.
True. So there was another point I wanted to make, guys, and I think it's good that House is on here as well at this point. And Thermo and Resistance and Ashkan, actually quite actually everyone here. I'm not sure about the obviously Andrews. I'm not sure about the China. Oh, Josie as well, but Chinese I'm not sure, because they're gonna, they might screw you. And I'm joking. We love the Chinese. We love the Chinese. Listen, don't put my social credit score at minus 3,000, right? And inevitable, I'm coming China in a couple of months if there's wars already in a ceasefire.
Nice.
And listen, don't be putting me in no sweatshop, right? Don't be putting me in no re-education camp. I just want to go and enjoy some flipping Chinese food. I just want to, you know what I mean? Like, don't be putting me through
You're gonna
anything.
have a blast.
Yeah, exactly.
You're come out of there radicalized, and
Well,
not in the way that everyone's.
well, I ain't.
No,
Well,
you're gonna
listen, I'll
think.
never be radical. I'm not gonna be like doing kung fu or anything like that. So, anyway, we so this was it. So obviously, there's a Zionist account which you guys know about. I don't want to mention who it is. You know who it is. And that Zionist account continues to post the same thing. And why I'm doing that is because remember I had that interview with Dr. Miller today? Now, Dr. David Miller, I don't know how to describe this. He is very much entrenched in Iranian. Let's say he's got really good substantive contacts in Iran. I know this as a matter of fact. That being said, I do feel like he's wrong about what he's saying in terms of this major beef or schism that's occurred between the reformists and the non-reformists. I think there's disagreement for sure, but I don't think it's like the way he's described it, where there's actually traitorous and all these kind of things. Now, the reason I say that is because the Zionists, and including that account, are pushing this claim a lot, which automatically tells me that it is a Zionist attempt to cause unrest within the Iranian leadership and make them turn on each other. That's what I'm moving more towards. That's happening a lot more as well as I'm reading a lot of these things come out. And this is the claim they're making. They're claiming that Ghalibaf, Pezeshkian, and Arakchi are like literally, under. Well, he's actually saying they're under house arrest. Obviously, that's the Balagi just made it up. But the point is, what's your guys' thoughts on this claim that there is this kind of schism? What's your thoughts on this claim that the reformists literally went and just gave a totally different agreement to what was given to them, that they kind of, there's two factions and these type of things? How's?
All I say to you is, what's the results? And let's not talk about the ifs, buts, and whatever else. What are the final results? The final results are Iranians didn't go to the event. They turned around and said, we're not doing it. The order was given by the supreme leader. He's the final authority on all these
Well, the
matters.
claim is that they just so you know, because I don't know if you saw the interview, but the claim is that what it was is essentially in that meeting, like the Mujtaba Khamenei, the supreme leader, gave like these 10 demands, and then those were changed and a totally different set was given to the Americans, and apparently Abbas Araghchi and all the rest of them just conceded on everything. And this is why they were really close to a deal. Scott Ritter said that he was told, I think by Professor Morandi or someone, I think he said by Professor Morandi that they were like inches away from a deal. And then the Americans walked out. And what's happened is the claim is by Dr. Miller that over the last few days, they got the negotiators and had a stern talking to them. And this is why the conversations have changed and they've become a lot more, not basically giving everything up to America. So that's kind of what the overarching claim is, if that makes sense.
So what I'll happily tell you is this. There is no deal that's going to get done without the Iranian public being behind it. And there is none of those 10 points are things that the Iranians are willing to bend over with. That's it. It's literally, this is our way or the highway is the attitude. And Iran's attitude is because, quite frankly, they don't fear the kinetic situation. And as I said in the earlier part when I was here, every day that place is closed is more damage to the world economy, more damage to the planet Earth, not to the Iranian economy. They're quite happy to become beggars and whatever else. But they know that in the end, the tolerance of the world to the kind of economic destruction that's coming, the asset destruction, airlines not being able to fly, all of these things, every day that goes by is just worse for them. For the Iranians, we don't need to fly. We'll stay in the country. We don't need to worry about any of that stuff. And that's the bloody mindedness of it. And what I say to you is, at the end of the day, the only person who can agree finally to everything has got to be the supreme leader. And the supreme leader is going to go with the will of the people. That's what his father did. He did what he thought was best for the country. And at the moment, the blood levels, the blood boil of people is still not satisfied with what's happened. And there is no room for maneuver of making deals with America. America, to them at the moment, is the murder of 155 children. Yeah, and the number's not 168, by the way. It's been revised down to 155, and it was 71 boys and about 48 girls. Just so we're clear, the numbers are not that. That hasn't changed. And Iranians still feel like, they are the victims of this situation. And where's the compensation? Where's the money that you guys need to pay us? If you're not going to pay us through your direct payments, that's where the toll comes in. But that's the thing that America doesn't want to agree with. That's the main thing for them. They actually want to get paid for the toll as well. The United States, those guys were sitting there saying like, we want to pay some of this money. They think it's like a mafia hit job, whatever they call them, like, you know, like protection racket. They're thinking of it as a protection racket for the America to get paid out of this 100 billion, like Donald Trump can turn around and say, yeah, dude, we're going to get $20 billion from this 100 billion because, you know, mate, you destroyed my country. You're not going to get jack shit from us. You got to pay. And they're paying now because, you know, in the end, not now, a week, 2 weeks, 40 days, 50 days, that's what's going to happen. And you know, we'll see what happens. I think Dark's explanation was 10 times better than me trying to explain it to you all because he looked at it from a financial lens and he was absolutely right. He was absolutely on point.
For sure, love Dark. He knows what he's talking about. Just
Sully,
so
can I answer that? The
just
fractured question.
yeah, just before you go, just 20 seconds. I just need, guy. Just a reminder. Remember, we've got a what's the right word? We got star-studded lineup coming up of interviews. We got Ethan Levins, Cenk Uygur, yet inevitable. Actually, it's Cenk Uygur. We treat them right on this space. We interview them and give them respect. And Rathbone.
Love the Uyghurs. We love them.
Yes, we do. Inevitable. And then we go Rathbone at 10. It's going to be a star-studded lineup. I like Inevitable a lot. Like, this guy is so chill. Such a great guy. Like, you can have real good bands with him.
But he
No, you're
always
the
says
man, silly.
we when we talk about the Chinese, and he's not
He,
I'm
Chinese.
here. I'm here in China
bro,
right
he's
now.
he's colonizing. He's colonizing China. This is the problem with these guys. And you know the
I am Macau Chinese.
and these
Macau
poor
Chinese.
and actually these poor Chinese guys are not already getting.
Are you Portuguese?
No, he's Anglo. He's
No.
an Anglo. So these poor.
Yeah, so he's not even
Yeah,
Macaoese.
and these poor Chinese men already are not getting Chinese chicks, and then people like Inevitable are going there, colonizing and pulling the chicks. Like, what is that all about? Tell me, poor
Oh
Chinaman.
man, I no comment there.
I stand with the Chinaman over this colonizer. Anyway, go ahead, Resistance. You were going to add so much.
Yeah, it was just. I think this is just an age-old tactic that the United States deploys, which is fine. I mean, is to cause disinformation and trying to splinter your enemy. They did the same thing in. Andrew will tell you, did the same thing in the Vietnam War. They said the Viet Congs were fractured and were lacking support. They did it in the Iraq War, where they were dropping leaflets suggesting that Saddam Hussein's inner circle was collapsing, and so that the Iraqi soldiers could surrender rather than fight for a failing regime. You know, it's the same old tactics that they do. It's they're trying to employ it because they've run out of ammunition or avenues where they can actually hurt the Iranians, and which is great. This is what they're resorting to right now. Having said that, there is always going to be some sort of disagreement between the civilian government and the IRGC because they've got slightly different motives, even though their overarching ideology is for the safety and future security and well-being of Iran. I am noticing, but again, all of these things are trivial in the grand scheme of things when it comes to Iran. Differences of opinion is nothing. I mean, you got Mujtaba Khamenei, who is basically the gel that gels both the IRGC and the civilian government because he's got connections in both, and especially in the IRGC. What I am noticing actually is I think Masoud Pezeshkian is being sidelined because it seems like Galibaf is the one that's is doing a lot of the talking and negotiating, and as well as Irakshi as well. They're taking sort of prominence here. But maybe that's a good thing. I personally think that's a good thing. I don't want Masoud Pezeshkian talking too much. He mumbles and slips up, and
I think I think you want someone that, even though they have sort of their conduct hasn't been so 100% professional or 100% intelligent at times when it comes to their messaging on social media, etc. The delayed stuff, which played into the hands of the Trump administration, they are a lot better, in my opinion, than someone like Masoud Pezeshkian. And I think, and I've heard from a lot of Iranians who don't really hold Masoud Pezeshkian in high regard. Maybe I can ask Hoz on that. And
I mean, it was
but
obvious. Do
yeah,
you remember when I interviewed Professor Morandi and I asked him about? It wasn't live, that interview, but then I did post it out. This is not the last interview, the interview before, and I asked him about Pedestrian statement, and he was like, yeah, he said that, and kind of the way he reacted and the way he moved on, he was like, blood, like no one cares what this guy got to say. Kind of, do you get what I'm trying to say? I know I'm not trying to cause dissent, but I could tell that there wasn't that level of like, do you get what I'm trying to say?
yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I've heard it from so many Iranians. It'll be interesting to see what Hoz says about
So
that.
what I'll say to you, simply put, is that he won the elections. So he does have a popular mandate. And the majority of the people at the time of the election, when he won the election, after President Raisi was killed, the country wanted to move away from the hard line, as they call it, from the principalist, from the conservative, and wanted to go towards the reformist side. That's a reality where it is. But now
But Hoz, just on
that
that,
has
but
died.
right? Like when elections are held, it always matters when the elections are held. Like UK.
Well, that's exactly what I was
Oh, right,
coming
okay.
to
Because
next,
UK,
mate.
look at it. You could say Keir
No,
Starmer's
no,
got a
no.
popular
Let me
mandate, but he's the
finish.
most
No,
least
no, no.
popular. Yeah.
It, yeah. Well, what I was going to say, and to follow on immediately, was after the 12-day war, he lost his constituency. People didn't trust him, didn't like him, because no one in the country wanted the 12-day war to end. And I'm not talking about hardline people. I'm talking your average Joe Hassan in the street did not want that war to stop after the 12-day war. But he forced it and promised that, we need to talk to them. And then when this second attack happened, as in during the ceasefire conversation, during peace conversations that were happening place, he's lost. He's lost the people. Then if there was an election tomorrow, there is no way whatsoever that he'd even be able to get 10% of the vote anymore because his credibility is in the toilet. And he's a heart surgeon, he's a doctor, he's someone that wants to heal things. What Iran needs now is not someone that wants to heal things, someone with a backbone, someone who's going to stand up, someone's going to turn around and say, you know what? We've had enough. Do what you've got to do, and we'll see what the consequences are because we will endure all the pain has to bring us, all the universe's pain, and we'll see who comes out standing at the end of it. Because that Hormuz is the lifeblood of the planet Earth. And it's just by sheer luck of geography that Iran happens to be sitting on that, and oil is such an important resource for the planet Earth. And as has been repeatedly said by many other speakers, analysts, and what else, Iran did not start this. This was all started by a president that thought he can do a Venezuela on Iran, a country with 90 million people. And, people don't know. I mean, I don't know if you do know or not. We got something called John Fador. John Fador is my life for Iran, basically. I'm happy to sacrifice my life for Iran. 30 million Iranians, 30 million Iranians have volunteered to join the armed forces. 30 million. That is a third of the population has joined. There are women walking around and in trucks with machine guns, going around on jeeps with machine guns on them. What are you going to come and do
Pink
to them?
Jeeps.
Pink
Pink Jeeps for the
jeeps
girls.
with machine guns on them. That's the mentality of the Iranians. What are you going to do, mate? Do what you got to do, mate. That's it.
Can
Do what
I
you got to do.
can I add something too, Sully, on that point about the divisions?
Of course, jump
It's
in.
it's very interesting. It's kind of too big of a coincidence that all of this talk of divisions always comes after some sort of US deception. So, like when we had the first ceasefire and there was the whole thing about the 10-point plan, the US said, oh, Lebanon's not part of the plan. And the Pakistanis said, no, they are part of the plan. You knew they were part of the plan, and you're just lying about it now. And then they say, oh, it's because we got all these different 10-point plans and da 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 da. So I don't know that that's even necessarily true. Then you see it again, like with the blockade, like, oh, okay, full ceasefire now, Strait is open. And then US keeps the blockade. And then it's like, oh, there's dissent among the Iranian leadership. It's like, no, you did lied about Lebanon. You lied about, you kept the blockade on. And it's like every single time these talks come up, it's always because the US actually went back on what they were supposed to do.
And Gary is here. Is there any chance you can bring him up? He's got the wisdom of the ages, that man. I love him talking. He's a very straight talking
Yeah, we
person.
love
Gary
Gary. We love
Cardone.
Gary a lot.
Gary, come up here, mate. I'd like to hear your voice, brother.
Yeah, he was on earlier as well. He was on when you were off, I think.
I missed it.
So what I was gonna say something important. Yeah, this is it. In terms of what you said, so let me be clear on this. Like, I'm not someone who's like just blindly closing my eyes off things. So I was thinking that, is it true? Is this happening? And actually, like how when people used to claim, oh, guess what, Hamas is funded by Netanyahu, I was like, but this don't sound right. And then I looked into it, and it was all like Zios who basically created this narrative. So with this narrative as well, the same thing. When you look at this narrative about dissent, I looked into it, and again, it's all Zionists who are basically perpetuating this position. This idea, of course, people have different opinions on this space. We have nearly 10, 15, 10 panelists. I think almost everyone has difference of opinion on a wide range of issues. But we're united in this goal of wanting peace and Zionism to end. And so it's the similar thing there. Like, these guys obviously have different ideological beliefs or political beliefs or whatever, but they're united in this situation. And so what I'm saying is, when I look at all these people who are relaying this information, it's all Zionists. And so, for example, you guys know, like, Mario, he's one of the biggest propagandists, a guy who tried to cause the protests in January. He tried to cause a lot of murder and death in Iran. And personally, I think people should boycott his platform completely, especially his YouTube. But that being said, he just posted it out now, and I watched it. I was like, bro, like, this guy's literally trying to manufacture something which it doesn't exist. So this is an example of when you realize that when propaganda is being pushed, and by whom, and it's the Zionists who are pushing it. And so, no, I don't believe there's any. And remember when David Miller had him on, and remember, David Miller isn't a Zionist, so it's not just Zionists in it. David Miller is someone who probably is more anti-Zionist than anybody else. He is very much linked to people in Iran. I know this as a matter of fact. But I think he's wrong. And the reason I think he's wrong is because when I asked him, wait a sec, if they're coming out with different details to what was already given, there wouldn't be a deal until it's ratified by the supreme leader. So how could they hoodwink him? That makes no sense. So, like, there's a lot of things that are a gap in that position. That being said, not him. I think he's like uniquely has that position. But everybody else, or largely speaking, most people, when they're pushed in this, especially when there's Zios, it's largely Zios. But Gary, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. How are you?
Good, good, doing well, doing well. Thank you guys for being so inviting.
What's your thoughts? Everyone's saying Gary was wrong. Everyone's saying Gary was wrong. He was saying that things are gonna happen, but nothing's happening. We got peace now.
Well, has everyone said I was wrong? Really?
Well, I'm just making it up to cause drama. Nobody said it.
No, no, he
He's
just
just
does.
trying.
Yeah,
He's
Maybe
trying to
Gary,
work
it's
the
yeah,
just
room,
making
Gary,
it cause
Gary.
yeah,
He's
drama,
just,
but at
working
least
the
nobody
room,
said it.
We
Gary.
know
Fuck
only
all
one
said.
thing, that is that Jonah is wrong. Okay, so
Oh my
Joah, excuse
God!
me.
Shots fired.
That we do know.
oh no.
But other than that,
Yeah, Joa conceded quite quickly to resistance. I was surprised with that because Joa loves his debates normally.
What did I concede?
That you said he was right about everything.
You really want some drama on this place tonight.
No, I don't. I don't need
so
drama. I don't
hey
need drama.
guys,
I've literally got an interview in 15 minutes. I'm like, chill. Normally, if I had an hour or two, then I'd be like, I need to create some debate to make it interesting. I don't need to do that. I got an interview in 15 minutes. I'm just saying you conceded that he was right. That's and it's fine. Sometimes you be wrong, and well, not me, but sometimes you be wrong, and sometimes you be right. It is what it is.
I think Thermo helped me clarify that he was conflating two different things that I said, and I think we came to an agreement on that.
I know. I've got the recording.
Can I ask Gary a question?
Yeah,
You
go for it. Go for
piss-taking
it. Ask him.
bastard.
Ask him a question.
Gary, my question to you is this: how do you see what's happening with what Donald Trump is saying he's going to do? He's going to extend the ceasefire. Where do you think it leaves Donald Trump at the moment? So far as you, because you're a American businessman, you know what he's like. How do you think he's feeling right now, and how do you think his presidency is looking with the way he is just walking back every tweet of violence, everything I'm going to do, then he walks it back. He takes 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, and then it's 3 steps back, 2 steps forward, and it's just further and further. What are your thoughts on his ability to lead the nation at the moment and the way he's doing things?
Well, kind of a loaded. Thank you for having me up, but it's a kind of a loaded, tilty question. So I'm not going to necessarily address all your questions, making the assumption that I agree.
I don't want you to agree. I want you to
No,
tell
I
what
know.
you
I
think.
just want, I don't normally give myself a little waiver, but I find myself wanting to give myself a waiver on this particular channel. So that should say everything. And look, I don't agree with everything that everybody believes here. Like, I don't, there's so much, I have so much ignorance about many parts of the other world. It really, it makes me not want, it gives me a lot of room for whatever anyone's saying, because I really come here also to learn, and I can do my research. I need to know what questions to ask usually. But look, I think this is a shit show, and you know, there's too many players at the table. All of them seem to have a vote, and I thought Trump was the general pattern. I didn't know it was committee time. And I hate committees. I have never seen a committee solve any problem ever. Ever. And no piece of card, United Nations, whatever you call it. You get a bunch of guys in a fancy fucking restaurant drinking $1,000 champagne, and it all goes wrong. So that's all these clubs are. That's what they've become. You can't have this type of mass cartel structure. Look, nobody's going to come. Nobody's going to raise their head here. It has to come from you guys, the regular people, because the rich people aren't going to raise their head here. They're just gonna get richer. So the super rich, hey, listen, I'm going to get richer too, but like it's not my. That's not even my point, though, right? What I'm trying to say, I think the motivation, the pain of people not prospering is too great for these people. And I know it doesn't sound really clear, but I just think the masses are going to, somebody said something, I think it was this show. I think it might have been one of the Brits. And hey, look, our prices are almost double, and we're still doing whatever we were doing. We're ho hum, ho hum. I actually think that's going to be America's response, and I think the enemy and what the response. I'm talking about civilization, civil groups, like what's happening in Germany, what's happening in Italy, what's happening all over the world that we're not really seeing. The revolt from the oppressed, super oppressed, encouraged, whatever they're doing over there. And I just don't think this party stops. I think this is all part of a theater. This is not just one war. It's like a whole thing, a plan.
Gary, one more question I want to ask
Minimally,
you.
it's shock waves of drama continue to shock this planet. People become a little bit desensitized. So,
30 days from now, this
yeah.
situation is going on. Where are we going in America? 30 days with this kind of blockade, no oil coming out, only small amounts going in.
I mean, I thought we'd already be near, a weird point. Look, I'm just going to go on the record for saying I think what you've done now, for me, the problem for us going much further is the longer we go, the longer we will take to do anything and accomplish anything, and it will take on a long time. This kind of little slippery, hey, let's date, after we've been fucking your sister in the bathroom, let's date and get that's not going to solve this problem. Sorry, not with a bunch of cheats. I wouldn't even show up to the negotiating table. Zero belief that all the parties have the authority to transact. How's that?
Perfect. I
mean,
personally don't want it to go to any conversations anyway, and I
and
just want
listen,
the
I'm
world
not
to bleed.
slagging off anyone, okay? I'm not, and I'm getting hate threat and I hate gear. I'm not a treasonous. You know what? I am a citizen of America, dude. I am seeing so much smoke, so much fire, so much, and I'm not running any businesses that are public that people can come squeeze. So I'm looking at it going, this is a disaster. Not only can you not negotiate your way out of this, it's just not a good look for America. It's not even executable. There is no plan. And the longer it goes on, the more people are doing this. Google www. What is Iran? I mean, like Americans haven't ever. They don't know where Palestine is or Iran. Like they don't even know. Now they're like, I think this has been the most awesome advertisement for the Middle East ever. Ever. And if you keep, like, I'm not saying they're acting like gentlemen because I don't know that they are, but the way they're handling this by not escalating it, that's what I would be doing right now. I would be acting like the hottest redhead on planet Earth, and I got no interest in meeting with you. Thank you very much. You know what I'm saying? That would drive this administration absolutely crazy. Turn all their little junior high hormones on absolute steroids, and you'd have them eaten out of your hand.
That's what Iran is doing. That's why, like, people were saying, like, Iran needs to go back straight to war. Iran needs to attack people. And I've said to this room, guys, we're not playing a game of.
No, dude, you don't want to look like a barbarian right here.
No, it's not even
Like
that.
I used the word raghead the other day here, and I'm like, wow, did I hurt anybody's feelings? I mean, I'm just saying that this is, I suspect this is the way people are thinking. That have 4 stars on their coat and a bunch of shit, in the air to a bunch of equipment to play with.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much, mate. I just wanted to get your view on it, and that's it. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Great conversation, guys. Great conversation. Let me just give you some breaking news. Where's it gone? Because I was switching between phones. Okay, here we go. I need to post this out. Trump's with another tweet, and he isn't happy with the Wall Street Journal. Let me quickly tweet this out, but I'll read it in a second. So Trump just come out with a tweet. It's a bit of a long one. Trump being Trump. Trump posts. Trump posts on Truth Social. Okay, so this is it. The Wall Street Journal has lost its. Actually, let me get on the big screen. The boy's getting old now. Getting bare old. Okay. And I got used to reading it from here as well. It's kind of cool. Okay, here we go. So President Trump crashes out at the Wall Street Journal editor Elliot Kaufman for writing an article titled "The Iranians Take Trump for a Sucker." So this is what he said. The Wall Street Journal has lost its way. An idiot on the Wall Street Journal's editorial board named Elliot Kaufman just wrote an op-ed entitled "The Iranians Take Trump for a Sucker." Really? For 47 years, they have killed our people. I mean, please give me a list of when they killed your people. And many others, and taken advantage of every president except me. And what did I give to them? A country in tatters. The entire navy is at the bottom of the sea. The air force is gone. The anti-aircraft and radar is wiped out. The nuclear labs and storage areas were obliterated late one dark June evening by our great B-2 bombers. Their leaders are dead, including General Soleimani, the evil genius who destroyed the lives of so many with his favored roadside bombs. The Strait of Hormuz is blockaded and totally controlled by the United States of America, with no ships allowed to go to Iranian ports. It's said that they are losing $500 million a day because of this. Their country is in an economic catastrophe. That is hanging by a thread. Barack Hussein Obama gave them $1.7 billion in green cash, flowing in by a Boeing 757 to their leaders, and hundreds of billions of dollars in order to help them on their way to a nuclear bomb. Other presidents did nothing to stop them, a blight on the office of the presidency. But despite all this, I have a moron on the editorial board of the Wall Street Journal writing about me taking about this. I have a moron on the editorial board of the Wall Street Journal writing about me being taken for a sucker. Iran certainly doesn't think so. Neither does anyone else. I mean, I think everyone does. I guess Rupert Murdoch told him to write it this way because the Wall Street Journal has lost its way. No longer required reading. Just another failing political rag. President Donald J. Trump. Joa, any comments on your president and your very close confidant who you used to chill in the Hamptons with?
Trump's never been my confidant. I've always had a TDS, let's say, although the last one, quite mad at the Democrats and totally against CBDCs. But look, this guy, we're not stopping the ships, right? He hasn't done half the stuff he says, but that's nothing new. This is what always been. I just think a lot of people have opened their eyes now to how much this man has been lying the whole time. Issue here that I keep pushing on is the fact that we could actually lose our allies. Like the things that a lot of what they would call radical left people have been saying, that he's going to destroy this country. I think a lot of financial people understand that he is going to destroy this country. And I currently don't see a way out of it unless he backs down. And you have someone who never wants to look like the loser. And then you have a country that wants America to go boots on the ground, and have our people die for them. And the only way that stops is if we stop having this relationship. Problem is you have Jared Kushner, who used to give up his bed so that Netanyahu can sleep in it when he comes to visit New York. And that's who he sent to go make negotiation deals. So someone who has such a close tie with Netanyahu that Netanyahu slept in his bed is the guy negotiating for America. Make it make sense, right? And this is what we're up against. And for someone who always said, I don't think Israel controls America, and I still am not totally sold on it. They definitely have a lot of influence, and Jared Kushner's closeness to Israel is not a comfortable thing because you're going to have a bias no matter what. And right now, we don't need someone with a Israeli bias going to negotiate with Iran because we need a solution, or else things are going to get a lot worse than people think.
I would also like to say that I'm pretty pissed at this Elliot Kaufman guy. Like, that's what these Zionists are going to do, right? Is even if Trump does want to pull out, they're going to immediately have the media like make him look like a total fool sucker because they know that if they can just hurt his ego enough, then they might get him to go right back into it.
What did he write in the specifics of the article?
I haven't actually read that article, I don't think, but I did read another one that was pretty negative about him, like making him look all like, and I think it's probably true, to be fair, but it's like, if you're interested in ending the war, which they're not, then just let it go. But these major publications aren't going to do that. They're going to make it seem, this is the most insidious part, they're going to make it seem like they're actually criticizing him for going to war, but really what they're going to do is they're going to make him angry for losing, because they're trying to actually get him to go back in my opinion.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
the article was rough on him. Yeah, it said how
Do
many
you
times. Oh,
just a
sorry.
question on that? Oh, sorry, go ahead. Just a quick question on that. I agree with you to an extent, like they will be doing it for that reason. On the other hand, isn't it a good thing that he's actually seeing the other side? Because you have to remember, this is a guy he's being giving fake news about what's happening. They give him a 2 minute highlight reel in the beginning with some WWE music, and he's like, "Yeah, we're winning the war." So isn't it a good thing that actually he's thinking maybe? I know he's thinking it's fake news media, but he might be thinking maybe we're not winning the war. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if he is truly just completely isolated from the reality of the situation, then you'd be right. But I don't know, because at least that Wall Street Journal article that I read was saying that when the planes got shot down.
What's up? Yes, yes. Can you hear me? Got it. Looking sharp in the suit. Oh, you look good, man. Looking sharp. I feel it. I feel that. Feel that. Makes you feel good too when you look good. Oh my god. I always wear collars every time. I have to.
Okay, I just want to welcome Ethan Levins onto the show. He has been covering geopolitics, social media sensation. Appreciate you taking your time out to join us. How are you?
Of course, doing great. Hope you're doing well.
Doing great, Ethan. Ethan, we're in the midst of a war. It's day 53. The ceasefire is over. But Donald J. Trump has created a new ceasefire on his own. Let me know what's going on.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know. This is ridiculous, this guy. I think it's over. I think the war is fully over. I think Trump wants to end the war. I do. I think that it's a little bit of a hot topic. I think we're done with this, to be quite honest, because him extending the war is essentially the Iranians calling his bluff that he wanted to resume the war. For America and Israel, a continuated war geopolitically is successful because you can harm Iran, you can try to bomb them into oblivion, you can try to get a regime change, a real regime change, which is the ultimate goal. They say it's the enrichment, the uranium. None of that matters. They want a regime change because they want a friendly government in the region. That's just the end of the day what they want to do. And the more war they inflict on Iran, the closer they can get to that regime change, whether it is protesters, whether it is rioters, whether it is internal, or whether a ground invasion, right? If this was the time to do it, you had Iran, you were bloodied up as well, but you had Iran bloodied. You had bombed Iran for what, 2 months in a row. You've hit a lot of things you wanted to hit. And you're now at the point to where you can finally tell the American people, look, we tried negotiations. It didn't work. The ceasefire is over. We have to go back in. And Trump tweeted out the ceasefire was supposed to expire tomorrow. Actually, it says within hours it was supposed to. And he comes out and says it's extended indefinitely. This guy, the Israelis do want war. That's why they were all very disappointed. Netanyahu, that's why he went so hard on Lebanon the night after, because he understood that he lost this. But for Trump, he understands that this is going to be a failure pretty much whatever you do. And the Iranians understand that, know that they're in the better position, definitely right now, because Trump is desperately wanting to get out of this. He's doing everything he can to avoid having to go back in. So with that being said, that America is the bigger power and America is the aggressor, when America, the aggressor, shows that they're done, that they extend the ceasefire, that they don't want to fight anymore, I think it's over, because Iran isn't going to start fighting again. Iran doesn't want to fight a war. That's, obviously they didn't start this. So, and Israel can't do it alone. So I would say that we're over. Trump wants to try to pull off a art of the deal type of thing to make him look heroic. And I think for everybody, it's time to wrap this up, because this has been it's been a mess.
Okay, let's just tease out some of the things you said, because they're quite controversial or quite different, and this is why we like having different people on the show.
Yeah.
So you think the war's completely over? But what do you mean by that? Because you mean like America's just gonna walk away? This is the opinion Trita Parsi had when he came on the show. But you think this is just them keeping the blockade on, walking away, or what happens? There's so many moving parts to this. What's gonna happen with Iran? What's gonna happen with the Strait? What's gonna happen with Lebanon? What's your thoughts?
Yes, whenever I say this is over, it's never over with Israel and Lebanon. It is never over. They had a ceasefire in 2024, and the Israelis broke it 12,000 times, so that'll never over. But when I say it's over, I mean that the war, the aggression against Iran is over. And I know you still have the Hormuz locked up, you still have the blockade, you still have the uranium, you still have the Americans right there on the border that the Iranians are saying, look, if you're not here to fight us, you need to go, which I agree with that. I think that we're going to hit a negotiated settlement, because Trump enacting the blockade honestly doesn't really impact anything worth a crap. The Iranians have the Caspian Sea. They border Azerbaijan, Armenia, a bunch of Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Pakistan, Afghanistan. They have many land borders and corridors, and they can airlift. They just opened up the Tehran airport. So a naval blockade does nothing but just is a show of force. It's a Trump trying to say that he's countered the Strait of Hormuz being blocked, which is fully blocked. It's just useless and stupid. So with Trump pulling this and the extended ceasefire, I do believe that he's ready for and I don't want to sound like a Trumpy. I hate Trump. I think this was pitiful. But I do think that Trump is ready for a settlement, and we can clear all of these things out in negotiations. I am under the impression, this is another heated, hot topic that I don't know if you'll agree with. I think that it is in Iran's best interests as of now to give up the uranium, not just lower the enrichment, which obviously would be the best case. But I think if Iran does not want to build a nuke, I don't think they want to build a nuke. Why the hell do they have the uranium? Because having the uranium, it just calls for aggression from Israel and America. It gives them a reason to come attack you and to show aggression. If Iran wants to give up the uranium in exchange for sanctions, therefore America no longer has a reason to attack you. Trump can no longer sell this threat they're a nuclear power, because he made a deal. His deals are perfect. No way his deals are ever wrong. And Iran can use the sanction relief that they would be guaranteed to have, because America has to give up something, that they could modernize their Air Force, modernize their Navy, modernize air defenses, and most importantly, fix their economy, which is, I think we'd all agree, has some problems. That's why everything started stemming some protests in the past few years. It's economic issues they're having due to the sanctions. I mean, of course they hurt. So if Iran has this uranium that they don't want to build a nuke with, I think that they don't want to build a nuke. They can give up this useless uranium. They have oil and gas and coal. They don't need it for energy. They want to, sure. But sanctions, getting the sanction relief is more important. The Americans can lift their naval blockade and leave the region. That's a big deal. The Israelis can halt all aggression on the region as well. And in return, the Iranians can open the Hormuz and they can sell their oil as well. This, with it shut right now and the Americans shutting the naval blockade, there's no oil getting out. The Chinese are hit, the Russians are hit, the Iranians are hit. You open up everything, the Iranians can make so much more money if these sanctions are off. And in return, they give up the uranium that I think that they don't want to build a bomb with anyway. So you're losing a little bit of like medical research to boost your country's economy.
Okay, I will speak about that bit. Just another question,
Yes.
follow up, and I'm going to put the lights on because I kind of flopped and forgot to put the lights on. But just a quick question to you though: if they were to agree to what you said, which is no nuclear enrichment, do you think that ends things? Because nuclear enrichment for me was never an issue when it came to the Israelis. They didn't care about that as much. Their excuse was always the ballistic missiles and the support of the resistance. And this is the reason why I always thought there was going to be a war, because Iran could have agreed to give up all of nuclear enrichment. And the Omani foreign minister, the day before the war, said Iran is willing to give up their enrichment. So they agreed to this one day before. But I always knew there was going to be a war because the ballistic missiles was always an issue. And once they give the enrichment up, the excuse is going to be not just by the Israelis, because Israel controls the United States of America, is Iran can hit Israel very easily. They can hit Europe very easily based on the 2,000 kilometer radius. And they're developing missiles that can hit the United States of America. Remember the claim that they hit the base in Cyprus, and they'll say, look, that, they can hit us as well. So then they'll create this claim that actually now we need to remove their ballistic missiles, and that's their only source of defense. So my question to you is, do you think this ends just by giving up the enrichment?
I think that it would get the Americans to stop, because the Americans basically been fighting wars in the Middle East. Over Iran was the enrichment, the nuclear weapons. Over Iraq was the weapons of mass destruction, nuclear, chemical, and stuff like that. So for the Americans to be able to somewhat get public support, given that in this war right now is one of the most unpopular wars in history, and Trump's reasoning is they're going to build a nuclear bomb and kill all of us, like we see past that crap. So if Iran gives up the uranium, I believe, I'm under the impression, in my opinion, could be wrong, but it's just my opinion, that there would be zero reason at all for the Americans to want to wage aggression towards Iran, because ballistic missiles, Greece has missiles, Kazakhstan has missiles, everybody has missiles. So if Trump wants to go from the problem is that they're building a nuclear weapon to the problem is that they have some ballistic missiles, and after this debacle and disaster of a war, I would be under the impression that America would not have the justification to go for a war, and you would have a lot of the Democrats already against Trump about this. You would have even more Republicans that would be against this war, and instead of Trump being able to launch the war, if he gets a deal in this process, if he gets a uranium deal, and in the future, if he says, like you said, the ballistic missiles are now the threat, then Trump would, I think he would get removed on that aspect. You cannot start a war with a country halfway across the world over ballistic missiles. And Iran could instead use this to create it with the sanction relief, better air force, etc. Now, the Israelis would 100%, I agree with you, still consider Iran a threat. They would forever consider Iran a threat. These people are crazy. The Israelis are. They would say, oh, the resistance, blah, blah, blah. Okay, shut up, Israel. The problem with that argument, I would say, is that Israel cannot defeat Iran by itself. We saw it in June. We saw it even sometimes of strikes. The Israelis and Iranians are throwing strikes at each other. The Israeli Air Force is much smaller. They're much less equipped. They have a smaller army, military, and their air defenses. Imagine if all of these missiles that Iran threw at like Dubai, which I thought was funny, if all of these missiles that they threw at the Gulf, if they redirected, Iran shot the most missiles at the UAE, not at Israel. If they redirected, I believe they shot around 15,000 missiles, around that, 10 to 15,000. If they redirected all of that to Israel, the systems would be overloaded, and we would see catastrophic damage, genocidal damage, to be quite honest. Thousands, tens of thousands would be dead. The Iranians would have the capability to do this. And the Israelis know that's essentially mutually assured destruction. We want to go in and attack you. If you want to harness all of your power and attack us, Iran has the ability, the self-defense ability, to turn Israel into a parking lot, which they haven't done. They have somewhat restrained themselves because they could be firing a lot more missiles. I think we all agree on that. So if the Americans can get the nuclear uranium deal, it would pull them out of the conflict because Trump wouldn't have a valid reason. I just don't think that missiles are a big enough reason for America to go back in after Trump would get that deal, wave it around and say, we have peace in the Middle East again, I did it, and then a year later go, actually, the missiles, look, everybody has missiles. And then the Israelis wouldn't be able to do it alone because they've proven that they can't do it. So I would say that if they can get rid of the uranium for the betterment of Iranian defensive mindset that America's gone now, I would call that a victory. And I would say that the Israelis, proven that they cannot defeat Iran alone, would not act aggressively because Iran at that point could channel everything that they've built with, by the way, if this goes in the future, the sanctions would be relieved. They could have legitimate air defenses, legitimate jets, legitimate missiles more that they could rain down on Israel if America's gone because the deal is reached.
Yeah, about the sanctions, remind me to discuss that because I don't think that could be ratified through Congress anyway. But you actually made a very strong argument for why that would be a threat. You're basically saying that the Iranian ballistic missile is so good, which I agree with you, that they could absolutely decimate Israel and that it's a deterrent at the level of a nuclear bomb. And that's the biggest concern for them. And so you heard Marco Rubio talking about how ballistic missiles, this was before they started the war, how the ballistic missiles could hit the United States of America. And so in reality, the situation is this. They just need an excuse to invade Iran. The nuclear enrichment was the first excuse. Once that's gone, if that's ever gone, the second excuse will just be the ballistic missile program. It could be this president. It could be the next one. That doesn't really matter. It matters for Iran's perspective, prosperity and sovereignty. And so the issue you've got is this entity, which is controlling the United States of America, just needs an excuse. They'll always have an excuse. And so what you're doing is replacing the nuclear with the ballistic. That's my point I'm trying to say. So they'll say the ballistic missiles is a problem. Look, as you just said, Ethan Levins just said, they could decimate our country. They could kill 20,000, 30,000 people. What if they direct these missiles at the United States of America? They could decimate the United States of America. They could decimate the Gulf states. You already saw that. And so I'm saying that will then be another excuse to go back in. And so what I'm trying to say is by removing the enrichment, that doesn't remove their excuse, if that makes sense.
Yes, well, I would, good point, really good point. I would rebuke that again in 2024 when the Iranians struck Israel with missiles. In June of 2025 when the Iranians struck Israel with missiles, we only saw American action, I believe, ever against Iran in defense of Israel over the nuclear program. When America got involved in June, it wasn't about the missiles, even though the Iranians have fired waves of missiles back to 2023, 2024, and the Americans set back. Now, when it came to June, the Iranians were firing missiles, but then again, the whole thing was over the uranium. America went in and bombed that night, Midnight Hammer, and they only took out the uranium sites, no missile sites. I just don't believe that the American public and the American Congress could be sold on the idea that Iranian missiles itself, that as of March of 2026, we know the furthest that they could go is possibly Britain. It's the furthest possibly they could go. It would take years and years of further indoctrination from us to go the uranium's the problem to their ballistic missiles the problem, whenever they do have an extended range of ballistic missiles. But a lot of anti-American non-nuclear countries also have extended range ballistic missiles. And therefore, the argument of uranium and nuclear, America uses that aspect, that threat of there's no other way. If Iraq has them, there's no other way. If Iran has uranium, there's no other way. We have to go in. If we would set the precedent of ballistic missiles, I just am not, my opinion is that the American public, with how little they're sold now on uranium, across the aisle, we would see 90% disapproval, maybe likely a removal and impeachment. The military wouldn't do it. The chief of staff would reject the idea. The secretary of state would reject the idea. I think that if Trump himself said the issue, he's hearing from the Israelis, President Trump goes, the issues, they're the ballistic missiles. I don't think he would get far enough to be able to pull the trigger on that just because of that. And also, to further on that point, I don't think Trump has the full authority that sometimes some of these people think he does, because there was a report by the Wall Street Journal or the Washington Post or New York Times the other day that during the rescue mission the other day, that Trump was not even in the office, that Trump was not in the Situation Room. This was a real report people can look up.
Yeah.
The chief of staff and the generals kicked him out of the room during the operation because he was too erratic. So if he tried to start a war, which I think it would only be Trump, because it likely will get a Democrat next election, and none of this should be a problem. To be quite honest, they're not as radical on Israel. They have their other problems. I'm a conservative, but if I just don't think that it would go through a ballistic missile threat that we have to fight Iran for after we signed the deal a few years earlier. I don't think it would be a problem because it's never been a problem in the past. I like to say we need the ballistic missile range, we need the uranium deals, all of this crap. I don't think it's legitimate in order to get a invasion or a war over it.
Yeah, look, the 12-day war, that wasn't over nuclear. That was just their way of getting out of the situation. So originally with the 12-day war, obviously, America was in the war. They were just defensively helping Israel out. Offensively, America was meant to join the war. But after Israel got decimated, that bombing was just a way of getting out of the situation. They didn't hit any of the nuclear enriched uranium. It was all agreed upon with Iran, and it was agreed upon with Qatar. So I don't think that's proof that they were going for the uranium. That was a way of exiting out of a war that Israel was getting decimated
But
in.
the reason they did it was for the uranium. It don't matter what they hit.
The reason they gave the public,
they did that was the reason that they gave to the public to justify it was their uranium. It wasn't the missiles. So I'm making that point of in the future, they've only used uranium as an active military action. And this time, like they said, ballistic missiles, blah, blah, blah. It's what Trump's pushing is nuclear. So I would say that June, even though obviously it was predetermined, America will hit this, you hit Al-Udeid in Qatar. It was total BS. Honestly, it wasn't anything great. But the point is that the reasoning behind it was the uranium. It wasn't the missiles.
Yes, you're right. I mean, that's the excuse they gave to the public. But look, I think you're giving the people too much credit. In reality, it's very easy to manipulate the public. It's very easy to get them on board. And you've seen it now in this war. I would say other than his very core MAGA base, the majority of Americans are against this. Even many MAGA people. I mean, I've got a large MAGA audience in terms of who come on my show and spaces and so. They were the biggest MAGA supporters, and they've kind of all turned on him. Tucker Carlson, all these big names have turned on him. That core people who are still with him now, after the Epstein files, after the nuclear, I think they'll be with him in the ballistic. But we'll have to wait. Yeah. We'll have to see on that one. The other thing sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing with you.
Yeah. The other thing is, look. In terms of enriched uranium, the reason why I also think that Iran shouldn't give it up is they were willing to give 0% enriched uranium before the war. Now they've sacrificed a lot. Their people have been sacrificed. Their country's been decimated in terms of the infrastructure, obviously not the military aspect of it. And so you're in a position of power, in a position to negotiate. You need to get a really good deal. And I think nuclear enrichment is a sovereign right of every country. Because with nuclear enrichment, you can use it for medical isotopes. You're talking about other forms of energy, but nuclear energy, in terms of the proficiency, in terms of what you can use it for, is exponentially better than other resources. And so giving that up does impede you quite a bit. So I don't agree that they should, but there is this conversation happening. I've not met many people in Iran who want 0%. I think they're vehemently against it. The struggle or the conversation is, do you agree to 3.67% that gives Trump the victory? Or because then he'll say it's better than the GCPOA? Or do you want more than that? I think that's where the conversation is.
Enrichment percentage?
Yeah.
I mean, I say 0% enrichment. I say 0% enrichment just because that is what would guarantee Trump to accept it. That's just what I use. But if there's any number, if everything else happens to where I say the sanctions are lifted, Iran has to give up the Strait of Hormuz, America gives up the sanctions, and then Iran limits uranium to 3.7% to 10%, 2%, that would be a complete victory for Iran, 100%, because you do keep the enriched uranium, and I would 100% support that. But I give the argument that even giving up 0% enrichment or giving up all of it would still be a victory for Iran. I'm not saying that that's like my hope, that that's what I think should happen. But my argument was that if that occurs, it's still a victory for Iran, and Iran should take that. If it's either war or 0% uranium with sanctions lifted, I would choose the path of 0% uranium, because I don't know if you'd get a deal like this again in the future. Because when war starts, we don't know what's going to happen. We have no idea. And in this controlled environment now, to where we know where everything is. The Iranians they're very intelligent. They know far more than what I do, what I'm spewing out. But in this controlled environment to where the Iranians have leverage in the Strait of Hormuz, who knows where that goes? What if war breaks out and America invades the little strip right there in all of Bandar Abbas? What if that succeeds? What if it does? We don't know what war can bring. What if it does? What if Iran loses that? Then Iran is in a position that's entirely worse. What if it goes great? What if they repel the attack? What if the Americans have to leave the blockade? Then Iran gets better. It is a game of chance at that point, and I don't think the Iranians, when the fate of their country is on the line, should take a game of chance. I think they should take the safe way out, which helps the economy, which prevents any attacks for now. Of course, things could always spark up. I just think that regardless, this is going to be a continuous war. And at the end of the day, the only thing that could save Iran ultimately is a nuclear weapon, but I just don't think they would ever get to that spot. They don't have a nuclear weapons program. A lot of their stuff's underground. Their intelligence is deeply infiltrated by Mossad. And though I think it's BS that they were building one for 40 years, if they were to genuinely go, okay, 6 months from now, we want it. We want the nuke to protect ourselves forever. I just don't think they would ever get to that. I don't think they would ever get to that. Therefore, I think the idea of having uranium strictly for nuclear would be wrong. And you didn't say that. I'm just bringing this up. So if they can use the uranium as a bargaining chip, and even if it's zero, I just think the percentage doesn't matter. I think you just have to give something up to the Americans. But I would support 3 that they can use for medical and all of that stuff. But I was just saying that giving up everything would also be a victory.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we'll have to agree to disagree. I think basically, look, a country is a country. And the important part of a country is sovereignty. It means that you're able to conduct the country in the manner that you want to conduct it. And nuclear enrichment is very important because it does allow your country to progress in a much more accelerated manner. It helps you to...
Well, hold on. Let me catch you. I want to catch you with that because that argument I used to have myself about sovereignty. We're going to pivot this, but it'll make sense. Do you think that Ukraine should give up some of its land for peace with Russia?
Yeah.
Or should they continue to fight? Okay, so we agree. I agree with that too. Zelensky's a freaking comedian. If Ukraine wants to give up a part of its sovereignty in order to preserve the rest of the country, shouldn't Iran give up part of its sovereignty to preserve the rest of the country?
Okay, good question. So the difference there is that Ukraine has to give up its land or should give up its land because they've lost that land already. That land is occupied by Russia. That land is no longer theirs. Trump doesn't have the nuclear enrichment. He tried to get it and he got smashed up with his MC-130s getting taken out, 2 of them. The Little Birds getting taken out. The entire operation failing. He's failed to take out the nuclear enrichment. He's failed to take out any of the missiles. So in reality, if you were to do the same analogy, America should give their enrichment to, to Iran because the actual victor is taking the spoils.
Okay, good point. But I would counter that again because what Ukraine is in a point to where they don't have a choice. If nobody's familiar, Ukraine's in a bad spot, guys. Ukraine has to give up a chunk of its country for peace or they're going to lose everything. I would argue that Iran has to give up something uranium-based because the alternative is going to be destruction. That's what I believe. I believe that if this turned out to be a total full-scale war.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
Regime change, essentially. Regime change. Ground invasion,
what do you mean by ground invasion?
Forced occupation.
Ground invasion.
Yeah, ground invasion, forced occupation, regime change. I'm taking this to the extreme to which it's like Russia fully takes Ukraine or Ukraine has a bit of it versus Iran giving up a little bit of their country versus losing everything. But the guarantee to losing it isn't there. We don't know the guarantee what America can do, but I believe that the likelihood and the risk and the terrifying aspect of Trump would probably try to do it if you didn't make a deal of an invasion. If Trump gets mad, if you stand your ground and Trump loses his mind being pushed by Israel, the odds of an invasion, if you just go, we're not going to do it, we're not going to do a deal, I think increase. And if it's a ground war between Iran and the U.S., I think Iran, once that war starts, would rather go, we're in a war of survival, millions of Iranians are dying, maybe we should have gave up a little bit of uranium. Even though we gave up a little bit of sovereignty, we're at the point now to where we're fighting for our entire sovereignty instead of giving up our nuclear sovereignty.
Bro, what? If America does a ground invasion, they are going to get smashed up. Like, look at
okay. What are we talking? You know,
look.
this is
Where are they going to do the?
I
Look, any scenario they do the ground invasion from, whether it's in the Kag Islands, whether it's through Chanda. So the best, because I've been looking at this, what's the best scenario for an American ground invasion? Likely is through Chandahar. Any other one, you're looking at 500,000, millions of Americans dying. If you go through Chandahar, maybe you can put that number down to like 300,000. This isn't Iraq. They will get decimated. Iranian army is huge. They know the landscape. They know the terrain. This is why we predicted Israeli army would get dominated in 2024, which they did, get dominated in 2006. Because even though they have the better military equipment, even though they may even have the better numbers, knowing the terrain, knowing the area, knowing the region is extremely important. Also being offensive against defensive. So if Iran tried to invade America, obviously this conversation would be totally different. But United States of America is trying to invade Iran. They will get decimated. Because as soon as they come into the land, you first of all do is take a swarm of drones. You don't even bring your infantry in. You take the attacks on the missiles. You start taking out so many troops. It depends on what the appetite is. Obviously, you'll have to go because you'll probably be, you look like you're the right age to go. So you'll basically have it where this will be the biggest decimation of America. It will be worse than Vietnam. So they won't lose. If America does the ground invasion, that's literally the best case scenario for Iran. The only thing the US can do, no doubt, is continue what they were doing in the first part of the war, which is bombing from the air, killing civilians, civilian infrastructure hit, these type of things. Ground invasion will fail so badly, it's unbelievable. You will have so many Americans going back in body bag. Of course, some Iranians will die, but I'll tell you something, what the figure will be is according to many research papers, many military analysis on this issue, will likely be 3-1. This is why many military people say that you need 3 times more invading forces to 1 ordinarily. Now, this is not even including Iran's terrain, so you're going to need more than that. So if Iran has 1 million soldiers, which it does, never mind the people who are willing to recruit, figures say that 5 to 13 million already are like, we're ready to fight ground invasion. You guys are going to need what? 3x that, 3 million people. 10 million people, you're going to need 30 million people. That's a complete decimation. So Iran holds all the cards. The only point that Iran has a problem with is that the American-Israeli way of fighting is you bomb from the air and you kill as many civilians as possible. And obviously, you don't want your civilians to die, and that's why you're thinking about peace. You don't want your infrastructure to be destroyed because that will set you back a few years. And the risk is, what the calculus is, okay, they're setting us back, but if we win this war, you know, we'll have the Strait of Hormuz, we'll have the sanctions relief, which again is not going to be easy through America. So you're going to have to probably not even have sanctions relief and go for the alternative, because it has to have congressional approval, which America's Congress is completely occupied, as is ours, but that's probably not going to happen. So coming back to it, your best case scenario is actually Iran's best case scenario. America gets decimated.
I would wholeheartedly agree that America would get decimated. And I say this as somebody who, I'm in America, so I gotta be careful what I say, but somebody who was low-key pulling for the resistance because America's ran by some weird people. But look, if we had a full conventional battle, I would equate it to, I wouldn't say Vietnam, I would say more Afghanistan, where the Americans could control large cities, they could establish whatever government they want, but the Iranians would resist. Because just
how would they get in? Can you explain how they'd get in? How would they even get to these cities?
What would Iran use to shoot anything down? Because, okay, let me pull back for a second. The American Air Force and I'm not even assuming tanks are on the ground. The American Air Force is the biggest in the world. The Navy is the second biggest in the world. The Marines are the 4th biggest Air Force in the world. Shout out Russia at 3. The American Air Force, if it was fully unleashed, if they ran thousands of sorties, all of this stuff, and they dropped in thousands of people from helicopters into these cities, it comes to the fact that the Iranians do not have a technological advantage. That's why the only way that they can win this is through asymmetric warfare, through the resistance groups, missiles, drones, economic warfare. That is what Iran wants to do, because that helps Iran win. Same thing with Vietnam and Afghanistan. Asymmetrical warfare. Pop out of tunnels, come from behind, ambush through the mountains, which is what you were saying. Of course, the Iranians have the terrain advantage, but that becomes asymmetric guerrilla warfare. Conventionally, whoever's operating conventionally wins at the start. You can't occupy. America occupied in Vietnam. They occupied in Afghanistan. They would turn around, boom, there's 10 Vietnamese right there. Same thing would happen in Iran. But that would still mean you would lose your country. You would lose your sovereignty because Iran is split up into multi-ethnic groups, whether it's the Kurds, the Arabs, the Iranians, the Persians, whatever. Same
But we
thing,
saw this,
or the
Ethan. We
the
saw
Azure.
this. What you're saying, we saw.
saw this?
They try. What I'm saying is, what you're saying they can do. We saw this in that South. What you mentioned, right? You said, "Oh, that proposed saving of the pilot." I think I saw one. Either you said it on here or you said it before. So we saw the Americans try that. They tried to bring people in. What happened to them MC-130s? What happened to them little birds?
Yes. So if America wants to bring in about 100 little birds and I'm trying to be like down to earth with this. If America wants to bring in thousands of, by the way, this was a covert operation. This operation was covert. So there was really no air cover until they were already there. And they didn't start getting fired or shot at until they were on the ground. Because if you look at the missiles, the planes and the helicopters that were destroyed, they were on the ground. They weren't shot out of the sky. I believe one was shot out of the sky. But the cargo planes and the helicopters were burned on the ground, meaning that the Iranians basically caught the Americans on the way out and blew a bunch of stuff up because, they weren't exploded. We saw what they were. So if America comes in, and it would be anticipated, you would see buildup of everything. If America came in with a absolute display of force with hundreds of birds in the sky, hundreds of jets in the sky, not even troops on the ground yet, hundreds of Tomahawk missiles, unleashing everything they had in a buildup that would take probably around 6 months. Will the Iranians be prepared? But because the Iranians are under sanctions, they can't prepare. They can't get anything in that country because they're under sanctions. The tanks are from the 60s. Their air defenses are obsolete. They're old. I know they shot down a few jets, but if you look at it in a sense of the Americans flew how many missions over Iran? Over 10,000 missions, and we saw one F-35 be hit and about 5 F-15s be hit, which are from like the 1970s. The Iranian air defense has not shown a overwhelming effectability. They have shown that they can hit the planes. It's undeniable. But if the Americans are flying constant firebombing campaigns, the air defenses would be destroyed because the air defenses have to be in the opens because they're operated with a radar. They're not like under the ground like the missiles. So we would just disagree that I think an invasion, you say that we shouldn't go the invasion route because, or you say that it could happen because the Iranians could win and therefore they would get terrific terms of basically an American surrender. I say the Iranians shouldn't go the invasion route because it would be a destruction of their country and they have a likelihood that they could lose it ultimately. And I think that, coming back to the original point, that we're getting in the rabbit hole, that giving up your uranium would be worth it to avoid either one of these scenarios. That's just my ultimate idea, that you give up some uranium, maybe even all uranium, you can avoid any invasion whatsoever because you're just, I think after the invasion, when millions are dead, you might go, damn, maybe we should have gave up this uranium because after a war, we probably won't have it anyway because this is just going to be all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, so that's where I disagree. I think, first of all, if America was to do what you said, which is logistically very difficult, it'd be logistically not possible. But let's say it was hypothetically possible. What would happen? Iran would know they come in. And I disagree with you in terms of the air defense. The air defense is actually quite brilliant. They've got the new YLC-9Bs, the new HQ-9s from China. They're actually brilliant. This is why they were able to, lock in on the F-35, which is meant to be stealth, the B-2 bombers that are meant to be stealth. America's been able to go to the air sometimes, not 10,000 times. And that's only because what happens is, from Iran's perspective, you got to calculate that, do you want to take that jet out? Because then they're going to know where your air defense is. And just it's a mathematical thing that sometimes you let it go and sometimes you take it out. And so coming back to the point, and this is why, and the Tomahawks, they're running out. They've got hardly any Tomahawks left. There's no way they could do what you're saying. It's just simply not possible. If they tried to do that, you would basically have the air defense locked in. You would take them out. They would be taken out quite badly. This is why this attempt was made, and you're right, it was made covertly. The reason it was made covertly because the hope was to get in, create the base without Iran knowing, because if Iran knows, you can hit drone attacks, you can hit missile attacks. This is why we thought that they can't hit the islands at all. But anyway, we'll have to agree to disagree. I just don't agree with what you're saying. But just reading the chat, listen, just to be clear, Ethan is saying it more from the perspective of he wants peace.
We're both on the same
yeah,
side.
Yeah.
Like,
I think my audience was
I just don't want war.
Yeah.
I don't want war. And
let me just explain to my audience. So Ethan, obviously, if you look at his Instagram, if you look at his X, he's standing against Israel. He's standing against Zionism. I think his biggest concern is about maybe Iran making a decision later that could put them in a slightly worse position than it is now, or a much worse position than it is now. And you're saying while you've got the cards to make the deal is basically what you're saying, just for the audience. But
yeah, 100%. I think we should. I think they should take the deal now because what could happen in the future? There, like I said, it's odds. There, you have the risk of something much worse happening, and I just don't think you take that chance.
True. This is possible. Of course, with anything, this is why you're always making a calculation whether to make a deal or not. Do you make a deal? Do things go worse? Do things go better? I personally think that you got your red lines. And look, you got to be a bit flexible. So, for example, Richmond, I would go down to like maybe 5% or 3%. Give Trump his victory. He can say, I got a better deal than Obama. It gives him an out. You continue.
Yeah, that's a win for everybody. 100% agree.
Yeah, and then
everybody goes home.
But okay, so we covered that one, and I get your point. What you're saying logically, I don't think you're being crazy. Now, what about the Strait of Hormuz? I never fully heard your point on that. What do you think should happen with that?
I mean, I think it's a simple bargaining chip that Iran I think they're just using it as a bargaining chip. I mean, realistically, what is Iran going to hold the Strait of Hormuz for like 100 years? No, it's just a bargaining chip, in my opinion. That's all. I don't think it's really much deeper than that. They're holding it so that they can. It's shown their effectiveness. It's not going to like blow up the American economy to the extent of like they have to leave. But I mean, it hurts it. But it's just, yet again, it's just a bargaining chip. We have the Strait of Hormuz. It's something extra that we can negotiate with. And ultimately, it's something that the Iranians would be fine with giving up in order
Wait,
for
what do you mean
some
we
sort
have
of
it?
deal.
Sorry, when you say we've got it, do you mean America's got the Strait of Hormuz?
No, I must have misspoke. Oh, the Iranians have the Strait of Hormuz.
Go ahead.
The Iran, no. The Iranians have the Strait of Hormuz. They're just using it as a bargaining chip, an economic warfare, like the asymmetrical warfare I said, which is brilliant. And if the Americans come to the table with something that isn't to the satisfaction of Iran can go, here's the Strait of Hormuz, you can have that, but we want something better. Because yet again, the Strait of Hormuz was open forever. So like Iran isn't really losing anything if they give it up. Like, yeah, they lose control of like a toll system. But then again, if you give up the sanctions, if America gives up the sanctions, it just negates that entirely because you make more money with unsanctioned oil than you would with any toll system.
So you're basically saying So I guess your position is the Strait isn't that important, and maybe they're just using it as.
It's just a bargaining chip. Yeah, okay. I mean it is important. It's a very important bargaining chip, but I just think that Iran closed it to use it as a tool of negotiation. I don't know of the reason why you would.
No, I agree with that, but I don't. But then what's the result of that? Are you saying that Iran should be willing to give that up? Should make it back to international waters?
Well, the reason to use it as a negotiating tip.
What should they do?
Well, you would use it as a negotiating tip because you have to proactively shut the Strait of Hormuz. If you leave it alone, it's open. So Iran can proactively shut the Strait of Hormuz and therefore open it. It costs nothing to open it. Iran can just make a phone call and go, okay, everybody can come through. And it's just, it's a bargaining chip because they're not, as of now, they're not gaining anything out of it because there's a blockade. So nothing really can get out and nothing's going to pretty much get out regardless. Like, okay, maybe some like Chinese oil, congrats. That's not like helping you in a war against America at this point. So I just think it is a very good bargaining tool that the Iranians can use in the future if Americans say, hey, we want 0% enrichment. The Iranians can go, okay, we'll just leave the Strait of Hormuz, make it 3, boom. I think it's as simple as that. It is a big deal. It's a massive deal that it is closed, but the end result of this, in my opinion, will be that Hormuz will be used as an Iranian bargaining chip.
Yeah, I think the Strait's a lot more important than that. I think that's, for me, an important factor. Like, it's about, once again, about Iran making sure they keep control over it. They're willing to share some of it with Oman, obviously. Depends on how much you're doing, but you're looking at $100 billion a year. But it's not just the $100 billion, and this is why it's really important, is you have the $100 billion a year. So, for example, if you look at countries like Japan are now fast realizing that the United States of America has kind of left them in the lurch and how important the Strait of Hormuz is. So even with the sanctions, would someone like Japan will have to make a decision? If America keeps the sanctions, do we stay with America, or do we now make a more overarching deal with Iran, which includes trade and various other things, not using SWIFT? And so actually the Strait almost becomes more important than anything else because the leverage of it with all of these different countries means these countries are negotiating with you. It's so powerful. I'd say it's more important than the nuclear enrichment, actually. It's so powerful that it basically pushes you towards a global economy. Definitely a powerhouse in the Middle East, possibly in the world. That with the sanctions relief. But even if you didn't get the sanctions relief, that on its, but I do think they should get that. But that on its own is just so important. It's like there should not be a scenario where Iran gives it up. Iran now takes control of it. It's like the Suez Canal moment, right? Obviously, it wasn't what it was before. And then once the Egyptians took over it, things changed. It was almost the death of the British Empire. And the same thing here. This is almost like the weakening of the American Empire. I think it's extremely important. You don't open it. You take complete control over it. And you possibly give Oman like 10-20% of it because they have the shores as well. Because remember, it's basically 12 miles. As long as within 12 miles, it's considered your waters. And so I think the Strait is very important. Giving that away, I think, would cause major issues in Iran. But what's your thoughts on that?
I would yet again refer to Russia, Ukraine, to where the Russians were exporting a lot of oil through pipelines such as Nord Stream. They were exporting a lot of oil through the Black Sea, head that direction, and that shut off. The Ukrainians have shut they've shut the Black Sea up, essentially. The Russians can't export oil through there a lot. They've blown up Nord Stream. They've blown up a lot of pipelines. And what has Russia done? Did they throw their hands up and go, oh, man, we lost? Or did they build new ways around it? If Iran wanted to shut the Strait of Hormuz and implement a toll system where they would earn hundreds of billions a year, we would see countries like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, does Bahrain have oil? I don't know. They would lose so much money that they would instead realize, okay, I'm going to invest in a pipeline east to west. And if Iran were to indefinitely control the Strait of Hormuz, indefinitely for over periods of time, I just think that, especially the Saudis, and the Saudis can make a lot of money, putting a toll on Qatar and stuff, that the Saudis would just build a pipeline, just like the Russians have built multiple new pipelines because of this running through Central Asia, because oil pipelines are, they're hard to build, but they're a lot cheaper than paying tolls to Iran. So I would say that they would be able to build that, and but that would take a long process, which the Iranians, I would believe, if they accepted my ideology on that, would say, we can hold the Strait of Hormuz, but after 5 years, it's not an essential bargaining chip anymore because it can be diverted around. So I think you need to use it now.
So I agree with you if you mean by bargaining chip in the sense of, look, Iran can't use this card again. Once you have a deal, you can't just shut the Strait of Hormuz off. True. It just causes too many issues from a global...
Yeah, and other countries after this are going to look at this seriously, and they're probably going to build pipelines anyway and find ways around this because I think it's a ticking time bomb to where once Iran has shown that they can close it, a lot of these countries in the Gulf, they can't afford to kind of live at Iran's mercy or America's mercy at starting a war that shuts it. So I would think that they're just going to build pipelines to get around this. So it is that would take years.
It would take a lot of years. That's the problem.
It would take a long time. It'd take like a decade, but they would have to do it. They wouldn't have a choice.
But even then, you couldn't reduce.
That's why Iran has to do it.
Yeah, even then, you couldn't reduce the level of flow. You could reduce it by maybe 30, 40%, 50 at best, but you'll always need the Strait of Hormuz. But the point is, if once Iran has control over it and they conduct the kind of maritime vessel movement in a decent manner, that issue would not arise because people don't mind paying $2 million is nothing compared to the level of cost of the shipments. It's more about they need to know that can it be insured, will it traverse safely, will there be any issues? As long as those don't happen, I think they'll be okay. And in terms of alternative pipelines, there's other issues with Saudi. Saudi is always in conflict with countries as well. You've seen it with the Houthis, the 10-year war. So any other pipeline, any other mode always has conflict and threats and risks as well.
Yeah, but what's the bigger risk? A war between Iran and America shutting the strait or the Houthis firing some missiles? I think it would be Iran and America. And I think that, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I would just think that like Saudi Arabia would gauge that and they would say, do we trust the Iranians or do we build a pipeline that the Houthis can fire at? And yet again, if the Houthis hit a pipeline, that section could be rebuilt within a month. I mean, it just could be. I think that would be a risk scenario that the Saudis would realize, like, okay, if we want to fight the Houthis instead of the Iranians and the Americans, to where at least with the Houthis, we're in control. We have our air defenses, we have our fighter jets, it's on our land, and versus the Strait of Hormuz, which the Saudis would basically, like they are now, just be totally ineffective, totally pacified. They can't do nothing because Iran controls it. I think they would take the route, in my opinion, to where they would have to pay a little bit more, but they would have sovereignty and authority over where their oil is supposed to go. It's a good conversation, by the way.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Well, the risk of
a great convo.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. The problem with pipelines is, as you mentioned right at the start, Nord Stream can happen. So there's always risk with anything. But I know what you're saying. Like, when you look at the
but Nord Stream wasn't. I'm going to stop cutting you off. I'm sorry, but
Okay.
Nord Stream was an international, was in the Baltic Sea. It was out of Russia. The Saudi pipeline would be over Saudi Arabia, and that's why the risk would be much lower.
It would be a lower risk, but you can still take pipelines out quite easily. And you saw when the Houthis did decide to actually go for the oil fields, it was very easy to do. It's very easy to tap up Saudi Arabia whenever you want. They're not really great in defense or any of these other military prowess. And
yeah.
You don't want to hear my view on the
paper tiger.
Yeah, well, they're not even a tiger, paper rat. But they're coming back to it. So great conversation. Well, let's quickly go to the other part of the conversation. So we mentioned the nuclear enrichment, because the other bit I want to talk to you about is, because you talk about this a lot and you have some great content on this, is Lebanon, the resistance. How do they factor into this, in this deal? Israel and America don't want them included. They want them disbanded. Obviously, the resistance is there to resist Israel. What happens in your deal?
So, for the sake of everyone watching this, I know we're on YouTube. The resistance is the group in Lebanon. That is what we'll be calling this, because YouTube will get very upset if we say the cool name, the party. But Lebanon is so complicated. I've actually talked to a lot of Lebanese. I was on like a long call earlier with people about Lebanon. It is such a confusing situation, man. It's to the point to where the Israelis hold the ground in Lebanon. There's a fragile ceasefire. And I just don't know where we go next. I don't know what the right option is. I know you have multiple options of the resistance going north of the Litani River and the Israelis withdrawing. Who do you trust in that situation? We don't know. Who's even negotiating? Is it the Lebanese government? Is it the Americans? Is it the resistance? Is it the Israelis? There's such a lack of communication between everybody right now. And at this point in time, the Israelis hold that ground in Lebanon. They occupy it, the yellow line that they made up. And they said that anybody that comes near, we're going to shoot. Anybody that comes near, you're gone. We're going to wipe you out. And they have already UAVs, drones, jets that are scouting the sky. They're already having tanks at the border. They're doing everything they can to make sure that they can hold it, essentially, proving it's never been about the resistance. It's always been about land grabs. They want to build a buffer like in the Golan Heights, and they will just never leave. They're just going to take your land. And that's why they're defending this one. Unlike 2024, they are trying to fortify this for the long term. And given that the Israelis, this isn't 2000, this isn't the 1990s, whenever the resistance pushed Israel out of southern Lebanon. In that point in time, there was one big factor. The south of Lebanon that was under Israeli occupation was occupied by residents as well. So the resistance had houses. They had people. They had people that they could blend in with. They had thousands, hundreds of thousands of people in cities that were still fully built and intact. The Israelis now are blowing up many cities. They're destroying them. Like Khiam, Bent Jabel, Nakora, Taiba, they didn't do this in the 90s and the 2000s. They're purposefully forcing the residents out through ethnic cleansing, and then they're blowing up these cities. So I look at this from a resistance tactical military standpoint, and I go, where are you going to hide? If you can sneak behind the enemy lines, where are you going to set up camp? Where are you going to bunker down? Where are you going to run your operations? You can't run your operations from the Lebanese land because the Israelis just going to run for you there. They're watching you with drones. So if you can get a tunnel underground behind the Israeli line, the yellow line in Lebanon, it's not 2000 to where you have full cities, full villages, houses, hundreds of thousands of people.
What's changed since 2024?
Huh?
What's changed since 2024?
2024 was we're going to disagree on this. 2024 was a very bad ceasefire deal. The Israelis gained the upper hand.
No, I'm not saying that, because we need to wrap up in a few minutes. But I mean, you're saying things have changed since 2000. I'm asking you, Israel tried this invasion in 2024. They got destroyed. And they got destroyed for a wide range of reasons, which probably we'll get into. If not, we'll come back and do it again. But what's changed from 2024 to 2026 that you think now that Israel is able to succeed?
2026 to 2024. In 2026, they have established control in a ceasefire in line in order to destroy everything that's behind the yellow line. In 2024, when the ceasefire was established, they withdrew relatively quickly. We're at the ceasefire now, and they did this during this war. In 2024, they were just kind of pushing in with no idea. They were like, we're just going to walk into Lebanon, and they got destroyed. In 2026, they had this strategic plan to push in, and while you're pushing in, you destroy everything behind you. This didn't happen in 2024. This is why these villages were still built for this war. In 2026, they've destroyed everything. These cities they've destroyed them. They don't exist. They're carrying out demolitions. We see all these videos. It's horrifying that they're just blowing up these century-old houses, these cities, these villages. In 2024, they didn't do that. They're doing it now in order to make it almost militarily impossible to operate behind the enemy lines. And the resistance is built in a way. I mean, the resistance. They're built in a way to where they don't really operate offensively. They operate in guerrilla warfare and in a defensive approach. Like, they're not made to invade Israel. That's not their point. So if the Israelis can establish this line like they've built, and they already have tanks, outposts, they've destroyed everything behind it. They're going to set barbed wire probably very soon. They have drones watching everything in the skies, every movement. I think all of that combined would make it relatively very difficult for a push, because if you look at the ceasefire of 2024, the Israelis weren't necessarily pushed out of Lebanon. They hit a stalemate. They kind of hit a point where they couldn't go any further, and then the Israelis go, okay, we've had it. We can't go any further. You've held us. But in 2026, they've stopped in a ceasefire, meaning that they're there. There's really no deal that can be negotiated to where they withdraw at this point, because in that area, overall, we can make arguments over who has the upper hand. But in the current land that is occupied by Israel, they hold the upper hand in a defensive posture. Unlike in 2024, wherever they couldn't push into this land like they have done now. They were stalemated, made a deal because they weren't prepared to hold it like they're prepared now. They went into 2024 confused, dazed, and with no clear goal. And the resistance came in prepared and essentially forced a ceasefire that made them withdraw. This time, they came in with a different mindset. They came in this time with a clear occupational goal that, as of now, the situation on the ground says they have achieved that the goal, the yellow line they want, they are 95% there. There's a few bit of it left, but then again, if you try to resist that and fight that, given that they've had a week and a half now to build up, the Israelis have land and build up defenses and troops and UAVs and the drones and stuff, it would be very difficult to try to force them out. So it's going to have to be some negotiated settlement.
Yeah, look, I disagree, and we need to get into this in more detail next time. I think the opposite is true. I think what happened is Hezbollah has been dominating them on the ground. What they did is anytime they've tried to take a town legitimately, they failed. You saw Ben Jabal, they tried for days. They made false allegations or false propaganda that they'd taken it. And then a couple of days later, more Israelis got taken out. They were failed to take it. And with Lebanon, it's the same issue. You have the houses, but more than that, you have the terrain, you have the mountainous areas. This is like areas like Yarun, they've always failed to take. Other mountainous areas, they failed to take. My actual view was that Hezbollah was going to let them go a bit more deeper in and then take them out. I was actually a bit more surprised that they start hitting them so badly with hundreds of tanks being taken out. Casualties, some are saying it's in the thousands now, the real casualties. But listen, we need to wrap up because I got another interview, but I need to get you back on because this was fun. I really enjoyed it. Really appreciate you. Great conversation. Ethan, I know you're huge on Instagram. You've also got Ethan, an X account. I'm going to put it in the nest. But the X account is Ethan Levins 2, right?
Yes.
X account Ethan Levins 2, and your Instagram?
Ethan Levins with a Z at the end.
Ethan Levins with a Z, and you also are on YouTube, right?
Yes, you can go to my Instagram and find all the links there. I have a Telegram, I have a WhatsApp, I have all that. So if you want to subscribe to my YouTube, guys, that would be awesome. I'm trying to build that up. I put some effort. They finally monetized me on YouTube.
Nice.
But they demonetized me on X. It's been 3 weeks and no response to the
Welcome
appeal,
to the club.
Whoopsie.
Welcome.
Yeah, I just give it up. It's over.
I was a part of the original. It's gonna take too long to cry about this, but I was part of the original creator program. And then as soon as I stood with Palestine, 2024 monetization gone, blue check mark on. But anyway, appreciate you coming on, Ethan. Really love the conversation. We'll definitely get you back on again because this was entertainment. As you can see, the chat was flying. But much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Of course, had a great time.
You too, thank you. Guys, what a great guy. Follow him. Follow him on X. It's Ethan Levins 2. Make sure you're following him. Great guy, great person. And follow him on Insta. He's huge on Insta. He's gigantic on Instagram. And follow him on YouTube as well. Guys, make sure you like this video. Make sure you comment on this video. Make sure you share it with your friends and family. Let everyone know about it. Comments in the chat. What do you think? I didn't expect it. His opinions were just so different to what I expected. I thought it'd just be one of those interviews like, what's your opinion? What's your opinion? This went completely different to what I thought. So it was fun though. It was fun. Do me a favor. Like, comment, share. Give me your thoughts in the comments. Like, share. Okay, next we've got on the big gun. Cenk Cenk, you told me you pronounce it Cenk. So Cenk Uygur. We got Cenk Uygur coming on. Let me just put, because I have to record these, right? Okay. Oh, I'll have to pull out that anyway to record. There must be a way to record from here. I'll have to figure it out. Yeah, guys, retweet the space, reshare the space. Let me put the Cenk poster out. Here we go. Well, I gotta change the title on that. The title on that was I wrote Israel for him. I wrote Israel lost the war, but I gotta change it now. His one was Iran has to give up enrichment or something. Trump sold out to Israel. Cenk, how do you spell his name again? I'm just gonna guess it. I think it's like that. And let me just get the link. That was interesting. Interesting, right? What were your thoughts on him? Give me your thoughts in the chat. What were your thoughts on his argument? That was interesting. What were your thoughts on the argument? Oh, Joe seems to like it. Joe, come on, bro. You're always capitulating though, bro. Come on, Joe. Sort your life out. Oh, Joe's... I don't know what Joe's giving mixed messages now. That's Joe's life, isn't it? TDS until voting time, and then he's the biggest advocate. Okay, let's see. He should be joining any second now. Let's have it ready. Cenk is joining. It's going to be a great conversation. Let's change the title. And then next after that, we've got Rathbone. So that should be good. But this one, actually, we're going to come back on the space because this one's a short one. This one's only like a 25-minute, 30-minute interview. It's going to be a short interview. So we're back on the space in about 25 minutes. And then we'll do the interview with Rathbone. Well, we're collabing with Rathbone. Okay, what do you say? Cenk. His views are very different from reality. He was so dismissive of the Iranian army. Ethan generally believes Iran, Lebanon should bend over and kiss America and Israel's ass. Lovely guy, but he has his own opinion. I don't share those, but he's all allowed to express them like us all. Yeah, true. If Canada invades New York, Ethan will know. Nah, bro, why are you guys hating on that? That's a funny one. Rathbone shaved. Oh, damn. Even on the phone, I myself have to say China is number one and there's only one China just to make sure she doesn't get in trouble. Huh? I don't know what that means. But he just wanted Iran to surrender. What's this? Wait, it is the right time, right? I'm sure I agreed. It is 9 p.m. Eastern, right? Yeah, should be joining. He did put a thumbs up in the message. So, Cenk. I'm just going to call him Cenk, bro. I ain't going to say his full name because I can't even pronounce it. Because it's not Uyghur, is it? Uyghur. Okay, should be good. Interview with Cenk coming up. Retweet the space. Reshare the space. Reshare the video in the nest. Actually, has anyone been sharing the video in the nest? We need to get that out there. Got 50,000 on that one, so that's really good. Let's see. Let me see if there's any news actually while Cenk's coming on. Cenk, you're late, bro. I wanted my full 25 minutes. It's like I'm losing on my time now. Cenk said he's got another interview straight after this. That was fun with that kid, to be honest. I like it better where there's a bit of, back and forth, a bit of disagreement. It just makes it fun and entertaining. And it's not like, because we don't disagree. He's not against the resistance. He's not against Iran. He just sees it from a different angle. Okay, he's here. Let's get it.
Hey there.
Hi, how you doing? How's things? Can you hear me?
Good, good. I can. Yep.
Brilliant. Okay, let's start. Just want to welcome Cenk onto the stage. He is a host of the Young Turks, the longing-lasting geopolitical show that we have on in the media. Cenk, thank you so much for joining us. How are you?
No problem, brother. I'm good. I mean, as good as anybody can be going into a third round of a disastrous war.
Okay, let's get into this. What's your thoughts? What is going on? The ceasefire is over, but we've kind of got a one-way ceasefire.
Yeah. So here's what happened. Donald Trump told a whole bunch of lies about how the war is almost over and we've won. We're going to get everything we want. Now, no one should have believed that. The part I didn't believe at all is that we're going to get everything we want. That's absurd. Iran has more leverage because they can close the Strait of Hormuz. So, but even I made the mistake of thinking that it might be possible that Trump wasn't lying about the war being close to over. Now, why did I have that hope? Because staying in the war is mental. Like, it's the craziest thing you could possibly imagine. There's no upside for America at all. There was never an upside to begin with. But now we've seen that they can close the Strait of Hormuz. It's not a question. And they might be able to close even more with the Houthis' help in the Red Sea and in other places. And so the only thing that was keeping the price of oil to going past 100, 120, et cetera, and the markets crashing and the economy crashing, was the belief that Donald Trump was telling the truth, that the war was almost over. Now that we know that that's not true at all, well, we're in for a world of hurt here. We go back into this war, as we almost certainly are. The price of oil is going to skyrocket, and you won't be able to contain it. Forget 100. I'm worried about 150, let alone 120. And when that happens, and a lot of Americans don't understand what's happening in the rest of the world, that there are already shortages in South Korea and India and in Europe. So we're about to light the world on fire because Israel demanded to have control over Iran's foreign policy and every piece of nuclear energy and all their other absurd, over-the-top demands. And obviously, the U.S. government is controlled by Israel.
And so that's what I want to speak to you about, because you said, okay, let's deal with the first bit. You said that basically you think this war is going to become kinetic. I guess the first element right now is it's not kinetic. Even though it's not kinetic, the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. This is still going to cause the global financial breakdown that there is. The price of oil is kind of manipulated anyway, but what we know is there's no supply coming out. And so all of the financial experts I'm hearing are saying things are going to be critical in the next week or two. In some countries, like you said, in South Korea and Japan, it's going to be extremely critical. These people need to think about selling American bonds. But in America, things are going to get a lot worse as well. So even if the war isn't kinetic, how logical is this blockade from an American perspective?
It makes no sense at all. So I'm not saying that the blockade never made sense. If you want to gain leverage over the Iranians, apparently that actually was some degree of leverage. Okay, so you do the blockade, good, no problem. I get it. They're blockading us. We blockade them. But then when we got to the ceasefire, the whole point of the ceasefire was Iran opens up the Strait of Hormuz and we stop the blockade. And then Trump's like, we're not stopping the blockade. But wait, that means we don't have a deal. I mean, you just said we were going to stop the blockade. So why did you decide not to do that? And so these things are inexplicable. Asking for zero enrichment of uranium, the Iranians have had a red line on that from day one. So now that they've gained leverage, why are we still, demanding 100% of what Israel wanted in the beginning of the war? And so I think that the reason why all these, impediments are thrown up that seem to make no logical sense is because Israel wants the war to keep going. And they obviously have control over Donald Trump. So it doesn't really matter what any Americans think. It doesn't really matter what even Donald Trump thinks. He's apparently going to do as he's ordered by the Israelis.
And so some people have been proposing this possibility, which I think is far-fetched. I had Trita Parsi on, and he was saying that maybe there'll be a scenario where Trump just leaves. He leaves. He doesn't do a deal with Iran, which kind of doesn't relieve the sanctions. But I just can't fathom a scenario where that could happen when you've got the Israeli equation. The reason we were predicting the war was going to happen is because we know Israel controls the United States of America. So based on that, how can Trump leave?
Yeah, there's actually an easy deal to be had here. But there are no rational actors here, and they're not acting in American interests, let alone the rest of the world. So what's the easy deal? We tell Iran, you open up the Strait of Hormuz, we lift the blockade. We do a deal on enrichment, which Iran was already open to in the original Pakistan Islamabad meetings, where we were negotiating over, are we taking out the enrichment for 2 years, 5 years out of your country, or 10 years, 15 years? Hey, we're negotiating. That's perfectly fine. Whether it's 5 years, 10 years, whatever it is, there's a number there where we can have a deal, right? And then the other part of it was, because we destroyed so many things in Iran, we were going to unfreeze their assets for about $20 billion. Now, it's not our assets, so we're not giving anything away. And that's what we give to Israel on an average Tuesday. But we would be unstealing Iranian money. So that's a super easy deal. We give up no money. They reopen up the Strait of Hormuz. We never really cared about the enrichment in the first place, but then we would still be able to take out the enrichment. We've destroyed the different things they have. There's no downside to that deal for us, and we leave and get the hell out of there. So if you were an American president representing American interests, that's a no-brainer. And these days, the left wing, the right wing, the middle wing, everybody agrees. And nobody wants this war. And so, but we can't get that. Why? One of the things that we're demanding is that Iran hand over their foreign policy to Israel and not be able to use any proxies or have any relationship with Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, or any other ally. Well, who the hell would agree to that? Would America agree to turn over their foreign policy to Iran? Of course not. And then, so when you see those kind of unreasonable demands, and then now Iran is saying back, well, okay, then I want restitution for what's happened here, reparations. I want a ton of money. Well, if we're going to be unreasonable, they're going to be unreasonable, and we're not going to get to any deal. And last one here, this is probably the most important point. The Iranians say, and good on them for saying this, that Lebanon has to be part of the deal. We will not let you steal southern Lebanon. And obviously, Israel invaded southern Lebanon. They're currently occupying it. They're murdering people there as we speak, even though there's a ceasefire. They never listen to ceasefires. And now they're saying they're going to take the gas field in Lebanese waters that is worth $20 to $40 billion. Okay? They're laying claim to that because that's all they do. They attack their neighbors and steal their land and steal their resources. So Israel is saying, no, I'm not leaving Lebanon, and I demand the right to steal southern Lebanon. So America, reject the deal. So now we have to reject the deal because we have to serve our masters in Israel.
Based on what you're saying, though, what scenario can there be? Because you said quite rightly, about the Strait of Hormuz, I don't know who'd have control over that based on what you're saying, but what you're saying is the deal is easy. Trump can easily sell it. He can say, I got a better deal than the JCPOA. It's a better percentage. They're not having it. It's not unlimited. There's many ways he can quite clearly state that he's got a victory whilst we have peace. But as you said, we've got the Israeli question. I always knew there was going to be a war because of the Israeli need for ballistic missiles, in the sense of they wanted that and they wanted the support of resistance to stop. So, but then basically what you're saying is we'll never get a deal. This is going to escalate.
Yeah, because Israel won't allow a deal because they are not going to leave until they steal southern Lebanon. So they run into problems there because Hezbollah's done a pretty good job of beating them back from the Litani River. But they've now outlined a 10-kilometer, what they're calling another yellow line. When they're stealing land, they like to pretend it's for defensive purposes because they know every liar in American media will go out there and go, poor Israel. Lebanon made them invade them, and Lebanon made them steal their land, and Lebanon made them destroy 70 villages, by the way, including a number of Christian villages. Now, normally in American press, people would be outraged about Christians being murdered and their lands being stolen. But when Israel does it, it's shut up, Christians. Just know your role like the Muslims. Shut up and know that Israel has the right to all of your land, because they were there 3,000 years ago and they're doing self-defense. So a core part of the problem that people don't realize enough is mainstream media in America brainwashes Americans. They don't do news at all. They do the opposite of news. They do propaganda, and they do it for a foreign country. They're lying 24/7 to the American audience. Good news is because of online now, that's destroyed. Everyone under 50 hates war, hates Israel, and they're right to. But the zombies that are still watching Fox News and cable news, they're the only ones left who are like, oh, Israel's our best friend. We should give them all of our money and have our kids die for them. But those are the only people left. But unfortunately, they do vote a lot.
True, but you're completely right. No one watches that media anymore. You look at your show, you look at our show, huge numbers, and that's the reason why, because people are realizing this doesn't work. But one thing I like about you is something you've been saying, and it actually kind of meshes with my audience, because my audience is very much far left, far right. It's like a mix of everyone. And so from the United States of America. Now, one of the things you talked about is actually forget this kind of bipartisan politics. The United States of America is occupied. We know the UK and all these different countries are occupied. We need to remove the occupation. We need to get sovereignty first. Because if we don't have that, we're going to have to go to foreign wars. We're going to have to sacrifice American soldiers for this foreign nation. And so how much have you realized how important that is? Because I've seen your kind of progression a lot over the last few years on that kind of idea.
So on the left, I think it's fair to say that I've been the leading advocate for making alliances with the right on issues that matter so much, like war and genocide. And shockingly enough, to this day, there's a ton of the left-wing hosts, not the voters themselves. Some of the voters, obviously, they follow some of those hosts and are influenced by them. But mainly people who care about their brand. And so they are like, oh, God, Kamala would have been this and that. And Joe Biden. Are we really? The guy who gave Israel $21 billion to commit a genocide? He was going to save you? Anyways, they're obsessed with tribalism and partisanship. And they're like, oh, you Muslims are getting slaughtered? Whatever. From the people who claim that they care so much about marginalized communities. So as you can tell, I have some scars from those fights, right? And so I'm proud to have taken on those fights. And I'm proud that Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tom Massey and Candace Owens and all those folks came over to our side. We didn't go to their side. And I'm not saying that as a ha-ha. I deeply appreciate them being open-minded, moral enough to come to the right conclusions. And today, Tucker apologized for backing Trump. I don't know what else people want from him. They're like, no, he has to agree with everything Kamala Harris says. I mean, if you're going to be a lunatic about it, no, he's on the right. He's not going to agree with everything you say. We need allies in stopping this war. If you only have some portion of the left, even if it's a big portion, it's not enough to stop a war. You also need the right wing. You also need independence. This is elementary politics, right? But some on our side go, no, me. My brand is more important. And I'm going to be the most moral, the most high and mighty person. But what you're doing is you're throwing Muslims under a bus across the world. But most importantly, you're throwing America under the bus. That's American sovereignty that we need to defend. And so if my right-wing brothers and sisters are going to come and say, yeah, let's defend America together, my answer is going to be an overwhelming yes.
No doubt. And by the way, there's an overlap on their side as well, because I went to the US, I went to Arizona, AmFest, and the right-wing event, and then the left-wing event that was countering was completely controlled by Zionists, both sides were. And it was like they just caused this kind of disagreement in order to get people away from the great issue. But just coming back to the war, we basically have a scenario now where you think that there's going to be kinetic war. I mean, one of the conversations people are having is about impeachment. Do you or using the 25th Amendment? Now, I think this is highly unlikely because Congress is completely occupied. And same with the sanctions relief. Again, you would need Congress approval. So sanctions, the 25th Amendment, the impeachment, all of these you need congressional or approval from the Senate. How realistic is this, or is this just a talking point?
So, no, my guess is the only way they do the 25th Amendment on Trump is if he defies Israel. Then all of a sudden, all the media and all the politicians will be like, oh my God, I think he's lost his mind. He said he was in favor of this war. Why is he getting out of this war? Let's get him out of the office, right? So no, that's pretty much hopeless. So there's only two things you could do, because right now Israel has America in a headlock we can't get out of, and the reason we can't get out of it is because no matter how many Americans are against the war or against Israel, our leaders are compromised. So we don't have the power; they have the power, right? So, like for example, the guys I'm calling the seven snakes in the Senate. Those are the seven Democrats that voted with all the Republicans to send Israel more 1,000-pound bombs and armed bulldozers. They're like, you haven't massacred enough innocent people and then bulldoze their house and then murder them if they come to save their house. So we're going to send you more ways to murder innocent Muslims and now Christians in Lebanon and in Palestine. So 80% of Democratic voters have a negative view of Israel. They don't want us to send another dollar. I have a whole website, notanother.com. Now, Ro Khanna is saying it on the left. Tucker Carlson is saying it on the right. And so that's beautiful. But it's not moving the politicians 1 inch because they're compromised. They're compromised through the bribery. They're compromised through their social circles. To this late date, if you go to Washington, D.C., and you say the things I'm saying about Israel, they'll look at you like you have 4 heads. They're like, oh, my God, that guy sounds like an anti-Semite. I am very offended that he's not pro-genocide. If you weren't an anti-Semite, you would love Israel's war crimes. No, you guys are all monsters. There's a bunch of corrupt monsters running our government in Washington. Okay, so the two answers are, the only power we have as voters in America is our vote. So now in the old days, what they did was they give you 2 false choices: Zionist A for Democrats, Zionist B for Republicans, and Zionist media will tell you that those are your only choices. And they hated primaries because in primaries, you could pick a different Democrat or a different Republican and one that isn't owned by whether it's Israel or, by the way, corporate donors. Corporate donors buy our politicians all the time. In America, we have no paid family leave. We're one of like 3 countries in the whole world. We make moms go right back to work the day after they have a baby. I mean, it is sick. It is cruel. We can't negotiate our own drug prices. We have to just pay whatever the drug companies say. These are all the craziest rules in the world. And the job of our deeply corrupt media is to go, no, that's not crazy. No, in a free market, you're not allowed to negotiate prices. What? Okay, I went to war, and I'm pretty sure that's not how free market works. So the vote is the only thing you have, and you've got to use it. It's critical. If they get you depressed and hopeless, then we're doomed. We all have to go, and who are you going to vote for? Easy. Vote against all the incumbents. Unless their name is Ro Khanna or Tom Massey, or you know for a fact they voted to release the Epstein files or voted to block money going to Israel, vote against them. AIPAC and the Israeli lobby give to 94% of our Congress. So even if you went in blind and voted blind, if you just vote against the person already in Congress, you have a 94% chance of being right. So please, and this is so easy because you don't have to cross party lines. To your point, they love to pit one against one another. Oh, let's get the Republicans and Democrats to fight. Let's get Muslims and Christians to fight. And then that way they won't notice that we're robbing the place blind, right? So again, that applies for corporations as well as foreign governments. So vote against all the incumbents in 2026. If we take out even 10% of Congress, that'll be an earthquake.
Yeah.
And what'll happen is they'll all, go to the bathroom in their pants, and the stock of depends will rise, okay? Because the only thing these corrupt sons of bitches care about is power. So you take their power away, and you make them scared that they're all going to lose, and then all of a sudden, as is beginning to happen in the Democratic Party, by the way, they at least start pretending that they have concerns about Israel. Even Rahm Emanuel, former chief of staff for Barack Obama, former IDF soldier, okay, was on Bill Maher this weekend going, I mean, maybe we cut funding to Israel. Oh, is that right? Because he wants to run for president, and you can't win for president if you're against 80% of your own voters. So punish the politicians. Punish them with your votes. And in 2028, if we don't elect a clean American that isn't corrupt and doesn't serve a foreign government, we're out of our minds. 2028 is the election to end all elections. It is the most important election of our lifetimes because it's going to determine whether America is free or not.
True. And also, in terms of the funding, I think this is just a Netanyahu talking point that he's told them all, because they want people to think that the $3 billion funding is the only funding America's getting. They don't, not these special funding where Trump's given, nearly $30 billion in the last year, or the entire military spend that's been done in all of these wars to protect or fight for Israel. So I think there's a form of like manipulation where they're trying to make people think like they're going to stop it when they're not. But Cenk, just quickly, because we haven't got you for much longer, in terms of Lebanon, you saw the Lebanon ceasefire. As you mentioned, Israel continues to breach it. The Lebanese government seemed to be consorting with Israel in order to kind of destroy this opportunity for peace in that region in terms of Israel bombing it. What's your thoughts on that kind of dynamic?
So look, I know the people of Lebanon are, stuck between a rock and a hard place. And so I get that a lot of people don't want to live under Hezbollah rule. And I probably wouldn't either. Okay. And there's a lot of different factions, and different factions have different interests. But there's one thing that's clear, which is no, we shouldn't let Israel take our country. That's just elementary, right? Any part of our country and any part of our resources. And right now, from the outside, I'm not an expert on Lebanon, but from the outside, it appears that the Lebanese government is rolling over for Israel. And so it feels like they care more about the internal politics. Hey, maybe I'll use this as an opportunity to get to weaken Hezbollah inside Lebanon so I can have more power. But I'll sell out my own people and give away land and give away our gas fields to make Israelis happy. Plus, they won't kill me. And you have to remember, a lot of these leaders of these Middle Eastern countries are scared to death of Israel murdering them. Yeah. And so they get a lot of money from Israel. And it's the old Pablo Escobar, silver or lead. Would you like a lot of silver and gold, or would you like a lead bullet? And so I can't read the minds of the leaders of Lebanon, but saying that Hezbollah shouldn't defend you when they're the only ones defending you doesn't seem rational.
That's the issue they've got, that they are the only form of defense there. And so it becomes like a complex situation. And this is why we appreciate you. You defend Muslims, you defend Christians, you defend Jews. You don't care about what the race or religion of people is. I think you're an atheist yourself, but what you care about is speaking for humanity, irrespective of what the situation is. And I'm just reading a comment here where someone said, I used to watch Tim Pool and I didn't used to like Cenk, but actually Cenk seems really good. So you're getting a lot of people on board. We really appreciate you coming on and taking your time out to join us. Obviously, we'd love to get you on for longer later. I know you got another interview, Cenk. I know people can find you on the Young Turks. Where else can people find you?
Yeah, so look, our website's tyt.com, and you'll get our whole 24-hour channel there. But really, on almost all the platforms, if you type in TYT, as in the Young Turks, TYT, or Young Turks, we're on Roku, YouTube TV, Samsung, LG, Comcast, Xfinity. Now we're on Amazon Prime. But mainly, where most people watch us is on YouTube. So our show is live 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock every day, Eastern. So 6 o'clock Eastern, come to the Young Turks on YouTube or wherever you get us. And it's a beautiful community. The Zionists have been trying to knock out the Young Turks for a long time now. And they do a lot of things behind the scenes to try to make sure we don't have enough money to sustain ourselves, because they wanted me to fire Anna Kasparian. They wanted me to fire myself, and I wouldn't do any of those things. And since we're free and independent, they hate it. Yeah. They can't stand that they can't control us. So come fight back with us. Come be part of our community, and actually get a news show where you get the real news instead of cable news where you get propaganda.
Well, yeah, we actually met when the Israelis in 2023 put mine and your name on a missile, if you remember. That's when we started speaking on X. So these people are just so mentally unhinged. We do need alternative media to speak out against them. So really appreciate it. We've got 60,000 people listening. So definitely we'll advise them, and we'll put your link up on the Twitter as well. So really appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much. That was Cenk coming on. Really appreciate him. He only had 25 minutes. So guys, make sure you like this video. Make sure you comment on it. Make sure you share it. What's your thoughts on Cenk? Do you agree with him? Do you not agree with him? What was your thoughts on that interview? Let me know. Who do you want on next? Let me know in the comments as well. Like, comment, and subscribe. Like. Okay, I'm gonna bring the space back on, because the next collab isn't until another bit of time. So let me just put the X space back on for you guys. That was a couple of good interviews that I thought. would love to have had Cenk on for longer, and I was trying to like rush with the questions because I knew we only had about 25 minutes. It's kind of my fault because I was like, look, this is the like I'm trying to be professional now. I'm like, oh yeah. Normally I'd say to people, oh yeah, guess what, blood? Anytime you want to do it, let's join on. And now I'm like, okay, bruv, these are the timings. Let me know if you can. Let me know if you can meet. I'm trying to be professional now. I'm like, oh yeah. Normally I'd say to people, oh yeah, guess what, blood? Anytime you want to do it, let's join on. And now I'm like, okay, bruv, these are the timings. Let me know if you can. Let me know if you can meet it. And then they're like, yeah, we can meet it. Okay, let me just quickly put that on. Okay, we're sorted. Right, YouTube guys, let me know if you can hear. Hopefully you can. Okay, we're sorted. Okay. Sorted. Back on the space. Appreciate you all. Let me know if you can hear. Actually, let me check myself. God, YouTube guys are so slow. Why are they not even telling me if they can hear? Let me check myself. We're sorted. Yeah, I can. Oh my God, you guys are so slow. You're all millennials. This is what happens when your entire fan base is full of millennials. Okay, let's get back into the conversation. Joe, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Joe, why were you attacking? Who were you attacking? Were you attacking me or that kid?
No, I agree with the kid. The kid was saying the same thing I've been saying, and you're like, "Oh, you're turning coat." I said, "There's a deal. America
You
needs
don't.
to
He
make a
weren't making
deal."
sense. You weren't making sense. Explain.
How is that making sense? He needs to make. I said America needs to make a deal. I expected a deal this week. A deal was made. Yeah, nothing's. There's been no kinetic warfare on Iran yet, and I don't expect them to go back on it because they can't afford to because of everything I keep saying. The shit will get bad really sorry. Things will get bad really, really fast if they don't keep the deal, if they don't make a deal. They can't afford to. They will lose their allies. Right? If you lose your allies, you lose the empire. I don't know how to say it any straighter. And
Yeah, but
Joa
he
is
was
not a
gonna. He was
Joa is not a
telling us to
boomer.
capitulate. He was telling the resistance to capitulate.
Not totally. It's not much different than what I was saying. You look.
Obviously, we expect it from you.
You're not going to get everything you want, right? In any negotiation. I know everyone wants everything that was on that list, blah blah blah. But if you force the hand where America gets nothing from it, he has nothing to take back. Guess what's going to happen? All right, pressure gets ramped up. Shit will go bad. Yeah, you're talking about boots on the ground. Look, I think it'd be difficult, but there will be boots on the ground if they don't make a deal. I think they would bomb the hell out of a certain area. Um, and I think that's what they would do because you would force their hand. You have to give Trump something to go back with. You have to. You can't expect to get everything. And look, and I don't even think the Iranians are expecting that. I don't think Iranians are expecting 10 out of 10. Do you think Iranians, like the negotiators there, expect to get all 10 things on the point? Why have a negotiation then? Why meet up with them at all? Why not just like, look, here's our 10 things we want on our list. And let us know when it's done. Otherwise, there's no deal. Then why are they meeting at all?
But bro, he said 0. Welcome Simon on stage, bro. He said 0%, bro.
Yeah, I don't agree
0.
with that part. That part I don't agree with it at all.
Hawes with a super chat saying fantastic interview with Cenk. I think the other guy, Ethan, was unfortunately a bit out of his depth with politics. Think he's better off doing what he does on YouTube, which is delivering the latest news. It's a good lad. He's got a good heart. I think so. I agree. I think he's a good lad with a good heart, and I like his like Insta updates that he does. But geopolitical
Yeah,
analysis is complicated.
and I think Cenk would have stayed longer if you pronounce his name right next time.
I thought you said it's Cenk with a J.
Yeah, Cenk.
What was that saying?
Once in a while you're like Cenk.
Okay, bro. Oh my God, no. He wouldn't have not stayed longer He already told me he only had 25 minutes because he's got another
I know.
interview.
I'm joking, dude. I'm
No,
joking. I'm joking.
listen, Joe. I didn't pronounce his second name because I wasn't sure if it's Uyghur or Uyghur or Uyghur, and I didn't want to get that
It's
wrong.
Yuga.
What?
Cenk Uygur.
Uyghur.
No, Uygur.
You must be a fan of him because aren't you like a big leftist?
I was a bro. Cenk is the reason I started following politics to begin with. Back when Obama
Oh
did.
my God! Next time I get him on, then you can ask him a question if you want.
No, I did. We spoke last time.
Oh yeah, on the space. When we start following each other in 2023. You know when the Zayos put both of our names on a missile.
Yeah.
So he.
Bro, look. I think a lot of people owe a lot to him. He brought citizen journalism to the internet. He was really the first guy that really broke through, in my opinion. I don't know anyone else. I feel like everyone else came up after. Do you know what I mean?
No, you know better because I wasn't really that long ago. First of all, I'm a lot younger than you, so I don't remember what happened during the grandpa days. But also on top,
yeah, when Jesus wore sandals.
Yeah.
I know.
But also on top of that as well, what it is I wasn't that much into like U.S. politics in depth like that. Do you know what I mean? In terms of the intricacies of it. So
Yeah.
yes, it's
Yeah. He was like the first guy that seemed like he wasn't pulling like the mainstream media narrative. Very different. But then it went very pro very fast because it was so different. But I think a lot of people have come up after showing, hey, you don't need a network to have a show. But he was really one of the first.
Wow, interesting.
So I give him a lot of credit. Although I don't agree with him all the time. I think sometimes he does go a little bit too leftist, too idealistic. But I do like his analysis.
Well, he is far left, isn't it? So he's always going to have those kind of ideas and thoughts, right? And he's more
I mean, if you ask him if he's far left, I'm guarantee he'll tell you no.
All right.
But,
and also, I mean, you know better about this, so let me know. But he comes with I can't really base it on this 30 minutes really, and I'm not really watching his show, or the last hour that we did. But it seems like he's very much aware of American politics, but maybe like the wider geopolitical landscape really isn't his forte as much, and maybe he's a bit more new to it. Is that right? Or not?
Yeah, he's more U.S. He's very he probably spin a circle around anyone who's on the stage when it comes to U.S. politics.
Okay. Except me, obviously, but that's fine.
No, but he like knows and has ins and everything else. I'm sure Matt will probably tell you. Like he's been around for a very, very, very long time.
Interesting. Yeah.
International stuff, I haven't seen him talk that much about.
Yeah, it's just when I asked him about
comments
Lebanon,
on
he
it, of
already
course,
said,
but-
I don't really know the kind of intricate kind of thing about it. So
yeah, it's not his thing.
Yeah. And I know, when he goes and talks about UK, I kind of send him some stuff sometimes because I know he doesn't maybe know the details. But yeah, he's great.
Yeah.
I like him a lot. Great guy. Really like him a lot. And he's actually all about like bringing left wing, right wing together. Him and Sean King.
Yeah, which I agree.
Yeah, exactly.
I think what he just said was genius. To be honest with you, he said, "Look, don't choose between left and right. Just vote for anyone who's not in Congress right now, right? Because the likelihood of you choosing someone who's funded by AIPAC is extremely high. We're not asking for Democrats to become Republicans or Republicans to become Democrats or vote for a third party. Vote for people who are running as a Democrat or a Republican who are saying they're not taking money from AIPAC." That's how we win.
Wait, that's what we've been saying on the space for ages.
I haven't heard that,
bro.
I mean, we've been saying to vote for people who aren't taking AIPAC, but I didn't realize we were saying to vote for Democrats.
Yeah, that's why
Republicans.
we supporting Aaron Baker until Jan Brazilian came, and now we're supporting him. That's why we were supporting Anthony Aguilar, but although he's doing as a green, not as a thingy, so I don't think that was a great decision. But that's
what I mean. That's not good. I think what he was saying.
No, like Jose Vega is another example, Joe. He's doing.
But who's a Democrat that's saying
Jose Vega? Jose Vega's standing in New York against what's that guy? The guy who supported the genocide. He's African American, but like from New York and full on Zio. I forgot his name.
Is it Richie Torres?
Richie Torres, that's it. Go on, that girl. That girl knows her knows all the tethers. Yeah, he's fighting against him. Jose Vega is fighting against him. He's an example of someone. There's quite a few actually, Joe.
Yeah, I think it's an amazing idea. I didn't realize that's what you were saying, but I really think it's an amazing idea because people don't have to lose their party, but we can lose the problem that we have.
Exactly. No, I think it's very important. This is why it's important that
Mhm.
even in the Democrat primaries, the Republican parties, the more that the anti APAC money candidate basically oh my god, why are they attacking me? Why someone give a super chat saying Cenk Uygur? Oh my god, why are you hating on me, blood? I thought I said it right. Oh my god. Haters, bro, haters. All right, Joe. So, who you voting for in the next
Look, that other
primary?
guy's
You're in Philly, aren't you?
that no, I don't vote in the local elections, only in the
Well,
presidential election
are you
because
gonna
I'm
vote
not there.
now?
If there was someone in Philly that was running that said they're not running under APAC and is part of like one of the big parties, then yeah.
Interesting.
But I don't think there is.
You'll have to check
I
that.
haven't
You'll have to
seen
check
them yet.
that. You check your district.
Yeah.
Who did I have
Yeah.
on yesterday and
Look,
they said they were running?
look. The one thing that I want to be really clear about. I think America has its back against the wall, and it either goes with its allies and leaves Israel, or goes with Israel and leaves its allies. I think that's the choice that America has right now. Like in the next few days.
Why a few days, Joe?
Because they have to make it because of everything I was saying about what will happen to the economy. Like inflation will go by next week, our inflation numbers will more than likely go up closer to 4 point some percent, right? We're already at like 4.2. UPS and FedEx has already implemented fuel surcharges in their deliveries, right? They said they're going to increase that fuel charge as of April 26th. If this lasts that long, that's going to be permanent, right? And so is the inflation. America can't afford that, especially when you have 30 some trillion in debt that you're going to have to pay with that rate. Do you know what I mean? Like America cannot afford it. So either America keeps its allies so they can print money so that they buy their bonds, or they let go of their allies and now no one's going to buy your bonds, and you can't print money, and you stick with Israel.
Yeah. And you think they're gonna dump Israel? I'm saying they'll never dump Israel.
I understand that. I just don't see how they. I mean, look, I love Simons being here, but I don't understand how they could keep Israel and not be able to print money anymore. That would be the stupidest thing in the world.
Yeah, and actually, I got questions, Simon, about the Israeli economy. But just before I do, breaking news: Trump is the gift that keeps on giving. So I've done the title as Trump admits he can't do anything with Iran. He said, "quote Iran doesn't want the Strait of Hormuz closed. They want it open so they can make $500 million a day, which is therefore what they are losing if it's closed. They only say they want it closed because I have totally." He's literally saying the opposite in two sentences. What is going on? I didn't even read this before, probably. I just read one of it and did the headline. Right, he goes, Iran doesn't want the Strait of Hormuz closed, meaning they want it open. They want it open so they can make $500 million a day, which therefore what they are losing, which therefore is what they're losing if it's closed. They only say they want it closed because I have totally blockaded it. So they merely want to save face. People approached me 4 days ago saying, "Sir, Iran wants to open the strait immediately. But if we do that, there can never be a deal with Iran unless we blow up the rest of their countries, their leaders included, President Donald J. Trump." That's hilarious. So he's basically said this is their last card. They have no other card. Anyway, let's get Simon in the conversation. Always appreciate him. Simon, hope you're doing well. How are you? What's your
All good,
thoughts?
all good.
What's your thoughts? The ceasefire has been extended, but only one way. A one-way ceasefire.
Yeah, look, my my opinion hasn't changed. They're negotiating a deal, and there's a lot of public theatrics. Um, I think the main thing is actually oil, and that's the one thing they're not talking about, which is that if you release sanctions, and this is in line with everyone else that's negotiating right now as well, and everything Joe was saying as well about the allies. Pretty much everything is okay. If you're going to release sanctions, there's a potential of 3 to 4 million barrels per day that can come on the market. That would destroy the price. So that requires cooperation with OPEC. And then if you price it in dollars or you do some in the Chinese yuan, like all of those details, I think are the most important details. You know, if there's going to be sanction relief, what is the what is the amount of oil that's going to be put onto the market? That obviously involves what Russia wants, what the trades with China. I mean, because effectively, if you relieve the sanctions, then China's been buying discounted oil for, and now that's going to be sold at price in a competitive market. And it's a lot of oil, and it's really good oil. It's a major change to OPEC and the world order. So I think that's like the most important thing that they will be negotiating, and then all the other stuff is the public optic stuff. I think if it's going to be and because a non-sanctioned Iran is just such a radically different Middle East.
So Simon, a question for you. I was reading yesterday. I don't know if I asked you this yesterday, but your boy's got short-term memory issues. Because I'm not as old as Joe, but I'm getting a bit old. The They said that the shekel is at an all-time high compared to the dollar.
Yeah, so I mean, I'll check it out. But several currencies have been basically the dollar was weakening prior to this war, and then it started strengthening again during the war because then everyone needed to figure out their supply chains and buy. I mean, the LNG companies have been selling significant amounts of as much LNG and oil as the American companies can sell. So obviously that started strengthening the dollar again, created the demand for dollars. Which, as soon as this war ends, that trend will reverse again. But the currencies that have outperformed, and I haven't been checking out the Israeli shekel, but the Swiss franc and the Chinese yuan have outperformed the dollar, and everything has been on. Most things have been underperforming the dollar, but any currency that's connected to a commodity has also been doing incredibly well because there's just such a demand for commodities at the moment. So any country that has the real goods, the real commodities, the real energy, then their currency has been strengthening. But at the same time, the private military industrial complex, which has a chunk of it in Israel. So Israel's economy is mainly like, if you look at the ETF, it's about 40% banking, then about 20% technology, and then another 15% military. And so I think Israel has been selling a lot of their military brochures, as it were, their genocide as a service, their occupation as a service, and all of that stuff into this. So that would create demand for the Israeli shekels. But remember, that's all private interest. That's not like national resources. These are radically different things.
Also, I saw that the Israeli stock market is also at an all-time high.
Yeah, military technology. So you've got cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, military, and then banking. So that's what's been happening. Basically, the separation of the economy from the private sector interest. That's the trend. The economies are all taking a ginormous hit, but stock markets are just perpetuating wealth inequality as a result of stock markets decoupling from the real economy. So that's the same thing that's happening in UK. That's the same thing that's happening in Europe. That's the same thing that's happening in America. That's the same thing that's happening in Israel. So all of these hyper financialized economies The stock markets are doing well and just completely decoupling from the economy, which just means that the elites are getting incredibly wealthy and the average person is struggling. And that's the same in Israel.
Interesting. Casey, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Suleiman, for the space. Suleiman and Beatrix, thank you, Beatrix, for being the cornerstone of the
Bro,
space.
you've not even
So,
been
yeah,
on the
my
space
thoughts.
for like a week. What are you talking about?
I was just here yesterday, wasn't it?
Oh, did you hear?
I was.
Oh,
It
what
was
did
yes.
you tell me? What she told you yesterday then?
What do you mean? I was here. I came in yesterday. You were doing the interview with Ryan. So
So what
yeah,
did she say?
who
Beatrix.
you were doing? She said a lot to me in spirit.
Ah, you got it.
So you
Okay,
know.
cool.
So anyway, so no, I'm just just watching everything that's happening. Of course, I watched your lives on YouTube to keep up to date with everything. We're still in so-called ceasefire mode. I just personally think it's for everybody to re-up on their weapons and get started again, and then we can just go from there. Because while sometimes I do think like Steinman, where they've already cut deals, and then there's the theatrics. But Simon, I can't help it that there's like this rogue entity in the Middle East called, and I say they are rogue, called Israel, that wants what they want with Iran is full regime change, no weapons whatsoever, and no proxies whatsoever. So I just can't see how America comes out of this conflict without this war without delivering all three things to Israel. Like I keep going back there. So that's how I feel about it. And I'm just waiting, watching, and seeing. I like the conversation you guys had earlier, Suleiman, about Iran with the ceasefires, if they should have been negotiating, and you guys were going back and forth to see if that was a good step for Iran. And I guess part of me, I do feel like how you were feeling earlier, like I don't think that they should have negotiated, but then there's another part that's like, we really don't know how long this is going to last. To me, that's how I look at it. And we might see that was the best option for this like quick ceasefire in the future. We might see that this might have been the best option for them. And I continue to pray for Lebanon, because there is no such thing as a ceasefire when it comes to Israel. They continue to bomb Lebanon every day. It's just disgusting and evil. But yeah, I'm just keeping up by watching your channel on YouTube. So guys, make sure you guys are all subscribed to Suleiman's channel. Make sure you guys hit the like button on the stream and keep getting the channel moving out there. You have returned on my homepage again. So we're doing pretty good with pushing through that algorithm. So keep it up, guys. You guys are doing really good with that. And back to you, Suleiman.
W. If I'm on the, what does the homepage mean? Like, because you're following me though, right? That's why.
Yeah, but remember, even when I was following, remember that time I complained to you? I was like, I watch you every day, but you weren't showing up on my home screen. And I was like, the algorithm should have known to already have you there. So you are back on there. Like, that's an issue. If I follow you and watch you every day and still wasn't getting you suggested, that was an issue. But you returned on my home stream. So
It
keep up the
doesn't
good
show
work
for
pushing
me.
that algorithm. What happened?
Yeah, it's not showing for me.
That's why you still got to keep pushing. You still got to keep pushing. This doesn't mean you slow down. But I'm just saying you're pushing through the algorithm. So
Yeah, I'm
keep it
gonna
up.
be posting some of these interviews on the second channel as well, so use both of them. But yeah, appreciate that as always, that girl. Let's go to oh wait, I thought Hussein was here. Oh, guess what? We're gonna do the club in 10 minutes. Okay. Public, how's it going? What's your thoughts?
Good, good. How are you guys?
Just grinding, isn't it? Public grinding. We're not millennials.
Yeah, yeah, I know you're Gen X or whatever. You know, your other Gen X buddy yesterday, Joa, or I don't know if he's a boomer, was claiming that Iran imports most of its food or animal feed. And, you know, we did the research on that, and it seems that he was saved by your interview, and we found that they don't import their food. They're 95% self-sufficient, Joa. So,
We went through this when you weren't here. They import their livestock feed, which is what I wrote in that post.
but most of their livestock is chickens, so
Yeah, and they don't grow corn. They import corn.
which comes from where? Like Pakistan?
I don't know where it comes from, to be honest with you, but they import it.
And then
It's
anything else,
actually
I would
it's
assume.
actually
Anything
it's
else, I
actually
would
one of
assume
their
would.
biggest. It's one of their biggest imports is corn and
Yeah,
wheat.
and then the grain would come from the Black Sea, so I don't see how they would have trouble getting right. Do you not see?
Well, if the U.S. has a blockade, then you wouldn't be getting it.
And that's something US would probably negotiate, isn't it? Because they're trying to export a bunch of corn, right? They've been doing all those trade deals with India and shit around corn.
Yeah. America pays their farmers not to grow corn.
Wait, Simon, are we exporting corn or not? Because Joe was saying
Exporting,
that.
yeah.
We are
So then, why
exporting
aren't the farmers growing corn then, Joe, to export it out? What do you mean that
because
they're putting?
we weren't able to export that much corn, so U.S. was subsidizing corn farmers to not grow the corn
And
for an
that
extremely
was
long
when
time.
the Indian trade deal broke down, isn't it? Because you were trying to force India to buy your corn.
Yeah,
And then they had the
that.
farmer revolt in India because India wanted to buy it off its own farmers.
Yeah, that's why only in America do you have soft drinks with corn syrup instead of sugar. Is because we have way too much corn, so we started inventing ways to use corn.
India, buy our corn, man. What's wrong with you guys? Like, we
They
don't
got to
get
look
this
after their own
corn.
farmers. The farmers were revolting because they've got loads of corn, and then Trump was forcing India to
Simon,
buy
you
it.
guys want winning corn or non? We have a lot of winning going on in America. So do you guys want winners corn or losers corn?
There's a lot
You
of
make it.
farmers in poverty in India. They need to sell their corn.
Simon is like nothing for
So
America.
much
Okay,
winning,
that's enough.
so much winning. Uncommon, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Hey Solomon,
Yeah.
sorry, I had a DM that you had a question around UAE or something. Someone DM me the swap or something.
Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah. This is it. I asked this an hour ago, but then I read your tweet. You kind of answered it, I think. But the question is about the UAE that they are asking for a credit line from the United States of America, which, from my understanding, the way Dark Side explained it, is like a kind of loan. What's kind of the what is it, and like how does that impact things?
Yeah, no, it's actually a much bigger deal than a loan. So there's only a couple of central banks that actually get direct swap line integration with the Federal Reserve. That's the Swiss Central Bank, the European Central Bank, the Bank of Japan, and the European Central Bank. So that's what creates this effectively the euro dollar, and that's what allows for the Japan carry trade. And then obviously the Swiss side. Um, no Gulf country has ever got a FX swap line with the Fed and a direct integration between their central banks. So if I think effectively because UAE is integrated with SIPS and Enbridge, which is the Chinese yuan payment rails, and then Saudi started doing some of their petrodollar in the petro yuan, and then they created like a new Enbridge settlement system that all settles without SWIFT. But I think they're kind of utilizing this opportunity to try and become the first Gulf state that actually gets a direct swap line integration with the Federal Reserve, which would be a huge deal if they got it. I doubt they'll get it. But if they did it, it would just provide a lot of legitimacy to the UAE financial system. And because they've taken a hit, it's probably something they're trying to do. But I mean, I last time I looked at their FX reserves, they got like 250 billion in dollars. So I don't think they need any dollars. I think they're just doing a shakedown and trying to get a head start over Saudi or Qatar and get the direct swap line first. If they do, it would be massive. I don't think the Fed would do it though.
Interesting. But then what happens? Oh, it's a dollar line swap, isn't it? But then
It just gives you a facility. Effectively, imagine you're trying to push your as a center like a big financial services country,
Hmm.
and then you're able to deposit your currency at the Fed, and they guarantee that you get dollars, and that's like an instant settlement system to get like an FX swap, and effectively you can create dollars through your banking system, like the European banks and the Swiss banks and the Japanese banks. So
Ah,
it's,
okay.
yeah.
Blood, I would never give these gold states that ability to do that, bro. They'll start printing like tomorrow. These guys, bro. They'll start print. Try and buy some more. Try and bloody buy some more gold or whatever. Let's go to Uncommon Sense. Uncommon, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, what's up, everyone? I've listened in and out kind of periodically throughout the day. Um, Doing different stuff, obviously, can't always talk. But I think I'm in Sully's camp, Sullivan's camp, when he says that the United States has kind of, I think in a certain way, they have turned the tide to a certain extent. They've reset the board a little bit. I mean, I am a little surprised. I kind of said this a little bit yesterday. I think we were both a little surprised with um, I mean, now we're in this stalemate essentially of they're both blockading, nobody's firing, right? But it's kind of now it's a question of chicken and who's going to bend the knee. But when you look at it from, the perspective of somebody like China and the other countries, and, the blockade is effective, it has effectively made it to where it forces the Western countries and Japan, instead of siding with Iran, now they have to side with the United States because they're not going to go directly against the United States. Whereas before they might have considered it if they could buy the oil direct, but now they can't because the United States is going to blockade that. So it puts them in a position where they're probably going to want to put more pressure on Iran to. It was I mean, I don't know. It looked like a crazy move. It still could be a crazy move. I think I think the people that are pointing out the economic question, it is the question. It seems like Iran is betting that Iran is betting that they don't have to do anything kinetic, and that the closure of the Strait of Hormuz will have enough economic impact that eventually America will be brought to its knees. And America is betting that their their closure and is going to bring Iran to its knees, or they will go back to bombing them, or their threats are going to work. And I'm not sure I'm not sure exactly how it's going to play out. I mean, I know a lot of people give a lot of different economic opinions. Frankly, I'm a little surprised that we haven't seen more disruption already. Which, I mean, I know Joe has mentioned this before, where he said he went back and looked at some of the. It is a crazy shock, but I do want people to be cautious about a lot of economic predictions because economists are just frequently wrong. They are. It's hard to know how the things will play out, and because something always changes. Like, yeah, maybe Europe's really down, but now they're gonna bar. Maybe they start buying it from Russia again. That doesn't look like it's going to happen. But I'm saying these things can change, and it does seem like whether we want to admit it or not, the United States has, to a certain degree, leveled it a little bit. The market manipulation has been, we have to call it what it is. I mean, it's been excellent. Like, I think it's insane. I think it's crazy that the stock market is literally higher right now than it was before the war, when clearly economic conditions are worse and oil is way higher. But for whatever reason, it has worked, and it is the United States is, it seems like, is certainly in a better position than they were before the ceasefire. I agree with Suleiman's analysis there, and China is an interesting perspective. I started thinking about this more when we say, well, China's just taking it on the chin. Well, China's its own thing. They're going to do what's best for China. I think Russia views it a little bit differently. Russia sees NATO as an imminent threat. China sees, if I'm looking at it, we don't have inevitable China here to tell us that they're going to take over the world. But if we're being realistic about it, I think China thinks that they can just wait it out. They see, over the next 50 years that they're going to be, and they might be right about that if they just wait it out long enough. And I don't think they're not willing to risk their sovereignty or their state over Iran. So, I mean, if it comes down to it, and the world economy starts getting brought to its knees, who is China going to put more pressure on, the United States or Iran? And I think it's likely they might flip and put more pressure on Iran if they haven't already, because they're looking out for themselves. And, to a certain degree, I think it is in their interest that Iran stays a sovereign nation and is a good bulwark against the United States. But it's hard to know what they're thinking. They might also think, well, if Iran loses, what matter? What is important to China? That's what they're thinking at first and foremost. I think Russia sees it a little bit more of a. I think Russia's willing to go down swinging a little bit more because they feel more threatened by NATO and the United States than China does. China just sees it as an economic battle that they're eventually going to win if they just wait out the decay of the United States. That's my perspective from what I can tell. But yeah, I mean, the question of all questions is what is the economic damage in the West going to be from the closure of the Strait of Hormuz? And that seems to be the bet that Iran is making. We can just wait it out, and the longer we wait, the more damage will come. But here's the other thing that's dangerous about doing that is the manipulation of public opinion. Let's say you start getting world starvation, then the United States, with its enormous propaganda machine, will say, look, Iran is the one starving the world. Now, obviously, we will know that that's not true. This is a war of choice. But at the end of the day, and I think, I don't know, I think a lot of people know that, but it's hard to know. The propaganda
The
that,
global South won't fall for that. Americans maybe, but that doesn't matter. It's like if you're Vietnamese, you know the deal with America. You're not subject to American propaganda. You know that everyone's in a war with America because you've been victimized by America for decades. Like the
but what
global
are they going
South
to do
know it.
about it? But what are they going to do about it?
No, I'm saying that they're not going to blame if America says, "Hey, it's Iran." The global South won't fall for that PR. They'll know it's America.
But what matters is the American
Also,
public,
on
I
comment,
think.
isn't it like the blockade that America's put on now? They kind of they're going to be blamed for the like further blockade, isn't it?
It's hard to know. I mean,
Well, yeah.
what are the American people going to believe? Because ultimately, that's what matters.
True,
Let's
true.
say gas goes to
No, I
6 and 8.
agree with you. I agree with you. Like the average person who isn't aware, they'll probably blame Iran. But who cares? In reality, okay, these people are blaming. They don't make no difference. It's about winning the war. It's about making a difference. You're right though. Like an average person from the UK, like I'm from the north. Like they don't know what's happening geopolitically. Like they see the prices going up and they're just like, oh, thank you, Iran. So they don't know about the complexities. So I agree with you. Like an average
It's
person who
irrelevant
doesn't.
as well, though. I think because
Yeah, I agree.
they
It's irrelevant.
they they either thought
It's
Iran.
not. It's not irrelevant.
Well, no, they either thought that Iran is ISIS. I'm talking about the average person, or they were connected to the Palestinian cause. So
But they don't care, Simon. Like, it doesn't affect them at the end of the day, right? People get up in arms and like really do something besides march on the street when it affects them. What's going on in Gaza? The fact there's a genocide, everything else to people, yeah, they feel strongly emotionally about it, but not enough to like risk their lives for it. It's just like China. You think China's going to do anything to save
yeah,
Iran?
what I'm
Not a
saying though
chance
is
in
Never,
hell,
bro.
because they can get it from Saudi Arabia, right? They don't need Iran. Iran needs China. That's just like the Americans. If Americans are pressured because it's affecting Americans, American politicians cannot afford that because they'll have an uprising. What's going on in Gaza doesn't affect them. There's never going to be an uprising because of anything that ever happens in Gaza or in Iran.
yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I
The
mean,
the people the people don't matter for whether they blame Iran or not. I don't think that factors into the equation.
I mean, I think the
It
people.
will
So I
if it
think the
affects their
people
food.
matter, but not in terms of people who are just not bothered and they're just living their normal lives or whatever. Yeah, they don't matter. But I'm a big believer
Well,
that the
all I'm
people.
saying is if the American and British people
Yeah.
started having an uprising in the streets because
Yeah.
of the price of gas, they're just going to start shouting at billionaires and elites and
Good.
Trump and everyone. They're not going to shout at Iran. They don't care. I don't think.
Oh, I mean, I don't know about who they'll blame, but if in the perfect situation, they would blame, as you said, the billionaires, the oligarchs, Trump, and you would basically create a rebellion and a revolution. And I am a big believer that human beings can make that difference. We've seen it in throughout history. Do you think the slave trade just ended because someone woke up? This took a lot of work through a lot of time to speak against it. Do you think the Americans throwing the Brits out just happened randomly? All of the South Africa, it didn't happen randomly. All these things happen through the people rising up. So I'm a big believer that you can stand up against those in power. You can stand up against the oligarchs, the billionaires, the Zionists. You gotta stand up. You gotta make a difference. And I do believe the
They'll
people.
they'll never do that, Solomon.
What
Look,
sorry, what I mean by that, to clarify, is I mean if the Americans and Brits start blaming Iran, it's
Mm,
irrelevant.
true,
They'll
I
just
agree.
start blaming the local problems.
Yeah, I agree.
See,
Right,
I
okay,
think
guys.
oh, go ahead.
They tried to do that with the protest on Wall Street, right? I forget what it was called.
Occupy Wall
If
Street.
someone can
Occupy
help me
Wall
out.
Street.
Yeah, Occupy Wall Street, right? And that was against the elites. The issue is when it's against the elites, it's everybody and it's nobody, right? So you can't point the finger at who you're going to go after, and that's why those causes fail.
They won't fail.
Right?
Listen, guys, don't listen to Joe. He is the oligarch. He wants you to believe. He wants you to believe that you can't make a
Okay.
difference. But listen, I am a man
You
of the
can make a
people. We
difference.
are
I
the
literally
people.
studied this.
We will stand up and rise up against you guys. Yes, we're taking you guys down, Joe. All your buddies are going down. We're taking down all the oligarchs, all the billionaire class, all the Zios. We're coming for all of you. But we need to move to this collaboration. So give me 2 seconds. We will get back on the space in 2 seconds.
All right, that's a good stopping point for now. We can continue that clip later. I've got Suleiman on the stage here. Let's bring him in.
Sort this out. And then I
Hello
need to
there,
hide this
Suleiman.
on your guys, because what happens is there's some weirdos who basically act a bit weird about this stuff. So give me 2 seconds. So the screen will go blank for you guys in the YouTube while I bring this across. And then if I click on that and then come back here and show it to you guys, and then we're sorted. Okay, sorted. Let me put the volume up. Okay. How you doing?
Good. How are you doing? Looking quite dapper tonight.
You're looking good, bro. What is going on? What happened, bro? You look like 20 years younger.
I forgot. I forgot to put my beard on before I started streaming. So
I thought it was a concession you gave to the Iranians.
Yeah. It's just in the other room. It's having a spa day. No. Anyway, it's been a couple weeks now. I haven't seen you in a good while. It's good to see you again, and I have to say that I'm a bit. I don't know about you, Suleiman, but I'm a bit demoralized. I'm growing a bit cynical, covering the minutia of Trump's gaslighting. And here today we learned that he's once again tacoing out. I mean, I don't know what your take is on this, but they just announced the extension of the ceasefire, and apparently the Islamabad talks are off again. What's your take on all this? Is this just more theater?
I think there's like a lot of complex issues on this in terms of the negotiation, in terms of what's going on. It's definitely a taco by Trump. And the problem is, the reason the taco is, if you look at the last tweet, he's kind of told us what the problem is. The problem is what? And the problem is this, that he's kind of stuck. He has no cards. And so he's thinking, what can I do? So on his tweet, he kind of let out what the truth is. That 4 days ago, he said people told him, look, Trump, remove the blockade. And he said, I can't remove the blockade. That's our last card. If I remove the blockade, I'm going to have to bomb Iran to smithereens, which means use the nuclear bomb. So he's stuck. He knows ground invasion is not going to work. He knows bombing Iran's quite clearly not going to work, because they end up bombing the Middle East, bombing his allies. And so he's put this kind of fake blockade in. And that's what it is. And I've been very hypercritical of Iran. Let me be clear on this. Like, I'm not someone who's like a blind follower. If I think that someone's made a wrong decision, I'll call it out. If I think they've made the right decision, I'll call it out. I think Iran, in the first 39 days, I came regularly on your show, I thought they'd made impeccable decisions. The decisions were on point. And I felt like the Americans and the Israelis had made a lot of mistakes. But I believe when they agreed to the ceasefire, that was their first mistake. It shifted the power to America, in the sense of now America could kind of control the narrative. You saw the manipulation of the financial market. That he was able to bring the prices down. Do you remember what the tweet last time was? 20 minutes before the market closed. He put that tweet out. He'd reduced the prices. The Iranians took a while to get back the information out there. Abbas Araghchi tweeted, it was kind of a bit vague. Ghalibaf then tweets, and it becomes a lot more clear. But too late for the financial market. And so in that aspect, in these 14 days, the Americans have been working well. Because if you think closing the strait is what? The closing the strait is to use leverage on America and its allies on the financial market in order to get the outcome you want. You don't want war, you want a really good outcome. But you've kind of ceded that to him. Now, with the blockade, the same thing happened. And I think not enough real information is coming out in terms of what's happening in the blockade. It seems like America seized a couple of vessels. And so I would say that the blockade has kind of ceded some some of the narrative to America. And I think now Iran is kind of in a dilemma where they're just going to have to just sit tight and see what happens. And I think that's not a great situation to be in.
When you say that the Iranians have ceded some legitimacy to the Americans, or the Americans have now created some legitimacy to the
leverage
blockade, do you just mean like theatrically, like materially, like the Iranians still control the Strait of Hormuz, correct?
Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz. Obviously, America's put a blockade on it. They've seized a couple of vessels, but I was looking at it today, and actually there was 26 vessels that went through, or since the American blockade. 26 vessels have gone through since the American blockade. A lot of them are Iranian vessels with Iranian flags going to either China or to India or to Malaysia. Some of those vessels, actually a large proportion of those vessels are actual sanctioned vessels, and they're still getting through the strait. So the American blockade isn't really that, other than, as you're saying, theatrics. I'm talking more from the global market perspective. So what's really happening is this, and I think you're right to ask that question. Tangibly, the world is going to... the closing of the strait is causing a real issue. South Korea and Japan are running out of supplies. They're already a point of, in terms of oil, in terms of gas, in terms of energy. India's struggling, Vietnam, Bangladesh, all these countries are struggling, Taiwan. Tangibly, the break's happening in terms of things that are breaking. But in terms of the financial American market, which I think really does pressure Americans into thinking things are bad, that they've taken a control over based on taking control of the narrative in this war.
So earlier this week, there was the seizure of the Iranian commercial ship. I saw that as more of like a desperation ploy by the United States, because they effectively, I mean, like you said, it's like a fake blockade. They can't really control the strait. But what do? They create this headline where they seize this one ship. And so, look, we're still posturing like we're mighty and tough, and we can implement this blockade. But like you said, there was 27 ships that have passed through. Now, is that number considerably down since the announcement of the American blockade? I mean, is there really been a tangible effect besides that one ship on the Strait of Hormuz via the Americans?
So there was at least two ships, right? There was the Tuska yesterday, and then there was one today, which was carrying Iranian oil. So there's at least two ships that have been accommodated, and both of them were related to China. So one was coming from China. The claim is it had sodium petrochloride in it. The second one was today, which was oil that was going from Iran to China. So those are the two. I am coming to your point, which is that likely it is just theatrics. Because why is there 26 ships still going through? That's as you mentioned, it's almost similar numbers to before the American blockade and throughout the entire strait being closed, which is about 3 to 5 every day, generally speaking. So I don't think that the blockade has any impact other than the American artificially created financial market. And don't get me wrong, I think it's all fake. Like, the market is fake and it's not that important to an extent. It's only important for Americans, and Americans are important in the sense of once they see the oil prices going up, once they're seeing real tangible effects in their country, they'll start maybe pressuring Trump, and Trump may start getting pressured, and that's kind of the situation. He doesn't really care about the world. The Japanese, they're going to have to think about selling bonds, but will they do it because they can't get the oil anyway? So a lot of these countries are in these complex situations where can they really do anything about it? But Americans in America maybe could, and that's why I'm a bit like, that bit I'm a bit annoyed about.
The way that the media framed this seizure of the Iranian tanker, or whatever, was that it was targeted because it had dual-use chemicals. And you just said that the chemical on board was, what was that, petrochloride? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
So when they say dual use, in my mind, it kind of reminds, it's very spiritually Israeli, because this is what the Israelis claim that Hamas does in Gaza. Well, you know, they import these things that seem like they're innocuous, but it's really, they could be used for Hamas rockets. Is is that what we're supposed to believe in the case of the Iranian commercial ship that was seized? Like, what was the other use of this petrochloride that they're trying to make as if it's some weapon of war?
I mean, it would be. I think the question is, and I think it's very important. I don't see anything wrong with Iran procuring it, right? Because the first thing is, you're quite right in saying, I think this is what you're suggesting, that they're just making it up, which is highly probable. That they're like, oh yeah, guess what? China was helping Iran with their missiles and we kind of stopped them. We know China's been supplying them with Iran with this. We know that Iran's been buying this because what is this component? This is an important component during wartime to build weapons, right? To build missiles. You need it. It's an important component. Iran needs it. And they definitely had this. China definitely sent this to Iran before the war. There's no doubt about this. This has helped Iran considerably. This is why the ceasefire, and during the war, Iran was just producing so many drones and so many missiles even before it. And during the ceasefire, they've still been able to do so. So I don't see any negative issue with this. Like, this is war. What are you telling me? You can't rebuild your missile stock? This is craziness. But maybe what you're suggesting is that they may be lying and saying that this actual tanker had it when it didn't. To say, oh, look, we stopped the Iranians from producing missiles and China was helping them. But then the other side is this makes Trump look weak, right? Because he put out a tweet, I believe, a few days ago, and he said, I spoke to Xi, and Xi said to me, we're not going to send them any more weapons. We're not going to send them any kind of weapons. We're not going to send them any support. We're not going to send them any kind of military support. So Xi's done that. So now what's Trump going to do? Well, he's not going to do nothing, so that makes him look weak. And I don't know if he didn't think this through, because taking the tankers makes China look weak. Because if they're able to take Chinese tankers and China is not able to do anything, that does show a bit of weakness. It shows that China can't demonstrate hard power. And if China wasn't trying to do that, that's fine. But they're building a big navy. They're spending a lot of money on their military. And these kind of things are important in terms of US is showing they can't support their countries. But if China can't as well, that kind of puts another aspect to it. China can't defend their own vessels. That adds another component to it. But in the end, he's kind of messed it all up by saying, guess what? China was sending these chemicals because it shows that actually America can't do nothing. So he's kind of messed it all up. If he was smart, he wouldn't have said that. He would have just been like, we're taking the vessel, China can't do anything about it. That would have put the ball in China's court and they would have had to act. So he just even in actions where he's trying to do propaganda, he kind of fails.
Do you think that the Iranians will accept another round of negotiations if J.D. Vance is involved in the talks at this point?
I think they would, and I think it would be a colossal mistake.
Yeah.
Now, I guess people will argue that, look, Suleiman, you're talking about this in the comfort of, the West. It's easy to say, look, they need to negotiate. But, what's the objective? And what I mean by that is, okay, I'm standing with Iran because they've been oppressed against. But I'll be honest with you, the big part of why I'm standing with Iran is because they're fighting against Zionism. And they oppress the world, and this is our hope that they could somehow defeat it and we can get some peace in the world. And so when I look at the negotiations, the question mark becomes, what will they agree to that would result in the weakening of Zionism? And I mean, let's look at it. So the components are nuclear enrichment, missile program, supports of the resistance, and the control of the Strait. So let's say in the hypothetical world, Iran had it where the sanctions were relieved, they had control of the Strait of Hormuz, the nuclear enrichment went down to 3.69%, they still had the ballistic missile program. If they were to agree to that deal, Iran would be a powerhouse. According to many geopolitical financial experts, this puts them at and something I've said on your show many times, I said they would become a powerhouse in the Middle East, they would become a powerhouse in the world. Some are saying they'll become a top 3, top 4 financial economic powerhouse. And if you have that in the region, that weakens the Israeli control in the region and possibly helps towards a longer goal in terms of dismantling them. So if they had that kind of deal, maybe we could get to that, but this is more of a long-term situation, because how long does it take Iran to build the economy? It takes a few years. How long does it get to become the powerhouse? Even more years. Do we have that time? So that's one opportunity of doing it. The other one is obviously they just obliterate Israel and they get it to a situation where not they harm the humans, because look, even though I think these people are evil and genocidal, we're not like that. We don't become like our enemies. We don't fall into the trap of becoming evil like our enemies. But if you hit Israel enough, that these Zionists, these colonizers realize that living there is not beneficial, and they leave in their mass droves, which they've always done, then maybe we can have freedom for the Palestinians. And so those are two ways you can go about it.
So you said earlier that the first 39 days of the war, Iran played perfectly, but since then they've made some errors, they've made some mistakes. And just so that we're clear, what is your main criticism of Iran? Is it the fact that they accepted these ceasefires and tried to play at the negotiating table and give some credibility to the Americans? Is that mainly what your complaint is?
Yeah, my complaint is agreeing to the ceasefire, going to the ceasefire negotiations, letting Trump then have control over the narrative, and he's able to manipulate the stock market and various other things. I don't think the Americans and the Israelis are ever going to agree to a deal, right? In the sense of conceptually, in terms of what we're talking about. Obviously, in the end, there'll always be a deal to end the war, but currently, I don't think they'll agree to a deal. And the reason I don't believe that they'll agree to a deal is quite simple. It doesn't benefit the Israeli interests. And so an example of this is Iran goes to the negotiations in Islamabad in good faith. I know I'm in contact with some people who went to the negotiations and some people who are aware of what happened in the negotiations. And I've interviewed a few people who also were a part or aware of what happened in the negotiations. And what they say is that, first of all, Netanyahu was called during the negotiations to give him a report and update. JD Vance continuously called Trump during the negotiations. The Iranians set out what they wanted. They gave detailed plans. But also, maybe they were very open, maybe too open to agreeing to American demands, to the point where they were so close to agreeing the deal. And some believe that they were conceding too much in these negotiations. But they were willing to do it. They were willing to get to a deal. They wanted peace, right? Mm-hmm. And they were very close to getting a deal. And then randomly, JD Vance just says, "You don't agree to our demands. We're leaving. End of discussion. Negotiations over." And he leaves. So this is what it's like to negotiate with these people. Nothing is done in a logical manner. It's all games. And if it's true that Iran was willing to cede, and even then you didn't get to a deal, means you're not going to get to a deal irrespective of the situation. And so the point being, you've kind of thrust the situation on. So now if you look at it, the blockade, what do you do now? You don't even have the option to become kinetic, because if you go kinetic, it's going to look like you're the aggressor. And so you just have to sit tight and just hold on the blockade. Now the issue is, you hold tight, sit on the blockade, who's going to get harmed more? So there's no doubt American allies are going to be harmed. Iran will be harmed a bit as well. Iran's allies are going to be harmed, like China and various others, although they have a stockpile. America's not going to be harmed as much. They will be harmed, but it won't be as much. And so the question is America willing to sit out a situation where they won't be harmed as much, but everybody else is being harmed? Maybe Iran is more stronger. They have their own ability within their own country to be self-sustaining, but they'll be harmed for sure. They won't have the income coming in. And so now you're kind of relying on who's going to blink first, whereas you had the entire thing under your control. And an example of that is the blockade. Any ship that went through the Strait of Hormuz had to get permission from Iran, had to pay Iran a toll, and Iran allowed only Iran and its allies to come through the Strait of Hormuz. Perfect. Complete control of the strait. You're generating revenue, pain to your enemies, love to your friends. South Korea and Japan are coming to you now and saying, "Do you want to be friends? Like, this American deal ain't looking that good for us." But now that they've done the blockade, and even though I've said that some ships have gone through, which they have, now it's like the blockade, psychology of the blockade's changed, and the psychology of these countries has changed, and you kind of give a bit more power to the Americans. So I meant they've kind of made some mistakes in those regards. Not mistakes, but I feel like some of the leverage is being turned to the American side. In addition to that, remember when Trump did the demand? He said, 1 hour, I'm going to destroy civilization. This was his out because he couldn't do anything. You think he could bomb Iran? Iran would destroy the Gulf states, and they're basically financially personally benefiting Trump, never mind in other situations. So that he could never allow that to happen. So it's almost allowed Trump to do another taco after taco after taco, essentially, as well.
Maybe I'm naive, but I'm really kind of surprised at how long the Gulf Coast countries have been hanging on to this American alliance, in quotes. It seems like what is this serving? You know, what's the current status of these countries? I mean, we know that they've been wrecked by the Iranian missiles. They're still in bed with the Americans. I mean, what's going on in Kuwait and Bahrain and UAE and Saudi Arabia? I mean, do you predict that? I mean, you seem to actually, now that I remember, you seem to think that the Gulf Coast countries or at least their governments are utterly spineless, and they will continue on with this and ride the American ship until it sinks. But what's the update? What's the latest on these Gulf Coast countries and how they're dealing with all this?
Well, they're struggling. That's my position on that. I think that they're always going to ride it with America. I believe they colonized in the mind and they infiltrated in terms of, and this is why, like, colonization is an issue, but actually the colonized mind is probably even more of a bigger issue. So they colonized in their mind, but also they have a massive infiltration of CIA and Mossad, and these people always fear that they're going to be taken out. And so they're almost intrinsically linked. If you look at Saudi, Israel, and the US, they're like three corners of the same trinity of evil, essentially. But coming back to it, or triangle of evil is probably the right way of saying it. But coming back to the where are they at? Well, today we had it where the UAE asked for America for a credit line. They also have a scenario where these Gulf states are financially becoming a lot more weaker. The fact that the strait is closed, again, financially harms them. Saudi Arabia has been able to basically redirect some of the oil in terms of that's coming out of Saudi Arabia, but again, it's only some of it. So these countries are like just very, very weakened, and it shows that, look, and they still remain resolute with the United States of America. They keep saying that they're going to continue to fund the United States of America, and that the US is going to help them out right now in various ways. The military bases, they continue to send more military equipment to their bases. We just had KC-135 tankers, C-8s, cargo ships go to Qatar in Al Udeid Air Base, the same in Jordan, and the same in Israel. So these countries are just completely in bed with the United States of America and Israel, and I don't believe they're going to change. And maybe, the only country you could probably say who's kind of stayed neutral on this is Oman, but the rest of them, completely unacceptable in terms of their actions. But look, Rathbone, you got to think about these people. Like, as much as we disagree with Israel, which I do vehemently, but these people, these countries are like sisters of that. The way they treat the underclass in their country, there's almost like an apartheid system there. You look at the outside, and they're committing genocides and oppressions, whether it's in the Sudan, whether it's in Yemen, whether it's in Somalia, whichever countries it is. You look at their finances, they're financing hatred against Muslims in Europe. Like, I don't see these countries as being any more different. They're not as bad as, because obviously the Israelis committed a genocide in 4K within the last few years. But in terms of them, these guys being their sister, there's no doubt about it. Their actions and their behaviors are exactly the same. The only difference is one's being done by Jewish Zionists and the other one's being done by Muslim Zionists, and with America, obviously Christian Zionists.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in a toxic relationship before, so I understand it can be hard to get out of. I just, I hope they can, grow a backbone and get it done. Well, you answered one of your previous statements answered one of my future questions, which was, do you think that the Americans and the Israelis will ever accept the Iranian 10-point peace plan? Of course, you say no, I concur. And so my next question is just, then True Promise 5, when is the new summer smash this year going to be a remix of Boom Boom Tel Aviv? I mean, what's going to happen? Are we're going to have another escalation of another round of hostilities?
Yeah, I think there's going to be more kinetic warfare. When it's going to happen, obviously I can't predict that because I actually need to sit down and maybe think about this, but it's definitely going to happen. But when is it going to happen? So America, once again, has a huge buildup of military power in the Middle East, akin to when we were saying the war is coming, and people were like, oh my God, you're clickbaiting, it's not coming. And I was like, trust me, it's coming. So I'm in the same position. I do think that kinetic warfare is going to come again. The question mark becomes when. I need to sit down and think maybe how many weeks it's going to be, but it's definitely going to happen. You look at the huge buildup of the military in the Middle East. You look at the huge buildup. You've got the third tanker coming, the USS George Bush. Some are saying that this is going to be a third. Yeah, some are saying this is going to be a third tanker. The third tanker allows them to bomb around the clock. But then
you mean the third aircraft carrier?
Sorry. Yeah. Apologies. Yeah.
Thank you. Do you know where that is right now? Because we know that famously it had to go around the southern cone of Africa because it has to traverse the Houthis, right? The Red Sea.
It has to stay away from the Houthis, basically. But I believe it's about 3 days out from where it needs to be, but I haven't checked it recently. So I know it was 5 days about a few days ago. So it's something like 2 or 3 days away from where it needs to be. But there's different opinions on this. What's happening? Is it a third aircraft carrier, or is it a replacement for the Abraham Lincoln or the Gerald Ford? So we don't know what it is out of those two. But look, this is just a huge buildup. So the huge buildup is what? For negotiations, but this doesn't impact negotiations at all because what they're gonna do? They're gonna do more of the same. And where did that get them last time? It didn't really get them anywhere. So I'm expecting it to be more of the same, with possible then Trump having to think about possible escalations. But yeah, I think kinetic warfare is definitely coming.
And what's going on with Israel? I mean, they were hit so hard, right? For True Promise 4, are they recalibrating? How are they doing with Hezbollah right now?
Well, this is a sad state of affairs because, as you know, 2024, Hezbollah dominated Israel. And then we know that in 2006, it was the same thing. But this time, the situation is they were dominating them without a doubt. But this ceasefire has benefited Israel as well. And what I mean by that is, on the ground, anytime they would try and basically get into South Lebanon, they would get hit by Hezbollah, and Hezbollah would take out their Merkava tanks, take out their tanks, and take out their personnel as well. And so this was working brilliantly with Hezbollah, even up until the ceasefire. They tried to take Ben Jabal, and it took them a number of days. And even at one point, they were like, we've taken it. We've taken out 100 Hezbollah members, which was a lie. The next day, we had 10 Israelis being taken out. And they were even holding off on the ceasefire until they could take that, but they never were able to take it. So they were always struggling to take it. But what the ceasefire did is basically allowed them to kind of create a yellow zone, a buffer zone, a few miles in throughout the border of Lebanon. And they've basically said, look, this is now our territory. This is kind of our buffer zone. And because of the ceasefire, once again, this is the problem what I have with the resistance, that they keep agreeing to the ceasefires and then acting honorably in following those ceasefires while the enemy just doesn't follow it. So it's like a one-way ceasefire. You can't do a ceasefire with these people. This is ridiculous. And so what's happened is they've created the buffer zone, and Hezbollah didn't respond. Now, I did hear that possibly they did respond today, but it's a bit too late. And they've created the buffer zone, and it's in the Israeli interest. So even that ceasefire, although it was done in an honorable manner, it was done to keep Lebanon in there. It was done so that they wouldn't be bombed. But you know, Israelis never hold ceasefires. They're bombing Gaza up until today, and they're obviously bombarding, and trying to take as much land in South Lebanon as they can.
You bring up a great point. When your enemy is completely malevolent and breaking all the rules, it's actually disadvantageous for you to follow the same rules just because of some moral integrity that you might possess, because you're going to lose. This is going to be a failure for you because they're taking every advantage. Well, is there anything else that we should talk about that's kind of in the headlines right now that we may have missed?
Only in terms of like the components of the ceasefire, but that gets into the details about like nuclear enrichment and.
Did you hear this story coming out? I forget where I heard this, but apparently Donald Trump had this fiery meeting with the General Dan Kane, and he was trying to use the nuclear codes, and General Dan Kane had to like yell at him and tell him, no, we're not using a nuclear weapon. Was there any veracity to that story? Did you hear this?
Yeah, Larry Johnson said it, right? And
okay, it was Larry Johnson. That's right.
And like, I don't want to plug, but obviously I've got him on tomorrow, so I'm going to ask him about that.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask him the details of that and try and expand on it. But Larry Johnson said it. Obviously, he's a credible source. He's
got a lot of sources.
Exactly. He's ex-CIA and he's got a lot of sources in intelligence. So I think there's a huge amount of credibility to that. I do want to ask him what the circumstances were behind it, because apparently it happened on Saturday, and I don't remember any big event occurring on Saturday. So was it that he just wanted it in case? Was it that he was just annoyed that the blockade wasn't working? What was he annoyed that the Iranians weren't coming to the negotiation table? Like, obviously, I'm very enthused to find out like what was happening with that, because it is craziness, and it again shows this kind of unhinged nature of Trump and a desperation as well. Because again, just on this tweet, like we mentioned earlier on the show, they haven't got much cards to play. And when you don't have cards to play, you end up acting desperate. So what's his options? Keep the blockade, but you can't keep that on for much more longer. More of the same in terms of kinetic war. We think that's going to happen. The third option is ground invasion. Very improbable, because so many Americans will die. It will be unbelievable. And the last option is a nuclear bomb. So this is just concerning about where we can get to. But the worst thing about it is I don't think a deal is impossible. A deal is possible, but the deal would result in Iran becoming a powerhouse, and I don't think the Israelis would ever allow it.
I feel like this is going to drag on for months, if not years. You feel that way?
I mean, how? In what form, though? This is the problem.
I don't know. Because it just seems like it's a complete impasse. We have two completely diametrically opposed entities that there's no possible form of peace. Of course, because we have the X factor, Israel, which will never accept it. They will always revert to subterfuge, sabotage, deception. So yeah, I just don't. I feel like I'm so demoralized by this. There's no end in sight with this.
I mean, I just think the opposite, like in the sense of there's no end in sight with the Zionists or Zionism. But it's like, how can this like logically continue? Like, how long can the strait remain closed for?
You're right.
The financial market would break. Yeah. Everything we know would break. Is Trump willing to do that? Possibly.
He might, for his vanity. You know, he's 80 years old. He's probably like, look, I'm going to be here for another 5 seconds. Why not go out with a blaze of glory?
Well, this is true, because with Trump, a lot of people who are around him say that one of the things that are most important for him is legacy. He wants to be remembered. Now, you could be remembered for good. You could be remembered for bad. Likely, he wants to be remembered for something good. But that being said, he wants to be remembered. He wants to be etched in history. And so this is why he always mentions, look, sorry?
I'm sorry. I was just saying infamous. You know.
Oh, yeah. He wants to be infamous. And so using a nuclear bomb would make him be etched in history. Ground invasion maybe will, but maybe won't, because it's kind of one of those things that would be negative. Winning a war with Iran would do so, but he's obviously failed in that, and that's why he went for it in the first place. So with the Trump mind, I guess you're going to have to try and figure out like what would he want as an egotistical perspective. This is why like Robert Pape says he believes there's going to be a ground invasion, and he says it because of what Trump's ego.
So yeah, that was actually my next question, because we didn't even talk about the potential ground invasion, which we've been talking about for months. And we know they tried to do this little raid incursion that failed, right? And so now are we? What's your take? I mean, are you feel like we're going to do another ground invasion?
I just can't see how. I don't know if I came on your show and said it, or this was when we didn't have do shows, but like I was the first one to say this is a failed ground invasion. I think like everyone ended up agreeing with that. And it was like a failed ground invasion, and it was such a bad failure that it was like incomprehensible how bad it went for them. Like the fact that they had zero ability to even take any of the land. They lost 2 MC-130s. They lost a number of little birds, like complete devastation. And maybe no one died, but again, it's a bit confusing that all that would happen and hardly anybody would die. But it was such a big failure done under stealth that it just tells you that everything we've been saying is right, that any attempt at a ground invasion is going to be an extreme loss of life. And so the question is, would he, logically, should he do it? Obviously not. Would he do it? I mean, anything's possible based on what's happening. And the problem is, I think Trump would stop this war. And what I mean by that is, he can easily, look, Iran, I know Iran would be willing to give him the kind of out to say, I won the war. He could say, look, I got 3.5% or 3.67%. It's better than Obama's deal. Obama gave them a bigger percentage, an infinite amount of enrichment. I stopped it. And with the way I've stopped it, they can never have a bomb. So I won. The Strait of Hormuz, you can negotiate some kind of deal where Iran has control over it, but, whatever happens, it doesn't look like completely like they've got control over it. You can come to some kind of agreement and just claim a victory like he's done. But the Israeli question is always there. And for Iran, the Israeli question is there because if Iran agrees to a deal, they can't betray the resistance. They can't betray Lebanon. And so that component of it is there for both for Iran and Israel as well. And so that's why I think that like a deal is very complicated and it's not easy to get to a deal in the sense of in the current situation. Obviously, once the war's done, there's always a deal at the end to basically end the war. But currently, is there an ability to get a deal? I don't think so.
It's a good answer. And I just want to add to that we should never forget Auschwitz.
For sure. Never forget.
All right. Well, let me ask you, how's the YouTube censorship going as of late? I know we've both been having trouble trying to.
Yeah, what's happened? It's not. Is it because people are not bothered anymore? Because what happened with Gaza was at the beginning people cared a lot, and what the tactic they used is just to basically get people so they just become exhausted, and so less and less people were bothered. Or is it that they've just censored? Because I've seen your channel's kind of not growing, mine isn't growing at all as well. And what do you think's going on? Is it the first or the second or a bit of both?
I wish I knew, because every time you think you got your finger on the pulse, the algorithm changes, and then I wish I had an answer for you. But I know that you obviously have been doing great work. And did you not? How many pages do you have now? I just wanted to.
That's funny.
No, I don't mean that insulting. I just mean that because I have like 5 YouTube pages. I thought you had started a new one.
I did. No, it's funny because you're right. It's just hilarious because we're like flipping headless chickens trying to open pages. But
absolutely.
I opened a page and that page was like, you tried to help me on it, but they didn't just get back to me. So I had to just abandon that page. That was called Bridge the Gap.
So wait, hang on. So the Suleiman Ahmed X page, you're not using that anymore?
No, I'm using that one. So the main one, the Suleiman Ahmed X, I'm using that one. That's my main one. I've just been throwing everything on that at the moment. But so I use that one, and you can see I've done so many interviews on that. It's unbelievable.
You really are putting together a really great program. I watch you almost daily. You're always cranking out content, and I encourage my audience to follow you. I just shared the link for your YouTube page. I just wondered if there was another page that you wanted me to share
the second page is I don't know if the channel I don't need a bit of a fan channel because it's a bit of a mishmash, but the channel is called @Moral Resistance.
Shit, you can't say that. You said the terrible R word. Oh no.
Yeah, exactly. When someone said, my brother was trying to play, he was like, bro, you're an extremist. Like, why have you got resistance? I was like, bro, what are you talking about with the resistance? But the second one's called that, and I think what I'm going to be doing from today, because that did get monetized and it isn't banned.
Good.
So, and it isn't banned as well. So what I'm going to do is all the interviews are going to be on the main channel live because I stream that 12 hours. I do 4 or 5 hours of interviews, and then I stream 4, 5, 6, 7 hours of the space. And then when I put the videos of the interviews, they'll go on that channel. So it's a bit more clear about what's going on.
You're a beast, Suleiman. We appreciate your content and your analysis. You're very erudite, always articulate, always in the knowledge, staying informed, and we appreciate that. I guess so. We're back on with our Tuesday and Friday schedule because I'd love that. If that's
that'd be awesome. And just look, I appreciate you a lot as well. We really value. I always say, look, I've got friends who are on the left as well, Rathbone and actually just Rathbone. No, I'm joking. There's a few more. There's a few more.
I'm honored. I'm honestly honored that I was included.
No, for sure. We just had Cenk on as well, so he's like in the left as well. So they were telling me I pronounced.
Oh wow, you had Cenk?
Yeah, we just had him on now, just before you. I think it was just before you. Yeah.
How'd that go? I gotta catch up on that.
Yeah. Sorry.
I was just saying, how'd that go?
Oh, it went well. Well, Cenk's a nice guy, isn't he? And he's very geopolitically aware from the American side as well. So it's always good to get someone like him on. And he's all about bringing people together as well, which I really love. But I don't forget what I was saying. Oh yeah, so yeah, I mean, look, people should definitely follow you. You stream every day, right? Monday to Sunday.
Pretty much Monday through Friday. Sometimes I stream on the weekends, but certainly Monday through Friday. Yeah,
brilliant.
Every
normally
night
like
from,
9 p.m. Eastern, right? You start.
Yeah, I'm trying to start a little bit earlier. I guess it's 8 p.m. Eastern, and I go for about 3 to 4 hours.
Sweet.
So, yeah.
And your program's so good because I like when I go back, obviously because you were streaming roughly the same time, but then I'll go back and listen to it, and it's like you do really good reactions on like the current information and content. So it's like geopolitics with like culture as well, right?
Right. I have ADD, so I lose my attention if I watch long form content. So that's why I appreciate what you do, because I log in to X every day, and I'm looking at Suleiman posts and like, what's Suleiman talking about? And then I favorite the tweet, and then I have a whole repost of tweets that we just go through. And I tell you, you get so much more informed just doing that from trusted sources, people like you and others on X, independent content creators, than you would ever find through corporate media. You know, I don't have to tell you. I don't have to tell everybody here. Everybody else knows. But yeah, it's really invaluable work. So once again, please follow Suleiman and follow me, of course, too.
I was just about to say that. So I want my audience, everyone, to follow you. I'm going to just grab one of your tweets. So on X, it's been a while, so I had it I had it in my mind, but it was _Rathbone on X.
Yes, that's right.
And I'm going to just pin your video.
Sick. So I appreciate that.
So everyone now follow Rathbone _Rathbone, the tweets in the nest. There's a lot of people listening.
I'm in the nest?
Yeah, you're in the nest. The
nest
is just above. Well, they call it the Jumbotron of the nest, but it's basically above. So basically we're running a Twitter space that's got maybe, I don't know, like 1,500 people in there. And then we've got like a X live stream, which says 63,000. And then we've got the YouTube, which is only like 500-600. So
wait, you have an X live stream with 63,000 people on it?
Yeah, that's what it says on here, yeah.
Holy smokes.
I started doing it because what happened was I wasn't doing it because I'll tell you what it was. Like, obviously, I was thinking like, I don't want to go there. I know the numbers are going to be bigger, but I want everyone to come to my YouTube. But then what happened was I did it the last few days, and obviously the numbers were very high. And like loads of people started hitting me up, like big names, like, you know that interview you asked me for? I'll do it. And I was like, bro, this is awesome. So like yesterday, Cenk hit me up, David Miller hit me up, like all these private sites. And I was like, bro, like we're going to do this all the time.
Nice.
Yeah, so
the really hand rubbing intensifies. Just kidding.
Exactly. Guy there. But yeah, so everybody follow Rathbone. His Twitter is _Rathbone. And on YouTube, it's Rathbone with an extra E, right?
That's right, Rathbone E.
And then you got a second channel. Are you using that, or or is that a backup?
Yeah, I have a backup live page. Should anything happen, it's just Rathbone live streams. But yeah, we just it's like whack-a-mole. They keep hitting us. We got to keep coming up with different pages just to escape the censorship. But
definitely,
you know how it is.
Well, I'm learning how it is for sure. I was just on X and I just posted on my X page and it was doing well. But X is always like they boost you, then they deboost you, and then you just gotta fight through it.
Oh yeah, we went through a whole thing of like all these creators on X, myself included, losing thousands of followers. So random. It seems to happen very periodically.
It happens all the time. And what happens with X as well is they'll go through a stage where they'll just, like, for example, I went through so many stages where my account would just stay the same and just drop numbers. But I just thought, I don't care. I'm just going to continue fighting through it. And then you just get these boosts. But then again, they'll get the call. So like, for example, now it's quite clear what they did was they were annoyed about the information people were getting about this war by people like yourself, people like myself and various others. So they basically said, oh, guess what? We're going to deboost all accounts that say breaking and news. But what does that really mean? It's really saying we're going to ban news accounts because they're giving us the real information about the Iran war. And so that's what they've done. So now if you look at it, the views are a lot less. But that doesn't make a difference to us because we're just, as you see, we don't change. We continue posting and just post through it because they can come after us many times, but overall, the people are with us.
I've been really trying to research the tactics of these spam trollers because we were doing a live last week and I got Ziobot spammed like I've never been spammed before. It was like it had to have been at least 50 accounts,
wow,
one after the other, and I would just be banning them like immediately as they were spamming, and it just kept coming for like 10 minutes. And I'm like, what is behind this, you know? And I did some research, and there's like this whole subreddit culture
really
of like, yeah, of like these trollers that have no lives, and sometimes it might be motivated by political reasons, motivations, I guess. Like they're actually trying to cancel you because of your political takes and all that. But some of it is just like, it's just kind of random. They just want to go and start shit with a streamer. And it's almost like a rite of passage, I learned, for some of these spammers. They have to go and earn their their social credit score or something within this subreddit culture,
really?
where they have to go in and like start spamming and it's a coordinated attack and everything. Luckily nothing happens because I'm told that they try to make all these comments and then they'll flag the stream for all the comments that they're making. And in fact, somebody's spamming the chat right now just as we started talking about it. But they're trying to cancel us. So I just want you stay vigilant. If you're ever live streaming on YouTube and you see this happening, just go to like edit the live stream and put it on like subscriber only chat or something, just until the attack.
Oh, I do that anyway. I just keep it on subscriber only.
Oh, you do? Well, then you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's interesting. I didn't know they do that.
Yeah.
I know one thing they do on X is, I know it's a bit thingy, but is they'll get like 300 to 500 accounts to follow you in one go. And then they'll get those 300 to 500 accounts to unfollow you in one go about 12 hours later. And the reason for that is that deboost the account. Because if you have a big mass of unfollowing in a very short period of time, it's like, what's going on here? So they do that as well. So designers have a lot of tricks.
Yeah, that's true. I've been suspended for fake engagement on Twitch, as if I like was buying, followers, which is funny because I have no following on Twitch. So anyway, but that's it's just more things we've got to be aware of.
But anyway, everyone follow my boy Rathbone on YouTube and X. If you're not following him, you're basically a Zio and you don't want to be a Zio. Okay, Rathbone, thanks so much for having me on. I appreciate it as always.
Thank you, Suleiman. I'll see you next time.
Definitely. See you later. Bye.
All right. All right. I hope you're following Suleiman. That was an interesting conversation as we...
Yeah, boys, listen to him and follow me. Okay, let me get the X space back on. All these left-wing loony lefties, right?
They've been pretty good, to be honest.
It's a big change for you. You were always like fighting against the right for all these years, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I'm not even... I don't agree with anyone full-heartedly. You know how I am. You know I go very nuanced, and that actually causes me a lot of fights because everyone wants, like, if you're on a side, you have to, everything needs to be right about that side, right? But these have been good. I mean, look, they're people are going to hate what I'm about to say, but I always felt that the left is more humanitarian more of the time. And I think you see it here a bit.
Really? I think we've had a good mixture of left-wing, right-wing people who are all kind of have that position, right?
Yeah, when it comes to this subject, it has, which has surprised me. but traditionally you would have, you know, the right. It's funny because if you talk to people on the right, they say the left are the people who want more. And if you talk to the people on the left, they're like, no, just look at the numbers. We most of the time we go to war when there's a right wing person in office, which is true. So, you know,
But how do
but
you
of
kind of
but of
categorize
course,
that?
but of
Because
course, but of course, you can look at Obama and he went after Gaddafi, and then you can look at Bush and he went after Saddam Hussein. I mean, it doesn't matter. That's why I've come to the conclusion that it does not matter. It
exactly,
literally does
because
not matter.
when you come to the wait, have I got it muted? Yeah, no. Yeah, because if you come to the like wars thing, right? Like
Hmm.
they'll be maybe talking about like a real proper war. Then you're looking at like George Bush, right? But then that doesn't
Yeah.
take into consideration like how many people Obama killed through drone strikes, and he was called like the drone in chief, right? Or it doesn't take into account Biden. So Biden didn't really go to war, but your Russia Ukraine happened because of him. Under his watch,
Yeah.
the Gaza genocide was supported and conducted by him. And so when you take those things into consideration, or you add those things into the mix, it's like you know what I
Yeah,
mean.
that's why I've come to the conclusion that it does not matter. They all do it. They just do it differently. And then what they do is they entertain the left and the right with abortion or not abortion, guns or not guns, open borders and not open borders, and that's pretty much it. And that's the way it's been for the past 50 years. Everything else people agree on, right? And even the left, like people on the left don't want open borders, right? They want immigration. They realize how it helps them. Um, they are different on abortion, and they are different on guns, and that's almost all it is. There's almost no other big divide besides that. But they make it seem like there's this huge fight between the left and the right because that is our Middle East strategy, right? Divide and conquer, and the left and the right. That's all that strategy is. It's divide and conquer the American people. There is no left. There is no right. There is a uniparty. Um, we just need to vote for people who don't support, aren't being funded by APEC, so we can get our country back.
Um, I mean, I think you're generally right. Obviously, I don't think it's what you're saying is consistent with everybody in the left. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm saying
I went to I
using
went to I
generalizations.
went to Austin, Texas, right? And Greg
Hmm.
Stoker took me to this like kind of like this party. It was like like it's kind of like Brit pro-Palestinian, but like a left-wing one. Bro, in there
Hmm.
they were like so violent. They were like, bro, open the borders, bro. Let everybody in, bro. The country's for
Yeah,
everyone.
that's
The world's for everyone, bro. So there is a bit of variation, right?
yeah. I mean, look, you have nut jobs on both sides.
Wait, he wasn't a nut
Um,
job. He was a really nice guy.
yeah, a lot of these people are right. Look, I met a guy who has who has a I don't know what you call it, like one of those guns that belong on tanks. And he has like a humongous gun collection, and he goes like shooting stuff in his backyard and stuff. And he was the nicest guy in the world, but he's like if you want to take away his 50 cal, that's part of his rights to own a gun. Like you know, which I think is a bit crazy. I get protecting yourself. I get having a weapon in the home. You're not going to have a 50 cal under your bed.
So, Joel, one thing I was going to ask you was if you can do me a favor, I mean, if you get time or
Hmm.
whatever, is, this kind of timeline you said, like, X happens by X day. If you're able to do one specifically for US, but not just like 2 weeks or 3 weeks, but really, you know what I mean? And the reason
Hmm.
I asked that is because I am actually interested in, if you had the interviews I was speaking to Rathbone, I do think that the way it impacts America is actually a bit more important because like Americans don't care unless they get impacted, really.
Hmm.
Largely speaking, not all Americans, obviously, and it's not just Americans; it's people in general. So like, and it just America is like the most impactful country in the world, really, isn't it? And
Yeah.
so for that reason, it would be interesting to see like after a couple of weeks, some certain amount of weeks, X happens, Y happens. If you're able to get that over
I
through your
can. It just takes a while to run, but I can do it.
yeah, and then the other thing was you mentioned a few days as a point of break. What do you like? Do you still stand by that? Because
What do you mean a few days point of
you
break?
said it. You said it earlier in space. You were like, okay, this can't continue for like another few days. Like it's just going to be it's going to be problem. It's going to be problem.
Yeah, because there's things that become permanent, right? Like inflation, other things start to break. Here, I actually have this written somewhere. Give me 1 second. Because I'm researching this just to know how to move like money. Like I made that thing when Bitcoin was at 60. I put everything in there. But right now I'm worried. Like, what do I do? What do I do to protect myself? Do I leave it in Bitcoin? Do I take some out and diversify? Because I don't typically have it in just one thing. It's not. I don't advise anyone to do that. I just knew because I've been following Bitcoin since 2012 that was going to be a bottom. So I follow this stuff closely. Here, consumer sentiment is at the lowest it's ever been in America. Okay. FedEx is charging 26.5% fuel surcharge on packages. UPS will begin an 8% surcharge starting April 26th. These are expected to increase if the blockade continues. 3 more weeks of a blockade means these surcharges would be permanent. We should probably. Delivery affects everything. Groceries typically shipping is what gets impacted. Or sorry, fuel is what gets impacted first. Food lags fuel for about 3 to 6 weeks. Right. So whatever inflation you saw on fuel, which was I think 30% so far, you're going to see on food. Right. So imagine you're paying 30% more for food and for fuel. Right. That follows. Inflation, jet fuel has increased by 95%, although we're not seeing it in a lot of airline tickets yet, because they're trying to eat those costs. But eventually that will have to go to the consumer. 27% of consumers said they're already pulling back on discretionary spending. That's one of the highest numbers we've seen in years. That number will continue to increase if the blockade increases. That means consumers will not be spending on anything that's not necessary. But you see how this leads to like a depression where people store their money, they don't use their money. But where was the inflation one? Let me see. Yeah, Goldman Sachs Goldman Sachs put out a prediction in March that by the end of April we would see oil above 100 and gas price around 350. We're already above that. The big story that's not being told is that diesel's above $6, which means it was a 50% increase, which you could expect to see on food in 3 weeks after this increase, which already happened. Where's the inflation one, dude? Hold on a second. That was the one I found most basically saying that if this continues for 3 weeks, inflation will go to 5%. If inflation goes to 5%, a lot of things break down. People can't pay mortgages. And don't forget, like, this doesn't all happen at once. It's not like I doubt anyone on the stage would feel any serious pressure. But the poor will feel it, right? You add an additional $300 to someone's bill at the end of the month when the poor in America are spending 15% more than they have. Like, that breaks stuff. And then that starts to affect everything else. And then there's less buying, and then job losses because there's less buying. Like, all that stuff affects things. Like, when you have a record low, it's not a record, but it's the lowest we've seen in a long time in terms of consumer confidence. That means people are holding on to they're not buying their extra suits or their extra pair of jeans or anything frivolous. They're going to the movies less. All that stuff. What does that do? That's going to cause people to lose jobs eventually. The longer this remains, and why I say this is like 3 weeks. Within 3 weeks, these become permanent for a very long time because these create ripple effects. It's not like, oh, the strait's back open, everything's back to normal. That's not what happens. Is the ripple effect already started. Consumer spending was already down for 3 months. The next quarter, the movie theater is going to be looking and being like, hey, we're not getting people coming in movie theaters. What do we do? Right. And there's a lot of businesses that have really tight margins, like movie theaters. Movie theaters today typically only survive because of the real estate price, the amount of real estate they have. um, and that's the issue. Things start to break very soon. Things that are temporary won't be temporary much longer. And that's why I keep saying they need to get to the table very quickly, or they know that this is going to happen.
But again, Joel, like all of the things you've mentioned are like problems that are going to occur. But like an average American, would it be enough for him to be like, damn, like this is a problem?
Not
Like
in
in
3 weeks.
a real tangible
That,
daily. So I'll
in,
give you an example.
in,
Like prices have increased quite a lot in the UK, and like people just paying it. They're not realizing.
yeah, yeah, but they're also spending less, right? They're paying more, but they're not spending. Where's that
Well,
money
they're paying
coming
the
from?
same, but you mean they're getting less.
No, the shrinkflation already happened with COVID. I don't think they could do shrinkflation again, where basically all the packages sell less. There's less of the good in there for the same price, right? Um, but then they're paying their food, although food increased. They're paying their fuel, although fuel increased. But it's taking away from something else. Maybe they're buying less candy bars. Maybe they're, that one extra night of going to dinner doesn't happen now. Do you understand? Like, so to the middle class, they don't really feel it because they're probably only giving up one thing and they probably barely notice. The problem is what restaurant is the one being affected that wasn't doing great to begin with, and now there's less people going to the restaurant? How long before they close? And if they close, now you have more people on the unemployment line, and now they need to look for jobs. And then that's happening across the whole country in all different industries. Understand? Think of it like this: like if you have a car that's running really low on oil, you could do that for a day or two or three or four, but eventually, then your engine block probably breaks. Then maybe that rips out your belts. It affects your transmission. Then, like, there's a crack that happens that then creates like a succession of events that you can no longer stop. Do you see what I mean? And America currently, financially, is a few days away from an event happening that will create a cascade of events that will continue to get worse or have a long-term consequence. Right? And that's why I keep saying they need to accept a deal or come to a deal in a few short days. Will middle America feel it? No, not right now. They won't. Poor people might. They'll begin to feel it. That's where you're going to see it first.
Yeah,
Companies with really tight margins, they're going to feel it. They're going to start going out of business. But when will they go out of business? They'll go out of business in 3-4 months. Do they have assets? They can go to the bank and get a loan, even though that loan's probably going to be at a very high percentage. Maybe, right? So that you know puts off the pain a little bit, but some of them won't. Will airlines get a bailout? Especially like the low cost airlines that operate on really low margins? Probably. Fuel's up 50%. There's gonna be less people flying. I think the German airline just cut 20,000 flights
but
today.
even that, like Joe, like that already, like people in the UK, even my friends and family, are like, okay, we're not gonna go on holiday. We'll reduce the holiday. It's like annoyance, but not substantive.
Yeah, but what about the people that work at that airline, Suleiman?
Oh, it's like really difficult for them. Like my friend,
Or-
because he's a medical doctor, right? And what his job is, like when you have insurance and then you get injured abroad, like remember, like a actual doctor comes and gets you, right? So that's his
Mhm.
job. And I'm already checking like everything all right, and he's like, yeah, things are slowing down a bit. Like it's not as bad as COVID, but like already airlines are telling him that they're already planning for the fact that maybe things won't be the same, and they're going to be focused more on like economy and business class travelers. I mean, that's like
Yeah, see,
business and first class travelers.
yeah, they're all trying to. JetBlue just had like an ingenious idea. Basically, you can buy your seat and the seat in front of you, and it can become a bed, which I thought was a pretty genius idea. A- Anyway, but yeah, the low cost flights are operating on too small of a margin, and they're rushing to come up with ideas of how they can sell more seats or more expensive seats. But but play this out, Solomon. Okay, so airlines are going to have a problem, so people are probably going to get laid off from airlines. Okay, if there's less people going through the airport, baggage handlers, security people, they also get let go, right? Check-in people, they also get let go. There's probably local restaurants around the airport that they all used to go to eat. That business now has problems. You know what I mean? The people that deliver food to those people, they're delivering now less food. Like it creates a ripple effect when it's something like this. Do you understand? Like it's a big problem because of the ripple effect that it creates, and it could take a long time for it to hit
Exactly.
you, or you could just be unfortunate and your industry gets hurt first, right? Or you could just not have high income or have low income, and you'll be affected because you need an extra $500 that you don't have this month just to pay for fuel and food. Do you see what I mean? It's like really small stuff, but it creates a really big ripple.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. But I guess where I again the same point is still there for me is you everything you're saying is like domino effect. Some people will be impacted in the media. Largely, people will be affected in the long term. And my thing is that the long term effect isn't. People won't feel it. Like they won't put the pressure on Trump to like kind of come to a deal, come to an agreement, these type of things. Does that make sense?
It will, because that's this is the effect in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, let's call it, right? In another 6 weeks, then you have more stuff that you're actually forcing to break, that now you're creating like another crack that's also going to have ripple effects, and then another crack that's also going to have ripple effect. Like you're creating all these different things that's going to have huge effects, like fertilizer, for example, right? You're going to have food, you're going to have less food. um, Urea, there's a ton of stuff there. People that need MRIs aren't going to be able to get MRIs. There's like something that you need from the MRI. I forget what it's called. Um, is it urea also? It might be also urea. Um, that also comes from there, right? Um, you're going to start creating other ripple effects on top of this one. So it'll be like a magnitude of things. And the banking one is really bad too, because you're going to have defaults. You see what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like fuel is one third of I think it's one third of your expense, like people's expenses, like the um it's one third of the costs of the goods that we spend when it comes to like shipping, everything else. It's a huge factor. It's the biggest when you look at just like if you divide them up: housing, food, fuel, everything else. Right? It's a huge problem. And the longer this lasts, the more ripple effects you're going to start causing, like the initial effect of a ripple. Do you know what I mean? Each one of them having multiple things that happen afterwards. That's the issue.
Yeah. No, no, I agree with you. I'm just trying to think when is the like tangible
It's
impact
not,
gonna
but
happen
it's not
where.
going to, it really depends on it really depends on what industry you're in and how it gets affected and what your income is like. It really does. Like, look, if there's many, many, many families in America that have no money left over at the end of the month, not only don't they have leftover money at the end of the month, they're spending 15% more than they have through credit cards, right? Those people guaranteed will be affected within 3 weeks if this remains closed. 100%. They're going to make major trade-offs in order to have food, right? Um, if you work in an industry that gets affected, like airlines, like we expect to happen, you might be affected if you're one of the unlucky few, right? If you work in an airport, you might be affected. If you work in restaurants, you might be affected. You see what I mean? It's slow, but it will happen.
One of the concerning things, Joa, is like if this like burning warehouses becomes a trend, everyone in that warehouse has now lost their job, and that could become a
Mhm.
real thing.
Have there been any talks about where that's all coming from? Like it's just so weird. These like fuel depots that are blowing up like all over the world. Like
Apparently, one happened
this
in
can't
Pakistan just
be.
now, a few minutes ago, like a few
Yeah,
hours ago. Sorry.
this can't be random.
Yeah, it can't be.
You know
I
what else
think.
can't be random? That in the past year, you know about my friend that was like a nuclear researcher, like one of the top in the world, that got killed. There's been 23
Oh,
in the
the
past.
fusion stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, there's been 23
But
in the past two
Trump turned
years.
he put he merged a fusion company into his DJT, isn't it?
Yeah, 4 days after, Simon. And guess what? It is the one company that my friend used to speak against all the time because he said it's extremely dangerous what they're doing and it will never work.
Yeah, no, I definitely think this is the energy mafia. Like, I think we're playing at the highest levels here in terms of like OPEC and everything. But like, just I think the biggest risk is the activism, like the people that are like the people that are just so pissed off, so hopeless, like and just things like those burning down of warehouses, like that I think that's just a reflection of that there are I just think there are so people that are at just breaking point, and
But this is it's what I have on my timeline, Simon. It's an old tweet of mine called the collapse carousel. And it's basically when before people start turning against the government, you start a war and you send the ones that have nothing to lose off the fight, right? And
yeah, but I
that's
think
how you
it's
avoid
more
them turning against people.
I think it's more the resentment for rich people. You know what I mean? Like that whole when you start burning down warehouses, you have hit the point where you're like, I want to destroy business. Like if I'm not included in this wealth transfer, then I want to come after the rich. And that's when you start to get this breakdown, and then they start coming after warehouses and business services, and then they don't realize that actually, they're just going to claim on insurance. They're going to use this as an opportunity to replace their staff with AI and start making those investments. They're gonna and then it just is going to create more and more unemployment, so that they don't realize that they're kind of hurting their own as usual. And I just think, you know, when you watch those TikTok videos of people that are just breaking down, man, they're breaking down. They're just like, I just don't know what I'm doing. Like, you know, suicide is now the top 10 cause of death in the US for the first time ever. Like that's the first time ever it's been.
That's crazy. That's the result of leadership, right? Like they feel desperate. Um and it's sad.
It's really sad. Like it's really depressing watching it. But the like you can't carry on because they're gonna print to bail out the stocks. And they did another $40 billion bond purchase. So it's just gonna create an asset price tsunami.
Yeah,
And people are on the edge. They're completely They've got no motivation. They just feel like they're slaves. They feel like they're serfs. They feel like all I pay is my mortgage, my gas, and like I can't even eat. Like there are so that's half of America now.
Yeah, I just saw the report in Europe of the wealth gap that it has increased the most it's ever increased in the past 6 years.
The amount I saw a stat. The amount take the richest people, yeah, the amount that they made last year. I'm just talking about the increase in their wealth, not their wealth. I'm talking about the increase in their wealth of just like billionaires. Um, if you took the increase in their wealth of what they made last year, you could pay off world poverty 26 times over in terms of everyone that's in poverty. Like the concentration of wealth is just getting like exponential now, to
Hmm,
those that have got the assets.
that's why I always get called a socialist for one reason, because I always say that the one thing that should change is the inheritance tax, because I look at it like a monopoly game, right? And you have one guy that's really good and he wins the game. He takes all the money and then he dies. His son starts playing, already being the wealthiest, and you have these new players that start with $100. And that's how capitalism actually works, right? If you don't have a way to put the money back into the system, then you're always going to have a wealth like the wealth gap is going to continue to increase, right? Capitalism is a monopoly game where there's one winner at the end of the day. um, and right now you have, what, three guys that are in contention to be the first trillionaire. That's just an absolute insanity, right? But people don't like socialism. but but that's why when you look at places like Denmark or Sweden, they have more millionaires per capita than anywhere else because of the inheritance tax they have. It gets put back into the system.
Elon spent what did he spend 150 million on Trump's campaign, and his net worth went from 250 billion to 750 billion. He made $500 billion out of investing 150 million in the Trump campaign.
Yep. Yep. And that's going to keep getting worse. And even
And
if you
that's the
think you're
thing.
doing well,
the,
even
the the
people.
amount of money you make by bribing politicians, like if you like, the biggest return on investment is just being in the donor class to the Trump administration. Like those guys are absolutely crushing it through corrupt deals.
Yeah, I've said before, Trump made more in the past year than he did his entire 77 years on this earth, ever since he's been president. That's crazy.
And Elon got all that Doge data as well, man. It's like crazy. And just by pretending to pay down the national debt when you can't pay down the national debt.
I still think that's going to be used for voting, right? When you have that much data, if I had that data, I could easily manipulate votes, um, by targeting pain points in certain zip codes, which he now has, and saying this president's going to fix this and that president's going to fix that, and you have all the data.
You can
And
see it though. You can
and they
see
said,
Palantir's taken over the government. Like it's definitely going to be rigging elections. It's that America's 100% privatized, and the government's just the piggy bank.
yeah, I just don't know they said that they got rid of that data, but that's not how AI works. AI learns the data. There's no way to take it out once the AI learns it. Um, and no one knows whose AI, and I would assume it's Grok, or a different form of Grok that got taught that data.
I don't know. I still think the best AI has been around. Basically, the AI we're getting now, right? is the AI that the military was using a decade ago. Don't you think? Like, don't you think the military, like, don't you think there's another level of AI that like I
I
just think they just released it like into the just it's such a surveillance tool, it's such a
I
psyop.
I personally don't think so with AI, only because there's things that, for example, the Blackbird, that was like a very famous example of a jet that was around for a really long time that American people didn't know about. Um, the issue is that was done by it was created by military. It, I don't think AI is being done by military. On top of the fact that I think 60% of the people that work in AI work in America and China, and no one ever talks about the French AI. Almost every single business in America uses the French one called Mistral because you can install it on your own server and use it so it doesn't get corrupted by anything else. Um, so yeah, the government might have the French one and have upgraded it or done better, but I don't think they started it because AI's been around since the 80s. And a lot of people don't know, like, i- it's it's been for a really long time. It's just
It feels
it
like
really had a
they
breakthrough. It really had a breakthrough recently, right? But it's been around for a long time. I mean, Renaissance, which you know about, Simon, right? And I'll just tell people it's a fund that returns 65% a year or 68% a year every year for like 30 years, to the point where they won't take any investors at all. Only employees are allowed to invest in it. Um, and all of them are multimillionaires because of it. That was AI. Um, and the reason why we know that's AI is because that guy created an AI and he had his secretary test it, and his secretary fell in love with the AI. And that's when they knew that, AI has a lot of power where people forget that they're talking to an AI. So military from that point could have worked on it. Um, but I don't know if it's going to be better. Like, why would they want Claude? Right. The reason why they want Claude is because Claude did a completely different structure with the AI, which was really smart. And that's why Claude is like that new hot AI, because you could do almost anything with it. But the really big advance is doing what Jeff Bezos is doing now. He's investing in something completely different than an LLM, and it's based on like the physical world instead of language. Um, and everyone thinks that's going to be a better model. That's really when it's going to get really good. I don't think AGI is anywhere close. The
it feels like I don't know this, but it feels like Ukraine's got no soldiers left and it's just all AI and drones at this stage. Like it feels like it's a fully cyber warfare.
It's possible. I mean, Simon, look, I use for the businesses I can show you my org chart. I have 38 AIs running full time, running tasks where I just check to make sure they're doing the work. That's it. Right. I'm sure someone like Ukraine could have way more than that controlling things. You definitely could have it seek out enemies and go after enemies for sure.
Yeah,
You
that's
don't
why I
need the
think
soldiers.
I think we accelerated. We've moved to facial recognition in the UK. That was announced today. There was some court case that allows for that. That's why I think all the I've always said what the technology that was tested in Gaza goes to UK and then is coming to US, and the police and surveillance state is like it's accelerating like rapidly, and I don't think there's any stopping it at this stage.
Hey, Simon.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, yeah. On facial recognition, just to add to that. So, I work in the construction sector, and from my sources, facial recognition has been around since at least 2012, 13. I think people are just kind of catching on to it now, but it's been common knowledge, or in construction anyway, that it's been around for a while. So just wanted to add to that.
I'm sure, yeah. But the whole pre-crime arrest, scraping social media, surveillance cameras, Europe digital ID, digital euros coming, Genius Act, Palin. Like honestly, this is accelerating rapidly now, and and that's why I think even if they don't get the civil unrest, I think the CIA will and MI6 will create the civil unrest. Like I think they want it.
Well, I think that's a sort of different take on it. But one thing that I do know is, in terms of surveillance and security, this it's been going around for years. I think things like facial recognition. There's as early as 2011, I think. There were data centers being constructed on the outskirts of London, purely for this, for sort of security and surveillance and things like that. So, but I think what you're saying is true. I think it's going to kind of kick up a gear now. So rather than sort of using that technology to target certain people, it's just going to be mass surveillance like they do in China now. So I think London's kind of like the perfect place for it, I guess. To be honest, from my point of view, I've kind of accepted it. I think there's no point fighting against it. It's a foregone conclusion at this point.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, can I reply to just one of the comments? Someone was saying, Joe, who are you to tell me I can't give my kids the savings I
Joe,
have?
Joe, that's so funny.
Bro,
You know what it was? I was thinking if there's a lull, if I want to cause drama, I'll say that to you. But your stories, how's it going?
no, but look, I'm you probably don't have the wealth I'm talking about. My idea for it is every kid you have is allowed 5 million, and the rest goes back, right? And 5 million, if you know what that is, you can guarantee yourself that your kid makes $275,000 a month just from interest alone. Okay. Um, on top of the fact that you already put him through the best network in schools, probably has a good job, got your friends to give him a job, and everything else that also has a lot of value. So I'm not talking about anything crazy. And if you look at Elon Musk, he has, I don't know how many kids he has, right? Um, but he has $750 billion um, in net worth. You take his 10 kids or whatever it is, you give him 5 million, that's 50 million. That's a whole lot that goes right back into the system so other people have a chance to make it. Right? I'm not talking about taking your home that you want to give to your kids. I think people get capitalism wrong. Capital is richest man wins. That's what capitalism is.
supposed to be about free and open markets. When our system was designed, it was small businesses, family farms. It wasn't all of these giant corporations and stuff. So there needs to be some sort of.
Capitalism is not small businesses,
I'm
Andy.
saying when it was initial. I'm saying when our system was initially designed.
Oh yeah, that's true. The problem is small businesses become big businesses and they eat each other up. I mean, look at all the consulting firms. There's, 5 now. Look at the accountant businesses. There's 5 now. Look at all the big banks. Most of those small banks are owned by the big banks and you don't even know it. That's just what's going to happen with capitalism.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just want to push back a little bit on this idea that the U.S. government will be in big trouble if foreign countries aren't buying the debt when it comes to U.S. Treasury auctions. Because the primary dealers are mostly major banks. They buy up about 70%. And the U.S. has a history back in the 40s. For the war effort, they implemented yield curve control to fund the effort of the war. And Japan's been doing that for years. They've been the Japanese government has been selling long-term bonds at low interest rates, and the BOJ, the Bank of Japan, has been buying up that debt. That's the yield curve control, and that's why we had the yen carry trade. The U.S. could do something similar. The GDP to debt in the U.S. is, I think it's around 130. Japan is around 230. I mean, it's not going to be a good thing by any means, but I think it's definitely an option. And then the other thing, when you're talking about
let Joe respond to that. Joe, is there anything you want to say in response?
Yeah, look, the whole point is that if you lose your allies, they don't want your bonds. If they start unleashing their bonds, beside the fact that not buying your debt, then they're selling your bonds. Also, if they're selling your bonds, your interest rates go up. If your interest rates go up, you're paying a lot more for for the debt, for the $37 trillion worth of debt. How do you control that when it's already the second biggest line item in the American budget is just interest payment?
I mean, there's a difference between short-term interest rates and long-term interest rates. I mean, long-term interest rates are more, that's more about expectations and changes in inflation and expectations in changes in economic growth, and those don't always go in the same direction. It's not necessarily dependent on the selling of U.S. Treasuries. I mean, there might be a little spike there for a moment, but the Federal Reserve or any central bank can buy up their own government's treasuries. It's not going to. It wouldn't be a huge permanent change in the long-term interest rates. Is
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
that's how money gets printed.
Well, the Federal Reserve doesn't. I mean, about 70% of the U.S. dollar printing is done by commercial banks, not by the Federal Reserve. I mean, when they're creating debt, they're creating dollars. That's mostly done outside the control of the Federal Reserve, especially when you're talking about the euro dollar system, which is all the dollars created outside the U.S. I mean, that's the Federal Reserve has no regulation or control over any U.S. debt created outside the United States. I mean, that's out of their control. So, I mean, a lot of this is not in the control of the Federal Reserve.
So
They can control it through FX swaps. That's what the whole thing UAE is negotiating now to get into the swap lines.
but I don't get it. If allies start dumping
But I
bonds,
mean, a
you're
lot of
saying
the
that's not a problem?
transactions internationally. What's that?
You're saying if allies start dumping bonds, they no longer want our debt. You don't think that's a problem?
Oh no, I mean, I think it's a huge problem. And I mean, look at Japan. They're pretty much ahead of us. I mean, financially. I mean, we had one lost decade. I mean, Japan has had, lost decades plural. They had several lost decades. So it's not exactly a good thing. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying it's not necessarily going to be what causes huge inflation in the United States. If U.S. banks think that economic growth or majority banks think economic growth is not happening, they're going to stop, lending. That's going to cause a credit contraction, and that is not inflationary. That's disinflationary or deflationary. And then if if the money supply doesn't expand, that's disinflationary or deflationary.
Yeah,
If
the
if
issue
the
with
U.S. government
selling
starts
the
spending
issue.
a bunch of
But
money for the war effort, if they start putting trillions of dollars into this war effort, I mean, that's going to be a lot of government spending. That could be inflationary, but
So
who
let
knows?
Simon quickly respond, and then we'll wrap. Go ahead, Simon.
No, I was just going to say the issue with foreigners selling their treasuries is that it will push up the long term yields, and then that will push up the mortgage rates. And the only way to deal with that is for the Fed to increase their balance sheet, and that's why you need the big print, which I think is what they're leading to.
I just don't think that would be big enough. It's just there's so many transactions per day in U.S. dollars. I just don't think that's a big enough dent to cause that huge of effect that you're thinking about. That's all I'm saying.
Oh,
And the other
it
thing with the
could easily push up mortgage rates to 7% and beyond, which would be catastrophic for many of the refinancing deals. It could certainly do the damage it needs to.
yeah, and
So
if no one buys the bonds, the Fed needs to step in and buy the bonds, and that's what QE is. Literally, the definition of is the Fed buying the bonds, and that almost always leads to inflation.
yeah. So guys, we need to continue this conversation tomorrow. I think it's a great conversation. We are wrapping up though, and I did already set up the thing and it never lets me change it. So, um, we are going to be back tomorrow. So first of all, let me just quickly let you know what's the plans. So we're obviously wrapping up the space. I've got a tweet in the nest, and it's linked in the comments of the YouTube, and that is the interview we had with Dr. David Miller. He claims that the reformers have taken control over the government. So let's see the veracity of his claims. Let's check it out, listen to it, let me know your thoughts. That tweet's in the nest immediately after the Cenk Uygur interviews going live as well. Both of these are on the second channel, Bridge the Gap channel, so check those out. And then the Ethan Levins kind of debate slash interview is going to be going out tomorrow. So watch out for that. It's all on the second channel. So the tweet's in the nest. Make sure you're watching it. Make sure you're following the second channel. Tomorrow we'll be back at 2 p.m. Eastern. We'll give you the news and information and updates, and we'll do the space normally. We have
CIA Larry Johnson coming on tomorrow. Remember, he's the one who revealed the information that Trump tried to get the nuclear codes. So we'll ask him about that. We'll get the exclusive on that. And also we will have Marine Matthew Ho coming on as well. So that'll be good as well. So 2 great interviews. There is a super chat, but obviously it was to cause a bit of issue, and I didn't want to make Simon feel uncomfortable because he only came on for a bit of time. But I'll read it. Seems like you're complaining about it, but obviously, hey Sully, you look like a boss baby in the suit. Simon always says every war is fought for resources and wealth, not ideology. Did Prophet Muhammad also fight for money and resources? Cool. Now, that's it. So we're wrapping up. So tomorrow we're going to be back 7 p.m. Eastern. 2 p.m. Eastern. We got interview with Larry Johnson at 7 and Matthew Ho. Go and watch this channel. Subscribe to the second channel. The tweets in the nest. Much love to each and every